energy method that Ren practiced. The second was Meng Shu, an independent cultivator with no sect affiliation, who seemed to have an intuitive understanding for the conflict resolution energy approach. The third was Qin Wei, a disciple from Emerald Lotus itself, who showed signs of an affinity for assessment-resonant cultivation similar to Wei Fang's own method. Teaching interpersonal-sourced cultivation required Wei Fang to articulate things he developed through intuition and long practice, which was often more difficult than the original development had been. He had to translate his felt understanding of why absorption worked into frameworks that students with entirely different cultivation backgrounds could apply. This required him to examine assumptions he'd never questioned because he developed them organically, and to understand the method in terms general enough to be transferable. The first time he tried to explain to Lin Su how to perceive and absorb teaching energy, Wei Fang discovered he didn't actually have clear language for what he was describing. The perception required a particular quality of attention, noticing when a student was forming strong, confident conclusions about what he was teaching them, then perceiving the cultivation energy compressed into that moment of certainty. But the steps between noticing and perceiving to actually absorbing that energy were less discrete than he'd realized. It was like asking someone to explain how they walked. The individual mechanical steps were present, but describing them clearly was surprisingly difficult. He worked through this challenge by asking Lin Su to experience the process directly while he observed and offered guidance. Together, they developed language for what was happening. The recognition phase, where you learn to notice when someone was forming strong conclusions. The resonance phase, where you aligned your cultivation awareness with their assessment energy. The absorption phase, where you drew that energy into your cultivation base. Each student's work through these phases revealed different insights. Lin Su's learning process showed Wei Fang that teaching energy cultivation required the practitioner to be genuinely comfortable with being evaluated by students. If you were defensive about being assessed, you couldn't maintain the open awareness necessary to absorb the teaching energy. The vulnerability had to be genuine. Meng Shu's work with conflict resolution energy revealed something equally important. The method depended on the cultivator having genuine investment in the conflicts they were resolving. If you were manipulating conflict just to create absorbable energy, the dynamics would be transparent and the energy wouldn't flow properly. The caring had to be authentic, even if the caring was also strategic about advancement. Qin Wei, working with assessment-resonant cultivation similar to Wei Fang's own method, revealed the complexity that Wei Fang had been grappling with. The method could easily slide into emotional manipulation if the cultivator wasn't maintaining clear ethical boundaries. It was possible to create situations where people would form strong conclusions about you, to engineer those conclusions deliberately, and to harvest the energy they generated. But that path led to something parasitic and exploitative, regardless of whether the energy you were taking had technically been freely released. Wei Fang found himself developing clear guidance for Qin Wei about the difference between skillfully managing how you presented yourself and deliberately manipulating others' perceptions of you. The key is truth, he explained to his student. You can choose what to reveal and when to reveal it. You can present yourself in ways that guide people's conclusions. But the conclusions they form need to be conclusions that are actually supported by the information you've given them. If you're actively hiding things and creating false impressions, you cross into genuine manipulation. The energy from that kind of assessment is absorbable, but it's infected with something that corrupts your cultivation base. Qin Wei had looked troubled. But don't we all hide things? Don't we all present different facets of ourselves in different contexts? Yes, Wei Fang had acknowledged. But there's a difference between selecting which parts of yourself to reveal and actively creating false impressions of what you are. In the first case, people's conclusions about you are based on accurate information about the parts you've shown them. In the second case, their conclusions are based on false information you've provided deliberately. As the weeks progressed, Wei Fang discovered that teaching the method was actually advancing his own understanding of it significantly. By articulating the principles to his students and watching them struggle with the same questions he'd struggled with, he was gaining perspective on his own practice. He could see where his own method had drifted into manipulation and where it remained within legitimate bounds. Not every student's development paralleled the standard patterns. Several were absorbing from different interpersonal dynamics than the founding network members' methods. One student showed an affinity for sourcing cultivation from moments of mutual recognition, the particular energy generated when two people saw each other clearly, without pretense or assessment. Another showed sensitivity to the cultivation energy in moments of genuine teaching, where knowledge was transmitted and both teacher and student experienced the transmission simultaneously. A third seemed to be working with the energy generated in competitive collaboration, where people were working together toward a goal while still assessing how their capabilities compared. Each variant required slightly different management and had different advancement patterns. Wei Fang found he could learn from their different implementations. Seeing his principle expressed through other people's methods clarified aspects of his own approach that he hadn't been able to see from inside his own perspective. The student working with mutual recognition helped him understand why Master Lin's genuine care for him had always been a minor but consistent source of advancement. It wasn't the care itself, but the moments when that care was genuinely reciprocated, when Wei Fang saw his mentor clearly and his mentor saw him. The student working with competitive collaboration helped him understand the tournament period more clearly in retrospect, helped him see that the cultivation energy he'd absorbed in those competitive moments had been as much from the collaboration and mutual respect with his rivals as from their dismissal of him. By the end of his first year of teaching, Wei Fang had developed a sophisticated training program for interpersonal sourced cultivation. He'd worked with 7 students at various stages of development, had created documentation and frameworks that made the teaching transferable, had helped each student find their own particular affinity within the broader principle of the method. And he discovered that teaching was itself a powerful form of cultivation practice, not because it generated advancement in the traditional sense, but because it integrated his understanding in ways that purely personal practice couldn't achieve. Teaching forced him to be clear, forced him to articulate what he'd previously taken for granted, forced him to confront the ethical complexity of what he was doing. Chapter 69. The deeper questions as Wei Fang taught others and continued his own advancement into late-middle qi gathering stage. He began confronting deeper questions about his own method that had only become pressing as he took on responsibility for transmitting what he'd learned. Was absorption cultivation genuinely legitimate, or was he simply more sophisticated at something fundamentally manipulative? Could a method sourced through contempt and dismissal evolve into something that didn't require others' negative projections to function? And perhaps most fundamentally, did his method serve his cultivation, or had he become a servant to his method, constantly engineering situations that would generate the assessment and dismissal he needed? He sat with these questions carefully during extended meditation periods, sometimes for days at a time, examining his own motivations and the underlying architecture of his cultivation development. They weren't new questions. He'd been aware of them since his early development, when he'd still been an outer disciple absorbing cultivation energy from senior disciples who considered him negligible. But they had more weight now that he was teaching others, because the ethical dimensions of what he was teaching mattered differently when it was being transmitted rather than just practiced. The clearest conclusion he'd reached was that the method was not extractive in the way genuine parasitic cultivation was extractive. He wasn't taking anything from the people whose contempt or assessment he absorbed. The cultivation energy he received was energy those people had projected outward and lost regardless. It would have dissipated into the environment if he hadn't received it. He was, in a technical sense, more like someone who collected rain that had already fallen than someone who diverted a river. But this technical clarity didn't entirely resolve the deeper question. His method had shaped who he was in ways that went beyond cultivation advancement. Years of developing through others' underestimation had made him someone who was deeply skilled at reading how people assessed him, at managing the gap between appearance and reality, at existing in spaces between what he showed and what he was. These were valuable skills. They were also, he recognized, in honest moments, skills that had been sharpened specifically for a world in which he was always operating at least partially in bad faith. He discussed this complexity with Master Lin during one of their regular meetings. The question you're really asking, his mentor said, is whether you can eventually become someone who doesn't need to operate in bad faith. Whether your method can evolve into something that's genuinely aligned with who you are, not just a sophisticated tool for manipulating how people see you. Is that possible? Wei Fang asked. The method is fundamentally dependent on the gap between appearance and reality. If I close that gap, if I become transparent, doesn't the method stop working? Not necessarily, Master Lin said. There's a difference between being transparent about who you are and being transparent about everything. You could develop to a point where you're genuinely honest about your capabilities and intentions, where you're not creating false impressions of yourself, but where you're still maintaining the privacy about certain parts of your nature that anyone has the right to maintain. In that position, the assessment energy people generate would come from them seeing you clearly and accurately, not from them being deceived. Wei Fang recognized the distinction his mentor was describing, had glimpsed moments of it in his own practice. There was a quality of cultivation advancement that came from being seen accurately, from people forming confident conclusions about what you actually were rather than about false impressions they'd constructed. That energy was cleaner somehow, less tainted with the corruption that came from manipulation. But the path to that kind of clarity was uncertain. It required continuing to develop his method in ways that didn't depend on deception, learning to absorb assessment energy from people's actual perception of him rather than from false impressions he'd engineered. It meant being vulnerable in ways that his years of strategic presentation had taught him to fear. He began, gradually, experimenting with greater transparency in some of his interactions. With his teaching students, he started revealing more about how his method actually worked, including the places where it operated close to manipulation and the choices he made to maintain ethical boundaries. With the network leadership, he was more direct about his doubts and uncertainties, less committed to projecting absolute confidence. These experiments in greater transparency revealed something surprising. The cultivation energy he absorbed from people's accurate assessment of him was often more substantial and more sustainable than the energy he'd been getting from manipulation. When Xin Wei formed a confident conclusion about Wei Fang's actual competence and commitment to ethical cultivation, the energy he projected was different in character than when a rival had formed a confident conclusion that Wei Fang was fundamentally limited. But the difference wasn't a reduction in absorbable energy. It was a shift in the character of the energy, a move from the sharp, aggressive quality of contemptuous assessment toward something steadier and more grounded. And over time, as his students and colleagues and mentors continued to assess him with increasing accuracy, Wei Fang found his advancement shifting its character. He was still absorbing assessment energy, still using interpersonal dynamics as a cultivation source. But the source was becoming something cleaner, more sustainable, less dependent on whether people underestimated him and more dependent on whether they could see him clearly. It wasn't resolution, exactly. The questions didn't fully go away. The uncertainty about whether he was genuinely transparent or just more sophisticated at deception remained. But there was movement, a gradual shift in the direction of the method becoming more genuinely his own rather than something he was trapped in. He didn't share this internal evolution widely, partly because it was still uncertain enough that public discussion would seem presumptuous, partly because he wanted to continue developing it before he claimed to have found any kind of answer. But he held it as a direction, as an orientation towards something that might eventually allow him to integrate his cultivation method with genuine integrity. Chapter 70. The Higher Recognition. Wei Fang's advancing power and expanding administrative role attracted attention from genuinely elite cultivators, individuals at second realm and higher whose interest went beyond simple curiosity or competitive assessment. These were cultivators operating at power levels where unconventional methods became irrelevant because raw power exceeded any methodological advantage. What they wanted from Wei Fang was not his cultivation techniques, but his understanding of interpersonal dynamics in cultivation environments. His years of developing through underestimation had given him a sophisticated model of how cultivation communities worked, how power and assessment and dismissal and fear moved through the social structures of sects and networks and councils. This model was useful to people who were trying to understand and shape large cultivation organizations. Chen Feng was one of these, a late second-realm cultivator whose official role was research coordination for a multi-regional cultivation institute, whose actual function was considerably more complex. She approached Wei Fang through formal channels after the network's public revelation, requested a series of consultations on organizational methodology, and used those consultations to make clear that she was not just interested in what he knew, but in what he was. "Your advancement pattern is unusual in ways that go beyond your method," she said during their third meeting. They were in a private consultation room at the institute, with security wards that ensured privacy from external observation. Most cultivators plateau repeatedly at transition points because their development has proceeded unevenly. Your development has been remarkably integrated. The methodological, the philosophical, the practical have advanced together. That doesn't happen by accident. Wei Fang considered this assessment carefully. She was correct. His advancement from outer disciple to middle qi gathering stage had not been the chaotic, off-installed progression that characterized most cultivators. Each transition had built on previous development. Each new capability had emerged naturally from the foundation he'd established. Even the disruptions in his path, his breakthrough to qi gathering stage, the network's public revelation, the shift in his method's sources, had integrated into his development rather than derailing it. "Why does that matter to you?" he asked directly. "Because it suggests you understand something fundamental about how cultivation development works," Chen Feng replied. "Most cultivators advance by raw power accumulation, by technique mastery, by environmental advantage. But you've advanced by understanding the system itself, by working with how cultivation community dynamics actually function. And you've managed to do that without sacrificing power accumulation or technique mastery. That combination is rare." Wei Fang realized that Chun Feng was forming very strong, confident conclusions about what he was, and that formation was generating the particular quality of absorption he could work with. She was assessing him with the complete certainty of someone who had significant experience reading people, someone who could recognize patterns in cultivation development that most practitioners couldn't perceive. He realized with a moment of clear insight, absorbing cultivation from someone who was trying to recruit him. The irony of this moment struck him with unexpected force. Here he was, in the presence of a second-realm cultivator who was beginning to test his interest in serving at a higher level of the cultivation establishment's organizational structure, and he was harvesting cultivation energy from her process of assessing and evaluating him. The dynamics were identical to what he'd been doing since his early years as an outer disciple, just at a vastly higher level and with different parameters. "What specifically are you proposing?" he asked, partly to clarify what Chun Feng wanted, and partly to give himself time to process the implication of what was happening. "The cultivation establishment is going to shift," Chun Feng said. "The revelation of your network has forced a conversation about methodological legitimacy that can't be suppressed. Within the next decade, the understanding of what counts as valid cultivation is going to evolve. We need people in positions of influence who understand both conventional and unconventional approaches, who can navigate that transition without destroying the stability of the cultivation hierarchy." "And you want me for such a position," Wei Fang said. "I want to know if you're interested," Chun Feng corrected. "The position would be substantial, but not public. You'd remain affiliated with Emerald Lotus, but you'd also serve as a consultant and researcher for the Multi-Regional Institute. You'd help shape the methodological frameworks that the Cultivation Council uses to evaluate and regulate advanced cultivation approaches. You'd have access to elite cultivation resources and elite-level mentorship. And you'd have the opportunity to influence how unconventional methods are integrated into the broader cultivation tradition." Wei Fang understood the offer's implications clearly. It would mean access to higher power, genuine influence at the establishment level, and the integration of unconventional cultivation into the recognized cultivation hierarchy. It would also mean compromises, obligations to people and institutions, limitations on how freely he could operate within his own network. "I need time to consider," he said. "Of course," Chun Feng replied. She leaned back slightly, her posture opening in a way that suggested she'd expected exactly this response. "But consider this as well. People like you, cultivators who've developed genuine capability through unconventional methods, are going to shape what cultivation culture becomes. The question isn't whether you'll have influence, but whether you'll exercise it consciously or whether you'll be pushed into it by circumstance." After the consultation ended and Wei Fang returned to Emerald Lotus, he sat with the significance of the moment. Chun Feng's proposal was an offer to step into the upper echelons of the cultivation establishment, to move from managing a network of unconventional cultivators to serving as an intermediary between the establishment and the unconventional methods that were beginning to reshape cultivation culture. The advancement opportunity was obvious. The resources, the power, the influence, all of it was available if he wanted it. But there was something else present in the moment too, something he'd been aware of for months, but was now impossible to avoid. His cultivation method wasn't going to sustain itself at the highest levels of power through the same mechanisms that had brought him to middle qi gathering stage. To advance further, to operate at the levels where second realm and higher cultivators developed their power, he would need to transform his method again. And the path forward seemed to involve precisely what Chun Feng was offering: integration into the establishment, acceptance of greater responsibility, transformation from someone who operated through the gaps and margins into someone who could shape the structure itself. It was the next chapter of his cultivation path, and it was only just beginning to become visible. Chapter 71, The Unexpected Partnership. Wei Fang sat across from Chun Feng in a small tea house in the capital, watching the late afternoon light filter through paper screens. The establishment catered to cultivators, a quiet, private space where conversations of significance could happen without the ambient noise and observation that characterized more public venues. Chun Feng had arranged the meeting 3 weeks after the inter-sect conference had concluded, once both of them had returned to their respective bases of operation and processed the initial implications of what the conference had proposed. Chun Feng was a late second-realm cultivator, which meant her power was substantial enough to command respect even from established sections. But her bearing wasn't the aggressive confidence that came from cultivation strength alone. She had the measured calm of someone accustomed to managing complex organizations, someone who'd spent years developing infrastructure and relationships rather than simply accumulating personal power. Her cultivation robes were practical rather than ornamental. And the spirit stones she carried in her pouch were worn in ways that suggested they'd been used frequently rather than displayed as status markers. "You've reviewed the proposal," Feng said. It wasn't a question. She'd given Wei Fang a detailed document 3 weeks ago, densely written in careful script that had taken him hours to fully process. "I have," Wei Fang confirmed. He took a sip of his tea, letting the warmth of it settle into his chest while he gathered his thoughts. The tea was an excellent blend, cultivator grade, expensive enough that it marked this conversation as serious business. "And I've spent the intervening time examining the proposal from multiple angles." Feng smiled slightly. "I expected nothing less. You're not the type to make significant commitments without serious analysis." Wei Fang inclined his head in acknowledgement. The observation was accurate. He'd spent the past 3 weeks researching Feng's organization, what she called the Association of Unconventional Methods, using every information source available to him. What he discovered was both fascinating and genuinely concerning. The association wasn't a single sect or even a loose alliance of individual cultivators. It was something more sophisticated, a network of regional organizations, each one developing cultivation methods that existed outside the standard frameworks. There was a regional association in the Western Territories focused on environmental absorption techniques, another in the Northern Mountains that specialized in meditation-based power accumulation, a third in the Southern Coast that worked with water-derived methods. The Eastern Territories had a network focused on what they called momentum cultivation, drawing power from pattern recognition and strategic alignment rather than traditional meditation. All of these networks operated independently, managing their own training structures and internal affairs. But they all dealt with similar problems. Cultivators from standard sects didn't take them seriously. Institutional cultivation resources were primarily allocated to traditional methods, and individual unconventional practitioners faced skepticism about the legitimacy of their advancement. The association represented an attempt to coordinate these scattered efforts into something that might be recognized by the establishment as a genuine cultivation philosophy rather than a collection of eccentric outliers. "Your network fits a specific pattern," Feng said, and Wei Fang realized she was reading something in his expression. "You've built something internally coherent around absorption-based cultivation. The association includes at least 3 other networks using related methods. One focuses on environmental absorption, another on what they call cascade cultivation, drawing power from chains of causation. A third practices something closer to what I think you might call transitive absorption, pulling power from people's expectations about who you are." Wei Fang felt a flutter of recognition. The cascade cultivation network sounded particularly similar to his own method, finding power sources that came from systems of belief and expectation rather than individual direct interaction. And the transitive absorption sounded like a variation he'd theorized about, but never encountered anyone actually practicing. "How many networks total?" he asked. 17 confirmed, Feng said. "Another dozen or so that we've made preliminary contact with. Cultivation methods across the entire spectrum of what doesn't fit into the establishment's standard categories. The association in its current form has been consolidating information and making basic connections for about 8 years. But we're still mostly operating in isolation from each other, which means we're all solving the same problems independently instead of leveraging what the others have already learned." She paused to let him process this, and Wei Fang felt the weight of the proposition settling into him. This wasn't just about Wei Fang's network. This was about potentially reshaping how unconventional cultivation was understood across multiple regions, possibly across the entire cultivation establishment if it succeeded in establishing credibility. "The immediate proposal," Feng continued, "is formal coordination. Your network remains autonomous, maintains its own decision-making structure, continues its internal methodological development. But you begin sharing information with the other networks through the association's coordinating structure. In exchange, you get access to what the other networks have learned, protection from individual cultivation sects that might try to suppress or exploit unconventional methods, and most importantly, credibility. The association will formally propose to the establishment that unconventional methods deserve recognition as legitimate cultivation philosophy, not just eccentric variations that people are tolerated for practicing." Wei Fang processed this carefully. "And the longer-term goal? Integration into the establishment's formal structures," Feng said directly. "We want the cultivation councils to recognize unconventional methods as valid enough that they're included in policy discussions about resource allocation, that cultivators who practice them aren't automatically presumed to be either frauds or deficient in the fundamental craft. That's probably 5 to 10 years away, depending on how well the initial coordination works. But it's the goal we're building toward." The risks were immediate and substantial. If Wei Fang's network became formally associated with the association, Emerald Lotus would have to acknowledge the connection, which would fundamentally change how the sect was perceived by the broader cultivation establishment. The sect would no longer be marginal. It would be actively challenging the standard hierarchies of cultivation method. That could bring resources and respect, but it could also bring significant attention from sects that viewed the challenge as threatening to their own institutional interests. The other risks were more subtle. His network members had different levels of risk tolerance. Some of them had built their cultivation practice specifically because they wanted to avoid the pressures that came with institutional recognition. Bringing them into a formal structure designed to achieve integration with the establishment might alienate them entirely. And there was the risk that, in the coordination process, the specific methodological coherence that made his network valuable would be diluted into something more generic. What happens to my network's autonomy if we formally join? Wei Fang asked. In the consolidation process, how much do we lose that's specific to our approach? Chen Feng had clearly anticipated this question. You maintain your structure and your methodological focus, she said. The association exists to coordinate between networks, not to homogenize them. In fact, that's one of the reasons you're attractive to us as a partner. Your network has developed real theoretical understanding of how interpersonal sourced cultivation works. Most of the other networks are more empirical. They practice their methods, they advance, but they're often unclear about why their methods work or how they connect to broader cultivation principles. Your framework could help clarify things for the entire association. It was a good answer, but Wei Fang knew it was also incomplete. Coordination always created pressure toward homogenization, even when everyone explicitly agreed not to homogenize. Shared language about methodology would inevitably influence how individuals within each network thought about their own practice. Formal structure would create administrative requirements that worked against the organic development that currently characterized his network. But the potential benefits were also genuine. Access to the Eastern Territory's momentum cultivation research would let him develop new absorption frameworks. Understanding cascade cultivation methodology might reveal approaches to cultivating power from longer-chain causation structures. And the credibility that would come from being part of a recognized institution could accelerate his own advancement significantly. Cultivation advancement was never purely individual. It always existed within a context of social structures and expectations. Becoming someone recognized by major institutions as a legitimate cultivator rather than an unconventional eccentric would change that context fundamentally. Chen Feng was watching him with the patience of someone accustomed to letting people think through major decisions without pressure. I need to bring this to my network members, Wei Fang said finally. This isn't a decision I can make unilaterally. They're the ones who'd be affected most directly by joining a formal structure. I expected nothing else, Chen Feng replied. Take the time you need. I'll be in the capital for another month. We can schedule follow-up conversations once you've had a chance to discuss this with your people. Wei Fang spent the next week preparing to present the proposal to his network. He revised Chen Feng's document, converting it into language that his network members would understand, adding his own analysis of the risks and benefits. He researched the individual network leaders he'd be working with under a formal association, building detailed profiles of their cultivation methods and their apparent positions within their regional hierarchies. The presentation happened in a secure chamber beneath the Emerald Lotus Temple, a space that had been designed for sensitive discussions and shielded against eavesdropping through both cultivation technique and basic construction methods. Wei Fang's 12 network members arranged themselves around a central table, and he began by distributing the prepared analysis. The response was mixed, as he'd expected. Li Ming, who'd practiced environmental absorption for 5 years and had developed sophisticated techniques for drawing power from weather patterns and seasonal transitions, saw primarily opportunity. This gives us resources we've never had individually. The association could help us understand why environmental absorption produces cultivation advances. We're empirically solid, but theoretically weak. Wei Fang's frameworks for understanding interpersonal absorption could actually help us articulate our own method. Huang Wu, who'd been practicing cascade cultivation longer than anyone and had achieved surprising advancement through very careful observation of how systems of influence and expectation worked, was more cautious. Formal structure means formal oversight. The association will have to answer to the cultivation establishment about what we're doing. That creates pressure to legitimize ourselves, which means eventually demonstrating that our methods produce cultivation advances equivalent to standard practice. And honestly, I'm not sure they do, at least not in ways that the establishment will recognize as legitimate advancement. The discussion went in circles for several hours. Questions about governance, Questions about information security. Would the association's coordination somehow expose individual network members to risk? Questions about what it meant to be recognized by the cultivation establishment. Did recognition mean acceptance, or did it mean being co-opted into structures that would inevitably constrain their methodological development? Wei Fang listened more than he contributed, watching how the different network members processed the proposal through their different frameworks and risk assessments. What he noted was that everyone saw something of value in it, but everyone also saw significant potential costs. I think we should do this, Wei Fang said eventually, when the energy of the discussion had cycled through most of its natural trajectories. But on specific terms. First, our involvement remains voluntary. No member is required to participate in association activities, and no one is forced to share their specific methodology if they don't want to. Second, we maintain decision-making autonomy about how much access to our methods we give to other networks. And third, we establish our own internal council to monitor how the association relationship is affecting our work and to adjust or terminate the relationship if it stops serving our interests. The suggestion shifted the energy of the discussion. What Wei Fang had done was acknowledge the real concerns while proposing structural safeguards against the most dangerous potential outcomes. It was the kind of compromise that allowed people with different risk tolerances to work together. Over the next hour, the network moved from skeptical discussion to tentative consensus. Huangwu articulated it. I'm willing to try this. If it doesn't work, we can leave. If it does work, we get access to cultivation knowledge we couldn't generate internally. That seems like a reasonable bet. Chapter 72. The formal consolidation process began 2 months later and occupied Wei Fang's attention almost completely for the next 8 months. What he discovered quickly was that managing the coordination between 17 different unconventional cultivation networks was substantially more complex than managing his own network of 12. Each network had developed its own internal culture, its own assumptions about what made cultivation legitimate and valuable, its own frameworks for understanding how power advanced. Wei Fang's network had been built around careful methodological examination and verbal articulation of internal understanding. But the environmental absorption network operated almost entirely through intuition and direct experience, with members learning primarily through observation of more advanced practitioners. The Cascade Cultivation Network had developed complex written theory, but almost no structured training system. They essentially taught through written documents and individual mentorship. The Momentum Cultivation Network from the Eastern Territories practiced primarily through combat and competitive assessment. They understood their cultivation method as something that developed through direct engagement with formidable opponents. Bringing all of these different approaches into coordination required finding common ground without forcing any single network to abandon its fundamental method. The first major consolidation conference happened at a neutral cultivation site, a mountain facility maintained by one of the few sects that claimed no strong position within the establishment hierarchy. Representatives from each network spent 3 days in intensive discussion about what the association was actually trying to accomplish and what principles should guide coordination between networks. Wei Fang found himself taking a more prominent role than he'd anticipated. Part of this was due to the theoretical sophistication of his network's approach. Having clear language to describe how a cultivation method worked gave him credibility in discussions where other network leaders were less articulate about their own practices. But part of it was also due to his general approach to problem solving, which tended toward trying to find underlying principles that could accommodate multiple perspectives rather than pushing any single perspective as correct. The Cascade Cultivation leader, an older man named Luo Chun who'd been practicing his method for 30 years, pulled Wei Fang aside during a break in the formal discussions. You're unusually skilled at translating between frameworks, Luo Chun observed. Most cultivators with sophisticated methods either try to prove that their approach is the best one, or they assume that all unconventional methods are essentially equivalent. You're actually trying to understand what makes each approach work internally. Wei Fang considered this. If we're going to present unconventional cultivation to the establishment as legitimate, we need to be able to explain why different methods work. Not just that they work, but how they work. The establishment's criticism isn't that unconventional methods don't produce advancement. We all advance, sometimes quite rapidly. The criticism is that we can't articulate why we advance, which makes it look like luck or fraud rather than genuine cultivation. Exactly, Luo Chen said. So what you're doing in these meetings is building a language that can explain how different methods work internally, while also demonstrating what's common across all of them. Yes, Wei Fang confirmed. Because if we can't do that, we never get institutional recognition. We just get absorbed into the existing structure and forced to adapt to their frameworks. What emerged from the first consolidation was a set of core principles that the association would use to organize its work. First, each network maintained complete autonomy over its internal development and practice. The association was a coordinating body, not a governing body. It facilitated information sharing, but didn't mandate how any network implemented that information. Second, the association would develop shared language for discussing how different cultivation methods worked. This wasn't about proving that all methods were equivalent. They manifestly weren't, but about creating a vocabulary that allowed serious discussion of how non-standard methods created advancement and what mechanisms produced that advancement. Third, the association would position itself not as challenging the establishment, but as offering additional cultivation options within the existing framework. Not, your methods are wrong. Ours are better, but your methods work for many cultivators. Ours work for others who relate to cultivation differently. This framing was subtle but crucial. It avoided the direct confrontation that would have unified the establishment against the association. Instead, it proposed coexistence. The cultivators who fit the establishment's frameworks would use those frameworks, and the cultivators who didn't fit would use the association's methods. Eventually, if the association could establish credibility, the establishment might formally recognize both frameworks as legitimate. Over the 8 months that followed, Wei Fang worked with network leaders to translate their practical knowledge into theoretical frameworks that could be articulated to outsiders. He spent 2 weeks with the Environmental Absorption Network in the Southern Territories, learning how weather patterns and seasonal transitions created opportunity for power advancement. He traveled to the Western Mountains to study momentum cultivation, discovering that what looked like chaotic combat practice was actually a highly structured approach to understanding how anticipation and predictive accuracy created cultivation advancement. Each network taught him something different about how cultivation worked. The environmental network showed him that absorption didn't have to be interpersonal. Power could flow from relationship to natural systems, just as it could from human dismissal. The momentum cultivators taught him that cultivation advancement could come from operating at the edge of what was predictable, from constantly pushing into territory where conventional frameworks didn't apply. And in the process of learning, Wei Fang found that his own understanding of his network's method deepened in ways that surprised him. He'd never explicitly articulated why interpersonal absorption worked the way it did. He'd understood it intuitively, the way he understood his own body responding to stimulus. But trying to explain it to cultivators who practiced entirely different methods forced him to examine the underlying mechanism. Why did contempt produce absorbable energy? What was it about other people's assumptions about who he was that created power sources? Was it actually about the individual dismissal, or was it about something deeper, the gap between what people believed and what was actually true? The answer, he realized, was complex. The contempt mattered because it created a specific emotional resonance that his cultivation method could interface with. But the power he was actually absorbing came from a deeper principle. He was drawing power from the difference between reality and other people's assessment of reality. When someone confidently believed him to be weak and he was in fact capable, the gap between their expectation and his actual ability generated power that he could absorb. The contempt was simply the emotional frame that made the gap most apparent. Once he understood this principle more clearly, he could see variations that other networks were working with. Environmental absorbers were drawing power from the gap between what weather patterns looked like and what they actually did. Cascade cultivators were drawing power from the gap between surface-level causation chains and the deep systems that actually produced outcomes. Momentum cultivators were working with gaps between predictable patterns and the actual development of situations. This unified principle, cultivation from the gap between expectation and reality, became the theoretical framework that tied the entire association together. Wei Fang developed it carefully over several months, circulating drafts to network leaders, collecting their feedback, revising based on what worked and what didn't. The final document was dense but comprehensive, 20 pages of careful analysis that explained how each network's different methods all functioned according to the same basic principle, even though the specific mechanisms varied dramatically. When the second consolidation conference happened, 7 months after the first, Wei Fang presented the unified framework. The response was remarkable. Suddenly, the different networks weren't just parallel organizations with different methods. They were variations on a single fundamental approach to cultivation, each one optimized for different types of power sources and different cultivator dispositions. Luo Chun, the Cascade cultivation leader, sat back when Wei Fang finished the presentation. "This is what we've needed," the older man said. "This is how we make the cultivation establishment take us seriously. Not by trying to prove that our methods are better than theirs, but by showing that there's a coherent theoretical framework underlying what we're doing." We're not eccentric individuals. We're practitioners of a legitimate alternative cultivation philosophy. The discussion that followed was different from the first conference. Instead of debating whether the association should exist, people were debating how to present what they'd created to the broader cultivation establishment in ways that would generate genuine consideration rather than dismissal. Wei Fang felt the weight of what they'd accomplished, but also the responsibility that came with it. By articulating these frameworks, he'd made them visible in ways they hadn't been before. And visible meant vulnerable. The establishment could try to suppress them, or co-opt them, or attack them directly. The relative safety that came from being overlooked was gone. But Luo Chen was right. The alternative was staying invisible, staying marginal, never having genuine impact on how the cultivation world understood what was possible. And Wei Fang was past the point where invisibility served him. Chapter 73. The Mission Sect Master Hung summoned Wei Fang to his private chambers 3 months after the second consolidation conference. The invitation wasn't casual. Sect Master's summons were always formal occasions. Enough of a departure from normal routine that every disciple who saw Wei Fang walking toward the administrative buildings knew something significant was happening. The chambers themselves were exactly as Wei Fang remembered them. Modest for someone of Sect Master's rank, decorated with painted scrolls that illustrated different aspects of cultivation philosophy, a large window overlooking the valley below the sect's mountain compound. Sect Master Hung was sitting at his cultivation desk, reviewing what looked like a compilation of reports. He gestured for Wei Fang to sit, and Wei Fang settled into a chair across from him, waiting for the sect master to speak. This was proper protocol for meetings with sect leadership. You didn't inquire about the purpose unless specifically asked to do so. Master Lin informed me about the association consolidation, Sect Master Hung said after a moment. She expressed the view that your theoretical framework was elegant and would serve the association well, and that the association would likely become an important institution within the cultivation world over the next several years. Wei Fang inclined his head, acknowledging the information without committing himself to a response. Master Lin had been supportive of his work with the association, but he'd been uncertain whether that support extended to Sect Master Hung. The Sect Master's position was complex. He wanted Emerald Lotus to advance and gain respect, but he also had responsibility to protect the sect from entanglement in ventures that might alienate the establishment. The Central Cultivation Council is organizing a gathering of elite cultivators, Sect Master Hung continued. It happens once every 3 years and brings together representatives from the most important sects and institutions across the region. The council has requested that Emerald Lotus send representatives to address 3 specific topics: the legitimacy of unconventional cultivation methods, the question of how to recognize and regulate cultivation approaches that don't fit the establishment's standard frameworks, and ongoing disputes between major sects over territorial cultivation rights. Wei Fang understood immediately where this was going. Sect Master was about to ask him to represent the sect at this gathering. The implications were substantial. It would mean traveling outside of Emerald Lotus to a major formal cultivation event. It would mean directly engaging with elite cultivators from the most powerful sections. And most significantly, it would position him as an official representative of the sect, not just a talented disciple with unusual interests. I'm assigning you to represent Emerald Lotus at this gathering, Sect Master Hung said, confirming Wei Fang's anticipation. Your primary responsibility is to address the council on the first 2 topics, the legitimacy of unconventional methods and how to formally recognize them. I expect you to present a coherent argument for why unconventional cultivation deserves institutional recognition. And the territorial disputes? Wei Fang asked. You'll also attend discussions about those, but your role there is secondary. I'm sending Elder Huang from our leadership council to address territorial matters directly. You'll be supporting his positions and gathering intelligence about where various sects stand on our specific disputes with Azure Peak and the Celestial Wind Pagoda. Wei Fang nodded, absorbing the layers of responsibility. When is the gathering? 6 weeks from now, Sect Master Hung said. In the capital, at the Central Cultivation Institute. You'll have that time to prepare. Master Lin will assist you in structuring your presentation. I expect you to approach this with the same care and attention you've applied to developing the association's theoretical framework. What are my constraints? Wei Fang asked. He needed to know how much freedom he had to represent not just Emerald Lotus, but also the association's broader interests. Present Emerald Lotus's position first, Sect Master Hung said. Then you have discretion to advance broader arguments about unconventional cultivation if they serve the sect's interests. I want the council to understand that we're serious about this, that unconventional methods aren't just eccentric experiments, but a legitimate alternative framework worth formal recognition. Can you do that? Yes, Wei Fang confirmed. He could absolutely do that. In fact, it aligned perfectly with what the association had been working toward. I'll need access to detailed information about the council members and the various sect positions. The more I understand about the political landscape, the more effectively I can position our arguments. Sect Master Hung seemed satisfied with this. Master Lin can provide that information. She has better sources than most. Prepare thoroughly, Wei Fang. This gathering could determine whether the cultivation establishment takes unconventional methods seriously for the next decade. Don't waste the opportunity. The next 6 weeks involved intensive preparation. Wei Fang met regularly with Master Lin, who proved to have remarkably detailed knowledge of the different sect leaders and their likely positions on various issues. She had cultivated relationships across sect boundaries, not close relationships, but the kind of professional connections that allowed information sharing and informal negotiation. From these conversations, Wei Fang built a detailed map of the cultivation establishment's landscape. The Azure Peak sect was internally divided. The sect master saw unconventional methods as a threat to standard cultivation hierarchy, but several of the sect's leadership council members were interested in methodological diversity as a potential source of insights for their own advancement. Celestial Wind Pagoda was more aligned. They had a history of developing specialized methods for their windblade cultivation, which gave them some sympathy toward the principle of alternative frameworks. The Iron Fist School was probably hostile. They derived their power from a reputation for martial supremacy and direct combat effectiveness, and unconventional methods that emphasized relationship and interpretation rather than direct force represented a challenge to their worldview. The Blood Orchid clan was less predictable. Poison and environmental cultivation had some similarities to unconventional methods, which might create either alliance or competition. Beyond the major sects were the independent institutions. The Central Cultivation Institute itself, where the gathering would be held, had a formally neutral position on methodological debates, but actually employed several cultivators who developed unusual techniques. The research institutions that served the broader cultivation community would likely be interested in unconventional methods as a source of new knowledge. Wei Fang organized his presentation in careful layers. The first section would be Emerald Lotus's specific position, a marginal sect elevating itself through discovery and support of unconventional methods. The second section would be the broader case for why unconventional cultivation deserved institutional recognition, evidence that unconventional methods produced genuine advancement, theoretical frameworks explaining how they worked, and arguments about the establishment's interest in maintaining methodological diversity. He drew heavily on the work he'd done with the association, but he was careful to present it as his own analysis rather than association advocacy. Sect Master had instructed him to represent Emerald Lotus's interests first, and directly advocating for the association would have seemed like prioritizing external organization over his primary institutional loyalty. Master Lin reviewed every draft, offering both tactical suggestions about how to position arguments and deeper feedback about the underlying reasoning. She pushed him to think about the council members' likely responses and to develop counter-arguments for positions that would probably be raised. Assume that at least some of the council will argue that unconventional methods weaken cultivation overall, Master Lin said during one review session. That by allowing alternative approaches, you create a two-tier system where some cultivators advance through legitimate means and others advance through eccentric variations that might not be equally rigorous. How do you respond to that? Wei Fang had thought about this extensively. I argue that the establishment's standard methods already produce a two-tier system, he said. Cultivators from wealthy sects with significant resources advance differently from cultivators in marginal sects with few resources. Unconventional methods don't create inequality. They create alternative paths for cultivators who can't or don't want to compete within the establishment's existing hierarchies. That's not weakening cultivation. That's expanding it. Good, Master Lin said. But prepare for the response that the establishment's resource inequality is something to be fixed, not justified by creating parallel systems. The council will probably argue that real reform means better resource allocation for all standard cultivators, not creation of alternative frameworks. Wei Fang began to understand the true complexity of what he was attempting. He wasn't just arguing for recognition of unconventional methods. He was arguing for something more fundamental. That cultivation itself was bigger than the establishment's current frameworks, that trying to force all cultivators into a single methodological structure was inherently limiting. The night before he departed for the capital, he spent in meditation with Master Lin in the sect's highest temple. They didn't speak during the meditation, just sat in shared silence, letting the cultivation energy flow through the space. But when they opened their eyes, Master Lin reached over and briefly gripped his shoulder. "You're ready," she said. "More ready than anyone else could be. Trust yourself, and remember that the cultivation establishment is far more uncertain about the future than it appears to be. They're actually desperate to understand what's happening with unconventional methods because they can't control it. That's your advantage." Wei Fang traveled to the capital with Elder Huang, who spent most of the journey reviewing territorial dispute details and preparation for his own presentations. The gathering itself was held at a facility in the city's center, a massive building that had been constructed over centuries and expanded repeatedly as the Central Cultivation Institute's prominence grew. The facility contained lecture halls large enough for hundreds of cultivators, smaller conference rooms for individual sect negotiations, libraries containing rare cultivation texts, and residential quarters for the delegations. Wei Fang arrived 3 days before the formal sessions began, giving himself time to observe the arriving delegations and adjust his assessment of the political landscape based on actual observation rather than second-hand reports. What he noticed immediately was how much respect wealth and institutional power commanded. The Azure Peak delegation arrived with the visual pageantry of genuine prestige, cultivators in high-quality robes, movement with the confidence that came from being recognized everywhere. The Celestial Wind representatives were more subtle, but equally confident. The Iron Fist School sent fewer delegates, but positioned them prominently. And the representatives from smaller sects and independent institutions arrived more quietly, moving through the institute's halls with less visible confidence despite often being quite powerful cultivators. The social hierarchy was visible in thousands of subtle details, where delegations were housed, which cultivation lounges they were welcome in, whose acknowledgement they received, and whose they didn't. Wei Fang was positioned as part of the Emerald Lotus contingent, which meant he occupied a particular status, not a major sect, but representing a sect that was making enough noise to be worth paying attention to. It was, he realized, exactly the position that would maximize his impact. Not powerful enough to be threatening through sheer force, but interesting enough to be worth listening to. The formal sessions began on the 4th day. The territorial disputes were addressed first, clearing them from the agenda. Elder Huang presented Emerald Lotus's positions on the various territories in dispute, and the discussion that followed confirmed Master Lin's earlier briefings about where the various sects stood. Azure Peak won most of what they wanted through sheer institutional weight. Celestial Wind managed to maintain their existing territorial rights. The smaller sects negotiated minor adjustments, but mostly yielded to the larger powers. It was the cultivation equivalent of how power actually worked in the human world, not through logic or right determination, but through the balance of force and institutional standing. The discussion about unconventional methods began on the 6th day, after the territorial matters had been settled. The Central Council had invited Wei Fang to present his framework first, which meant he had the advantage of setting the terms of the discussion before anyone responded. He stood before perhaps 300 cultivators arranged in the Great Lecture Hall, representatives from more than 50 different sects, independent researchers, cultivation council members, and observers from institutions across the region. The space itself was designed to project authority and significance. High ceilings, perfect acoustics, a stage positioned so the speaker was visible to everyone. Wei Fang had prepared his presentation meticulously, but he'd also learned in the past months that the most important presentations weren't the ones you read. They were the ones you inhabited, where you spoke from genuine understanding rather than from memorized text. He stepped up to the speaking stage, and, rather than beginning with his prepared introduction, he simply observed the crowd for a moment. In that silence, he could feel the collective expectations. They were expecting him to defend unconventional methods, probably expecting him to be somewhat defensive about it, probably expecting a passionate, but potentially flawed argument from someone who had a personal stake in the legitimacy of unconventional practices. What he'd realized in his preparation was that this expectation was itself his greatest advantage. They expected him to argue from emotion or personal interest. They didn't expect him to argue from logic and analysis and systematic investigation of what unconventional cultivation actually was. "Thank you for inviting Emerald Lotus to address this council," he began, his voice steady and even. "I'm here to argue that unconventional cultivation methods deserve formal institutional recognition not because I practice them, and not because I have a personal stake in their legitimacy, but because the cultivation establishment's interest in understanding human potential requires taking them seriously. What I'll demonstrate today is that unconventional methods aren't eccentric variations of legitimate cultivation. They're a distinct category of cultivation approach, theoretically coherent, empirically effective, and essential to understanding the full spectrum of cultivation possibility." He spent the next 2 hours walking the council through the unified framework he developed with the association. He presented case studies of individual unconventional cultivators and their advancement patterns. He explained how different types of unconventional methods worked: environmental absorption, cascade cultivation, momentum cultivation, interpersonal absorption. And most importantly, he articulated the underlying principle that tied them all together: cultivation from the gap between expectation and reality. The response was complex. Some council members were genuinely engaged, asking thoughtful questions about how to measure advancement in unconventional practitioners and how to structure research that would better understand these methods. Others were skeptical but interested enough to ask detailed questions rather than simply dismiss the framework. The Azure Peak representative, a cultivator named Zhao Ming who Wei Fang knew from preliminary briefings to be one of the least sympathetic to unconventional methods, stood up when Wei Fang opened the floor for responses. "Your framework is elegant," Zhao Ming said in a way that made clear he didn't intend elegance as entirely complimentary. "But it's still theory. The cultivation establishment operates on the basis of demonstrated capability, not theoretical coherence. Can you point to unconventional cultivators who've achieved the kind of advancement that would warrant institutional recognition? Cultivators approaching third realm through these methods." Wei Fang had anticipated this question. "Yes," he said simply. "I can point to several. The question is whether the establishment would accept their advancement as legitimate if I did. Because here's the critical issue. Unconventional cultivators can achieve high-level advancement through methods the establishment doesn't have frameworks for assessing. But the establishment doesn't trust what it can assess. So you get a circular logic where unconventional methods can't be recognized as legitimate until the establishment develops the ability to measure them. But the establishment won't develop that ability until it recognizes them as potentially legitimate." "That's a fair point," said another council member, someone Wei Fang had identified as potentially sympathetic. "But it suggests that the path forward is for unconventional cultivators to work within the establishment's frameworks, not outside them." "I'd argue the opposite," Wei Fang said. "The unconventional methods work precisely because they're outside the establishment's frameworks. Try to force them inside, and you destroy what makes them effective. What I'm proposing isn't that unconventional methods replace the establishment's standard approaches. It's that the establishment formally recognize that legitimate cultivation exists outside its current categories and create structures for understanding and assessing advancement that doesn't require forcing everyone into the same framework." The discussion continued for several more hours, cycling through the same arguments from different angles. But Wei Fang noticed something significant happening. Even the skeptical council members were beginning to accept his basic proposition. Not all of them agreed with his conclusions, but they seemed to accept that his argument was worth serious consideration. By the end of the session, he'd achieved something more valuable than immediate agreement. He'd established that unconventional cultivation was a serious topic worthy of serious discussion, not something to be dismissed or ignored. Chapter 74. The Threshold. Wei Fang returned to Emerald Lotus 3 weeks later, carrying with him both the satisfaction of having successfully presented the sect's position at the gathering and the knowledge that he'd set something in motion that would continue developing far beyond what he'd done in the capital. His cultivation had been accelerating during the months of work with the association and preparation for the gathering. The engagement with so many different methodological frameworks, the constant articulation of his own understanding to people who approach cultivation from entirely different perspectives, the navigation of the sophisticated political landscape, all of it had created the kind of external pressure that his absorption method thrived on. He was approaching late qi gathering stage now. He could feel it in the quality of his daily practice. The threshold toward third realm was beginning to come into focus in ways it hadn't before. It wasn't close yet, probably another year or more of steady advancement. But he could sense the direction he was moving, could feel the deeper structures of his cultivation beginning to reorganize in preparation for the fundamental transformation that would come with third realm breakthrough. Late qi gathering meant something different for him than it meant for most cultivators. For someone practicing standard cultivation methods, late qi gathering represented the upper edge of second realm, the final stages before the quantum leap into third realm, where a cultivator's entire relationship with qi fundamentally changed. But Wei Fang's cultivation had never been standard. The power he'd accumulated through years of absorption had been reorganized and metabolized into something genuinely autonomous. The early stages of his cultivation had been characterized by constant need for external validation and dismissal to fuel his advancement. He'd been dependent on other people's contempt, on the energy that came from being underestimated and dismissed. That dependence was still present in some ways, but it had been transformed. Now he could absorb power not just from contempt, but from any strong, confident assessment. an elite cultivator observing him with respect and genuine evaluation of his capabilities that could be absorbed just as effectively as someone's contempt. A fellow cultivator's honest belief in his capability could feed his cultivation almost as much as their dismissal. The method had evolved beyond its original fuel source, and what he'd built internally was genuinely different from what standard cultivation produced. His meridians had been reorganized through years of careful meditation, creating pathways that weren't in any cultivation manual. His core of power was positioned differently than standard practice recommended. His relationship to qi itself was unusual in ways that he was only beginning to fully understand. The cultivation establishment would have been troubled by this if they'd had any clear sense of what he actually was. Someone advancing through a method they couldn't assess or understand, someone developing in ways that didn't fit their frameworks, someone who was becoming increasingly powerful while remaining invisible to their standard measurement systems. But that invisibility was ending. The gathering in the capital had positioned him as someone important to the cultivation world's future understanding of unconventional methods. The association's work had made him a central figure in how the establishment was beginning to conceptualize what was happening with unconventional cultivators. He was moving from being an eccentric outlier to being someone the establishment felt it needed to understand. Wei Fang spent long sessions in meditation examining what the threshold toward Third Realm would actually mean for him. In standard cultivation, the qi gathering to Third Realm transition was described in various ways by different traditions. The most common description was that a cultivator began to develop direct relationship with qi as a fundamental force rather than as something they drew in from the environment and regulated within their body. Third Realm cultivators could begin to manipulate qi in the world around them, not just within themselves. They could create formations more directly, could express their power through the environment rather than through their physical body, could develop techniques that were impossible at Second Realm. But what would that mean for someone whose entire cultivation was built on absorption from other people's assessment of them? Would the Third Realm transition require him to abandon the method that had carried him this far? Or would it transform into something that could continue in modified form? His attempts to meditate on this often resulted in strange visions. He would find himself in states where he could perceive the cultivation landscape differently, could sense how expectations and assessments flowed through the world like currents, could see the patterns of how people's beliefs about the world created actual structures of power. It was as if his method was already beginning to approach something that functioned at the level Third Realm cultivators operated at. He brought these concerns to Han Zhou, the elder he'd been mentoring with occasionally, during one of their meetings at a neutral location. Han Zhou was old enough and sufficiently advanced that his perspective often illuminated things that Wei Fang was struggling with. "You're worried that Third Realm will require you to abandon what's made you powerful," Han Zhou said when Wei Fang explained his concerns. "But advancement has never been about abandonment. It's always been about integration. What you've built at Second Realm doesn't disappear at Third Realm. It transforms into something that can function at a deeper level." "But how does that work?" Wei Fang asked. "I'm built on perception of how I'm being assessed. My cultivation is responsive to external evaluation. How does that transform when I move to Third Realm, where cultivation is about being able to act on the world directly rather than being responsive?" Han Zhou was quiet for a moment, considering. "Have you noticed that your absorption capacity has changed over time?" he asked eventually. "Yes," Wei Fang said. "In early cultivation, I was limited to actual contempt. People had to genuinely dismiss me for me to absorb energy. But over time it expanded. Now I can absorb from any kind of confident assessment, any kind of genuine evaluation. I can even absorb from supportive evaluation. That's the transformation already beginning," Han Zhou said. "You started with one very specific type of external energy source. Over years of development, that's generalized into something broader. Any interaction where someone's assessment of you is strong and confident. At Third Realm, I suspect it will generalize further. You'll move from being dependent on external assessment to being able to work with the broader principle that the gap between expectation and reality is a source of power. And you'll be able to generate that gap yourself rather than waiting for others to create it." Wei Fang considered this. "You mean I could eventually create situations where expectations would be sufficiently misaligned with reality that I could absorb energy directly, without depending on other people's initial assessment?" "That's one possibility," Han Zhou said. "Though I suspect what's actually happening is even more profound. As you develop, your method is becoming less about absorbing power from other people and more about cultivating power from a fundamental principle. That reality is always larger and more subtle than what any person expects. At Third Realm, you might not need other people's assessment at all. The entire world becomes a source of power because the entire world operates through expectations that are constantly being proven incomplete. This vision was both appealing and disturbing. It suggested that his development could continue, that third realm wouldn't require abandonment of his core method. But it also suggested something he hadn't fully confronted, that he was becoming increasingly independent of other people in meaningful ways. The absorption method had always been about human connection. Even if it was a connection rooted in dismissal and contempt, it was still a way of relating to other cultivators. What Hanzhou was describing sounded like something far more solitary. Is that lonely? Wei Fang asked directly. Hanzhou smiled, which was unusual. The elder rarely showed that kind of expression. Yes, he said. Advanced cultivation is often lonely. The more powerful you become, the fewer cultivators you can genuinely relate to as equals. You become responsible for things larger than yourself. You develop relationship with power at a level that most people can't comprehend. There's isolation in that. Why did you stop advancing toward third realm? Wei Fang asked. He'd wondered this for some time. Hanzhou was clearly capable of the breakthrough, but apparently had chosen not to make it. Because I was tired, Hanzhou said. I'd advanced through the first two realms driven by curiosity, wanting to understand more. But by the time I approached third realm, I realized that the advancement was changing me in ways I wasn't sure I wanted. The isolation was beginning even before the transition. I looked at third realm cultivators and I saw people who'd been transformed by the experience, who'd become something different than they were at second realm. Some of them seemed satisfied with what they'd become. Others seemed to regret it. I decided I was content to remain at second realm, to use my power to help others develop rather than pursuing my own advancement further. This was perhaps the most personal thing Hanzhou had ever shared with Wei Fang. The elder was telling him that the path ahead wasn't inevitable, that even cultivators who were capable of continued advancement could choose something different. That transformation came with costs, and some costs weren't worth the power that came with them. Wei Fang sat with this understanding as he returned to Emerald Lotus and continued his meditation practice. He didn't make any decisions about third realm. That was still a year or more away. But he began to understand that he would have choices at that threshold, and choices had consequences that extended far beyond just cultivation advancement. For now, he continued the work of developing both his personal cultivation and the association's institutional foundation. The sect recognized his increasing importance and gave him more freedom to pursue external work. Master Lin seemed to know intuitively when to encourage him to push forward and when to suggest that he pull back and consolidate what he'd already developed. Chapter 75. The strategic choice. The first offers began arriving 2 months after the capital gathering, as cultivators and organizations that had paid attention to Wei Fang's presentation at the council began to understand what his positions and capabilities actually meant. The Azure Peak sect sent an initial inquiry through official channels, proposing a formal research position if Wei Fang was interested in relocating. The position offered would give him access to their extensive cultivation libraries and experimental facilities, as well as significant resources for research into unconventional methodology. The compensation was generous enough to suggest that they took the proposal seriously. The Celestial Wind Pagoda sent something more subtle, an invitation to train with their advanced Windblade cultivators, with the implication that if Wei Fang proved capable of learning their methods, they would find positions for him if he was interested in remaining. It was less of a formal offer than a door being opened, a suggestion that he would be welcome if he wanted to explore it. The Central Cultivation Institute, which operated independently of individual sects, offered him a more structured opportunity, a senior research position focused specifically on understanding and developing frameworks for assessing unconventional cultivation advancement. The position came with significant resources, a team of assistant researchers, and what amounted to institutional prestige that few cultivators at his advancement level could access. And then there were the more unusual offers. A research organization funded by multiple sects jointly sent a delegation offering partnership in developing formal assessment metrics for unconventional methods. A cultivation journal that published advanced theory and research wanted him as a senior editor and theoretical contributor. Several independent cultivators of significant power reached out requesting formal apprenticeship arrangements or collaborative research partnerships. Wei Fang received all of these overtures with courtesy, but without immediate commitment. He brought them to Sect Master Hung and Master Lin, presenting them as information about what the cultivation world was offering and asking for guidance about how to evaluate the proposals. Sect Master Hang's response was measured. These offers are all legitimate, and they all suggest that your contribution at the capital gathering had real impact, the Sect Master said. The question is what serves Emerald Lotus best, and what serves your own development. Those two things may not be the same. What would serve the sect best? Wei Fang asked. You remaining here and continuing to advance would elevate the sect's standing significantly, Sect Master Hung said. A cultivator of your capability residing at Emerald Lotus, advancing through advanced realms, would eventually be comparable to having a second realm cultivator of considerable strength. But if you're only remaining because you feel obligation to the sect, that's limiting in ways that would likely damage both your development and the sect's long-term interests. Master Lin, when Wei Fang spoke with her separately, was more direct about the choices he was facing. You've built something that's become bigger than what can be sustained from a single sect, she said. Emerald Lotus gave you the foundation you needed. But what you're trying to do now, reshape how the cultivation establishment understands unconventional methods, that requires a different kind of platform. The sect can't provide what you actually need anymore. So you think I should accept one of these offers? Wei Fang asked. I think you should evaluate them carefully based on what they would let you accomplish, Master Lin said. Not based on status or prestige, or even immediate resources. What kind of position would let you continue the work you're doing with the association while advancing your own cultivation in ways that the established frameworks can't quite constrain? The most serious consideration Wei Fang gave to any of the offers came after meeting directly with Director Huang from the Central Cultivation Institute. The director was middle second realm, less powerful than Wei Fang's current capability level, but he carried an authority that came from managing serious institutional infrastructure. He'd been at the gathering in the capital and had spoken with Wei Fang informally about his thoughts on unconventional method assessment. When the formal offer came, Director Huang spent time explaining what he'd actually built. Over 20 years, he'd been developing a program specifically designed to support cultivators with non-standard methods. Early versions of the program had been flawed, trying to force unconventional practitioners into assessment frameworks based on standard cultivation. But he'd learned from those failures and redesigned the program to meet unconventional cultivators where they actually were. The position I'm offering isn't administrative, Director Huang said when they met to discuss the proposal in detail. You wouldn't be managing staff or running institutional operations. You'd be Senior Research Director, primary responsibility to develop theoretical frameworks and conduct investigation into how unconventional methods actually work. You'd have a team of 5 researchers reporting to you, access to our extensive cultivation libraries, and resources to conduct investigations that would normally be limited by cost or institutional constraints. What would limit the research? Wei Fang asked. The normal constraints, Director Huang said. You couldn't use unconventional methods to harm cultivators or to conduct ethically questionable experiments. You'd have to publish your findings in ways that the cultivation establishment could examine and validate. You'd be accountable to me and to the Institute's council about how resources are being used. But within those bounds, you'd have substantial freedom. Wei Fang examined the formal proposal, which was written with care and specificity. The position would pay enough that he could live comfortably. It came with access to housing in the capital, which was where the Institute was headquartered. The research team was already partly assembled. 3 senior researchers who'd been working on unconventional method assessment for several years, plus funding to hire 2 additional people if Wei Fang wanted to. What appealed to him most was the combination of resources and structural autonomy. The position would give him institutional standing that would make his work with the association more credible. But it wouldn't require him to represent any particular sect's interests or to navigate the complex politics of sect leadership. He'd be answerable to Director Huang and the Institute's council, but that was a simpler accountability than serving as a sect representative. He brought the proposal to Master Lin for her assessment. This is the right choice, she said after reading it carefully. Not the only right choice, but the one that aligns best with what you actually want to become. You want to work on the theoretical and methodological questions of unconventional cultivation. You want to contribute to reshaping how the establishment understands what's possible. The Institute position lets you do both of those things in ways the other offers don't. What about my responsibility to Emerald Lotus? Wei Fang asked. Master Lin was quiet for a moment. You have a history with this sect, and that history matters. But you don't have indefinite obligation. You've contributed significantly to Emerald Lotus's standing through your work with the association and your presentation at the capital gathering. The sect's standing has improved as a result. Now you need to move into the next phase of your development. And that phase requires something Emerald Lotus can't provide. She paused, then added, you could structure it as a formal research partnership rather than a clean break. Maintain some affiliation with the sect while working primarily for the Institute. That would preserve your connections here while allowing you the freedom you actually need. This was the solution Wei Fang arrived at after careful consideration. He would accept Director Huang's offer, but he would negotiate to maintain a formal senior associate status with Emerald Lotus. He would continue to mentor the sect's most promising disciples, including some who were interested in exploring unconventional methods. He would maintain his connection to Master Lin and the sect's development, but his primary institutional home would be the Institute. Sect Master Hung accepted this arrangement with grace. He seemed to understand that Wei Fang's departure, while disappointing, was inevitable and best handled by maintaining positive relationship rather than creating conflict. The conversation with Master Lin was harder. She sat with him in the upper gardens where they'd spent so much time together over the years, and they talked about what his departure meant. "I'm grateful for everything this sect has given me," Wei Fang said. "I wouldn't have made it to where I am without Emerald Lotus and without you." "I know," Master Lin said. "And you'll continue to develop far beyond what you could have become here." "That's good. That's what advancement means, that you eventually exceed what your source could provide." "Will you be disappointed if I don't return to the sect eventually?" Wei Fang asked directly. "No," Master Lin said. "I'll be disappointed if you ever let the debt you feel toward this sect constrain what you actually need to become. The greatest gift a mentor can give is permission to leave. I'm giving you that permission now. Don't waste it by looking back." Chapter 76. The return home. Wei Fang departed Emerald Lotus 6 weeks later, after setting affairs in order and ensuring that the disciples he'd been mentoring had clear understanding of how to continue their development. His dormitory cell was sparse. He'd never accumulated many possessions, so the actual logistics of leaving were simple. The emotional completion was more complex. He spent his last evening at Emerald Lotus in the upper gardens, meditating under the stars. The garden was one of his favorite places, quiet and removed from the main sect compound. He'd spent countless hours here over his years at the sect, using the space to consolidate his cultivation, to think through problems, to simply rest when the weight of hiding his true power became too heavy. The contemplation of leaving was tinged with awareness that something had genuinely ended. Emerald Lotus had been his world for years. The sect had given him the security he needed to develop without extreme pressure, had protected him from the attention of more powerful cultivators, had allowed him to hide in plain sight while his power accumulated. Those conditions had been perfect for a specific phase of his development. But he'd outgrown that phase. The sect's marginal status, which had been protective in early cultivation, was now constraining. His work with the association and the cultivation establishment required a different kind of platform. The Institute could provide that platform in ways Emerald Lotus couldn't. He met Master Lin for tea the morning of his departure. She'd walked him to the sect gates many times in different contexts over the years, but this time the walk felt different, more final. "You're going to do something remarkable," Master Lin said as they approached the gates. "I don't know exactly what, but I know the trajectory of your development well enough to recognize that you've only begun to manifest your actual potential. The cultivation world will take notice eventually. I hope to honor what you taught me," Wei Fang said. "Don't hope for that," Master Lin said. "Do something better. Take what you learned here and transform it into something your teachers never contemplated. That's what real advancement means. It means exceeding the limitations of what came before." The carriage ride to the capital took 3 days. Wei Fang used the time to consolidate his meditation practice and prepare mentally for the transition. The Institute would be a very different environment from Emerald Lotus. Larger, more complex, more political in different ways. His colleagues would be highly advanced cultivators with sophisticated understanding of cultivation theory. His position would require him to produce research that could withstand scrutiny from some of the most sophisticated minds in the cultivation establishment. The Institute occupied a substantial complex in the capital's center, buildings arranged around multiple courtyards, cultivation gardens, libraries, and research facilities. Wei Fang's residential quarters were on the upper floors of the senior researcher dormitory, overlooking one of the main courtyards. The position came with its own private study, a luxury he'd never had at Emerald Lotus. Director Huang had arranged for Wei Fang to meet his research team on his second day. The 3 existing senior researchers were experienced, but had been working with limited resources and theoretical framework. Senior researcher Liu had been investigating environmental absorption cultivation for 5 years. Senior researcher Mei specialized in what she called perspective-derived cultivation, a method similar in some ways to Wei Fang's absorption practice, but focused on how different ways of looking at situations could create power sources. Senior researcher Chun was a former standard cultivation practitioner who'd experienced a cultivation method failure at late second realm and had been exploring unconventional approaches as a way to repair his damaged cultivation structure. "We've been somewhat limited in what we could accomplish," Mei said during their first meeting. "The Institute wants us to produce research that's convincing to mainstream cultivation scholars, which means we've been constrained to investigation methodologies that the mainstream would accept. But most of those methodologies aren't really designed to study how unconventional methods actually work. What would it look like if you weren't constrained? Wei Fang asked. We'd conduct direct investigation of cultivators using unconventional methods, Liu said. Long-term observation, detailed documentation of their advancement patterns, interviews about their internal experience of cultivation. We'd follow people through significant milestones, threshold approaches, realm transitions, and document exactly what was happening in their cultivation when the transition occurred. We'd build real data about how unconventional methods work rather than just theoretical speculation. Wei Fang nodded slowly. This was exactly the kind of work that would be invaluable for establishing unconventional methods' credibility. Let's do that, he said. We'll design research that's rigorous enough to satisfy the mainstream while still being genuine investigation of how unconventional cultivation actually works. What would we need to make that possible? Cooperation from actual unconventional cultivators, Mei said. People willing to be studied. We'd probably need 5 to 10 subjects, depending on how detailed we want the investigation to be. And we'd need them at different advancement levels. People at early cultivation, people approaching significant thresholds, people who'd completed realm transitions. Wei Fang understood the challenge immediately. I can help with that, he said. I have connections to several unconventional cultivators through the association. Let me begin recruiting subjects, and we can design the research framework simultaneously. Over the next month, Wei Fang established his position at the Institute and began the work of building the research program. He recruited 5 unconventional cultivators, including members of his original network and cultivators from other association networks. He worked with his research team to design an investigation framework that would be rigorous enough to satisfy mainstream cultivation scholars while genuinely investigating how unconventional methods worked. He also maintained his connection to the association, meeting regularly with Chen Feng and other network leaders to coordinate how the association's work would interface with the Institute's research program. The Institute's resources could significantly accelerate the association's own development and understanding of unconventional methods. And he continued his own cultivation practice, now approaching late qi gathering stage with genuine clarity about what that meant for his development. His absorption method had continued to evolve through the months of engagement with different unconventional frameworks. He could now draw power not just from individual assessment, but from collective understanding, the shared beliefs of groups about what was possible or impossible. He could work with longer chains of causation in his absorption practice, understanding that power flowed from gaps between what people expected to happen and what actually did. 3 months into his position at the Institute, Director Huang asked him to dinner in his private residence. The director wanted to discuss how the research program was developing and to assess whether Wei Fang was settling into the role. The team is very engaged, Director Huang said as they ate. I've been hearing their enthusiasm about the investigation framework you're developing. They feel like they can actually do the work they wanted to do without being constrained by mainstream methodologies. That's because the investigation methodology is sound, Wei Fang said. We can document how unconventional methods work in ways that will convince the mainstream precisely because we're being thorough and rigorous in our observation. The mainstream skepticism isn't primarily about the methods themselves. It's about the lack of detailed investigation. Give them good data, and they're forced to take it seriously. You've thought deeply about this, Director Huang observed. I've had to, Wei Fang said. My entire cultivation is built on something the mainstream doesn't have frameworks for. I've spent years developing those frameworks. And more importantly, I've spent time understanding why the mainstream is skeptical and what would actually change their minds. And what would change their minds? Director Huang asked. Visible advancement at high levels, Wei Fang said. If someone could become third realm through unconventional methods and demonstrate capabilities that third realm practitioners should have, the mainstream would be forced to recognize legitimacy. Right now, the highest advancement visible in unconventional methods is late second realm, which the mainstream can still dismiss as possibly being fraudulent or incomplete. We need demonstrable third realm practitioners using unconventional methods. And you think that's achievable? Director Huang asked. Yes, Wei Fang said directly. I think it's achievable. I'm working toward it myself, and I'm not alone. There are other unconventional cultivators approaching the threshold, and with better understanding of what we're actually doing, more of us will make the transition successfully. Director Huang considered this. If you achieve that, if you reach third realm through unconventional methods, everything changes, the director said. The entire institutional landscape of cultivation shifts. Yes, Wei Fang confirmed. That's why I accepted the position at the Institute. Because I can't do that alone. I need the institutional support, the research resources, the colleagues who understand cultivation at deep theoretical levels. And I need to document what happens when I make the transition, so that it's not just my personal achievement, but evidence that the entire framework is legitimate. That's a remarkable responsibility to carry, Director Huang said. I know, Wei Fang said, but I'm not carrying it alone anymore. The institute, the association, the research team, all of these are parts of the responsibility. And that distribution of weight makes what was impossible individually actually achievable. Chapter 77. The crossroads. 7 months after arriving at the institute, Wei Fang found himself at a genuine crossroads in his cultivation and his life. He was approaching late qi gathering stage with increasing clarity. He could feel the threshold of third realm beginning to emerge in his perception as something imminent rather than distant. His advancement was accelerating. He could sense the deeper structures of his cultivation beginning to reorganize in preparation for transformation. But the threshold wasn't purely internal. It was also about what his advancement would mean for everything external, for the Institute's research program, for the association's credibility, for how the cultivation establishment understood what was possible. He'd been meditating intensively for 3 weeks, a deep focus on examining his cultivation structure and understanding what the transition to third realm would actually require. The meditation had become increasingly abstract, less about observing his current state and more about perceiving possible states of development, understanding the branches of possibility that extended forward from where he was now. One of those possible states terrified him in ways he didn't fully want to acknowledge. In his deepest meditations, he could sense a version of his development where he reached third realm and became something subtly different from human in ways he couldn't quite articulate. Not physically different. His body would remain unchanged, but fundamentally transformed in how he related to power and to other beings. The isolation Han Zhou had warned about was visible in these meditative visions, a lonely journey toward understanding that was almost fundamentally incompatible with maintaining genuine connection with other cultivators. He found himself thinking about Han Zhou's choice to stop advancing at late second realm, to remain at that threshold and use his power to help others develop rather than continuing his own advancement. The decision had seemed like failure to him once. Now it seemed like something wiser, a recognition that advancement always had costs, and the costs of continued transformation might exceed the benefits. But Wei Fang also understood that he was too far along the path to turn back. He'd committed to demonstrating that unconventional methods could achieve third realm. The Institute's research program, the association's future, his own network's credibility, all of these depended on his eventual third realm breakthrough. He couldn't choose to stop advancing without disappointing people who'd come to depend on his achievement. This was the true nature of the crossroads he was facing. Not should I advance to third realm, but can I live with what becoming third realm will make me? He brought these concerns to his meditations with Han Zhou during a meeting at the neutral cultivation site where they regularly convened. I'm seeing versions of my future where the advancement isolates me, Wei Fang said. Not metaphorically. Actually isolates me from genuine connection with other cultivators. I can perceive how I'll relate to power at third realm, and it's going to be fundamentally different from how I relate to it now. More complete, more profound, but also deeply solitary. Han Zhou listened without interrupting, which was characteristic. The elder seemed to understand that these were things Wei Fang needed to articulate rather than have explained to him. The question I'm sitting with, Wei Fang continued, is whether I should make a different choice. Whether I should deliberately choose not to advance past late qi gathering, the way you did. Accept the responsibility to the Institute and the association without assuming the responsibility that comes with third realm capability. Would that be adequate? Han Zhou asked. Wei Fang considered this carefully. It might be, he said. Late second realm cultivators with sophisticated understanding of unconventional methods could probably do most of what the establishment needs to understand that unconventional cultivation is legitimate. They'd be powerful enough to be taken seriously, advanced enough to be credible researchers and teachers. But, Han Zhou asked, hearing the unspoken reservation in Wei Fang's answer. But it would be failure, Wei Fang said directly. Not complete failure. I could accomplish significant things at late second realm. But the specific goal I committed to, demonstrating that unconventional methods can produce third realm cultivators, I couldn't achieve that. I'd be letting people down who've invested in my eventual breakthrough. Is that your responsibility? Han Zhou asked. To achieve what others have invested in. If I've accepted their investment, yes, Wei Fang said. Director Huang and the Institute have committed resources based partly on understanding that I'm working toward third realm. The association has positioned me as someone working toward that breakthrough. My research team has designed investigations based on expectation of my eventual transition. If I choose not to make that transition, I'm not just making a personal choice. I'm failing obligations I've accepted. Hanzhou was quiet for a long moment. Then it sounds like you've already made your choice, the elder said eventually. Not consciously yet, but the weight of what you've committed to and what others have invested in your advancement has already determined the outcome. The only question is whether you make the choice deliberately or whether you let it happen to you. What difference does that make? Wei Fang asked. Significant difference, Hanzhou said. He'd arrived 3 hours early and spent the time reviewing Hanzhou's file in his mind. Hanzhou was an elder, genuinely elderly, at least 130 years old by physical appearance, though cultivators' ages were always uncertain. He'd been at the Indigo Mountain Sect for 90 years. He'd reached the late Qi gathering stage and then stopped. Never attempted the breakthrough to the cloud walking stage. Never pushed for the kind of advancement that most cultivators treated as inevitable. He'd simply remained at late second realm, teaching younger disciples, conducting research, living a life that, by conventional standards, was underutilized. Master Lin had arranged the meeting with a letter, physical paper, actually delivered by messenger, which had sent a free zone through Wei Fang's understanding. This was serious. This was something worth committing to paper. Hanzhou may be able to offer you perspective you can't obtain elsewhere, Master Lin had written. He has grappled with a similar method, though pursued differently. He understands what it means to reach a point where advancement becomes a choice rather than an inevitability. Wei Fang had received 3 formal offers of sect sponsorship in the past month. The Indigo Mountain Sect, genuinely intrigued by his relational cultivation method. The Silk Road Trade Alliance, interested in his network's ability to assess character through interpersonal extraction. The Cloudheart Institute, a neutral research organization that had made clear they wanted him primarily to study and help perfect his technique. Each offer was substantial. Indigo Mountain promised resources and protection, full access to their cultivation libraries, the rank of formal inner disciple with a clear path to elder status. The Trade Alliance offered wealth, influence, and a chance to work with cultivators across political boundaries. Cloudheart offered purely what Wei Fang had always craved, the chance to understand his own method at the deepest theoretical level. He should have been able to choose. Instead, he found himself unable to commit. Hanzhou arrived precisely on time. Not early, not late. Knocking once on the door and entering before Wei Fang could move to open it. The old man was smaller than Wei Fang had expected, compact and precise in movement, with gray hair swept back from his face and eyes that carried the quality of someone who'd seen a great deal and had come to specific conclusions about it. They bowed to each other. Wei Fang offered tea. Hanzhou accepted and they sat, separated by a low table with a ceramic pot and 2 handleless cups. You're wondering what my life means, Hanzhou said, which wasn't a question. A cultivator who reached late Qi gathering and simply stopped, refusing to advance. It seems like waste. I've thought about it, Wei Fang admitted. Master Lin suggested you might have insight about choices. She's correct, though not for the reason you likely think. Hanzhou poured his own tea with the unhurried movements of someone who'd performed the action thousands of times. 30 years ago, I encountered someone with a method remarkably similar to yours. An older cultivator who extracted power from people's assumptions about him. I was interested, fascinated actually. I spent 5 years studying his approach, understanding the theory, learning the practice. Wei Fang leaned forward. What happened? I started to understand something that disturbed me. Hanzhou paused to drink his tea. The silence stretched. Wei Fang waited. The power he cultivated came from relationships, as yours does. But the relationships themselves were becoming distorted. The people he extracted from, they began to change. Not immediately, not noticeably, at first. But over time, those relationships developed a strange quality. The people became less confident around him. They began to doubt their own judgment. The underestimation he was extracting from became a self-fulfilling prophecy. He had created a feedback loop where his predation actually reinforced the conditions that made it possible. Hanzhou set down his cup and looked directly at Wei Fang. I asked him about it. He said it was inevitable, that the method required a certain relational dynamic, and he was simply maintaining the conditions that made the method work. He wasn't being deliberately cruel. He was being practical. The system required him to be underestimated. The system required him to take from people's confidence. And once that dynamic was established, preventing its reinforcement was impossible. I'm not interested in reinforcing those patterns, Wei Fang said quietly. That's why I went public with the network. That's why I agreed to the investigation. Yes, I'm aware of your choices, and they're more thoughtful than his were. Hanzhou refilled both cups without asking permission. But here's what I learned. and why I chose to stop at late qi gathering. The question isn't whether you're deliberately reinforcing negative patterns. The question is what advancement means when your power is rooted in relational extraction. Wei Fang felt something shift in his understanding, like a piece of a puzzle clicking into position. Most cultivators advance by refining their power, Han Zhou continued. They take raw qi and shape it into more efficient, more versatile forms. Each breakthrough opens new channels, new capacity. It's straightforward. Climb, refine, climb again. But relational power doesn't work that way. As you advance, the dynamic of the relationship changes. The people you extract from become aware of the extraction through investigation or accident. They begin to consciously resist. They develop defenses. Your method becomes more efficient and more difficult simultaneously. At some point, the efficiency gains stop outweighing the relational cost. You think I'll reach a ceiling? Wei Fang said. I think you'll reach a choice. That's different. Han Zhou's expression softened slightly. I reached that choice at late qi gathering. I realized that the next breakthrough, from qi gathering to cloud walking, would require me to establish the same relational dynamic with more experienced cultivators. People who wouldn't be easily underestimated, who would fight back harder, who would see me more clearly. And I realized that I didn't want to do that work. Not because I was afraid of the challenge, but because the relational cost was too high for what I would gain. So you stopped. So I stopped. And I have lived an extraordinary life anyway. I've developed theory, taught students, contributed to my sect's understanding of cultivation in ways that don't depend on advancement. I've been useful without climbing higher. Wei Fang sat with that for a long moment. The mist outside his window had thickened, turning the ravine into a sea of white. I've received 3 offers, Wei Fang said finally. Each one assumes I'll continue advancing. Each one is designed around the idea that my next natural move is to push higher, faster, farther. And you don't want to. No, I do want to. I do. Wei Fang ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident. But I also want to understand what happens if I stop. I want to know what I could do with the power I have, at the level I'm at, without always treating current achievement as a launching point for the next achievement. Han Zhou nodded slowly, as though Wei Fang had just answered a question he'd been testing him with. That's the question you were actually asking, Han Zhou said. Not which sect should I join, but what does advancement mean for someone like me? You've been asking the wrong question, because you were asking it assuming that advancement was inevitable, that the only variable was which path to take it on. But the actual variable, the one that determines your entire future, is whether you should advance at all. The words hung in the air between them. I think, Han Zhou continued, you should take some time to decide. Not immediately, not under the pressure of these 3 offers. The Indigo Mountain Sect, the Trade Alliance, and Cloudheart are all going to exist in 6 months. They're going to exist in a year. Your capacity to choose between them isn't dependent on choosing quickly. Your capacity to understand what advancement means, for you specifically, at your level of power and relational complexity, that depends on you having space to think. Wei Fang felt something release in his chest. Master Lin said something similar, but I didn't believe her. Master Lin is wise. You should believe her more often. Han Zhou stood, moving with the unhurried precision that characterized all his movements. I'm going to give you something before I leave. He drew a small scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. It was old, the paper yellowed and soft with age. That's my theoretical framework for late qi gathering cultivation. The work I've done in this realm, without pushing higher. The techniques I've developed for deepening power without expanding it. The practices I've pursued. If you do decide to stop, whether it's at late qi gathering like I did, or at some other level, this might be useful. If you do decide to continue advancing, it's probably useless to you. But I suspect you'll want it for the thinking it represents, even if you don't use the specific techniques. Wei Fang picked up the scroll, feeling the weight of decades of work in the physical paper. Thank you, he said. Genuinely. You're welcome. And Wei Fang. Han Zhou paused at the door. The people you extracted from, they'll be angry once they fully understand what happened. That's appropriate. But don't let that anger become a reason to either stop existing in relationship with them, or to accelerate your own advancement as though you're trying to outrun the consequences. The only path forward is through the relationships themselves, with full understanding now of what you took. That's harder than continuing to climb. But it's the only version of your method that doesn't eventually destroy what it's built on. Wei Fang nodded, not trusting himself to speak. After Han Zhou left, Wei Fang sat in the quiet of the room and opened the scroll. It contained techniques he'd never seen before, methods for cultivating depth over breadth, for exploring subtle variations within a single realm rather than always pushing toward the next breakthrough. The handwriting was precise and methodical, and in the margins were notes, personal reflections, experimental results, failures and complications recorded alongside successes. It was the work of a cultivator who had decided that mastery could mean something different than advancement, that a life could be extraordinary without always climbing toward the next peak. Wei Fang thought about Ping, who he might have a conversation with now that the extraction was public knowledge. About the inner disciples, whose mockery he might actually understand if they fully explained it. About Master Sun, whose forgetfulness had created a kind of loneliness that Wei Fang had weaponized without really considering what that weaponization meant. He thought about the three offers waiting for him, each one pushing toward the next advancement, the next achievement, the next transformation. And for the first time since he'd begun extracting cultivation, Wei Fang considered the possibility that the most challenging growth might not be about reaching the next realm. It might be about becoming truly present in the realm he was already in. Chapter 79. The decision. Wei Fang returned to the institute after his final conversation with Hanzhou and began the process of consolidating his decision. Not consciously choosing to advance yet. That was a threshold he hadn't crossed, but ceasing to question the advancement and accepting that it was what he actually wanted. The shift in his meditation was immediate. When he stopped fighting the eventual third realm breakthrough, his cultivation practice became more fluid. The deeper structures that he'd sensed reorganizing began to actually shift and restructure, responding to his acceptance of the transformation to come. He brought his research team together and explained what was happening. Within the next year, I'll be approaching third realm transition, he said directly. I want to use that time to document my own advancement in ways that will inform the broader research program. Every significant milestone, every threshold approach, everything I can articulate about my internal experience, I want it documented carefully. That's incredibly valuable data, Mei said immediately. If we can document someone's transition to third realm through unconventional methods, we'll have evidence that nothing else could provide. It also means I'm making a choice to advance deliberately, Wei Fang said. Not unconsciously, not because of external pressure, but because I've examined it thoroughly and concluded that it's what I want to become. I'm telling you this because it means I'm fully committed to the research program and to the institute, and I want you to understand that commitment. Liu asked the question that the others were probably thinking. What happens to you when you become third realm? Will you still be able to function as a researcher, as director of this program? Yes, Wei Fang said, but transformed. I'll relate to you and the team differently. My perceptions of things will shift. My capability will increase dramatically, but the fundamental commitment to this work will persist. I'm not planning to abandon the institute when I advance. Over the following months, Wei Fang worked with his research team to structure how his advancement would be documented. They developed detailed assessment protocols. They built meditation chambers where Wei Fang could work with instruments that would measure his qi circulation and cultivation structure reorganization. They created extensive questionnaires about his internal experience that Wei Fang would complete at regular intervals. The work was rigorous and thorough in ways that would satisfy the most skeptical cultivator scholar. And it was also genuinely collaborative. Wei Fang wasn't just being studied. He was actively participating in the design of how his advancement would be understood. He also made formal arrangements with the association. Chen Feng and the other network leaders understood what his advancement would mean for the broader work. A third realm unconventional cultivator would fundamentally change the credibility landscape. It would force the cultivation establishment to take unconventional methods seriously in ways nothing else could. This is what we've been building toward, Chen Feng said when Wei Fang explained his timeline. You're going to be the proof that legitimizes everything we've been advocating for. I'm going to be one data point, Wei Fang corrected. An important one, but just one. There are other unconventional cultivators approaching late second realm who will eventually advance to third realm. But yes, I understand that my advancement will have particular significance because of my visibility and the documentation we're planning. He also wrote to Master Lin, explaining his decision. The response came several weeks later, a letter in Master Lin's distinctive hand. Wei Fang, you've made the choice I hoped you would make. Not the choice I would have made. I've chosen to remain at early third realm and spend my life teaching rather than advancing further, but the choice that serves what you're actually becoming. The transformation will be profound. You will lose aspects of yourself that matter to you, but you will gain understanding that I believe will make the loss worthwhile. When you emerge on the other side of the third realm threshold, let me know. I want to speak with you as someone who has made that crossing, rather than as your teacher. Master Lin. The letter moved him more than he'd expected. Master Lin understood what the choice meant, and she was expressing faith that the transformation would be worth the cost. That faith mattered more than he could easily articulate. In the institute, his work accelerated. His cultivation was approaching the final stages of late qi gathering, and he could feel the actual organizational restructuring beginning to happen at a fundamental level. His meridians were transforming. His core of power was reorganizing. His relationship to Qi itself was beginning to shift toward the kind of direct manipulation that third-realm cultivators could achieve. The documented approach to his threshold was proceeding carefully. Every meditation session was recorded. His Qi circulation was measured regularly. His internal experience was articulated in detailed journals that the research team reviewed and analyzed. And in this process, Wei Fang discovered something he hadn't anticipated. The documentation itself was accelerating his advancement. By articulating in precise language what was happening in his cultivation, he was developing deeper understanding of the processes. The research wasn't just recording his advancement, it was facilitating it. "This is remarkable," Mei said, reviewing the latest measurements of Wei Fang's Qi circulation patterns. "The rate of your advancement has actually increased since we began the detailed documentation. It's as if the act of analyzing what's happening is making it happen more efficiently. That's because articulation creates understanding," Wei Fang said. "And understanding lets me work with my cultivation more deliberately. By describing what's happening in language, I'm developing frameworks that let me perceive the process more clearly. And clearer perception lets me participate more actively in the transformation." He was 3 months away from the final threshold now. He could feel it approaching with the kind of certainty that came from intimate knowledge of your own cultivation. The final reorganization of his structures was happening. His Qi circulation was approaching the level of refinement that third realm required. And he was ready for it in ways he hadn't been ready for anything before. Not confident that he would handle the transformation perfectly. Nothing at that level was guaranteed. But ready in the sense that he'd examined every dimension of what it meant, had accepted the costs, and had chosen deliberately to walk into the transformation despite the isolation and fundamental change it would bring. Chapter 80. The final transformation. The final month before Wei Fang's expected third realm breakthrough was quiet in ways that contrasted sharply with the months of intensive preparation that had preceded it. His cultivation was in the final consolidation phase, where the reorganization of internal structures was complete, and what remained was simply the integration of all the changes into a coherent whole. He spent less time in formal meditation and more time simply existing with his cultivation, letting the changes settle into permanent forms. He walked the Institute's grounds. He attended team meetings. He maintained his regular correspondence with Master Lin, with Director Huang, with the association leaders. What struck him increasingly was the ordinariness of the experience. The approach to third realm breakthrough was supposed to be a monumental thing, something that dominated every moment. But what he was actually experiencing was this quiet settling, this gradual transition from one state to another without dramatic external manifestation. Except in meditation. In his meditation, the approaching transformation was increasingly visible. He could perceive the structures his cultivation would become. He could sense the capacity he would have at third realm. He could feel the edges of the new way of relating to power that was beginning to form. 3 weeks before the expected breakthrough, he sat in meditation and had a vision unlike anything he'd experienced before. It wasn't a memory or a speculation. It was more like a direct perception of something that was already true but was only becoming visible to him now. He saw his cultivation structure as it would be at third realm, not as something being built, but as something already formed, already existing in a kind of potential reality that he was gradually recognizing. The structure was elegant and strange. It was built on the principle of absorption from gaps between expectation and reality, but at third realm that principle could be applied directly to the fundamental nature of reality itself. He would be able to perceive not just individual gaps, but the underlying nature of how reality continuously exceeded what any system of expectation could encompass. He saw what his capability would be, the ability to work with Qi directly in the environment around him, the ability to create cultivation formations not through years of study and practice, but through direct expression of his understanding of how Qi flowed, the ability to teach other cultivators in ways that communicated understanding directly rather than through verbal instruction. But he also saw the isolation. The cultivators he could relate to at third realm as approximate equals would be rare. Most people he'd known at second realm would be unable to follow his discourse. Even his colleagues at the Institute, brilliant as they were, would eventually reach the limit of what they could comprehend about his experience. He would need to actively work to maintain connection with people who were advancing more slowly than he was. And he saw something else. The way his absorption method would continue to evolve. At third realm, he wouldn't need people's assessments to fuel his cultivation. He would be able to work directly with the gap between expectation and reality that characterized the entire world. Every moment would contain power sources available to him. The constant need for external validation that had characterized his earlier cultivation would become irrelevant. That perception was simultaneously liberating and terrifying. It meant he could never be lonely in the way ordinary people were lonely. There would always be something to absorb, always ways to develop and advance. But it also meant a level of independence from other people that seemed almost incompatible with remaining fully human in the ways he understood humanity. When Wei Fang emerged from the meditation, Director Huang was waiting for him in the courtyard outside his chambers. "I felt something," Director Huang said. "A shift in your cultivation. You're very close to the breakthrough." Within 3 weeks, Wei Fang confirmed. "The final integration is happening. The transformation is nearly complete." "How do you feel about it?" Director Huang asked. Wei Fang considered the question carefully. "Terrified," he said finally. "Committed. Certain that it's what I want to become, but aware that wanting it doesn't mean I fully understand what I'm choosing. I'm about to become something I can only partially conceptualize." That's a profound kind of terror and excitement together. "That sounds like the honest assessment of someone approaching genuine transformation," Director Huang said. "Are you satisfied with the documentation we've done?" "Yes," Wei Fang said. "When I cross the threshold, people will have detailed record of what I was and how I got there. That record will be valuable to the Institute's research. It will be evidence that unconventional methods can produce third-realm cultivators." "That's one kind of value," Director Huang said. "But there's another kind. After you've transformed, having that documentation will help you remember who you were. It might be valuable to have that connection to your second-realm self, even as you're becoming something else." Wei Fang hadn't thought about that dimension of the documentation, but Director Huang was right. After the transformation, having access to the careful records of his cultivation process, his internal experience, his deliberate choice to advance, that might help him maintain some connection to who he was before the threshold. The final week approached with increasing clarity about what was about to happen. Wei Fang prepared his chambers for the breakthrough. He arranged for his research team to maintain careful observation during the transition, documenting everything measurable they could record. He wrote a final letter to Master Lin, to be delivered after the breakthrough happened. He made sure his affairs were in order at the Institute. And 3 days before he anticipated the breakthrough, something unexpected happened. Director Huang came to him with a delegation from the association, Chun Feng, Luo Chun, Lu from the Environmental Absorption Network, and several other network leaders Wei Fang had worked with closely. "We wanted to witness your breakthrough," Chun Feng said. "If you'll allow it. Not to be present physically, necessarily, but to be part of the documentation and the understanding of what happens when you cross the threshold. We're invested in this moment because it validates the work all of us have been doing." Wei Fang was moved by the request. "You'll be welcome," he said. "We have observation chambers set up. You can witness what the documentation captures, and we can discuss afterward what the breakthrough means for the broader work the association is doing." That evening, Wei Fang sat in the Institute's highest meditation chamber and felt the final consolidation becoming complete. He was ready, not perfectly prepared. No one could be perfectly prepared for genuine transformation, but ready in the way that real choice and deep understanding could make you ready. He thought about the 17-year-old who had arrived at Emerald Lotus, weak and struggling, convinced that cultivation was going to be impossible for him. He thought about the cultivator who discovered his absorption method in those early years, learning to draw power from contempt and dismissal. He thought about the careful, meticulous work of hiding his growing strength while secretly becoming powerful. He thought about the transition from individual practice to network building. He thought about the association work and the institute research. All of it had led to this moment, to the choice to deliberately transform himself in ways he couldn't fully predict, to accept isolation as the cost of advancement, to become something that his second-realm self would barely recognize. He began the final meditation that would carry him across the threshold into third realm. The process took 8 hours. The meditation chambers around him were filled with instruments measuring his chi circulation, his cultivation structure, his resonance with the world's fundamental power. The research team was observing everything. The association leaders were present in the coordinating chamber, witnessing the measurements and recording everything. And Wei Fang moved through the transformation consciously, deliberately, with full awareness of what he was becoming. The moment the threshold crossed, the instant his cultivation reorganized from second realm to third realm, his perception shifted in ways he couldn't have anticipated from second realm. He could suddenly perceive qi as something fundamental to reality itself, not just as something that existed in cultivators' bodies, but as something that flowed through all of existence. He could perceive the cultivation structures of every person in the institute, could understand their cultivation in a way that would have been impossible from second realm. He could perceive reality itself differently. The world wasn't made of solid matter with qi flowing through it. It was made of qi, organized in temporary patterns that appeared solid. Everything was constantly transforming. Every moment contained infinite possibility. Every expectation about what should happen was proven false by what actually did happen. And he understood, in that first moment of third realm awareness, why Hanzhou had said advancement was lonely. Because at third realm, you could perceive what second realm cultivators couldn't even conceive of. You could see the deep structures of existence that most people never suspected existed. And you couldn't really explain it to someone who hadn't crossed the threshold themselves, because the vocabulary didn't exist. The understanding required a transformation that only third realm could bring. But Wei Fang also realized something equally important. His transformation wasn't an ending, but a continuation. His absorption method didn't disappear at third realm. It transformed into something more profound. He was no longer dependent on other people's assessments to fuel his cultivation. He could work directly with the gaps between expectation and reality that characterized existence itself. He was still absorbing power, but now the power sources were infinitely abundant rather than limited to what other people chose to feel about him. And his commitment to the institute, to the association, to the research program, those didn't disappear either. They transformed. He couldn't be his colleagues' equal anymore. But he could be a guide, a mentor, someone who could help them understand dimensions of cultivation they were approaching. The transformation had cost him something genuine. A certain kind of human connection was now impossible. A certain kind of simplicity in his relationships had been lost. But what he'd gained was understanding. And understanding, he realized, was what he'd actually been searching for all along. Wei Fang opened his eyes in the meditation chamber and faced the research team waiting to document what third realm Wei Fang was like compared to the second realm version that had entered the chamber 8 hours earlier. He was no longer the same person, but he was still recognizably himself, just transformed, just beginning a new phase of learning that would consume the rest of his cultivation life. And he was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 81. The departure. The morning Wei Fang walked out of Emerald Lotus Sect for the Research Institute. Master Lin stood at the stone archway, hands clasped before her chest. It was not a dramatic farewell. Wei Fang had already given his formal resignation to the sect elders 3 weeks prior, and his students had held a quiet gathering the evening before. But Lin insisted on walking him to the entrance herself. "You understand what you're taking on?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. "A fight," Wei Fang said simply. "Director Huang's institute is going to be scrutinized. Every result we produce will be examined for flaws. Every advancement my students make will be challenged." Lin nodded slowly. "The establishment respects precision more than boldness. If your method is truly sound, the data will prove it." "But Wei Fang," she turned to face him directly, "there are people in the cultivation world who benefit from keeping unconventional methods suppressed. They're not your enemies yet, but they could become them." "Elder Tsong," Wei Fang said, "among others. But Tsong is the most dangerous because he's old, prestigious, and he has the ear of the High Council. He's been working against you longer than you realize." Wei Fang felt a distant coldness settle into his chest, but he held it steady. "Then we make our case undeniable." Lin reached into her sleeve and withdrew a small jade pendant. "This belonged to my teacher. It amplifies clarity of thought during meditation. It's not a weapon, and it won't grant you power you don't already have. But it might help you see clearly when the stakes become high." He accepted the pendant without ceremony. Lin had never been one for elaborate gestures. "Your network at the sect remains yours," she continued. 17 of our cultivators now practice your method openly. They won't abandon it because you've left. That's strength you should remember when the pressure becomes immense. The journey to Director Huang's institute took 3 days. It sat in the outskirts of Qingzhou City, a sprawling compound of pale stone buildings arranged in a courtyard pattern. Wei Fang had visited it once before during the recruitment process, but arriving with the intention of living there full-time changed how he perceived the space. It felt purposeful now, almost sacred in its ordinariness. No decorative gates or displays of cultivated flora like Emerald Lotus favored. Just functional architecture built to house work. Director Huang met him in the main administrative building, an older woman with steel-gray hair pulled back in a simple knot. She wore unadorned robes, and her expression remained neutral as she reviewed the paperwork that formalized his position. Research fellow, compensation package as discussed, private quarters in the eastern residence, and a personal study for translation work, she confirmed, checking items off a list. Your primary responsibility is documenting the theoretical foundations of interpersonal sourced cultivation methods. I need academic rigor, peer-reviewed frameworks, and testable hypotheses. This work will be scrutinized, Wei Fang, not just by the cultivation world, but potentially by the Imperial Ministry of Esoteric Affairs. I understand, Wei Fang said. I don't think you do fully. Huang set down her brush. I've built this institute through 15 years of careful work. I have allies in the ministry, relationships with independent sect leadership, and a reputation for producing solid research. But one serious scandal, one proven false claim about the efficacy of an unconventional method, and that all becomes leverage for people who want this institute, and everything you represent, shut down. So when I say the work must be airtight, I mean it must be beyond reproach. What if the method is beyond reproach? Then we have nothing to fear. Wei Fang moved into his quarters that evening. The room was modest but clean, with a bed, a writing desk, and a meditation cushion placed before an east-facing window. He could see the city lights beginning to glow as twilight fell. He sat on the cushion and let his senses extend outward, feeling the cultivation networks of the compound. Perhaps 30 people, most of them supporting staff with minimal cultivation. 3 of them had reached mid-tier ranks through unconventional methods. One of those 3 was a woman named Jade, a water mage in her early 40s who had developed a technique for absorbing technique energy from the disappointment of those who watched her fail at conventional martial applications. It was a mirror image of Wei Fang's own method in its way, both of them extracting power from emotional dismissal. He sensed her presence in a building nearby, and something within him responded. It was subtle but unmistakable, a gentle pull of attraction, not romantic but professional. 2 people practicing fundamentally similar arts, unconsciously drawn to recognize each other. That night, Wei Fang began his translation work. The first text was a foundational paper written by a cultivator named Shi Duan, who had developed a method of absorbing cultivation energy from the philosophical disagreements of other cultivators. Shi's work had been marginalized for decades, considered by mainstream academies to be pseudo-intellectual nonsense. But reading it closely, Wei Fang recognized genuine insight. Shi had mapped the energy patterns of cognitive conflict with remarkable precision, showing that the cultivation energy released by someone defending their deeply held belief contained specific harmonic signatures that could be isolated and absorbed. This was the thread Director Huang wanted Wei Fang to pull, to show that unconventional methods weren't random, mystical, or dependent on luck, but predictable systems rooted in how cultivation energy interacted with human psychology and social dynamics. By the end of his first week, Wei Fang had produced a preliminary outline, 8 foundational categories of interpersonal source cultivation, each with specific energy patterns, limitations, and scaling potential. Jade found him in the library at midnight, working by candlelight. You're the absorption method specialist, she said without preamble. Wei Fang. He looked up. You're the disappointment practitioner. Jade Luan. Huang said you'd be here. She pulled up a chair and sat with the casual directness of someone who'd spent years working in an environment where unconventional cultivation was already accepted. How long have you been practicing? 12 years before anyone outside my network knew about it. 5 years publicly. You went public. Jade's tone shifted slightly. That took courage or desperation. I haven't decided which is braver. Both, Wei Fang said. The desperation was from the weight of hiding. The courage came from believing it was worth the cost. Jade nodded slowly. I've been working in isolation for 23 years. This is the first place that's treated what I do as anything other than a character flaw. She paused. What you're doing here, this documentation project, it matters more than you probably realize yet. There are thousands of cultivators like us out there, hiding their methods, passing them down in secret, treating them like shameful deviations. We need the framework you're building. Wei Fang felt something shift in his perception. He'd been thinking of this work as defensive, as necessary to protect the network from institutional attack. But Jade was right. It was also foundational, a turning point that would reshape how cultivation itself was understood. I'll need interview data, he said. Not just theory. Actual cases of how various interpersonal methods scale, what their breaking points are, how they interact with conventional training. I can help with that, Jade said. And I can introduce you to others in the city. There's a network here too, smaller than what you have at Emerald Lotus, but they'll talk to you. Over the next 3 weeks, Wei Fang conducted his first formal interviews. A cultivator who absorbed energy from the envy of merchants who dismissed him as a failed tradesman. A swordmaster who drew power from the contempt of masters in other schools. A scholar who had developed a method based on absorbing cultivation energy from the prejudices of those who assumed she was intellectually inferior because of her gender. Each conversation added nuance to his theoretical framework. Absorption method cultivation wasn't a single path, it was a family of related techniques, each tapping into specific emotional and social circumstances. The energy quality varied. The stability of the source differed. Some methods became stronger over time as the practitioner became more skilled at the underlying emotional architecture. Others plateaued quickly if they weren't integrated with deeper understanding. But there was a pattern. All of them worked best when the source believed their assessment was accurate. A merchant dismissing Wei Fang as a powerless wanderer released cultivation energy because that belief felt true in that moment. The energy flowed from genuine conviction, not forced prejudice. This was why contempt, envy, prejudice, all strong emotions rooted in actual belief, generated the most potent sources. And it was also why Wei Fang's method was vulnerable to a specific counterargument. If the absorption came from false beliefs about his ability, was he parasitically extracting energy from delusion? Were all unconventional methods, by this logic, dependent on deceiving their sources? He raised this directly with Director Huang during their weekly meeting. That's the core challenge we have to address, Huang agreed, unsurprised. The establishment will argue that any absorption technique based on another person's misperception is unethical because it's fundamentally built on deception. But the sources choose to believe what they believe, Wei Fang said. I don't deceive them into it. You don't deceive them through explicit deception, Huang corrected. But you also don't disabuse them of their beliefs when you could. That's a form of passive deception, some will argue, and they'll have ground to stand on. Wei Fang felt the weight of this. The ethical foundation of his method suddenly seemed less solid than he'd believed. The counterargument, Huang continued, is that cultivation energy responds to genuine emotional and psychological states. If someone's belief generates real cultivation energy, we're not creating false energy, we're simply harvesting what their own mind generates. But this requires accepting that cultivation energy isn't inherently pure or rare. It's abundant, accessible through multiple pathways, and tapping into unconventional sources doesn't harm the source. How many people will accept that argument? Wei Fang asked. Enough to keep the institute open and your network safe, but not enough to prevent a serious push against you. Huang's eyes narrowed. That's where the real research comes in. We need to prove empirically that interpersonal source cultivation doesn't harm the source. No stunted growth, no blocked meridians, no degradation of natural cultivation talent. If we can show that absorbing energy from someone's contempt doesn't weaken their own cultivation or diminish their character, we've won the fundamental argument. And if we can't, then you retreat back into hiding, and this institute becomes a footnote in cultivation history, a brief moment when the establishment entertained fringe methods before rejecting them again. Chapter 82. The network expands. Within a month, Wei Fang had cataloged 47 distinct interpersonal sourced cultivation techniques through interviews and data gathering. By the second month, the network connected to the institute had grown to 73 practitioners across Qingzhou and the surrounding provinces. Director Huang had been precise. This was a real movement, not a curiosity. But growth attracted attention. In the third week of his second month, Wei Fang received a letter bearing the seal of the High Council of Qingzhou, the administrative body that oversaw all cultivation matters in the region. The letter was brief. Wei Fang was invited, required, the wording suggested, to attend a hearing on the legitimacy of interpersonal sourced cultivation methods. The hearing would be conducted before 3 High Council members, and it was scheduled for the first day of the following month. This is accelerated, Huang said when Wei Fang brought her the letter. Song must have moved his timeline up. Elder Song. He filed the formal petition about 2 weeks ago. I have an informant in the council. He's been pushing for a full investigation, arguing that these methods represent a fundamental threat to cultivation standards and proper training. The hearing was always going to happen, but he's accelerated it by putting pressure on council members who might sympathize with his position. Huang reread the letter carefully. This is actually not entirely bad news. A formal hearing is more constrained than a behind-closed-doors political campaign. We'll have a chance to present our evidence, and Song will have to present his case openly. What is his case? Wei Fang asked. That interpersonal sourced methods are parasitic, ethically unsound, create unstable cultivators, and should be banned from all recognized sects and institutions. Huang met his eyes, and that you and I are the primary architects of a scheme to disguise these parasitic methods as legitimate research. Wei Fang felt something cold move through his chest. He'd expected resistance, but the directness of Huang's summary made it real in a way his abstract concerns hadn't. How do we prepare? He asked. We gather data. Complete your research project on method stability and source integrity. Get testimonies from the 73 practitioners. Let them speak to how their cultivation has developed, whether any of them have experienced backlash or stunting from their methods. And we need to understand Song's actual background. If there's weakness in his position, we need to find it. Wei Fang spent the next 3 weeks in intensive research. He conducted follow-up interviews with every practitioner in the network, asking detailed questions about their cultivation progression, any health effects they'd experienced, any complications with their conventional meditation or skill training. The data was overwhelmingly consistent. Practitioners of interpersonal sourced methods showed no signs of impaired development. In fact, most reported that their ability to meditate and cultivate through traditional means had improved once they integrated the unconventional method as a complement rather than a replacement. The findings aligned with Wei Fang's own experience. His conventional meditation had become clearer once he'd stopped fighting against his absorption method. Instead of viewing it as a parallel system, he'd integrated it into a cohesive practice. When he absorbed cultivation energy from contempt or dismissal, his meridians distributed it according to the same patterns as conventionally derived energy. His body didn't distinguish between sources, it only processed flow and distribution. But the most important finding came from his interviews with the oldest practitioners. An elderly cultivator named Master Go, who'd been using an envy-based absorption method for 43 years, provided the key insight. The source becomes stronger too, Go said, speaking from experience. When someone dismisses you and you absorb from their contempt, you're harvesting energy that their conviction generates. But the act of dismissing you, the conviction itself, that process deepens their own beliefs and their own cultivation alignment. They become more focused, more certain, and that certainty in turn strengthens their own cultivation. Wei Fang had recorded this carefully. So the source benefits from the dismissal, even if we absorb from it. Not benefits in the way that matters to them, Go chuckled. They'll never thank you for it. But cultivation energy is generated by conviction and clarity. When you absorb from contempt, you're not stealing from them. You're both harvesting the same process. They gain strength from the conviction, you gain strength from the energy it releases. It's not parasitic. It's symbiotic. This was the framework Wei Fang needed. He spent the next week synthesizing the interview data into a comprehensive report. 73 practitioners. Average cultivation age of 14 years. 0 reported cases of method-related stunting or meridian damage. 68 confirmed cases of improved conventional meditation after integrating the unconventional method, and a theoretical explanation of why the absorption didn't harm the source. It actually enhanced it. He presented the report to Huang, who reviewed it in careful silence. When she finished, she looked up with something that might have been satisfaction. This is exactly what we need, she said. When Sung argues that these methods are parasitic, we show this data. When he claims they destabilize cultivators, we show 73 counterexamples. When he says they're ethically unsound, we explain the symbiotic model. He'll still argue against the ethical foundation, Wei Fang said. He'll claim that absorbing from someone's contempt, even if it technically helps them, is still built on allowing or enabling their dismissal. Yes, and we counter that with cultivation philosophy. Cultivation energy is abundant. It exists in every human emotion and interaction. We're not diminishing the available energy pool. We're simply accessing it through a different pathway. If Tsung wants to argue that certain emotional pathways are forbidden, he's arguing that cultivation itself should be restricted to only approved emotional sources. That's his real position, and once it's exposed, reasonable people will recognize it as control-based rather than principle-based. The hearing was to be held in the council chamber in the heart of Qingzhou, a 6-story building of pale stone and soaring columns. Wei Fang arrived with Huang and a small delegation, Jade, Master Go, and 2 other practitioners with particularly strong cultivation records. They were not allowed to speak directly, but their presence was intended to demonstrate that this wasn't theoretical. Actual cultivators existed who had built successful methods through interpersonal sources. Elder Tsung stood before the 3 council members with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. He was in his late 60s, Wei Fang estimated, with white hair and the kind of weathered features that came from a lifetime of intense practice. He wore formal cultivator robes of the highest rank, and the cultivation pressure that radiated from him was substantial. Late Qi gathering stage, nearly 3rd realm, Wei Fang could sense. But it was Tsung's voice that struck Wei Fang most. It carried absolute conviction, the tone of someone who believed every word with the intensity of someone who'd convinced himself through decades of repetition. Interpersonal sourced cultivation methods, Tsung began, represent a fundamental corruption of what cultivation is meant to be. Cultivation is the process of refining the self through discipline, meditation, and alignment with universal principles. It is an inherent good, a path toward enlightenment and mastery. But these parasitic techniques invert the very foundations of cultivation. They teach practitioners to depend on the emotions and beliefs of other people for power. They create an incentive structure where the cultivator benefits from the degradation of others, from their contempt, their envy, their false beliefs. This is cultivation built on exploitation, not enlightenment. Huang's hand raised. We would like to present counter-evidence regarding the claims of parasitism and exploitation. You will have your time, one of the council members said, a man in his 50s with the marks of middle-tier cultivation. Please proceed. For the next 3 hours, Huang systematically addressed each of Tsung's claims with data, testimony, and philosophical argument. The 73 practitioners showed no signs of stunting or meridian damage. The energy absorption didn't harm the sources, it actually enhanced their conviction and alignment. The ethical concern about exploitation dissolved when understood as symbiotic rather than parasitic. And crucially, interpersonal source cultivation didn't replace conventional training. It complemented it. Tsung's rebuttal was fierce. The fact that no obvious damage has been detected does not prove that no damage exists. These methods corrupt the spirit of cultivation itself. A cultivator who grows strong through the contempt of others has a fundamentally tainted foundation. They will always be dependent on that external validation, that external source of power. They can never achieve true self-sufficiency. And yet, Wei Fang heard himself say. The council members turned to look at him. Huang's expression tightened. He hadn't been scheduled to speak, but he continued anyway. Every cultivator depends on external sources. We depend on the sun for heat, the earth for grounding, the air for breath. We depend on the cultivation techniques taught by our teachers, learned from texts written by others. We depend on the presence of spiritual stones and cultivation resources. Cultivation itself is not independent. It's a constant exchange with the world around us. Interpersonal sourced methods simply make explicit what is always true, that we draw strength from our relationships and interactions with others. Tsung's face darkened. You are the one driving this corruption, he said directly to Wei Fang. I have watched your rise over these past years. I know what you are. A talented cultivator who discovered a parasitic technique and has been clever enough to disguise it in philosophical language and academic research. I am someone who discovered that cultivation energy flows from genuine conviction, Wei Fang said calmly. The contempt someone has for me is real. The energy it generates is real. I absorb it. This is not deception or corruption. It's direct engagement with how cultivation energy actually manifests. It is parasitism, Tsung said flatly. And I will not rest until every legitimate sect in this region has banned such methods. The hearing ended without a definitive ruling. The 3 council members adjourned to deliberate, and Huang was told they would issue a decision within 2 weeks. As Wei Fang walked out of the chamber, he felt something shift within his cultivation base. The confrontation with Tsung, the direct challenge to everything he'd built, it hadn't triggered fear or doubt. Instead, it had triggered absorption. Tsung's contempt for him was absolute, refined by decades of conviction. And somewhere in that contempt, in the absolute certainty that Wei Fang was a parasite corrupting cultivation, there was a quality of energy that Wei Fang's meridians recognized and immediately began processing. It was different from the energy he normally absorbed. It wasn't the superficial contempt of someone who simply underestimated him. It was the deep, foundational contempt of someone who believed they understood the core of what he was and found it fundamentally wrong. It was contempt rooted in genuine conviction about his nature, and it was vastly more potent than anything he'd absorbed before. Chapter 83. A new quality of power. Wei Fang meditated late into the night after returning to the institute. The energy from Elder Tsung's contempt continued to flow into his meridians, but it was not following the normal patterns. It was almost too dense, too concentrated, and it resisted the standard distribution methods his body had developed over years of practice. He realized, after several hours of careful work, that he wasn't actually absorbing the contempt itself. Rather, he was absorbing from the strength of Tsung's conviction, the unmovable certainty that Wei Fang was parasitic and corrupt. That certainty was powerful precisely because Tsung had spent decades refining it, testing it against various philosophical frameworks, and integrating it into his complete worldview. The energy that emerged from such a refined conviction had a different quality than the casual contempt of someone who simply underestimated him in a momentary interaction. By dawn, Wei Fang had integrated about a quarter of what Tsung's contempt had offered. His cultivation base felt noticeably different, denser, more refined, as though he'd undergone several months of concentrated meditation in a single night. He had advanced significantly toward the late qi gathering stage. When he emerged from his meditation chamber and went to the main research area, he found Huang already present, reviewing reports. You absorbed from the hearing, Huang said immediately, reading his face. Wei Fang had never discussed the specifics of his absorption with Huang, but she was perceptive. Song's conviction is more potent than I expected. Huang set down her brush. That's dangerous. If Song realizes he's your source, he'll weaponize it, deliberately cultivating stronger conviction against you specifically, knowing it feeds your power. He'll likely suspect anyway, once the initial absorption wears off and I show visible advancement. Then we need to accelerate the council's decision in our favor, Huang said decisively. If you're advancing this quickly, it means the contempt Song generates is making you stronger. That directly contradicts the claim that interpersonal sourced methods create unstable or dependent cultivators. It makes you more powerful precisely because the source was strong and certain. The council issued their preliminary decision after another week. They would not immediately ban interpersonal sourced methods, but they would establish stringent oversight requirements. Any sect or institution teaching these methods would need to submit regular data reports on their practitioners' stability and advancement rates. The institute would be placed under probationary status, requiring quarterly reviews. It was not a victory, but it was a survival. Song, however, did not accept the decision gracefully. Over the following weeks, Wei Fang learned from his contacts at Emerald Lotus that Song was moving his campaign to the regional level. He'd begun lobbying the Minister of Esoteric Affairs directly, arguing that the entire cultivation establishment was under threat from the normalization of parasitic methods. But there was something else happening too, something Wei Fang discovered only when Chen Feng arrived at the institute unannounced. Chen Feng looked older than Wei Fang remembered, more weathered. He moved with the careful deliberation of someone who'd been cultivating heavily without sufficient rest. He embraced Wei Fang in the institute's courtyard, then immediately suggested they speak privately. I've been consolidating the larger network, Chen Feng said once they were in Wei Fang's study. The organization now extends into 8 provinces. We have representatives in 2 national cultivation academies, 3 major sects, and 5 independent researcher groups. In total, about 400 cultivators of various levels practicing some form of unconventional method. Wei Fang absorbed this. 400. The network had more than quadrupled since he'd last spoken with Chen Feng. Song knows about the network, Chen Feng continued. Or more accurately, he suspects. He's been trying to identify who the major nodes are, who's connected to whom. And more importantly, he's been trying to convince the establishment that all unconventional methods are interconnected, that we're a unified movement coordinated to undermine traditional cultivation. Are we? Wei Fang asked. Not unified in the way he means, but connected, yes, and increasingly coordinated in response to his pressure. Chen Feng's expression tightened. Wei Fang, I'm going to tell you something that's going to change how you think about your method and about Kong. Wei Fang waited. Song wasn't always against unconventional methods. 30 years ago, he practiced one himself. He used a contempt-based absorption method, very similar to yours. He absorbed from the disdain people felt toward his scholarly interests. For 20 years, he grew stronger through it. Then something changed. He hit a wall in his cultivation, couldn't advance past middle qi, gathering using the contempt method. He spent 10 years trying to break through, but it didn't work. Then he abandoned the method entirely and started cultivating conventionally. He broke through to late qi gathering within 2 years. Wei Fang felt understanding settle into place. He concluded that the method was fundamentally limited. More than that, Chen Feng said. He concluded that the method had poisoned him, that it had created a dependency that prevented real advancement. And he became convinced that anyone else using the same method would eventually hit the same wall. So he started the campaign against unconventional cultivation about 15 years ago. He was trying to save everyone from making the same mistake he believed he'd made. But you don't think he made a mistake, Wei Fang said. I think he did something that worked for him, conventional cultivation, but not for everyone. And instead of accepting that different paths work for different people, he decided to eliminate the alternative paths entirely. Chen Feng leaned forward. But here's what matters, Wei Fang. Song is expecting you to hit the same wall he did. He's waiting for your advancement to plateau, waiting for the moment when you're stuck in the contempt method and can't progress further. He believes that will vindicate him, prove his theory that these methods are ultimately crippling. But my method is evolving, Wei Fang said. It's not just contempt anymore. It's any strong conviction about me held with certainty. The sources don't even need to know me. Chen Feng's eyes widened slightly. You've transcended the original limitation. Partially. I'm still working on the theory. But yes, the energy I absorb from Tsong's conviction is a different quality than the simple contempt I've been absorbing for 12 years. It's denser, more refined, more stable. Then you need to make sure Tsong understands this, Chen Feng said. Not directly, not yet. But he needs to realize that the limitation he experienced isn't universal to the method. Otherwise, when you break through to the third realm, and you will, He'll simply decide that you found some loophole rather than accepting that his original method was sound. Why does it matter what Song believes? Wei Fang asked. Because if Song remains convinced that all unconventional methods are parasitic and ultimately limiting, he will never stop trying to ban them. But if you can show him that the limitation he experienced was personal rather than inherent to the method, you might reach him. And if Song stops his campaign, if he reconciles with unconventional cultivation, the entire institutional pressure against you drops away. Wei Fang considered this. The idea of reaching Song, of converting his most dangerous opponent into an ally, seemed both strategically important and deeply unlikely. How do I show him that? Wei Fang asked. By being the proof, Chen Feng said simply. Advance past the point where he plateaued. Break through to the third realm using your evolved method. Show him with your own advancement that the limitation was in his approach, not in the method itself. After Chen Feng left, Wei Fang spent several days reconsidering his cultivation strategy. For years, he'd been advancing through his method almost instinctively, absorbing from contempt and dismissal as opportunities arose. But now, knowing that he needed to advance to the late third realm to prove something to Song, the approach felt different. It was no longer about personal growth. It was about institutional politics and the larger network. He brought his concerns to Director Huang. This is exactly what makes your work so important, Huang said. You're not just an individual cultivator advancing through an unconventional method. You're a proof point for an entire philosophy of cultivation. The weight of that changes things. It makes me feel like I'm using my method for external validation instead of internal growth, Wei Fang said. You are. And that's a legitimate concern. But here's the critical insight. The externality is real, and hiding from it doesn't make it less true. Your advancement will be scrutinized. Your method will be analyzed as evidence for or against entire categories of cultivation techniques. That's the cost of being public about unconventional methods. You can either accept it and use it consciously, or pretend it's not happening and let others control the narrative. So I should deliberately focus my cultivation on proving something to Song rather than on genuine growth. No, Huang said sharply. You should focus on genuine growth and be aware that genuine growth will be used as evidence. The two aren't opposed if you're doing the work correctly. But Wei Fang, you need to understand that you're not just advancing yourself anymore. You're advancing the entire field. And that comes with responsibility. Chapter 84. The third realm beckons for the next 3 months. Wei Fang entered a period of focused cultivation that pushed his method further than he'd dared before. He established a daily practice where he would go to the marketplace, the tea houses, the cultivation supply shops around Qingzhou, and actively position himself in situations where cultivators would form opinions about him. Sometimes he would deliberately display weakness, sitting in meditation but slightly off-center, moving through crowds without the fluid grace of a skilled cultivator. Other times he would display precise technical knowledge, quoting obscure cultivation texts or making insightful comments about esoteric energy theory. The point was to generate strong conviction in the observers, whether positive or negative. A merchant who was absolutely certain Wei Fang was a failed cultivator generated usable energy. A scholar who was equally certain he was a promising researcher generated equally usable energy. The specific conviction mattered less than the certainty with which it was held. Within 2 weeks, Wei Fang noticed that his meridians were processing different types of conviction energy more efficiently. Within a month, he had identified at least 7 distinct subspecies of conviction-based energy that his method could target. There was the contempt of the traditional cultivators who thought his method was parasitic. The admiration of the younger cultivators who were inspired by his challenge to orthodoxy. The skepticism of the neutral observers who weren't sure what to think. The protective instinct of those who'd been his students or supporters. Each type of conviction energy had a different flavor, a different resonance with his cultivation base. But all of them could be absorbed and integrated. The diversity meant that he was no longer dependent on any single emotional source. His advancement didn't require people to underestimate him specifically. It only required people to have strong opinions about him, positive or negative. This was the evolution Chen Feng had suggested, and it was real. By the end of 3 months, Wei Fang's cultivation base had consolidated in the late qi gathering stage. He was not at the threshold of breakthrough, but he could feel it approaching. Another 2 months of focused practice, another 100 strong convictions absorbed and integrated, and he would be ready to attempt the transition to the third realm. It was during this period that Jade approached him with a proposal that would change his approach entirely. I've been analyzing your absorption patterns, Jade said, finding him in the Institute library late one night. I have access to the meditation chamber's energy sensors, and I've been tracking how your meridian distributions change when you absorb from different types of conviction. She spread several charts across his desk. The data was precise, showing the exact pathways Wei Fang's energy took when he absorbed from different sources. Look at the difference between contempt-based absorption and admiration-based absorption, Jade said, pointing to two dramatically different patterns. They flow through completely different meridian sets. When you absorb from contempt, you're enriching your defensive cultivation, your ability to resist pressure and stand firm. When you absorb from admiration, you're enriching your offensive cultivation, your ability to project force and initiative. I hadn't consciously separated them, Wei Fang admitted. Most practitioners don't. But here's what I realized. Your method isn't actually just absorption. It's multi-sourced cultivation. Jade pulled out another chart. Look at what happens when you deliberately sequence your absorption sources. 1 week focused on contempt, 1 week on admiration, 1 week on the skepticism of neutral parties, then cycle back. Your overall advancement accelerates because each source is refining a different aspect of your cultivation base. Wei Fang studied the data carefully. Jade was right. There was a synergistic effect when different conviction sources were deliberately sequenced. Instead of advancing at a linear rate, his cultivation could accelerate as different aspects of his foundation became more refined and integrated. How did you discover this? Wei Fang asked. Trial and error with my own method, Jade said. I realized that different types of disappointment at my failure in martial applications, disappointment at my failure to impress scholars, disappointment at my failure to match traditional cultivators in speed. Each type of disappointment strengthened different aspects of my cultivation. So I started sequencing them. My advancement rate tripled once I was deliberate about the pattern. If this works, Wei Fang said slowly, it means we can map optimal advancement sequences for each type of interpersonal method. Exactly. And it means we can predict advancement rates with much greater accuracy than conventional cultivation allows. Your method isn't parasitic or unstable. It's actually more flexible and more efficient than traditional cultivation because it's explicitly using the full spectrum of human social and emotional reality as fuel. Wei Fang and Jade spent the next week collaborating on a new research paper. They mapped the energy patterns of 7 different interpersonal sourced methods and showed how deliberate sequencing of conviction sources produced measurable acceleration in cultivator advancement. The data was compelling. Practitioners who followed the sequencing protocol advanced an average of 40% faster than those who absorbed randomly. When Wei Fang presented this to Director Huang, she reviewed it with the kind of focused attention that suggested she understood the implications immediately. This is the proof, Huang said. This is what closes Tsong's argument entirely. If interpersonal sourced methods can be mapped and optimized, if they follow predictable patterns and produce measurable acceleration in advancement, then they're not parasitic or chaotic. They're systematized. They're legitimate. It also means the methods can be taught, Wei Fang added. Not as mysterious techniques passed down in secret, but as formal systems that other cultivators can learn and master. Huang set down the paper and met his eyes. You understand what this means for you specifically? That Tsong was right about one thing, that hitting a plateau in traditional contemplative methods is possible, but he was wrong about the cause. The plateau he hit wasn't because the method was fundamentally flawed. It was because he wasn't sequencing his conviction sources optimally. And if you use these sequencing protocols and achieve what he couldn't, break through to the third realm while maintaining your unconventional method, you become irrefutable proof that his limitation was personal, not universal. Yes, Wei Fang said quietly. The Institute published the research 3 weeks later. The paper was titled Multi-Sourced Conviction Energy, Mapping Optimal Advancement Sequences in Interpersonal Cultivation Methods, and it bore the names of Wei Fang, Jade, Huang, Master Go, and 15 other practitioners who'd contributed data. Within 2 weeks, it had been read by cultivation scholars across the region. Responses ranged from enthusiastic to hostile. Traditionalist academies dismissed it as pseudoscientific. Progressive sects praised it as a foundational shift in understanding how cultivation actually worked. The High Council of Qingzhou initiated a formal review of their probationary oversight requirements for the Institute, suggesting they might reduce restrictions. But the most significant response came from Elder Tsong himself. He published a rebuttal paper arguing that the apparent optimization that the research claimed to demonstrate was actually evidence of the method's fundamental instability, that they required such complex management precisely because they were parasitic and didn't integrate naturally with the cultivator's base. Wei Fang read Tsong's rebuttal carefully, looking for weakness in the argument, and he found something unexpected. Tsong didn't sound entirely convinced by his own reasoning. There were places where his logic wavered, where he seemed to be arguing from habit rather than from genuine intellectual foundation. It was in those moments of wavering that Wei Fang felt he could absorb something from Tsong, not the contempt anymore, but the uncertainty beneath it. The doubt that Tsong had suppressed for 15 years, the possibility that his own plateau had been his own failure rather than inherent to the method, was still somewhere inside the old cultivator's conviction. And that uncertainty, that buried possibility of wrongness, generated a quality of energy that Wei Fang had never encountered before. It was unstable, almost turbulent, as though Tsong's mind was genuinely divided even as his mouth continued to argue that interpersonal methods were parasitic. Wei Fang absorbed what he could of that energy, though it was difficult to integrate. It didn't fit neatly into his refined meridian patterns. It created turbulence, friction, almost as though his cultivation base was rejecting it as incompatible. But he persisted. He meditated with the uncertain energy, allowing it to flow through him without forcing it into predetermined patterns. And gradually, the friction transformed into something else, a new type of refinement, a new quality of strength born from integrating contradiction itself. His cultivation advanced. Chapter 85. The breaking point. 4 months after the publication of the research paper, Wei Fang stood at the threshold of the third realm. He could feel it with absolute clarity. His qi-gathering cultivation was complete, refined, and ready to transition. All the energy from his varied conviction sources had been integrated. All the contradictions had been harmonized. He was prepared, but he waited, because something else was happening simultaneously. Elder Tsong had begun a new campaign, not just against the research institute, but against Wei Fang specifically. He was publicly challenging Wei Fang to an advancement race, suggesting that if Wei Fang's method was truly superior to Tsong's, Wei Fang should be able to break through to the third realm within a fixed timeline, while Tsong attempted the same, using conventional cultivation alone. The challenge was designed to be impossible. Conventional cultivation required years of preparation and careful spiritual alignment. It was not something one could rush. But Tsong had made his willingness to rush it part of the point. He was betting his reputation on the belief that Wei Fang couldn't break through quickly, and if Wei Fang took the bet and succeeded, Tsong would claim Wei Fang had used some unethical technique to cheat. Director Huang advised against engaging with the challenge at all. Tsong is trying to provoke you into proving something you don't need to prove, Huang said. You don't need to break through on his timeline. You don't need to validate your method by competing with his. But the broader network does, Wei Fang said. If I back away from this challenge, traditionalists will interpret it as fear. They'll claim I can't actually break through, that my advancement has been stalled. They'll claim that regardless. You cannot satisfy your opponents through performance. You can only satisfy yourself through genuine work. But Wei Fang understood something that Huang didn't. The challenge wasn't actually about provable advancement timelines or competing methodologies. It was about something deeper, a direct confrontation between Tsong's internal doubt and his external certainty. Tsong had spent 15 years building a fortress of conviction that unconventional methods were parasitic. But Wei Fang had spent the last 4 months deliberately absorbing from the cracks in that fortress, from Tsong's own uncertainty about whether his limitation had been methodological or personal. If Wei Fang could break through cleanly, using his method deliberately and transparently, then the fortress would collapse. Tsong would have to confront the possibility that his own failure had been his own, not the method's fault. So Wei Fang accepted the challenge. He announced it publicly in a statement to the cultivation community. Wei Fang would attempt to break through to the third realm within 3 months, using his full evolved method and complete transparency about the process. All meditation data would be recorded, all absorption sources would be documented, and independent observers from the High Council could watch the breakthrough attempt itself. Tsong accepted this immediately, countering that he would attempt a breakthrough within the same 3-month period, using traditional conventional cultivation alone. The cultivation world went quiet. Everyone understood what was really being tested here, not just advancement technique, but philosophical legitimacy. If Wei Fang broke through using unconventional methods while Tsong failed to break through using traditional methods, it would be a fundamental statement about which approach was superior. Wei Fang spent the next month in concentrated preparation. He reviewed every conversation he'd had with Tsong, analyzing the subtle shifts in the man's conviction. He meditated on the quality of energy that Tsong's doubt generated. He prepared his meridians for the final integration that would push him across the third realm threshold. Then, 1 week before he'd scheduled his breakthrough attempt, he received an unexpected visitor. Master Lin appeared at the Institute's gates, having traveled from Emerald Lotus Sect specifically to see him. She looked friendlier than Wei Fang remembered, though no less present. You're making a mistake, Lin said without preamble, once they were in his study. Not in attempting the breakthrough. That's sound. but in using it to prove something to Kong. I'm not proving something to Tsong, Wei Fang said. I'm advancing myself. You're doing both. And you know it. Lin sat carefully in the chair across from him. Wei Fang, I've been following your progress closely. I've read all the research papers. I know you've evolved your method in exactly the way I hoped you would when I first recognized your talent 12 years ago. But I need you to understand something. You're now carrying the hopes of a very large movement. For 100 unconventional cultivators, multiple sects, entire institutions. That weight is real, and it's affecting your cultivation. How? Wei Fang asked. You're absorbing now from the expectations that others hold for you, not just from the underestimation. The moment you accepted Tsong's challenge, you made your breakthrough about proving something to others. And that changes the quality of the energy you're working with. Wei Fang felt the truth of this. His meditation over the past weeks had felt different, heavier, more pressurized, less purely focused on internal refinement. So what should I do? He asked. Go into your breakthrough meditation understanding that you don't have to prove anything. You've already advanced further than Tsong ever could with your method. You've already created a framework that will outlast both of you. Your breakthrough is simply the next stage of your personal cultivation journey. It's not validation of anything except your own capacity. After Lin left, Wei Fang sat with her words for a long time. She was right. He had allowed the institutional pressure to shape his intention. The breakthrough he was about to attempt was entangled with proving something to Tsong, demonstrating something to the High Council, validating something for the 400 unconventional cultivators. But a breakthrough couldn't be forced or contaminated by external intent. It had to be genuine, emerging from authentic readiness and internal completion. So Wei Fang did something unconventional. He postponed his breakthrough attempt. He announced publicly that he would push back his timeline by 2 months, explaining that genuine advancement couldn't be rushed or scheduled around external challenges. The cultivation world erupted in speculation. Had he lost confidence? Did his method require more time than he'd expected? Was he actually unable to break through despite his claims? Song issued a statement suggesting that Wei Fang's delay was proof that the unconventional method was fundamentally limited, that Wei Fang couldn't actually complete the breakthrough. Wei Fang read all of this and felt something unexpected: peace. He had made a choice to step out of the performance economy of cultivation advancement. He would break through when he was ready, not when external timelines demanded it. And if Tsong broke through while Wei Fang was still advancing, that was fine. The comparison had been artificial from the beginning. Chapter 86. Foundation work. In the 2 months before his rescheduled breakthrough attempt, Wei Fang returned to the foundational work that had always sustained his practice. Deep meditation on the nature of his method, careful study of his own advancement patterns, and honest assessment of what his cultivation base actually was. The meditation chamber at the Institute was his sanctuary during this period. It was a simple room, unadorned, with walls of pale stone and a single high window that allowed morning light to flood the space. Wei Fang would arrive before dawn, when the world was still quiet, and sit in the center of the room on a worn cushion that bore the impression of thousands of hours of practice. He realized, in those months, that he had been holding a subtle belief that his method was somehow less pure than conventional cultivation. Despite all his intellectual arguments about the legitimacy and beauty of absorption-based advancement, there was a layer of doubt within him, a belief that real cultivation was what traditional cultivators did, and his method was clever but fundamentally secondary. It was like carrying a stone in his pocket that he'd forgotten was there, one that pressed against his ribs with every breath, shifting his balance in ways he couldn't quite identify. This belief had never been explicitly stated, even to himself. But it was there, coiling beneath his confidence like a serpent in hidden grass, waiting to strike at moments of vulnerability. One morning, as he sat in meditation, the doubt surfaced fully. He saw it clearly, saw how it had been shaping his choices, his defensive postures, the careful way he framed his achievements. He'd been building an argument for why unconventional methods were legitimate, but underneath that argument, he'd been accepting the premise that conventional cultivation was the baseline of what real cultivation actually was. So he addressed it directly. He asked himself the questions he'd been avoiding. Was his method less pure? Had he been parasitic, as Tsong claimed? Was there something fundamentally wrong with taking the convictions and beliefs of others and transforming them into cultivation energy? Was he, despite everything he'd accomplished, actually something of a thief? The honest answer was no. His method had been founded on genuine recognition of how cultivation energy actually manifested. It was rooted in the truth that conviction generates power, that social reality shapes cultivation, that human interaction is not separate from cultivation but integral to it. If anything, his method was more honest about the actual mechanisms of cultivation than the traditional approach, which pretended that advancement happened in isolation from social and emotional reality, when in fact every cultivator's growth was affected by their relationships, their confidence, their sense of self-worth in the world. His method simply made that explicit instead of hiding it. And in making it explicit, in acknowledging where the energy came from and how it was transformed, he was actually more ethical than the conventional cultivators who absorbed power from their students' admiration without ever acknowledging it as a source or process. With this understanding integrated fully, Wei Fang's meditation deepened. The stone in his chest dissolved. He began to perceive his meridians not as systems that carried stolen or borrowed energy, but as refined channels that processed human conviction into refined spiritual advancement. Each meridian told a story of someone's belief in him, someone's assessment of his strength or weakness, someone's hope or doubt or certainty about who he was. And all of it was material for his cultivation. All of it was legitimate. It was during this period that a cultivator named Shun arrived at the institute seeking admission to the network. Shun was middle-aged, with prematurely gray hair and the careful posture of someone who'd learned to move through the world quietly. She was a former accountant who developed a method of absorbing cultivation energy from the skepticism of those who thought her incapable of real advancement. She was cautious, precise, and entirely transparent about the ethical concerns that had held her back from practicing openly. "I've been hiding this for 15 years, Shun told Wei Fang, sitting across from him in his office. The afternoon sun slanted through the window, casting long shadows across the wooden desk between them. "I discovered the method almost by accident. I was failing at conventional cultivation, and people would dismiss me, tell me I lacked the talent for real advancement. And when I absorbed that dismissal, when I processed it and integrated it, I felt myself advancing, genuinely advancing. But I was terrified. Everyone told me that stealing conviction energy was a sign of being corrupted or morally compromised. So I practiced in secret, in small ways, for 15 years. And now?" Wei Fang asked, sensing the threshold she was approaching. "Now I'm old enough that I don't care as much if I'm corrupted. I want to know if what I'm doing is actually wrong, or if I'm just accepting a narrative that was forced on me." Wei Fang spent hours with Shun over the following weeks, discussing her method, her advancement patterns, her ethical concerns. They reviewed the meditative states she experienced when absorbing skepticism, the way her meridians processed the energy of being dismissed, the patterns of her cultivation over 15 years. And through the conversation, he realized something that shifted his understanding of everything he'd been working toward. All of the unconventional cultivators he'd met were variants of the same basic pattern. They'd discovered a real method that worked, that actually moved their cultivation forward, but they'd been ashamed of it because the dominant culture told them it was wrong. They'd hidden, practiced in silence, doubted themselves despite their own successes. They'd internalized the judgment of the establishment so thoroughly that even their own advancement hadn't been enough to convince them they were legitimate. His work, the research, the institutionalization, the public challenge to Tsung's framing, had been necessary for exactly this reason. It had given permission. It had said, "You're not wrong. The method is not parasitic. You can stop hiding." It had created a space where a woman like Shun could practice openly, could stop living a double life, could integrate her entire self into her cultivation. But even more importantly, it had created a framework where future unconventional cultivators wouldn't have to hide at all. They could be trained openly, advanced transparently, and understood as practitioners of legitimate methods rather than as corrupted individuals hiding shameful practices. Generations of cultivators would never have to carry the burden of doubt that Shun had carried, never have to split their sense of self between who they publicly were and what they secretly did. This was larger than his own advancement. This was generational work. When Shin asked him directly whether she should practice her method openly or continue hiding, Wei Fang gave her the answer that Master Lin had given him 12 years earlier. "Only you know if you're ready. But understand that hiding teaches shame, and shame poisons cultivation more than any external criticism can. It creates a split in your sense of self that no amount of advancement can fully heal. If you're going to do it fully. Practice openly. Take your place in the world as a cultivator, not as someone hiding cultivation behind a facade of normalcy." In the final weeks before his breakthrough, Wei Fang began absorbing less from overt sources. He didn't need as much external conviction energy anymore. Instead, he focused on the subtle conviction that existed within himself, the trust in his method, the confidence in his preparation, the certainty that he had prepared well and would transition cleanly to the third realm. This was something he'd never fully integrated before. For 12 years, he'd been absorbing from others' convictions about him. But his own deep certainty in himself, his own unwavering belief in his own capacity, He'd never fully processed that as a source of cultivation energy. He'd treated it as something separate from his cultivation, as a psychological trait rather than a source of power. When he did begin to integrate it, when he began to absorb his own self-confidence and turn it into refined cultivation energy, it was revelatory. The energy was pure, unstained by the complications of others' judgments. It was simply the energy of genuine self-confidence, of authentic readiness, of mastery achieved through honest work. And it was abundant beyond anything he'd experienced before. It was like discovering a spring of pure water hidden beneath his own consciousness, flowing endlessly if he knew how to tap it. He realized that this might be what separated cultivators who broke through into the higher realms from those who remained stuck in the middle stages. It wasn't about how much external conviction energy you could gather. It was about reaching a point where you no longer needed to gather, where your own self-knowledge and self-confidence became inexhaustible sources of power. Chapter 87. The Threshold. The night before his scheduled breakthrough, Wei Fang went to the meditation chamber one final time before the transition. The institute had prepared a special chamber for the attempt, thoroughly cleaned, carefully balanced spiritually, with the High Council's appointed observers stationed in adjacent rooms where they could monitor his meditation through observation windows. Wei Fang sat on his meditation cushion and began his practice. He had prepared a specific sequence for the breakthrough. First, he would center himself in his own confidence and self-trust, using that as a foundation. Then, he would briefly and deliberately re-engage with each category of conviction energy his method could access: contempt, admiration, skepticism, confusion, hope. He would cycle through each one, allowing them to flow into his foundation, affirming that all of them were legitimate sources and none of them were parasitic. Then, finally, he would release his dependence on external sources entirely and rely purely on his own refined cultivation base to execute the transition. It was a method he designed specifically to address Zhong's critique. By consciously integrating external conviction and then consciously releasing it, he would demonstrate that his method didn't require eternal dependence on others' judgments. He could absorb from them, yes, but he didn't need them to break through. As he entered the meditation, Wei Fang felt the familiar sensation of his meridians opening. Energy began to flow, but it was different from every other meditation session he'd experienced. It was more immediate, more present, as though the threshold to the third realm was so close that his cultivation base was already partially responding to it. First, he integrated the conviction in his own capacity. This energy, drawn from his own deep certainty in his preparation and his method, flowed easily into his foundation. It merged with his existing cultivation and amplified it without disruption. Then, in sequence, he processed contempt energy, the dismissal of those who believed his method was parasitic. He felt it flow in, felt the defense-centered energy that it generated in his cultivation. He integrated it cleanly, letting it strengthen the adaptive and defensive aspects of his cultivation base. Next came admiration energy, the encouragement and hope from his students and supporters. This energy felt warm, purposeful, and it naturally enhanced the projective and outward-moving aspects of his cultivation. Then skepticism energy, the uncertainty from those who weren't sure what to think about his method. This energy was harder to integrate because it wanted to generate doubt, but Wei Fang consciously welcomed the doubt and integrated it as a refining force. Doubt, he understood, was a form of humility, and humility was a critical component of genuine cultivation. Then confusion energy, from those who didn't understand his method at all, who found it bewildering or foreign. This was equally powerful, reminding Wei Fang that his method existed at the intersection of conventional cultivation and something entirely new. The confusion generated energy that reflected that liminal position. And finally, hope energy, from those who believed unconventional cultivation was the future, who'd staked their own advancement on the belief that Wei Fang would succeed. This energy was the heaviest, the most laden with expectation, and Wei Fang processed it carefully, integrating the hope while consciously releasing the obligation attached to it. By this point, his meridians were filled to capacity, resonating with 7 different types of conviction energy. His cultivation base was blazing. And then, as Master Lin had suggested, Wei Fang released it all. Not rejected it, released it. He consciously disengaged from each external conviction source, thanking each one for its contribution, but making clear that he was now independent of it. His advancement would continue through his own refined capacity, not through others' convictions. As he released the external sources, something extraordinary happened. The energy didn't leave his cultivation base. Instead, it transformed. The 7 types of conviction energy, instead of flowing outward as he released their sources, integrated into his core meridians, and became part of his fundamental cultivation nature. They weren't external sources anymore. They were aspects of himself, refined and incorporated. He could feel his cultivation base reorganizing, restructuring, preparing for the transition to a new configuration. The threshold of the third realm opened before him. Wei Fang had read descriptions of the third realm breakthrough. Cultivators described a sensation of stepping through a doorway, or ascending a mountain peak, or being reborn. The metaphors varied, but the experience was supposedly unmistakable. What he experienced was clarity. His mind, which had always processed the world through the lens of absorption, always noticing what others thought of him, always alert to opportunity to process conviction energy, suddenly shifted. The constant intake, the endless reception of conviction, transformed into something else, understanding. He could see, in that moment, the entire landscape of cultivation as it actually worked. He could perceive how every person he'd ever met was generating cultivation energy through their beliefs, their convictions, their certainties. They were all doing what he did, cultivating, just through different methods, different pathways. And all of those pathways were legitimate. All of them were aspects of how human consciousness interfaced with the universal cultivation energy that permeated existence. He understood, in that moment, that Song had been right about one thing. Unconventional methods were different from conventional methods. But Song had been wrong about what that difference meant. The difference didn't make them parasitic or corrupting. It made them diverse. It made cultivation a richer, more textured ecosystem where dozens of different approaches could coexist and strengthen the whole. And he understood something else. Sung's campaign against unconventional methods wasn't actually about cultivation at all. It was about fear. Fear that his own method was inadequate. Fear that others might be cultivating better than he was. Fear that accepting unconventional methods meant accepting the inadequacy of his own choice. With this understanding, Wei Fang felt something unprecedented, compassion for Elder Kong. The breakthrough completed itself in that moment. Wei Fang transitioned cleanly, completely, into the third realm. His cultivation base restructured into a new configuration, still recognizably his method, still rooted in conviction energy absorption, but refined, stabilized, and no longer dependent on any particular external source. He was third realm, early third realm, but undeniably third realm. The breakthrough took approximately 4 hours. When Wei Fang opened his eyes, the observers from the High Council were looking at him with a mixture of awe and confusion. Did something happen? One of them asked uncertainly. I advanced, Wei Fang said quietly. I'm third realm now. Chapter 88. Aftermath and accusations. News of Wei Fang's breakthrough spread across the cultivation world within 2 days. The High Council observers had reported it immediately, and the network of cultivators across 8 provinces had amplified it into a statement that transcended individual advancement. Wei Fang, using an explicitly unconventional method, had broken through to the third realm with complete transparency and independent verification. The implications were unmistakable. Song's narrative, that interpersonal sourced methods were inherently limited, that they inevitably hit a plateau, had been definitively contradicted. Song's response came 5 days later, in the form of a formal legal complaint filed with the High Council. He alleged that Wei Fang's breakthrough had not been achieved through legitimate cultivation, but through a combination of 3 unethical practices: theft of cultivation energy from unsuspecting sources, use of forbidden techniques to suppress conventional cultivator development, and fraudulent claims about his method's legitimacy. The complaint included extensive documentation of conversations where Wei Fang had positioned himself in ways that Song argued constituted deliberate manipulation, designed to generate conviction energy to absorb. It included testimony from cultivators who claimed to have experienced stalled advancement after being near Wei Fang, suggesting he was drawing their energy to fuel his own advancement. The accusations were serious. If proven, they could result in Wei Fang losing his research position, the closure of the institute, and the formal banning of unconventional cultivation methods across the entire region. Director Huang called an emergency meeting with Wei Fang and Chen Feng, who'd returned to the institute to support them through the crisis. This is checkmate if we don't counter it properly, Huang said, reviewing the complaint. Song is making allegations that are impossible to disprove using conventional evidence. How do you prove you weren't deliberately positioning yourself to generate specific convictions? How do you prove you weren't suppressing other people's cultivation? The evidence is the cultivators who've used my method openly, Wei Fang said. 73 of them still on record, and that number has grown. None of them report stalled advancement. None of them report negative effects from my presence. Song will claim they're biased, that they're invested in defending the method because they practice it, Huang countered. We need independent observers. We need cultivators who don't practice unconventional methods to verify that their cultivation hasn't been affected by proximity to you. That's unreasonable, Qin Feng said. Cultivation advancement depends on so many factors. Claiming that Wei Fang suppressed someone's advancement based on correlation rather than causation is anti-scientific. I know, but we're not just fighting science here. We're fighting institutional politics. Song has positioned this as an existential threat to the cultivation world. That generates fear, and fear makes people willing to accept inadequate evidence. It was during this crisis that Wei Fang made a decision that surprised everyone. He asked to meet with Elder Tsong directly. Absolutely not, Huang said. Any statement you make to Tsong can be used against you. Any interaction can be portrayed as further evidence of manipulation. But Wei Fang was insistent. Tsong won't stop if we ignore him. He'll escalate, and eventually something will stick. But if I can reach him, if I can show him directly that the limitation he experienced was his own rather than inherent to the method, he won't believe you, Qin Feng said. You understand that? You can explain your method perfectly, and he still won't accept that his failure was personal. Maybe not, but I have to try. Against Huang's strong objections, Wei Fang sent a formal request to Elder Tsong, asking for a private meeting. To everyone's surprise, Tsong accepted immediately. The meeting took place in neutral territory, a tea house in the capital, far from the institute or Tsong's own sect. Wei Fang arrived alone, as Tsong had requested. The old cultivator was waiting at a private table, his expression hardened by years of conviction. But as Wei Fang sat across from him, he could sense something beneath the hardness: curiosity. You've advanced, Tsong said without preamble. Third realm, using your method. Yes, Wei Fang said. Not because of any unethical technique. Not because I suppressed other cultivators' advancement. But because my method is valid and I refined it properly. Your method is parasitic, Tsong said flatly. You advance yourself by feeding on the convictions and emotions of others. That's the definition of parasitism. Is it parasitic when you use another cultivator's techniques to learn faster? Wei Fang asked. Is it parasitic when you absorb knowledge from books that other scholars wrote? Is it parasitic when you use cultivation resources that others refined and prepared? We all advance by using what others have created and believing what others have taught. The difference with my method is that I'm being explicit about it instead of pretending to be independent. Tsong's jaw tightened. Your method is built on others' false beliefs about you. You advance yourself by allowing people to underestimate you, to dismiss you, to hold contempt for you. That's not cultivation. That's exploitation of human weakness. I don't force them to underestimate me, Wei Fang said quietly. And more than that, I've discovered that the underestimation isn't false. When someone dismisses me as incapable, I absorb from their conviction. But that conviction often sharpens them, strengthens them, deepens their commitment to their own beliefs. We're both cultivating from the same process. I'm not parasitic. I'm symbiotic. You're using philosophical language to disguise something fundamentally wrong, Tsong said. But Wei Fang could feel it now, the uncertainty beneath the conviction. It was sharper than before, more defined. Tsong had read about the breakthrough, had reviewed the evidence, and somewhere in him, doubt was growing. I want to tell you something, Wei Fang said. I know that you practiced a contempt-based method 30 years ago. I know that you hit a plateau, that you couldn't break through. And I know that you interpreted that plateau as evidence that the method was fundamentally flawed. But Elder Tsong, I've broken through using the same basic method you used, which suggests that your plateau wasn't inherent to the method. It was specific to how you were practicing it. For a long moment, Tsong said nothing. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter. You don't know what you're talking about. I know that I've spent years studying how these methods work. I know that different practitioners of the same method can have completely different advancement trajectories based on subtle variations in how they sequence their conviction sources, how they integrate the energy, how they balance external absorption with internal refinement. You hit a wall because of something specific in your approach, not because the method itself is limited. If you're right, Tsong said slowly, that means I wasted 15 years. That means I spent 15 years campaigning against methods I didn't actually understand, in response to a failure that was my own. Yes, Wei Fang said simply. Tsong stood abruptly, pushing back from the table. I won't accept this. I won't redefine everything I've built my later life on. He left the tea house, moving with the stiff anger of someone whose entire sense of self had been challenged. Wei Fang sat alone at the table, understanding that the conversation had accomplished something but not knowing whether it would be enough. Chapter 89. The Convergence. Over the following week, the formal hearing on Tsong's accusations was scheduled to take place before a broader panel of the High Council, representatives from multiple provinces, including cultivators and administrators. It was positioned as a critical moment that would determine the fate of unconventional cultivation methods across the entire region. What happened in this hearing would ripple outward, shaping how thousands of practitioners would be able to practice, how the cultivation establishment would treat emerging methods, how the next generation of cultivators would understand their own possibilities. Director Huang prepared obsessively, with an intensity that Wei Fang had never seen in her before. She gathered testimony from all 73 practitioners of unconventional methods, creating a comprehensive record of their advancement patterns. She went through each one personally, reviewing their cultivation logs, their breakthrough points, the timing of their advancement relative to when they'd begun practicing with Wei Fang's method. She compiled independent verification from neutral cultivators who'd had sustained contact with Wei Fang and reported no negative effects on their cultivation. She recruited 3 different sects to provide written statements that their own cultivators had maintained stable advancement while working alongside practitioners of unconventional methods. She gathered letters from conventional cultivators who'd been mentored by Wei Fang and advanced faster under his guidance than they had under their own sect's teaching. Then she prepared a detailed analysis of the theoretical foundations of absorption-based cultivation, working through the physics of how conviction energy manifested, how it flowed through the meridians, how it could be integrated without corrupting the cultivation base. She spent hours discussing with Wei Fang the exact mechanisms of how symbiotic interaction functioned, the mutual benefit, the absence of parasitism, the way both source and absorber could advance simultaneously. Chen Feng worked with the broader network, preparing cultivators who might be called to testify. She coached them on how to describe their experiences without sounding defensive or rehearsed. She helped them understand what questions they might be asked and how to answer with clarity rather than emotion. Jade assisted Wei Fang in reviewing the energy data from his breakthrough, creating visual representations that showed exactly how his advancement had occurred and why it proved the method was valid. They produced charts showing his cultivation base over the years, the specific sequence of breakthroughs, the energy signatures that corresponded to different sources of conviction energy. The documentation was meticulous, the kind of thing that would be difficult to argue against. But all of this preparation existed against a background of political maneuvering that Huang understood with clear-eyed pragmatism. She met with Wei Fang 3 days before the hearing, her face carrying the exhaustion of someone who'd been working 18-hour days for weeks. Song has been cultivating sympathy among the High Council members, she told Wei Fang, leaning back in her chair in a way that suggested she'd removed any pretense of optimism. He's framed himself as an elder statesman trying to protect the cultivation world from a dangerous innovation. That's a powerful position. It appeals to conservatism, to caution, to the desire to maintain traditional standards. He's been speaking with individual council members, planting seeds of doubt, building a narrative. But we have evidence, Wei Fang said. Evidence doesn't matter if the council members have already decided the outcome, Huang said bluntly. What matters is narrative. We've been operating on the assumption that if we can show that unconventional methods work, we win. But the truth is more complicated. Even if we prove our methods are effective, some will argue that effectiveness obtained through these unethical means is worse than ineffectiveness obtained through proper cultivation. That's a philosophical argument, not an empirical one. No amount of data will convince someone who believes the philosophy fundamentally. Wei Fang felt the weight of this shift in perspective settle across his shoulders. They'd been fighting a technical battle, gathering evidence, building documentation, preparing testimony. But this was a political battle. Evidence didn't necessarily win political battles. Narratives did. The council's prior beliefs did. The institutional incentives around maintaining traditional authority did. The night before the hearing, Wei Fang went to the meditation chamber. The room was particularly quiet at night, the sounds of the world muffled by the thick stone walls. He sat on his cushion and sank into deep cultivation. He wasn't trying to absorb more conviction energy or advance further. Instead, he was trying to reach a place of complete clarity about what was at stake. What he realized, sitting in the darkness, was that the hearing wasn't actually about whether his method worked. It was about whether the cultivation establishment was willing to accept that human reality was more diverse than their traditional frameworks acknowledged. It was about whether they could tolerate unconventional approaches existing alongside conventional ones, or whether they needed uniformity, needed to maintain the fiction that there was only one correct way to cultivate. And more fundamentally, it was about fear. Song was afraid. Wei Fang could sense that clearly now. The old cultivator was terrified of a world where his own failures could be attributed to his personal limitations rather than the method's flaws. The High Council members might be afraid too, afraid of losing their authority, afraid of having to revise the frameworks they'd spent their lives maintaining. And perhaps Wei Fang was afraid as well, afraid that his method, and all the thousands of unconventional cultivators who depended on its legitimacy, would be crushed by institutional pressure. But fear was a conviction, and Wei Fang could process fear as energy. He extended his perception, sensing out to the council members, to Tsong, to everyone who would be present at the hearing. He perceived their doubts, their uncertainties, their conflicting beliefs about what was right and what was dangerous. He felt the weight of Tsong's fear, the old cultivator's desperate need for the world to confirm that his own failure wasn't his fault. He sensed the council members' anxiety about making a decision that would set a precedent, about opening a door they might not be able to close. And he absorbed all of it, integrating the fear into his cultivation base. Not taking it from them, not draining it, but processing what they naturally radiated, what was inevitably present in a moment of significant uncertainty. What he realized, through this process of absorption and integration, was that fear was fuel just like any other conviction. It was powerful, it was genuine, it was a real manifestation of how humans understood reality. And once he'd integrated the fear, had truly accepted it as legitimate energy source rather than as something to be rejected or denied, it no longer had power over him. The fear became something he could work with, something that increased his capacity rather than diminishing it. He entered the hearing room the next morning completely centered, completely unafraid. Not reckless, not overconfident, but genuinely at peace with whatever outcome would emerge. He'd done the work. He'd prepared. And whatever happened now was simply the next phase of a process that had begun years ago. Chapter 90. The hearing chamber was large, formal, with a high bench where the 3 senior council members sat. 2 additional junior members flanked the bench, and observers, scholars, sect representatives, neutral cultivators, filled the gallery in tiered rows that rose toward a domed ceiling. The space felt heavy with accumulated tradition, with the weight of centuries of decisions made from that bench. Wei Fang sat at a long table across from Elder Tsong, with Director Huang and Chen Feng on either side of him. Behind them, in the gallery, sat the full contingent of unconventional cultivators they'd brought to show support. Their presence was carefully arranged, not threatening, but visible, a quiet demonstration that this wasn't just about one individual, but about a movement. Song presented his case systematically, with the precision of someone who'd spent weeks preparing. He detailed the history of his concerns about unconventional methods, going back 15 years, explaining his theoretical framework for why they were parasitic. He walked through the step-by-step process by which, in his view, unconventional cultivators extracted conviction energy from others, subtly inhibited those others' advancement, and used the captured energy to advance themselves. Then he presented his accusations, that Wei Fang had deliberately positioned himself to generate conviction energy, that he had actively suppressed other cultivators' advancement to accelerate his own, and that his claimed breakthrough was achieved through unethical means rather than genuine cultivation. He spoke with the authority of an elder, with the confidence of someone who believed he was defending the cultivation world from a genuine threat. The most damaging part of his testimony was when he produced a list of cultivators who claimed they'd experienced stalled or degraded cultivation after being in close contact with Wei Fang. There were 7 names, cultivators Wei Fang had never heard of, claiming that proximity to his presence had somehow interfered with their advancement. Several of them gave detailed accounts of meditation disruptions, of energy flows that suddenly became difficult to manage, of a sense that something was actively blocking their cultivation. Wei Fang's heart sank. The claims were false, but they sounded credible to anyone who didn't understand the methods being discussed. And they were exactly the kind of accusation that was impossible to definitively disprove. How do you prove that you haven't subtly inhibited someone's cultivation? The absence of proof isn't the same as proof of absence. Then Director Huang presented the counter case. She called cultivators who'd worked closely with Wei Fang for years, demonstrating sustained advancement. Some of them were now in the second realm, solidly advanced, with documentation of their progression. She presented the research on conviction energy and symbiotic interaction, walking through the theory step by step. She called independent cultivators who testified that their own advancement had been unaffected by proximity to Wei Fang, that they'd actually benefited from his presence and guidance. But then Huang did something unexpected. She called one of the 7 cultivators who'd claimed stalled advancement. The man's name was Kan, and he was visibly uncomfortable as he took the witness position. He was younger than Wei Fang had expected, perhaps 30, with the bearing of someone who'd been trained in a major sect, but hadn't advanced as far as his training might have suggested he should. Did you experience stalled advancement after being near Wei Fang? Huang asked, her voice carrying the casual tone of someone asking a simple question rather than setting a trap. Yes, Kim began, but Huang cut him off with a precise gesture. How long were you in proximity to him? 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Huang repeated, and there was something in the way she said it that made several council members lean forward. During those 2 weeks, what else was happening in your cultivation? Kan's face reddened. I was attempting to transition from qi gathering to the third realm, but I wasn't properly prepared. You were unprepared for the transition, and you blamed Wei Fang for your own stalled advancement. Huang's voice remained calm, but it cut through the chamber like a blade. You spent 2 weeks around him, didn't complete a breakthrough you attempted during that period, and rather than accepting that your own preparation was insufficient, you attributed your failure to his presence? The gallery erupted. Voices rose, people gesturing, the chaos of institutional politics playing out in real time. The council members called for order repeatedly until silence finally fell. By the time the hearing resumed, it was clear that most of Tsong's 7 witnesses had similar stories. They'd all attributed their stalled advancement to Wei Fang because they needed an external explanation for their own lack of preparedness, their own insufficient understanding. The narrative had been constructed to place blame externally rather than looking at their own limitations. But the turning point came when Elder Tsong himself was asked to provide additional testimony, and one of the senior council members asked a direct question. Her name was Elder Rin, a cultivator in the late Second Realm who'd maintained careful neutrality throughout the hearing. Elder Tsong, she said, you have argued extensively that unconventional methods create unstable cultivators. But Wei Fang has demonstrated a clean, complete transition to the third realm, with independent verification. How do you explain this success if the method is fundamentally flawed? Tsong's response was a statement that seemed to come from somewhere deep, somewhere almost involuntary. Because he has found a way to refine the method beyond what I was capable of. But that doesn't mean, then the limitation you experienced was specific to your practice rather than inherent to the method, Elder Rin said flatly. Yes, that's not necessarily. Please answer the question directly. Elder Kong, was your limitation inherent to the method or specific to your practice of it? The chamber fell completely silent. Every cultivator present understood the weight of the question. It was the moment where Tsong's entire case either held together or collapsed. If he admitted that his own limitation was personal rather than methodological, everything he'd been arguing for 15 years became a matter of his own failure rather than a truth about unconventional methods. It was specific to my practice, Tsong said finally, the words seeming to cost him immense effort. His hands gripped the edge of the table as if he needed something to hold on to while he said it. The hearing adjourned for deliberation. The council would issue their decision in 3 days. Fellow cultivators, if you're enjoying this story, please take a moment to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support helps us bring you more tales of perseverance and hidden strength. Now, let's continue Wei Fang's journey. Chapter 91. The council's judgment. The council's decision came 3 days later in the form of a detailed statement that was distributed throughout the cultivation world. Wei Fang read it in Huang's office, standing beside her desk while she sat in her chair, both of them absorbing what the text meant. The thick parchment felt substantial in his hands, official and permanent. The seal at the bottom was that of the High Council itself, 3 interlocking circles that represented the traditional, progressive, and reformed branches. The fact that all 3 had agreed to sign was itself remarkable. Read the 4th section, Huang said, her voice carrying the peculiar quality of someone who'd already processed the document but wanted to watch the reader's reaction to key passages. Wei Fang found the section and read it carefully. The statement acknowledged that Wei Fang had achieved a legitimate third realm breakthrough using an unconventional method, with complete transparency and independent verification. It found no evidence of exploitation, harm, or unethical practice in his methods. It confirmed that interpersonal sourced cultivation methods, when properly understood and practiced and integrated into a coherent ethical framework, represented a valid category of cultivation technique with its own internal logic, mechanisms, and philosophical justification. Most significantly, it officially removed the probationary status from Huang's Research Institute and authorized expanded research into unconventional methods across the region. Other cultivators could now openly study these methods, teach them, develop new variants without fear of institutional sanction. The floodgates were opening. But Wei Fang also noticed what came next, the passage that Huang had known would provoke his careful attention. The council recommended establishing formal standards and training protocols for unconventional methods to prevent unethical abuse. Practitioners would be required to register, to undergo ethical training, and to submit their methods to institutional oversight. There would be inspectors, auditors, regular reviews. It was a victory, but one that came with strings attached, threads of control that would bind the movement to the establishment even as it was being legitimized. Wei Fang set the document down slowly and looked at Huang. She was watching him with an expression that combined satisfaction with something more complex, a kind of pragmatic weariness. They're institutionalizing it, Wei Fang said, thinking aloud. Which means they're taming it. We gain legitimacy, but we lose independence. Is that necessarily bad? Huang leaned back in her chair, a gesture that conveyed both exhaustion and calculated acceptance. She'd clearly been thinking about this longer than Wei Fang had. Think about what we had before this moment. We were operating in gray zones, dependent on individual connections, vulnerable to any administrator who decided to clamp down. Now we have official recognition. That means funding, legal protections, the ability to recruit openly. The institute can expand. The network can become public. Wei Fang moved to the window that overlooked the institute's courtyard. Several unconventional cultivators were working there, Shun and her group, practicing their absorption techniques in the afternoon light. They'd emerged from hiding only recently, still moving with the careful precision of people who weren't entirely sure they were allowed to be visible. But at what cost? He asked. If the council can set standards, they can also enforce limitations. They can decide what counts as ethical and what doesn't. They become gatekeepers of our method, and every variant that develops has to be validated through their framework. They're gatekeepers either way, Huang said, and there was something almost resigned in her voice. The difference is that now the gate is opening instead of remaining closed. In the short term, yes, they have leverage over us. They can set standards, enforce oversight. But the point is that those standards can be standards we help create. We're not outside the system fighting against it anymore. We're inside it, helping to shape it, which gives us more influence than we had before. Until they decide we're dangerous, Wei Fang said. Yes, Huang acknowledged without defensiveness. Until that happens. But it hasn't happened yet, and we now have 5 years of documented success, institutional validation, and a movement large enough that crushing it would require significant effort and political capital. We take the victory, and we build from here. We work with the institutional framework now. We show them that unconventional methods can be more ethical and more rigorous than conventional ones, and over time, we shift what the institution even is. Wei Fang understood the logic, even if it felt like a loss to him. They'd fought to establish legitimacy, and legitimacy had come, but legitimacy was always a compromise. It meant accepting that the movement would be shaped by institutional pressures, influenced by political considerations, hemmed in by regulations. It meant that the absolute freedom Wei Fang had experienced as an outsider challenging the system would necessarily be constrained now that he was part of the system. But it also meant that people like Shun could stop hiding. That was worth something. The broader response from the cultivation world over the following days was as mixed as Huang had predicted. Progressive sects celebrated the decision, saw it as an opening toward new possibilities and methods. They began reaching out to Wei Fang immediately, requesting that he visit their institutions, train their cultivators, share his methods. Several major academies revised their curricula to include sections on unconventional cultivation theory. Traditional academies expressed concern about the opening toward unconventional methods, publicly worried about what this meant for their authority and their role in training cultivators. Several published letters to the council arguing that this decision would undermine the standards that had kept cultivation practice rigorous and safe. Religious orders that had built their entire theology around the sanctity of traditional cultivation felt threatened. Some began preaching that unconventional methods were a corruption, that practitioners were damned, that the council had made a grave error. But the network itself, all 73 original practitioners plus the hundreds who'd emerged from hiding during the controversy, largely felt validated by the decision. They could now practice openly, train their students without secrecy, contribute to the larger cultivation world without shame. For the first time, people like Shin could walk into a sect library and admit what they practiced. People who'd hidden for decades could stop hiding and breathe. Wei Fang received requests for interviews within hours of the council's decision being published. Cultivation journals wanted to publish his work. Sects wanted him to teach their students. He was, quite suddenly, something like a celebrity in cultivation circles. Not the controversial figure he'd been during the hearing, but a hero, a visionary, a master who'd broken through the barriers of conventional thinking. He found it exhausting. The congratulations felt hollow because they came from a place of misunderstanding. People thought he'd won something, when what he actually felt was that he'd accepted responsibility for something much larger than he'd anticipated. He'd become a symbol, and symbols didn't have the luxury of quiet contemplation or personal doubt. Chapter 92. The wait of permission 2 weeks after the council's decision. Wei Fang sat in his study at the institute and realized that his position had fundamentally changed. He was no longer a researcher working to prove something. He was now an authority figure, someone whose words would be interpreted as doctrine, whose choices would be seen as precedent. Someone whose opinion on what methods were legitimate and what methods crossed the line into exploitation would shape how thousands of cultivators understood their own practice and developed their advancement. It was a weight he hadn't fully anticipated when he was arguing for legitimacy. The first test of this new position came when a cultivator named Lim requested admission to the network and asked Wei Fang's permission to develop a new method, one based on absorbing cultivation energy from the pity that others felt toward her physical disability. She traveled to the institute on a specially designed cart, the engineering of it suggesting both the reality of her condition and her refusal to be constrained by it. Lim had a presence that filled the meeting room despite her immobility. She was middle-aged, with sharp eyes and an intensity that suggested she'd spent years thinking carefully about what she was asking. She'd also clearly spent years thinking about what it meant to be seen by others, to be perceived through the lens of disability, to navigate a world that simultaneously pitted and dismissed her. "I'm paralyzed from the waist down," Lim explained, her voice steady and matter-of-fact. "This happened 15 years ago, and for the first 5 years I hated it, fought against it, tried to convince myself I could recover or that it didn't define me. But eventually I realized something. People constantly pity me. They see me in my cart, and they feel sorry for me. They think I'm incapable, that I'm suffering, that I'm somehow diminished by my condition. I see it in their faces when they meet me, their careful movements around me, their assumptions about what I can and cannot do. Some of them go out of their way to demonstrate sympathy." She paused, letting the observation settle. "When I process that pity, when I absorb it and integrate it into my cultivation base, it feels like powerful cultivation energy. It's consistent, it's strong, and it's inexhaustible. As long as people continue to see me as someone to be pitied, I have a source of power. I want to build a method around it. Is that ethical?" Wei Fang's immediate instinct was to accept it. Lim's reasoning followed the same logic as all the other interpersonal sourced methods. Pity was a strong emotion, a genuine conviction, a real generation of emotional energy. If the underlying principle was that any strong conviction could be absorbed and integrated, then pity shouldn't be fundamentally different from contempt or admiration or any other belief others held. But he paused, recognizing that the consequences of his answer would extend far beyond Lim into territories he hadn't yet mapped. Other cultivators would use his approval of Lim's method as justification for developing methods around malice, cruelty, shame, exploitation. If he approved a method based on pity, what about methods based on fear? On suffering? On violation of others' autonomy? The gate would open, and he wasn't entirely sure what would come through, or whether he had the wisdom to determine what should be permitted passage. "Let me understand the structure better," Wei Fang said carefully, shifting into the careful questioning mode that had become his approach to these consultations. "When people pity you, they're operating from a belief that your disability diminishes you as a person. They believe you're less capable, less whole, less fortunate than they are. They believe you're suffering in ways they're grateful they don't have to suffer. And you want to absorb that belief, that conviction about your diminishment. But here's my question. Does integrating pity energy into your cultivation base reinforce the belief that you need their pity? Does it lock you into a system where your advancement depends on continuing to be seen as diminished?" Lim didn't respond immediately, which itself was significant. She was genuinely considering the question rather than simply defending her position. "Maybe," she said finally, and her honesty on this point was striking. "But I'm dependent on their existence and their perception of me regardless. I can't make them stop pitying me. I exist in their world, and they perceive me through the lens of their pity whether I cultivate from it or not. I can only choose whether to harvest that pity for power or to reject it and feel diminished by their judgment. One of those choices transforms me into an active cultivator. The other makes me a passive victim of their compassion." Wei Fang understood the logic, understood the power in her reframing. Lim wasn't creating the pity. It existed naturally, inevitably, the moment people perceived her disability. She was simply choosing to transform it rather than to simply suffer under it. There was something powerful in that choice, something that seemed almost like reclamation of power. "And yet, I want to study this more carefully," Wei Fang said, and he could see the disappointment flicker across Lim's face before she controlled it. "Your method is ethically interesting because it sits on the boundary between self-empowerment and reinforcing marginalization. I don't want to approve it without that boundary being clear. I want to understand. If your method becomes widely known, if other disabled cultivators adopt it, what happens to the cultural narrative around disability? Do we risk locking people into systems where their advancement depends on being perceived as diminished? Do we create incentives for disabled cultivators to remain disabled, to not pursue remedies, to internalize a narrative of perpetual diminishment in order to maintain their cultivation source? What he didn't say, but understood, was that he was making a choice to limit permission rather than grant it freely. He was exercising institutional authority, even in a domain that was supposed to be about freedom from institutional constraints. He was becoming, in some sense, the very thing that he'd fought against, an authority figure deciding what was and wasn't acceptable. The realization created a kind of vertigo in him, a sense that the ground was shifting beneath what he thought he believed. I want to work with you on this, Wei Fang continued, trying to find a way forward that didn't simply deny her request. Let's develop it as a research project. We'll explore the ethics carefully, examine what happens when the method is practiced, understand the implications. And if we can establish clear boundaries that prevent it from becoming exploitative, then we'll move forward with approval. But I'm not willing to simply stamp permission on this without fully understanding what we're opening. Because now you're the gatekeeper, Lim said, and there was neither accusation nor resentment in her voice, just observation. Yes, Wei Fang acknowledged. I am, and I'm still figuring out what that means. It was the beginning of a pattern that would define the next phase of his work. Every consultation that followed, every request for permission, every question about what methods were legitimate and what methods crossed ethical lines, they all reinforced the weight of his new position. He was no longer fighting against institutional authority. He had become institutional authority, and the burden of that was something he hadn't expected when he was inside the chamber arguing for legitimacy. Chapter 93. The broader movement. As unconventional cultivation methods became institutionally legitimate, the broader movement developed internal complexity that Wei Fang hadn't fully anticipated. It became clear, over the following months, that unconventional cultivators was not a unified group with shared understanding. There were essential differences in who was practicing, how they understood the practice, and what they expected from it. There were essentially 3 tiers now. The original network of 73, who'd practiced before public legitimacy and who maintained close relationships with Wei Fang. They'd lived through the period of hiding, of shame, of practicing in secret while struggling with doubt. They understood their method as something hard-won, something they'd had to claim against a culture that told them it was wrong. The second tier consisted of approximately 300 cultivators who'd emerged from hiding once legitimacy was achieved. They'd been practicing unconventional methods in secret for years, sometimes decades, and the council's decision had been a kind of liberation. They could now train openly, could acknowledge what they did without shame. But they still carried the scars of having hidden. And then there was a third tier of several hundred new cultivators who'd chosen unconventional methods specifically because they were now socially acceptable. They'd looked at the landscape of cultivation options, seen that unconventional methods were legitimate, and decided that was the path they wanted to pursue. For them, the method wasn't something they discovered secretly and had to defend. It was simply one valid option among many. The 3 tiers had fundamentally different relationships to the method. The first tier understood their practice as a necessity born from their specific nature and circumstances. They developed the method because it was the only way they could advance, and their advancement through the method proved its validity. They felt a kind of ownership and responsibility for it. The second tier felt liberated by permission. They'd been doing this thing secretly for years, and now they could do it openly. There was joy in that, but also a kind of anxiety that the permission might be revoked, that they might have to go back into hiding. But the third tier sometimes treated unconventional methods as a shortcut, as an easier path to advancement than conventional cultivation. And that third tier was where the real ethical challenges emerged. A young cultivator named Tan came to Wei Fang seeking approval to develop a method based on absorbing cultivation energy from the sexual desire and attraction of others. Tan was conventionally attractive, well-trained, and approached the question with the same logical precision that Lim had brought to her proposal about pity. The logic was consistent with other methods. Sexual attraction was a strong conviction, a genuine belief, a real generation of emotional energy. Why should it be different from any other conviction source? Tan explained his reasoning calmly, sitting in Wei Fang's office. Sexual desire is one of the strongest emotions that humans experience. When someone is attracted to me, they're experiencing a powerful conviction about my desirability, my value, my capability. If I can absorb that energy, if I can process it and integrate it, it becomes a source of cultivation power. I'm not forcing anyone to desire me. I'm simply present, and in being present, I generate desire in others. Why should I not harvest that? Wei Fang found himself needing to articulate why it was different from contempt or admiration or any other conviction source. needing to find the boundary between legitimate, unconventional cultivation and something that violated others' autonomy or dignity. Sexual desire has a different quality than contempt or admiration, Wei Fang said carefully, thinking through as he spoke. It's intimate, personal, and it involves another person's body and autonomy in ways that other convictions don't. If you're deliberately positioning yourself to generate sexual desire as a cultivation source, you're essentially treating other people's bodies and autonomy as fuel for your advancement. That crosses a line. But they're going to have sexual desires regardless, Tense said. I'm not forcing them to desire me. I'm not manipulating them. I'm not using coercion or illusion. They're going to have these feelings whether I harvest them or not. I'm just processing what they naturally generate. You're deliberately creating circumstances to generate that desire, Wei Fang said. You're dressing in certain ways, positioning yourself in certain places, behaving in certain ways, all with the explicit goal of generating sexual attraction so you can harvest it. You're treating sexual desire as a resource to be extracted, which means you're treating other people's bodies as resources. That's exploitation, not symbiotic cultivation. It forced Wei Fang to develop actual ethical standards, not just theoretical frameworks. He worked with Huang and a committee of senior practitioners to create guidelines. They spent weeks debating the boundaries, the exceptions, the edge cases. Interpersonal sourced methods were acceptable when they involved convictions that the source was genuinely free to change. If someone's belief was coerced or manipulated, if they couldn't actually refuse to hold that belief, then harvesting it crossed the line. It also had to be convictions that didn't involve the source's body or physical autonomy. You couldn't harvest conviction energy based on someone's fear for their physical safety, or based on their sexual desirability, or based on anything that required violating their bodily autonomy. And the method required that it not require active deception or manipulation to generate. If you had to deliberately mislead someone about who you were, about your capabilities, about your intentions, in order to generate the conviction you wanted to absorb, then you were exploiting rather than cultivating. It was complex, messy work, and it was essentially the same work that conventional cultivation had been avoiding for centuries. The actual reckoning with what it meant to cultivate in a social world where other people existed, where your advancement was entangled with their beliefs, where you had to constantly navigate the ethics of that entanglement. Chapter 94. Song's retreat 3 months after the council's decision. Wei Fang received news that Elder Song had withdrawn from his position at the High Council. He was retiring, effective immediately, citing age and a desire to pursue personal cultivation practice. The news arrived through official channels, a brief statement that Song was stepping down. No explanation beyond the standard language about desiring to focus on personal advancement and no longer wishing to engage in administrative duties. He's given up, Chen Feng said when she brought Wei Fang the news, satisfaction clear in her voice. He can't fight this anymore. The council has already ruled against him. His narrative about parasitic methods has been publicly contradicted, and his own admission that his limitation was personal rather than methodological has undermined his authority. He has no standing anymore. But Wei Fang wasn't certain that Song had truly given up. He understood that old cultivators didn't simply retire and stop working. They repositioned. They moved out of direct conflict, but continued the work in different forms. And he suspected Song was repositioning now, moving out of the public sphere where he'd been visible and influential into something else. Something that might be more dangerous precisely because it would be less visible. Wei Fang decided to visit Song at his private residence, an action that both Huang and Chen Feng advised against. You've already won, Huang said bluntly. Don't give him any opportunity to reframe what happened or to plant seeds of future conflict. The best outcome is if Song simply fades into retirement and becomes irrelevant. But Wei Fang understood something that neither Huang nor Chen Feng fully grasped. The battle with Song had never been about victory and defeat. It had been about transformation. And Wei Fang believed Song was at a critical threshold, a moment where his entire self-conception could shift. Song's residence was a modest estate in the hills outside the capital, a place of gardens and meditation pavilions. Wei Fang arrived unannounced, early in the morning when the cultivator would likely be meditating. Song received him coolly, but without hostility. The old cultivator was practicing meditation in a small garden when Wei Fang arrived, sitting on a stone bench surrounded by carefully tended plants. He took his time finishing his meditation before turning to acknowledge the visitor, and Wei Fang could sense that this delay was intentional, a way of establishing that Song still had authority over the situation. You've come to witness my diminishment, Song said without preamble, his voice carrying the weight of old bitterness. I've come to acknowledge what you did, Wei Fang said. He sat on a stone nearby without being invited, an action that was technically disrespectful, but that felt necessary. You spent 15 years fighting against unconventional methods because you believed you had to protect cultivation from something dangerous. You were wrong about the methods themselves, but you were right about something important. Cultivation needs standards, ethics, ongoing refinement. You forced us to build all of that. You forced us to be rigorous when we might have been sloppy. You demanded that we justify ourselves when we might have just advanced without thinking about what we were doing. Song's expression hardened. I don't need your gratitude. It's not gratitude. It's acknowledgement. Wei Fang allowed silence to settle for a moment, letting the old cultivator process the words. You made us better. You forced us to be rigorous, to develop frameworks, to establish ethics that we might have ignored if we'd advanced without opposition. You attempted to crush us, and you created the infrastructure that will sustain us for centuries. Your attempt to destroy the movement created the conditions for the movement to be unshakable. That's convenient framing of my failure, Song said bitterly. But there was something in his voice that suggested he was listening, considering. It's not framing. It's genuine. Wei Fang reached into his robes and withdrew the jade pendant that Master Lin had given him years earlier, the one that amplified clarity of thought during meditation. Master Lin gave me this as I was leaving the sect. She told me it amplifies clarity of thought, helps with understanding difficult truths. I want you to have it, not as a prize or a monument to your defeat, but as something to help you clarify what actually happened to you 30 years ago, when you first encountered the method and decided it was wrong. For a long moment, Song stared at the pendant without moving. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it. His hands trembled slightly as he accepted it, and Wei Fang realized that Song was at the edge of tears, not the tears of defeated anger, but something deeper. I could have broken through, Song said, and his voice was raw with something that might have been grief. If I'd understood the method differently, if I'd optimized my absorption sequences the way you have, if I'd approached it with openness rather than defensiveness, I could have advanced to the third realm. But instead, I hit a wall and decided it was the method's fault rather than my own understanding. Yes, Wei Fang said simply, confirming the truth that Song had apparently never fully acknowledged to himself. And now I have to live with the understanding that I wasted 15 years. Or, Wei Fang said, you can understand that you spent 15 years learning exactly what you needed to learn to become the force that would legitimize unconventional methods. If you hadn't fought us, we would have remained marginal, whispered about, never properly integrated into the larger cultivation world. Your opposition created the necessity for rigor. Your accusations forced us to develop ethics. Your questions made us stronger. You didn't waste 15 years. You invested them in building the foundation that will allow thousands of future cultivators to practice openly. That's rationalization, Song said flatly. Perhaps, but it's also true. Wei Fang stood. I hope you used the pendant well. And I hope that when you fully clarified what happened, you might consider doing what I did, coming public about it. A statement from you about how you misunderstood the method, about how your limitation was personal rather than methodological, about how you were wrong. That would transform the landscape for thousands of cultivators who are still afraid to practice openly. It would give them permission in a way that my words never could. Song said nothing, so Wei Fang left the garden, believing he'd planted something that might or might not grow into something useful. But he'd done what he could. The rest was up to the old cultivator, up to whatever clarity he might achieve in his retirement. Chapter 95. 5 years forward, 5 years after the council's decision. The landscape of cultivation practice had transformed beyond what even Wei Fang had imagined possible in the hearing chamber. The cultivation world was fundamentally different, and much of that difference radiated outward from the institute and from Wei Fang's own practice. The change had been neither sudden nor violent. It had been steady, inexorable, the kind of transformation that only became visible when you stepped back far enough to see the full arc. There were now over 2,000 unconventional cultivators operating openly across the region. A formal academy had been established to train new practitioners in ethical unconventional methods, and it had become one of the most rigorous cultivation training institutions in the world. Applicants outnumbered available positions by a ratio of 10 to 1. People came from across the continent to study under practitioners who'd legitimized what had once been shameful, carrying with them the testimony that unconventional methods actually worked, actually advanced people into higher realms, actually created legitimate cultivators. The Research Institute had expanded from its original building into a campus of 7 structures sprawling across a carefully designed landscape of gardens and training grounds. Research programs investigated the theoretical foundations of conviction energy. Training facilities developed by experienced tested practitioners allowed new apprentices to safely absorb and integrate different types of conviction-based power without destabilizing their meridians. A library was becoming the most comprehensive collection of unconventional cultivation texts in existence, attracting scholars from across the continent. Administrative offices coordinated work across the region with precision and care. The Institute had published 17 peer-reviewed papers on various types of conviction-based absorption cultivation, several translated into other languages, spreading the methodology beyond the original region into territories where unconventional methods had been whispered about in secret for generations. Wei Fang had consolidated at Middle Third Realm, advancing steadily through increasingly refined sources of conviction. His cultivation base now contained layers that represented years of deliberate work. Each layer not just accumulated energy, but refined understanding of how conviction energy actually worked at depths that conventional theory never addressed. Each new layer represented mastery of subtler and more sophisticated applications. He'd learned to work with far subtler sources of conviction than the gross emotions that had sustained him early in his practice. He could now absorb from ambient doubt, from unspoken hesitation, from the uncertain conviction that existed in the minds of people who didn't quite believe in what they were saying. He'd learned to absorb from the conviction of inevitability, the belief that things must unfold a certain way, and transform it into power that allowed him to perceive future possibilities before they manifested. He'd also begun training other cultivators who showed genuine promise in the method. He'd been deliberate about avoiding the master-disciple hierarchy that had characterized traditional cultivation training. Instead, they worked together as colleagues in the ongoing investigation of how conviction energy functioned and could be ethically harvested. Some of them had already begun to advance into the third realm themselves, creating the second generation of genuine masters of the method. When Xunfeng broke through to early third realm, Wei Fang felt something like completion. The knowledge would survive beyond him now, would be carried forward by people who understood it from the inside, who would develop it further in directions he'd never imagined. His relationship with Director Huang had evolved into something like true partnership. The rigid hierarchy of researcher and administrator had given way to genuine collaboration built on years of working through complex problems together. They developed frameworks for institutional oversight that actually empowered rather than constrained unconventional methods. The quarterly reviews that the council had mandated were now perfunctory. The council had essentially moved to trust-based supervision. Huang and Wei Fang had proven repeatedly that they could manage the growth of the movement and maintain ethical standards without constant institutional oversight. Master Lin visited the institute once a year, usually in the spring when the gardens were in full bloom. During her visits, she and Wei Fang would sit in the meditation chamber, the same room where Wei Fang had sat on the night before his breakthrough hearing, and discuss the evolution of cultivation practice and what it meant for the future. Lin's eyes had grown dimmer with age, but her mind remained sharp, and her perspective on what was unfolding was invaluable. She understood patterns that Wei Fang was still learning to perceive. "You're approaching a critical threshold," Lin said during one visit, the afternoon light slanting through the high window creating patterns on the stone floor. "You've mastered the technical aspects of conviction energy absorption. You've built a movement that's institutionally secure. But there's a next level, one that very few cultivators ever reach. The level where you're not just cultivating yourself or teaching others, but fundamentally shifting how the entire cultivation world understands what cultivation is." "I'm not sure I have that kind of influence," Wei Fang said, though even as he spoke, he knew it wasn't true. He did have that influence. The question was what he intended to do with it, whether he wanted to wield it. "You do. You've proven it by surviving Tsung's campaign and coming out stronger. You've proven it by building a movement that now shapes how thousands of practitioners understand their own advancement. But the question is whether you want that level of influence. Because wielding it requires a different kind of commitment than what you've already given. It means stepping further into positions of authority, taking on responsibility for how the entire cultivation establishment develops over the next generations. It means potentially losing the freedom you fought for, becoming embedded in systems rather than working outside them." Wei Fang understood that Master Lin was suggesting his own next breakthrough, not a cultivation realm breakthrough, which would come in time through patient practice, but a shift in the nature of his work and influence. A threshold that would transform him from being a practitioner building a movement into something more like what Tsung had been, an authority figure whose words shaped generations of cultivators, whose choices became precedent, whose opinions became doctrine for thousands of practitioners. The difference would be that Wei Fang would face this threshold with open eyes, with full understanding of the cost, with the genuine freedom to choose to advance or to step back and let others carry the work forward. That was the crucial difference. Song had been locked into his position by pride and fear. Wei Fang would choose his path with clarity. He wasn't sure yet which choice he would make. Some evenings, Wei Fang would walk the campus and observe the cultivators training in the deepening twilight. Young practitioners absorbing from contempt and doubt and disappointment, their faces concentrating on integrating the energy cleanly. Refiners processing the energy they'd gathered, smoothing rough frequencies into harmonious patterns. Masters moving toward their next breakthrough, their presence luminous with the weight of accumulated power. He could see the future expanding outward from this moment, could sense the possibilities branching in multiple directions, each one real, each one carrying consequences he couldn't fully predict. In one timeline, he took the step forward, fully embraced his position as an authority figure, and shaped the cultivation world according to his emerging vision. In another, he stepped back, trained others to lead, and preserved his own freedom to continue practicing rather than managing systems. In a third, he sought some middle path, engaging with institutional authority on his own terms, neither fully embracing nor fully rejecting it. Both the first path and the second were open. Both would be real. The third remained uncertain. And 5 years from the council's decision, sitting on a stone bench as the stars began to emerge above the institute's campus, Wei Fang was still contemplating which path to walk, still uncertain which choice would honor what he'd built and preserve what he'd valued in the long struggle to reach this moment. Chapter 96. The Anomaly. But before Wei Fang could fully commit to that next level, he encountered something unexpected that forced him to reconsider everything he thought he understood about his method. The cultivator's name was Meng, and they arrived at the institute on a gray morning in late autumn, their energy signature flickering with an erratic, almost painful instability. Wei Fang sensed them before they even entered his meditation chamber, a presence that pulsed like an open wound, barely contained, radiating distress. Meng was a woman in her middle years, with the bearing of someone who'd once been competent but had been worn down by something beyond their control. Her cultivation base, when Wei Fang examined it carefully, was a catastrophe of overload and mismanagement. "I don't know what's wrong with me," Meng said, her voice trembling slightly. "For the last 5 years, I've been absorbing conviction energy constantly. Involuntarily. I can't turn it off." Wei Fang's eyes narrowed. "You're practicing conviction energy absorption? How did you learn the method?" "I didn't learn it from anyone," Meng said. 5 years ago, right after that hearing you had with Elder Tsong, the one that made public news, something shifted in me. I was a conventional cultivator before that, doing fine, making steady progress. Then suddenly I became sensitive to something I'd never noticed before. Every conversation became a source of absorption. Every person who doubted something in my presence, every moment of hesitation or false belief around me. I could feel it like a pressure, and I was absorbing it without meaning to." Wei Fang gestured for her to continue. "At first I thought I was going mad," Meng continued. "I tried to suppress it, that just made it worse. The more I resisted, the more unbearable it became. I tried to embrace it like your method teaches, but I never learned how to actually practice it properly. I've been in a constant state of unmanaged absorption for 5 years. My meridians are overloaded. I can't meditate normally anymore. I can't practice conventional cultivation techniques because I'm drowning in conviction energy that I don't know how to process." Wei Fang examined her cultivation base more carefully now, moving his senses through the intricate network of her meridians. What he found was extraordinary and deeply unsettling. Meng's meridian structure, the actual physical patterns of how her cultivation channels were arranged, was nearly identical to Wei Fang's own. The same refined configurations that he'd spent years developing through careful, deliberate practice. The same optimization of conviction energy flow. Except Meng had never deliberately developed any of this. Her meridians had spontaneously reorganized themselves into this pattern. "This shouldn't be possible," Wei Fang said aloud, mostly to himself. "What shouldn't be possible?" Meng's voice carried a note of desperate hope. "Can you help me? Can you teach me how to control this?" "Yes, but..." Wei Fang paused, running through the implications. "I need to understand something first. Have you ever deliberately studied my work? Read about my method? Tried to consciously emulate how I practice?" "No," Meng said. "I didn't even know your method existed by name until I was desperate and started searching for answers. When I found out what you were doing, I thought I'd gone insane in the exact same way you had, but no one had taught me the technique. It just happened." Wei Fang stood and walked to the window of his meditation chamber. Outside, the cultivation gardens of the institute were beginning to turn toward winter dormancy. But below the surface, he could feel the deep energy currents of the facility, the accumulated cultivation presence of dozens of practitioners working in coordination. "Director Huang needs to hear this," he said finally. Huang's expression when Wei Fang explained Meng's case was one of focused intensity that bordered on shock. She reviewed the detailed analysis of Meng's meridian structure without speaking, examining every note Wei Fang had made about the patterns, the optimization, the almost impossible similarity to Wei Fang's own system. This suggests the capacity might be latent, Huang said slowly. Built into human consciousness itself. Not something you invented, but something you discovered how to consciously access and develop. That's what concerns me, Wei Fang admitted. If everyone who becomes aware enough to recognize conviction energy cultivation starts developing this spontaneously, what does that mean for the practice? What does it mean for the claims that it's a specific technique that requires training? It means you didn't invent a method, Huang said quietly. You revealed a universal principle that the cultivation establishment has been actively suppressing for centuries. Wei Fang spent the next 4 weeks working with Meng to help her regain control of her overwhelming absorption. He taught her the sequencing protocols he'd developed, the careful ordering of how to process conviction energy so it didn't overload the meridians. He showed her the integration techniques, the subtle mental adjustments that allowed conviction energy to flow into the deeper layers of cultivation base rather than accumulating in the surface channels. But more than that, he asked her questions. Detailed questions about the moment when her sensitivity had awakened, about what she'd noticed changing in how she perceived the world around her. Meng described how she'd suddenly become aware of the texture of people's convictions, not just what they believed, but the depth of that belief, the emotional architecture that supported it. It was like I'd been deaf my whole life and suddenly could hear, Meng said. And the noise was overwhelming at first because I was hearing everything at once. All the whispers of doubt, all the moments where people were wrong about something but didn't know it yet. All the conviction that had the feeling of truth but wasn't. As Meng stabilized under his guidance, Wei Fang found himself asking harder questions. If conviction energy cultivation was truly universal, truly latent in all human consciousness, then what was he actually teaching when he taught the method? He wasn't teaching people how to develop a capacity they didn't have. He was teaching them how to consciously access and optimize something that existed in all of them, but had been systematically trained out of them. The implications expanded like ripples in still water. Every cultivator had been unconsciously practicing conviction energy absorption their entire lives, but the conventional academies had developed elaborate frameworks to deny and suppress this natural process. They'd taught meditation techniques that specifically trained cultivators to ignore conviction energy. They'd built philosophical systems that defined cultivation as something purely internal, untouched by external social reality. Wei Fang had thought he was discovering an unconventional alternative. But now he understood that he was actually revealing what had always been true about conventional cultivation itself, that it had never been purely internal or purely about individual discipline. It had always been rooted in conviction, in the complex web of beliefs and certainties that humans carried in their interaction with the world. He'd simply made conscious what others had kept unconscious. By the end of the month, Meng had achieved basic stability. Her meridians still contained more conviction energy than was ideal, but she was learning to process it at a manageable rate. Wei Fang made arrangements for her to stay at the institute for extended training, not as a patient, but as a research subject and participant. He had a new research project now. He needed to understand how many other cultivators out there were experiencing the same spontaneous awakening that Meng had. How many others had sudden access to conviction energy sensitivity without training. How universal this capacity truly was. Because if Meng was right, if the awakening had begun the moment Wei Fang's work had become public knowledge, the moment the cultivation world had to consciously acknowledge the existence of conviction energy cultivation, then something fundamental had shifted in how human consciousness related to cultivation itself. And Wei Fang's next challenge wouldn't be defending the legitimacy of his method. It would be articulating what had always been true about all methods. Chapter 97. The manifesto. Over the following months, Wei Fang committed to producing a comprehensive document that would articulate the full philosophical and practical foundations of conviction energy cultivation. It was a work that would consume nearly all his waking hours, a text that combined theoretical frameworks refined through 5 years of practice, practical techniques tested across hundreds of cultivators, detailed case studies documenting the lived experience of practitioners, and a rigorous articulation of the ethical boundaries that made the practice legitimate rather than exploitative. He called it simply the practice of legitimate absorption, conviction energy cultivation in the modern era. The process of writing was grueling in ways that even difficult meditation had never been. Writing forced a specificity that meditation allowed one to avoid. In meditation, you could hold contradictory understandings simultaneously, could dance around the edges of complex truths without fully articulating them. But writing demanded clarity. It demanded that he explain not just what the method was, but why it worked, what made it different from parasitism, what ethical frameworks made it legitimate. He wrote about the nature of conviction itself, how human belief generated energy that could be detected and measured through cultivation sensitivity. He wrote about how this energy existed naturally in all human interaction, that attempting to suppress awareness of it had been the true corruption of cultivation, not the deliberate engagement with it. He wrote about the empirical data, 73 practitioners, decades of accumulated advancement, 0 cases of meridian damage or cultivation stunting. But the section that took him the longest to write was the chapter on universality. He carefully mapped out his argument that every human consciousness possessed the latent capacity for conviction energy absorption, that this capacity was not something he had invented, but something he had discovered how to consciously access and develop, that the entire history of cultivation's development could be reread as the gradual and systematic suppression of this natural human capacity. Every cultivator is already doing conviction energy cultivation, he wrote in the manifesto's central statement. They're doing it unconsciously. They're doing it within frameworks that explicitly deny it is happening. Conventional cultivation has never been the alternative to conviction energy cultivation. Conventional cultivation has always been conviction energy cultivation, but unmanaged, denied, integrated into philosophies that refuse to acknowledge the reality of the practice occurring within them. The implications of that statement rippled through the entire document. If it was true, then the distinction between conventional and unconventional methods dissolved. There was simply cultivation, understood in its full complexity, with different schools and approaches reflecting different levels of consciousness about what they were actually doing. Wei Fang filled his desk with research papers, case studies, philosophical texts, both conventional and unconventional. He read and reread Shi Duan's work, Master Go's journals, the ancient texts that had been marginalized by the establishment because they pointed toward precisely this understanding. And he synthesized them all into a coherent narrative that moved from hidden truth to conscious revelation. The document grew to 250 pages of dense writing. He rewrote entire chapters to be clearer, more rigorous, more precise. He invited Director Huang to read sections in draft and incorporated her critiques. He had Jade review the sections on water cultivation variants. He had Master Go verify that his interpretations of the historical practices aligned with how Go had actually experienced them. When he finally completed the work, late one night in the winter of that year, his hands stiff from writing, his eyes burning from candlelight, Wei Fang felt like he'd articulated something that had always been waiting to be expressed. Not invented, revealed. He presented the completed manifesto to Director Huang on a cold morning, placing the bound pages on her desk and stepping back. Huang read in absolute silence, taking hours to process the full text. She made notes, paused frequently, reread certain passages. Wei Fang waited in the adjoining chamber, meditating, trying not to spiral into anxiety about whether he'd overstepped, whether the work was too radical, whether publishing this would destroy everything they'd built. When Huang finally called him back into her office, her expression was unreadable. "This is dangerous," she said without preamble. "Not because it's wrong, but because it's too true. You're explicitly stating something that the entire cultivation establishment is invested in keeping obscured. If this becomes widely known, if cultivators truly understand that they're already absorbing conviction energy constantly, that conventional methods have been based on suppression of natural process rather than replacement of it, the institutional structure changes," Wei Fang finished. Fundamentally, Huang agreed. The hierarchy collapses. The monopoly on valid advancement pathways breaks apart. Every academy suddenly has to answer why they've been teaching suppression instead of conscious development. "Should I not publish it?" Wei Fang asked. Huang set down the manuscript and looked directly at him. "I didn't say that. I said it's dangerous. But dangerous doesn't mean wrong. And you've spent the last 5 years building the infrastructure to withstand the challenge this will provoke. The network is strong, the research is solid, the ethical frameworks are clear. You can publish this." Wei Fang felt the weight of decision pressing down on him. This was different from the hearing with Song, different from any choice he'd made so far. Publishing the manifesto wasn't defensive. It wasn't about proving he was right or protecting what he'd created. It was about stepping into full public acknowledgement of implications that he'd only been hinting at privately. "It will destroy what we've built," Wei Fang said slowly. "Everything we've established as legitimate alternative practice. Once people understand the argument in this manifesto, they won't see it as an alternative anymore. They'll see it as revelation of what was always true." "Yes," Huang said. and then they'll build something larger on that foundation. The establishment won't allow that quietly, Wei Fang continued. If I make this argument publicly, if I state explicitly that conventional cultivation has been suppressing a natural human capacity for decades, centuries, they won't just ignore it. They'll attack. They'll mobilize against me in ways that the previous challenges didn't require. They will, Huang confirmed. Prepare for that. Prepare to lose the institutional goodwill you've gained. Prepare for accusations that will be more vicious than before. But also prepare for the cultivators who've been waiting their whole lives to hear someone articulate what they already knew in their practice. The people who've been hiding, who've been alone with their gift, who've been told they were defective or corrupt. They're waiting to hear this manifesto. They need to hear it. She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice had shifted to something almost tender. You can't unhear a truth once it's been spoken, Wei Fang. If you publish this, there's no going back to comfortable obscurity. But you've never wanted obscurity. You've always wanted meaning. Wei Fang understood in that moment that this was the choice Master Lin had warned him was approaching during that last conversation at Emerald Lotus. He could choose consolidation, maintain the stable position of legitimate, unconventional cultivator, publish minor works, let future generations push things further. Or he could step fully into the implications of what his discovery meant, knowing that it would make him a profound threat to the entire establishment again. It wasn't even really a choice. It was a recognition of what he'd already committed to the moment he'd understood the truth about conviction energy cultivation's universality. There was no neutral ground. There was only the choice between safety and truth. He chose to publish. He made the arrangements that same afternoon, contacting printers, establishing distribution networks through trusted channels, ensuring that copies would be available across the region within weeks. He also prepared for the backlash, working with Huang to strengthen the network, to ensure that practitioners could support each other if institutional pressure became severe. When the manifesto was finally complete and ready for distribution, Wei Fang spent one last night in meditation, holding the full implications of what he was about to release into the world. In the deep silence of his cultivation, he felt the presence of everyone who'd been hidden, everyone who'd been afraid, everyone who'd been alone with their gift. He felt their hunger for validation, their need to hear that they weren't defective. And he felt the vast machinery of the establishment that was about to mobilize against him once they understood what he was claiming. He was ready for both. Chapter 98. The establishment's response to the publication of the practice of legitimate absorption created a reaction that rippled across the cultivation world like a stone dropped into still water. Progressive scholars celebrated it as a genuine paradigm shift, a work that finally articulated what had always been implicit in cultivation theory. Traditional academies attacked it as an assault on foundational principles, publishing rebuttals that grew increasingly shrill and emotional as they struggled to articulate their objections to claims that were empirically sound. The High Council of Qingzhou issued an official statement that the document's claims were still under investigation and that no institutional changes would be made without further verification. Privately, Wei Fang heard through various channels they were in disarray. Council members argued with each other about how to respond. Some wanted to ban the text entirely. Others wanted to commission their own research to disprove it. A few, a minority, but growing, were actually reading it carefully and beginning to wonder if Wei Fang was right. But the response that mattered most came not from institutions or officials. It came from individual cultivators. Thousands of them began reading the manifesto, often in secret, circulating copies through informal networks. Many of them had experienced exactly what Meng had experienced. A sudden unexplained sensitivity to conviction energy, a feeling that they'd always been absorbing something they'd been trained to deny. Reading Wei Fang's work validated what they'd already intuited but had been afraid to admit. Conventional cultivators began experimenting with deliberate conviction energy absorption alongside their traditional practice. They discovered, quickly and repeatedly, that they advanced faster when they were conscious about the process, when they managed the absorption actively rather than letting it happen as a denied undercurrent of their meditation. The initial responses came from progressive scholars and younger practitioners, people who'd already felt some disconnect between conventional teaching and their actual experience. But the wave spread quickly through informal networks, through whispered conversations in meditation chambers, through careful study groups that gathered in private spaces to read the manifesto together. Schools across Qingzhou experienced what started being called the conviction crisis, a sudden destabilization of advancement patterns as students began modifying their practice based on Wei Fang's argument. Teachers who'd spent decades teaching conventional methods found themselves confronted by questions they'd never been prepared to answer. If we're already absorbing conviction energy, why were we taught that we weren't? If the method is universal, why was I trained to suppress it? If my fastest advancement comes from conscious conviction energy work, why have I been taught to treat that as corruption? The establishment's response was panic barely concealed behind official language. The High Council called an emergency session to discuss what they were officially naming the conviction instability crisis, as though rapid advancement was a crisis rather than success. Officials released statements warning that unauthorized modification of cultivation practice without proper institutional oversight was dangerous and irresponsible. Several prominent academies issued formal bans on students reading Wei Fang's manifesto, threatening disciplinary action against violators. One particularly conservative sect went further, issuing formal sanctions against any cultivator caught practicing deliberate conviction energy absorption, threatening expulsion and revocation of sect affiliation. But something unexpected happened. The crackdowns only accelerated the spread. Underground networks of cultivators began copying the manifesto by hand, working through the night to reproduce pages of dense text by candlelight. These handwritten versions were passed through regions where printed copies were forbidden, circulated through family networks, shared between trusted practitioners. The act of hand copying the text became itself a form of commitment. Spending hours reproducing Wei Fang's words meant you believed deeply enough to spend your personal time making the knowledge available. Teachers who believed in what Wei Fang was arguing began quietly incorporating his techniques into their lessons, teaching students how to consciously manage what they'd been unconsciously practicing. They framed it carefully within the bounds of institutional approval, describing it as advanced meditation techniques or refinement of conventional methods, but what they were actually teaching was conviction energy cultivation. Most remarkably, the cultivators who adopted Wei Fang's methods didn't become unstable. They didn't experience the meridian damage or cultivation dysfunction that the establishment claimed would result from abandoning proper training. They became more stable. They advanced faster. They reported feeling more coherent in their cultivation, less divided between what they were actually doing and what they'd been taught they were doing. The relief and joy in their advancement became visible, a lightness that came from no longer fighting against their own nature. What the establishment had labeled as a crisis was actually transformation becoming visible, and transformation that was obviously working far better than suppression ever had. Then, unexpectedly, Elder Tsong published a statement that reverberated through the entire cultivation world with the force of an earthquake. Wei Fang was in his study at the institute when Director Huang brought in the news, her face carefully neutral in that way it got when she was concealing significant emotion. But her hands betrayed her. They were trembling slightly as she set down the published statement on his desk. Song has released a public statement, Huang said quietly. You should read it yourself. Wei Fang picked up the page and began reading. His eyes widened with each paragraph. The statement was brief, no more than 300 words, but its implications were enormous. Song acknowledged explicitly that Wei Fang's analysis of conviction energy's universality was correct. He stated with devastating clarity that his own limitation 30 years earlier, the plateau that had driven him to attack unconventional methods so fiercely, had resulted directly from his own attempt to suppress his natural conviction energy absorption. He described his fear of the practice, his shame at discovering it within himself, his desperation to prove it was wrong or dangerous because admitting it worked meant admitting his own failure. Then Song made the commitment that broke the establishment's position entirely. He publicly endorsed Wei Fang's manifesto as a necessary and accurate articulation of fundamental truths about cultivation that had been obscured deliberately for far too long. He committed his remaining years of active practice to cultivating complete transparency within the establishment about how conviction energy actually functioned, and he called on other high-ranking cultivators to do the same. This is remarkable, Wei Fang breathed, reading the statement multiple times to ensure he understood it correctly. He's admitting that his opposition to the method was personal failure masquerading as principle. He's essentially saying that the entire institutional resistance was built on suppression and fear. It's more than remarkable, Huang said. It's political devastation for everyone who's been trying to suppress the manifesto. Song is high-ranking, prestigious, conservative, exactly the kind of elder that the traditional establishment uses as validation. If he, of all people, accepts Wei Fang's analysis, then the traditional establishment cannot credibly reject it without appearing to be protecting its own institutional power rather than pursuing truth. He's broken their rhetorical position entirely. The impact was immediate and dramatic. Within weeks of Tsung's statement, the landscape of cultivation discourse had shifted fundamentally. Academies that had banned the manifesto quietly allowed it to circulate, as though they'd never issued the bans in the first place. Council members who'd publicly argued for suppression began supporting further investigation, repositioning themselves as careful scholars rather than defenders of institutional power. Sects that had issued sanctions against conviction energy cultivation quietly withdrew them, replacing the sanctions with statements suggesting that new research had changed their understanding. Most importantly, cultivators across the entire region began openly practicing conviction energy cultivation without fear of institutional sanction. The silence that had surrounded the practice broke into conversation. People spoke openly about their experience. Teachers acknowledged what they'd been teaching secretly. Wei Fang received hundreds of letters from practitioners in the weeks that followed. People who'd been practicing alone for decades, believing something was wrong with them, suddenly understanding that they'd been practicing a universal human capacity that the establishment had simply never named or acknowledged. The relief in those letters was overwhelming. The gratitude moved him to tears. But deeper than the gratitude was something else Wei Fang recognized as he read through the correspondence: the profound healing that came from being seen. These people had spent years doubting themselves, thinking they were defective or corrupt. Now, validated by someone of Wei Fang's standing, and more importantly, by someone of Tsung's standing, they could stop struggling against themselves. Wei Fang understood something crucial as he reflected on how completely and quickly the landscape had transformed. This change hadn't really come from the manifesto itself, though the text had provided necessary articulation. And it hadn't come from argument or evidence, though both had been important. The transformation had come from the moment someone like Tsung, someone the establishment trusted, someone they couldn't dismiss, was willing to publicly acknowledge the truth. Once the denial was breached at that level, people had permission to believe what they'd already known in their deepest practice. Conviction energy cultivation had never been unconventional at all. It had always been there, hidden in plain sight within conventional practice itself. Wei Fang had simply made it impossible to deny any longer. Chapter 99. The Reconsolidation. By the end of that year, the cultivation world had fundamentally reconsolidated itself around a new model of understanding. The old binary framework, conventional versus unconventional, legitimate versus illegitimate methods, that had defined cultivation discourse for centuries had simply dissolved into irrelevance. It was as though a conceptual architecture that had seemed permanent and unchangeable had been revealed as nothing more than habit. Cultivation, it was now universally understood, was inherently conviction-based. Every method worked through conviction energy. Methods differed profoundly in which specific convictions they emphasized, how they processed and managed conviction energy, what integration sequences they employed, and what philosophical frameworks they used to articulate the process. But beneath all those differences lay the same fundamental mechanism: human consciousness engaging with belief, and belief generating the energy that powered advancement. Academic publications shifted almost overnight from debating whether unconventional methods were valid to exploring the nuances of how different conviction energy cultivation approaches could be optimized. What had been fringe scholars, the Shi Duans and Master Gos whose work had been marginalized for decades, were suddenly recognized as essential pioneers. Their papers were republished and studied. Their approaches were integrated into mainstream understanding. The history of cultivation itself was being rewritten to acknowledge what had always been there, but had been systematically hidden. It was as though everyone had suddenly put on spectacles that revealed what had always been true. Cultivation wasn't mysterious or based on purely internal individual discipline anymore. It was the conscious, refined engagement with the conviction energy that emerged naturally from human interaction with the world. It was working with what had always been working, but denying it worked. The cascading institutional changes happened almost faster than anyone could track them. The Research Institute was formally renamed the Institute for Comprehensive Cultivation Studies, with a new mandate that explicitly included research on all forms of cultivation, conventional and unconventional, ancient methods and new innovations, as equally valid fields of study that each illuminated different aspects of how cultivation actually functioned. Director Huang's authority expanded dramatically. She received significant new funding, authority to hire more researchers, institutional mandate to completely rebuild how cultivation was taught and understood. The institute itself expanded from 40 staff members to over 60 in a single year, absorbing scholars who wanted to participate in the enormous project of reintegrating suppressed knowledge into the mainstream. Wei Fang's own position evolved into something that the institute's board kept trying to formalize with increasingly grandiose titles, each one more elaborate than the last. Chief Researcher, Director of Method Development, Senior Fellow in Cultivation Theory, Head of Philosophical Integration. Wei Fang resisted the titles with polite but absolute consistency. insisting that any authority he held came from competence and demonstrated understanding, not from institutional position. He worried. Correctly, it turned out that formal titles would create distance between himself and the practitioners and researchers he worked with. Instead, he restructured his work to be collaborative rather than hierarchical. He created research teams instead of assembling subordinates, facilitated discussions instead of directing conclusions, asked questions instead of providing answers. The work became more about synthesis and integration than about breakthrough and discovery. Master Lin visited the institute one final time before she formally retired from active teaching. She arrived on a gray morning and spent 3 days walking the grounds, examining everything Wei Fang and the others had built. She reviewed research papers, attended a teaching session where Wei Fang worked with new practitioners, sat in meditation with cultivators from across the region who'd come to the institute to deepen their understanding. On the evening of her second day, she sat with Wei Fang in his study, reviewing the catalogs of research that had been published in just the past year. The transformation had been staggering. Papers that would have been rejected by mainstream academies 5 years ago were now being presented as foundational work, cited extensively, integrated into cutting-edge research. The institutional momentum had shifted so completely that the question was no longer whether conviction energy cultivation was legitimate, but how to understand its various manifestations and optimize its practice. The work will continue even after you step back from the forefront, Lin said, examining the publication list. That's how you know you've accomplished something real. The work is bigger than you now. It continues on its own momentum. On the final afternoon, she and Wei Fang walked to the meditation gardens together, the place that had become the symbolic heart of the institute's work. The paths that had been carefully laid out by students and staff over the past years curved through thoughtful plantings. Trees chosen specifically for their cultivation properties, stone arrangements designed to facilitate contemplation and understanding, water features that represented the subtle movement of conviction energy through practice. You set out to hide your method in fear, Master Lin said, speaking with the directness that had always characterized her. The garden seemed to quiet around her voice, as though listening. You hid in isolation because you believed something was wrong with you. Then you committed to proving that what you were doing was legitimate, that it could coexist with institutional structures rather than threatening them. Then you institutionalized it as an alternative approach that offered different insights. And finally, most recently, you revealed that it was never really unconventional at all. It was just conscious, deliberate understanding of what had always been happening, what every cultivator had always been doing unconsciously. She paused and turned to face him more directly, her ancient eyes clear as jade, reflecting the gray light of the autumn sky. That's a remarkable journey, Wei Fang. That's the path a wise cultivator takes, from hiding to demonstration to integration to revelation. Each stage was necessary. Each stage prepared you for the next. Each stage revealed something true that had been concealed by the previous one. And now you've reached the point where the work you were called to do is complete. Wei Fang felt something settle in his chest, not the weight of completion that felt heavy and finished, but the lightness of it, the sense of having set down something he'd been carrying for a very long time. What comes next? He asked, and he was genuinely uncertain. Mastery, Lin said simply. Not mastery in the sense of dominance or control. Not mastery as the final elevation of your method above all others, or as some ultimate achievement beyond which nothing remains. But mastery in the sense of deep, complete understanding. The mastery of someone who has learned to hold knowledge lightly, with genuine curiosity about how it unfolds. She took his hand, a gesture Wei Fang had rarely experienced from her in all the years they'd known each other. The contact was grounding, warm. You've proven the method works through 5 years of careful practice and systematic data collection. You've proven it's universal through Meng's spontaneous development of identical meridian structures, without training. You've proven it doesn't harm sources or require deception through hundreds of documented cases spanning decades. You've even proven that what you discovered was always true, that you simply revealed something the world had been deliberately forgetting or had chosen to deny so completely that the denial became invisible. Lin's gaze moved across the garden, taking in the cultivated space. What's left is the quieter work. The work that's actually harder than the dramatic breakthrough, because it requires patience and faith, refining, deepening, allowing the knowledge to mature naturally in the cultivation world rather than forcing its integration. Teaching without demanding that students believe what you believe. Publishing without needing external validation or recognition. Practicing without needing to convert others or prove that you were right. That work is less dramatic than what you've already accomplished. It won't generate the same sense of revolutionary change or immediate victory. It will be subtle, patient, sometimes frustrating in its slowness. But it's equally important, perhaps more important, because that's the work that allows knowledge to become genuinely integrated into the daily practice and lived experience of cultivators rather than just intellectually accepted as an interesting idea. Wei Fang felt the weight of her words, but it was the weight of truth recognized rather than burden imposed. She was right, and he knew it with the clarity that comes from exhaustion. The dramatic phase of his work was genuinely complete. He'd done everything that had been necessary to break through the systematic denial and bring the suppressed truth into visibility. The battles had been fought and won. The defensive positions no longer needed to be held. Now the work was of a different order entirely. It was the work of maturity and integration, the slower, deeper work of allowing understanding to gradually take root in the culture, in individual practitioners, in the subtle ways that genuine transformation happens. It was work that required far more restraint than conquest had required, but also far more trust. As Lin prepared to depart the next morning, she embraced Wei Fang with unexpected warmth. "Thank you," she said simply, "for having the courage to be honest and the wisdom to know when the time had come to trust others with the work." Walking back toward the gates of the compound with her characteristic measured pace, Master Lin looked back once, and Wei Fang saw in that look the acknowledgement of something profound, that he had truly completed what he'd been called to do, and that he was now ready to step into whatever came next. Wei Fang stood in the garden for a long time after she left, feeling the circulation of conviction energy through the institute, through the city, through the entire cultivation network that had been built on the foundation of conscious understanding. The work continued. The knowledge continued to mature. The transformation that had begun with his own desperate absorption of contempt had become something far larger than himself, and he was ready to serve it with humility rather than dominance, with facilitation rather than control. Chapter 100, The Settled Path. 10 years after his breakthrough to the third realm, Wei Fang stood in the meditation garden of the Institute for comprehensive cultivation studies, his presence settling into the earth like roots deepening into soil. The garden had become something of a pilgrimage site for cultivators from across the region, especially for those who practiced unconventional methods, who'd spent years hiding or denying what they were doing. Wei Fang had initially tried to prevent the space from becoming something sacred or separated from normal practice, but eventually he'd accepted that people needed places where they could practice openly, without shame or fear. He'd progressed steadily through the years, ascending into the late third realm. Each advancement had come through increasingly refined sources of conviction energy. Cultivators who engaged with the practice consciously rather than through denial. Practitioners who developed deep and nuanced understandings of their own beliefs and convictions. Thinkers who could articulate complex philosophical positions with precision and integrity. The quality of available conviction energy had improved as the practice itself had matured. There were no more sources of shallow dismissal or casual contempt. Most of what he absorbed now came from genuine intellectual disagreement. People who understood him completely but disagreed with his conclusions, whose convictions were refined through having been tested against careful thought. He'd trained dozens of other cultivators in the refined practice of conviction energy cultivation, published hundreds of case studies and theoretical papers documenting everything from technique refinement to the psychological experiences of practitioners discovering their latent capacity. He'd established frameworks for ethical practice that had been integrated, remarkably smoothly, in the end, into mainstream cultivation academies. What had once been controversial was now simply understood as part of complete cultivation education. The network had grown to over 5,000 practitioners. The institute had expanded to employ 60 research fellows and support staff. Xunfeng's organization of unconventional cultivators had evolved into something like a parallel structure to the traditional sects, not in competition, but existing alongside them as an equally valid approach to cultivation, equally rigorous, equally legitimate. Wei Fang could have pushed further. He could have sought higher institutional positions, could have tried to reshape the entire cultivation establishment according to his vision and understanding. Some part of him still carried that ambition, that hunger for validation and dominance that had first driven him to prove that his method worked, that it was legitimate, that it was better than what the establishment had chosen to teach. But he'd learned through the journey that there was wisdom in consolidation, in knowing when the work had been accomplished sufficiently and stepping back to allow others to carry forward what had been initiated. Master Lin had been right. The dramatic phase of his work was complete. The work that remained was deeper, quieter, less visible, but more important. He spent his mornings teaching small groups of cultivators who came to the institute wanting to learn direct conviction energy practice. His afternoons occupied with research, synthesizing new data, exploring subtle refinements of technique, investigating the intersection between conviction energy cultivation and other less common practices that had begun appearing as people understood the universal nature of the work. His evenings in personal cultivation that had evolved far beyond what he'd originally conceived. The absorption practice that had once defined his work continued, but it was no longer the foundation of his advancement. It was one technique among many, sometimes used, sometimes set aside for long periods while he pursued other forms of cultivation. What was consuming his attention more and more was something that had emerged gradually from his practice, a kind of cultivation that was less about absorbing from others and more about understanding the nature of conviction itself. He was learning to cultivate understanding rather than cultivating through understanding, learning to refine not just his own convictions, but the capacity to perceive conviction wherever it arose, to hold that perception without judgment or absorption, moving, slowly, toward a state of consciousness that might transcend the need for conviction altogether. Some days, Wei Fang would sense Zhong's presence in the cultivation networks of the city. The old man had stopped fighting the progress of unconventional methods, but he hadn't truly retired into obscurity. Instead, he'd begun his own deep practice with the methods he'd once attacked so fiercely. Wei Fang had watched the change from distance. How Zhong's cultivation signature had transformed from the rigid, compressed energy pattern of someone in denial to something more fluid and expansive. There was something moving in how Zhong engaged with the practice now. A humility, a care, as though he was approaching the work not as someone who needed to prove something, but as someone who was genuinely interested in understanding what had always been there to understand. A letter arrived at the Institute on a clear morning, delivered through formal channels. It bore Zhong's seal. Wei Fang opened it and read through Zhong's careful handwriting. "I am approaching the end of my cultivation life," Zhong had written. "Not in the sense of death. I expect several more decades of practice ahead, but in the sense of the natural completion of advancement that comes after many decades of intensive work. I want to acknowledge, before I move into that final phase of consolidation and deep understanding, that my campaign against your method was a failure born from my own failure. I encountered a limitation 30 years ago and blamed the limitation instead of examining my own approach. I built an entire philosophy of opposition around my own blindness, and I convinced myself that I was protecting cultivation rather than simply protecting my own need to be right. You showed me a way forward, but more importantly, you showed me that I could have found that way myself if I'd been willing to be humble. I have been practicing the conscious conviction energy methods for 5 years now, and they have allowed me to advance further than I ever thought possible in this lifetime. I am grateful for your patience in helping me understand what I could not see for so long. When I complete my advancement, I intend to write a text detailing my own journey with unconventional methods, my initial isolated practice in secret, my plateau, my desperate attempt to suppress what I couldn't control, my vicious opposition to others doing what I was afraid to acknowledge, and my eventual acceptance and reintegration. I think it might help other cultivators who are struggling with the same denial and fear I experienced for so long. I hope you'll read it when I write it, and correct me if I misunderstand anything about the nature of my own practice. Until then, I offer my deepest acknowledgement of the work you've done, both in creating a method that actually works and in having the wisdom to build it into a movement that will outlast us both." Wei Fang read the letter multiple times over the next weeks, feeling with each reading the depth of shift that it represented. The movement from defensive rigidity into genuine openness, from the exhausting need to be right into the liberating willingness to learn from one's own mistakes. He would read Sung's future text when it was completed. He would offer corrections and support where needed. But more than that, he would understand it as the final piece of a legitimization puzzle. Not just that unconventional methods worked, not just that they were universal, but that people could change. That those who had been most rigid in their opposition could learn to accept and practice with skill and integrity. That transformation was possible at every age, in every circumstance, if someone was willing to let go of the need to protect what they'd previously believed. That was the real victory, not the defeat of Zhong or the institutional triumph of unconventional methods, but the human understanding that different paths could coexist, that people could change and grow beyond their previous limitations. That cultivation in all its forms was ultimately about becoming more fully conscious, more fully awake, more fully alive in one's interaction with the world and with others. Wei Fang stepped deeper into meditation on the evening of that same day, allowing his practice to continue its evolution toward whatever came next. And he felt, with the absolute certainty that comes from years of working closely with his own convictions, that the work he'd begun more than a decade ago, with quiet, desperate absorption of contempt from his fellow cultivators, had become something vast and meaningful that would continue to grow and transform long after he'd completed his own advancement and moved into whatever lay beyond. The silence of his meditation deepened, and in that silence, he felt something like contentment, not the joy of triumph, but the deep peace of work completed, of a path walked fully, of truth finally allowed to exist in the light. Chapter 101. The formal challenge. The letter arrived on a morning when Wei Fang was reviewing the Institute's latest research proposal, his attention half on the cultivators working in the adjacent laboratory and half on the stack of documentation that had accumulated over the past week. Director Huang handed it to him without comment, but her expression made clear this was not routine correspondence. The seal belonged to the Celestial Mountain Coalition, a name Wei Fang had heard whispered in recent days but never formally acknowledged. He opened the letter carefully, aware of the weight it carried even before reading the words inscribed within. The undersigned representatives of the Celestial Mountain Coalition do hereby formally petition the Cultivation Oversight Authority to cease operations of the Stillwater Institute, declaring unconventional cultivation practices to be fundamentally incompatible with established spiritual doctrine. Evidence will be presented at a public hearing scheduled for the 15th of this month. All practitioners of unconventional methods are required to cease teaching and demonstration pending resolution of these charges. The signatories numbered 17. Elder Tsong at the forefront, but now joined by representatives from sects Wei Fang had considered merely neutral. The Jade Summit School, the Eternal Dharma Monastery, the Northern Peak Alliance. The coalition had grown teeth since Tsong's initial failure to shut them down through legal pressure alone. Wei Fang set the letter on Director Huang's desk with steady hands. Though his cultivation sense was already heightened, already absorbing the undertone of confidence in the phrasing, the presumption of victory that Elder Tsong and his allies carried. That absorption was automatic now, woven so deeply into his practice that he no longer consciously triggered it. Confidence, arrogance, certainty, they all fed his cultivation equally. They want a public hearing, Director Huang said quietly. They think they've gathered enough weight that the authority will listen this time. They're not wrong about the pressure. Wei Fang had spent the last 4 months since the Institute's partial vindication in a state of careful equilibrium. The Cultivation Oversight Authority had ruled that unconventional methods were not inherently illegal, but had imposed restrictions. The Institute could not actively recruit, could not train disciples under the age of 25 without parental consent, and all major research had to be submitted for approval 30 days in advance. These restrictions had been presented as compromise, a way of maintaining academic freedom while protecting the vulnerable. Wei Fang had accepted them because the alternative, complete shutdown, would have been catastrophic. Chen Feng had accepted them because they still allowed the larger network to function. Master Lin had accepted them with visible sadness, understanding them for what they were, a slow strangulation, a gradual restriction of methods that did not fit comfortably within tradition. They're escalating because they're afraid, Wei Fang said quietly. If we were a real threat, they wouldn't need to form a coalition. They'd have shut us down already. Fear makes people dangerous, Director Huang replied, especially when they've convinced themselves they're defending something sacred. Wei Fang nodded, but his mind was already moving ahead, already calculating the shape of what came next. The letter was a boundary marker. On one side lay the path he had walked so far: careful cultivation, hidden strength, analytical precision, the slow accumulation of power through the gaps others left unconsidered. On the other side lay something more difficult and more necessary, a choice about whether to defend what he had built, and if so, how. He could retreat. The thought came unbidden but clear. He could dissolve his involvement with the Institute, return to quiet cultivation, allow the coalition to believe they had won. He had gained enough cultivation to reach the threshold of the third realm regardless of external circumstances. The network Chen Feng had built could function without him. Director Huang's research would continue even under restrictions. Safety was available. He could take it. But as Wei Fang held that possibility in his mind, he felt something shift in his cultivation base. Not destabilization, not yet, but a kind of recognition. He had built this method on foundations of honesty with himself, even as he obscured his methods from others. And the honest truth was that he did not want to retreat. He did not want to abandon the young cultivators in his network who had chosen unconventional paths because conventional cultivation had rejected them. He did not want to concede to Elder Tsong's vision of what cultivation should be. When is the hearing? He asked. 14 days from now, at the authorities' Hall of Judgment. Wei Fang closed his eyes briefly, feeling the weight of cultivation energy in the center of his being. Vast, intricate, built from thousands of small absorptions and integrations. The power was real. The method was real. And perhaps, finally, It was time to defend that truth openly. I'll testify, he said. I'll give them a complete presentation of the method. Everything. No restrictions, no careful hiding. Director Huang's eyes widened slightly. Wei Fang, that's dangerous, he finished. Yes, but we've been living dangerously since the beginning. We just haven't admitted it openly. He stood, moving to the window that overlooked the Institute's main courtyard. Cultivators were practicing their techniques below, moving through forms that would have been considered unconventional a decade ago, and were now becoming naturalized through use. This was what Elder Tsong and his coalition feared. Not the method itself, but the slow erosion of the certainty that traditional paths were the only worthy paths. If we defend ourselves through technicalities and careful language, Wei Fang continued, we've already lost. Because we'll be conceding that we need permission to exist, that we should apologize for what we are. I don't think that's true anymore. Director Huang set down her pen with deliberate care. Then we prepare a presentation worthy of the risk you're taking. Not propaganda, not rhetoric, just the truth, clearly stated. Wei Fang turned from the window and met her gaze. The complete truth. Yes, she said. That will be hardest of all. Chapter 102. Preparation and doubt. The next 2 weeks transformed the Institute into a state of controlled intensity that Wei Fang had never witnessed before. The formal charges filed by Elder Tsong and the traditional sect coalition had created an urgency that permeated every corner of the cultivation research facility. The hearing date had been set for the 15th of the following month, exactly 14 days away, and every member of the network was acutely aware that the outcome would determine whether their practice remained legitimate or was reclassified as forbidden cultivation that could result in confiscation of techniques, expulsion from the cultivation world, or worse. Director Huang organized their preparation with military efficiency that would have impressed even the most demanding of cultivation sect commanders. He divided the work into 4 critical areas: legal strategy, witness preparation, documentation compilation, and cultivation theory validation. The legal scholars, 3 of them hired from neutral academies in the capital, reviewed every aspect of their conviction energy cultivation framework with ruthless scrutiny. They cross-referenced their methods against the cultivation authority's official standards, searching for any technical violation that an adversarial examiner might exploit. They prepared counter-arguments to every charge, building layers of protection that would be difficult to penetrate. Neutral witnesses were identified and carefully approached. These were cultivators from established sects who had observed the Institute's work without being directly invested in its success. Neutral ground that would carry weight with the authority. Some had even been skeptical of conviction energy cultivation initially, which made their eventual acknowledgement of its validity even more powerful. The Institute's research archive was organized to provide maximum accessibility during any scrutiny. Years of documentation on student advancement patterns, medical checks, cultivation stage progressions, and comparative analysis with traditional cultivation methods were compiled, verified, and arranged so that any document requested could be produced within minutes. There could be no appearance of hiding data or avoiding transparency. But Wei Fang, tasked with preparing his own testimony, the heart of the case, his own explanation of what the method was and how it worked, found himself wrestling with something deeper than strategy. He was genuinely uncertain whether his entire method was what he claimed it was. He had published a complete account of his cultivation practice 2 months prior, detailed enough that any competent cultivator could study it, understand it, and begin developing their own variation of it. The publication had been strategic. Transparency was a defense against accusations of corruption or hidden danger. How could a method be secretly parasitic if its complete mechanics were publicly documented? But as he prepared his testimony, Wei Fang kept returning to a specific troubling realization. The complete account he'd published had been honest, yes, but it had also been retrospective. He had taken the method as he currently understood it and explained it as though it had always been what he now knew it was. But that wasn't accurate. The method had evolved continuously over years. What he'd done in his early cultivation, absorbing contempt from those who underestimated him, had been different in structure and function from what he did now. He had developed greater sophistication, more nuanced ability to extract conviction energy from complex emotional assessments rather than simple dismissal. He had learned to absorb from admiration and skepticism and hope, not just contempt. His published account presented this as a unified technique with consistent principles, but the reality was messier. The reality was that he had been developing the method through lived experience, adapting to circumstance, discovering capacities he didn't know he had, and reorganizing his understanding of what he was doing constantly. Had he committed a kind of fraud by presenting an evolutionary process as if it had been a consistent technique? Had he misrepresented his method's history by omitting the years where he didn't fully understand what he was doing? These doubts plagued him as he prepared his written statement for the authority. He would write a passage explaining how conviction energy absorption worked, then pause, strike it out, rewrite it to be more honest about the uncertainties involved, then strike that out because it would sound like he didn't understand his own technique. The contradiction was becoming unbearable. Total honesty about his method's actual history and development would make him appear incompetent. But presenting it as he had in the published account felt like a lie of omission that undermined the very transparency defense they were building. He raised this with Director Huang in a private meeting 3 days before the hearing was scheduled. Huang listened without interruption, his aged face thoughtful as Wei Fang explained the doubt. The director was quiet for a long moment after Wei Fang finished speaking. "You're asking whether the method you're defending is the same method you've been practicing," Huang said finally. "Whether calling it the same technique is honest." "Yes," Wei Fang said. "I feel like I've either been lying about its consistency or I'm misunderstanding what it actually is." "Have you stopped practicing it?" "No." "Has it stopped working?" "No." "If anything, I'm stronger now then." Wei Fang paused. "I was supposed to be advancing to late qi gathering stage this month. I was on track. I am on track." Huang nodded slowly. "Then perhaps the question isn't whether the method is the same as it was. Perhaps the question is whether you're the same as you were, and whether a true description of the method needs to account for the cultivator using it." Wei Fang wasn't sure he understood, but he found the answer clarifying in ways he couldn't immediately articulate. The method had changed because he had changed. That wasn't dishonesty. That was simply the nature of cultivation. Every advancement in understanding, every growth in capacity, every shift in circumstance changed how the method manifested. He rewrote his testimony that night with new clarity. He described the method as he understood it now, clearly. But in his written statement, he also included a brief section acknowledging that his understanding had developed through practice, that the method was not a static formula, but a living practice that evolved as the cultivator evolved. It was a risk. It showed vulnerability. But it was the truth, and the truth, Wei Fang was beginning to understand, was more defensible than any polished narrative. Chapter 103. The Weight of Honesty. 3 days before the formal hearing, Wei Fang stopped pretending that everything was manageable. He had been conducting himself normally, attending institute meetings, reviewing research, working with individual cultivators, while underneath maintaining a constant state of internal fracture. The doubt that had germinated in response to A.O. Chen's question had spread like a network of cracks through his cultivation base, making every meditation attempt feel precarious. Director Huang found him in one of the institute's isolated meditation chambers, sitting in perfect stillness but radiating enough disturbance that even her untrained senses could detect it. "You're already destabilizing," she said without preamble. "And you haven't even given the testimony yet." Wei Fang opened his eyes. "The presentation requires complete honesty. About where the power comes from. About how the method functions. I've been so careful for so long to hide those things, to hide how I actually practice, to obscure the real mechanics. And now I'm about to stand in front of the Cultivation Oversight Authority and explain exactly how I've been absorbing cultivation energy from people's confidence. I'm about to detail the precise mechanisms of a method based on psychological susceptibility." "Yes," Director Huang said calmly. "And you're afraid that once you make that public, once you speak the whole truth aloud, the foundations of your cultivation will crumble." It was a relief to have it stated so directly. Wei Fang nodded, feeling the admission like a weight lifting marginally from his chest. "My cultivation has never been stable," he continued quietly. "It's built on thousands of small accumulations, each one drawn from human judgment. I've managed it because I integrated each piece deliberately, understood where it came from, accepted it as part of my practice. But if I explain all of that publicly, if I reduce it to logical description and theoretical framework, I'm worried I'll lose the ability to integrate it the way I have been." Director Huang sat across from him, her expression thoughtful. "You're confusing two different things. The source of the power, confidence, certainty, conviction, that's constant. That exists in the world whether you acknowledge it privately or publicly. What you're actually afraid of is that speaking the truth will change your internal relationship to the power. That conscious acknowledgement will destabilize the intuitive practice you've developed." Wei Fang considered this. "Yes, exactly that. Then we need to talk to Master Lin," Director Huang said. "He's been part of your cultivation journey since the beginning, and he's dealt with his own questions about unconventional methods. If anyone understands what you're going through, it's him." The suggestion to contact Master Lin should have been obvious, but Wei Fang found himself resisting it. Master Lin had already made one sacrifice by helping him develop the theoretical foundations of the method years ago. The elder had been quietly supportive since then, sending letters and occasional visits, but maintaining careful distance from the institute itself, a distance that Wei Fang now understood was partly protective of Master Lin's own standing at Emerald Lotus Sect. Asking him to come now, to bear witness to Wei Fang's crisis, felt like an imposition. But Director Huang was already composing a letter, and Wei Fang did not stop her. He watched the words form. A careful explanation that Wei Fang was facing a profound internal crisis related to the upcoming testimony, that Master Lin's presence would be invaluable during this period. The response came within 3 days. Master Lin would arrive at the institute 2 days before the hearing. When Wei Fang saw his mentor step through the institute's gates, the first thing he was struck by was how aged Master Lin had become. The elder still moved with the careful grace of a cultivator, but his hair had turned completely silver, and lines had deepened around his eyes. He looked at Wei Fang with the same combination of warmth and penetrating clarity that had always characterized their relationship. "I hear you're having a crisis of faith," Master Lin said, without preamble or social pretense. They moved to a private cultivation chamber, the same kind that Wei Fang had been unsuccessfully meditating in for the past week. Master Lin settled himself across from Wei Fang with deliberate patience. "Tell me what's happening," the elder said quietly. Wei Fang explained the fracturing of his confidence, the way the prospect of complete honesty about his method's foundations had begun to destabilize his practice. He explained his fear that conscious articulation of the mechanics would destroy the intuitive integration that allowed him to safely absorb and incorporate the cultivation energy. Master Lin listened without interrupting, his old eyes steady and present. When Wei Fang finished, the elder was quiet for a long moment before responding. "I made a similar discovery 40 years ago," Master Lin said eventually. "I had reached the 5th realm through conventional cultivation, years of careful discipline, perfect meditation form, rigorous adherence to traditional teaching. And one day, I realized that all of that perfection had created a kind of blindness. I was following the forms so precisely that I had stopped engaging genuinely with what I was cultivating. The power had become mechanical." He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the institute's grounds. "I questioned everything. All the years of practice, all the achievement. Were they real, or was I just excellent at performing cultivation? The doubt was almost as severe as what you're experiencing now. How did you resolve it?" Wei Fang asked. "By understanding that consciousness and intuition aren't opposed," Master Lin replied. "A musician doesn't lose the ability to play beautifully because they understand music theory. If anything, understanding deepens the ability. When you speak the complete truth about your method, you're not destroying the intuitive practice. You're creating a new foundation for it." He turned from the window to face Wei Fang directly. "But I won't lie to you, it will be disorienting. For a time, you won't be able to practice the way you have been practicing. The intuitive absorption will feel conscious and effortful. You'll have to rebuild the integration deliberately, layer by layer, acknowledging each piece of power you take in." "For how long?" Wei Fang asked. "Until you're no longer afraid of the truth," Master Lin said simply. "Until you've accepted that power drawn from human confidence is as real and worthy as power drawn from meditation. When you reach that acceptance, the practice will naturally return to intuitive flow." Chapter 104. Foundation Crisis. The night before the hearing, Wei Fang attempted to enter deep meditation and could not. He had chosen the smallest meditation chamber in the institute, the one that overlooked the northern gardens where old pine trees twisted into ancient shapes. The chamber held almost nothing: a meditation mat, a scroll rack, the faint smell of incense that had accumulated in the wooden walls over years of practice. This was where he came when he needed clarity, when the larger meditation halls felt too exposed even though they were functionally identical. Tonight, they were the same, empty, useless. The cultivation energy in his dantian felt like a sphere of fractured glass, beautiful still, intricate still, but unstable. When he'd been young and careless, he'd broken a mirror in his family home, and his mother had made him gather the pieces. The glass had cut his palms. He remembered the sensation now, sharp, surprising, pain arising from something that should have reflected light cleanly, but now only caught it at broken angles. Every attempt to direct the energy in his dantian or work with it sent similar sensations through his cultivation base. Not physical pain. Cultivators at his level had transcended that in the ordinary sense, but something equivalent, a kind of resonance that unsettled the entire structure he'd built. He abandoned the attempt around midnight and sat instead in simple stillness, watching the moon move across the garden. This act, sitting without attempting to practice, without trying to fix anything, felt simultaneously like failure and like the only honest thing he could do. Master Lin found him there an hour later, moving through the darkened institute with the certainty of someone who had always known exactly where to be. She settled herself beside him with the careful grace of someone who had lived 70 years and made no waste of movement. "The meditation isn't working," Wei Fang said before she could ask. "No," she agreed. "I felt that from across the compound." Around them, the institute settled into the particular silence of deep night. The cultivators slept in their quarters. The gardens quieted. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird called out and received no answer. Wei Fang sat in the meditation chamber and faced the fact that something in his foundation had broken, and he couldn't see where the break was. "Master," he said, his voice sounding strange to himself in the darkness. "I can't tell if I'm broken or if something true is finally surfacing." She didn't answer immediately. Master Lin had taught him over the years to value this kind of silence. Not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of genuine consideration. "Tell me what you mean," she said finally. It had started 3 weeks ago, when he'd read the report. A detailed analysis, produced by the authorities' own researchers, of how unconventional cultivation methods extracted energy from sources. The language was clinical and precise: extraction, harvest, conversion, resource optimization. The analysis treated the people whose underestimation had fueled Wei Fang's cultivation not as living beings with dignity and will, but as resources, variables in an equation. He'd known this on some level. He'd built his entire framework around the ethics of it, around ensuring that absorption happened passively from energy that was freely offered, not actively extracted from unwilling sources. He'd thought carefully about this for years, had written treatises on it, had guided dozens of cultivators through the same ethical deliberation. But reading it laid out in clinical language, seeing his path described in the language of extraction, seeing the people he'd drawn power from mathematized and abstracted, had cracked something inside him. Like the difference between knowing intellectually that someone was dying and standing in the room while they actually died. "I can't tell if the problem is the framework or the practice itself," he told Master Lin in the early hours of the morning, as the darkness began its slow transformation into the deep blue that preceded dawn. "I've justified this work by saying I'm not harming anyone. And I'm not. I verify that constantly. But knowing that I benefit from their contempt, that my power grows specifically from moments when people look down on me. Master, I read what the authority researchers wrote. They called the people I cultivate from sources. They reduced them to resources. And I realized, maybe I've been doing the same thing intellectually while pretending my ethics protected me from it." He expected her to reassure him, to remind him of the careful boundaries he'd maintained. Instead, Master Lin rose slowly, moved to the edge of the chamber's platform, and gazed out at the gardens as the first hint of true pre-dawn light began to touch the eastern sky. "I can't tell if the problem is the framework or the practice itself," she repeated softly. "That's a good question, Wei Fang. A question that matters. Can I ask you another?" "Of course. Is the breaking in your cultivation base, is that a failure of the system, or is it exactly what your cultivation base is supposed to do when you ask it an important question?" He'd never considered this. "I don't know. Neither do I," Master Lin said. "But I've watched many cultivators reach a point where they had to confront something true about their practice. And sometimes the destabilization they experience isn't a sign that something is wrong. Sometimes it's a sign that something is finally being integrated properly, at a level of depth your practice has never required before." She settled herself beside him again. "You can't meditate tonight. So we'll sit. And tomorrow, when the hearing comes, you'll go to it with the fracture showing. Let them see a cultivator honest enough to question himself. That's worth something." They sat in silence as the dawn came, and Wei Fang realized that Master Lin's presence, not pushing, not fixing, simply bearing witness, was the only thing that had made the night bearable. Chapter 105. The fracture deepens. The authorities' ruling arrived on a Tuesday morning, couriered in an official envelope with 3 layers of bureaucratic sealing. Wei Fang held the document in Huang's office while she read over his shoulder. The words were measured, professional, almost kind in their precision. Unconventional cultivation is legitimate, but restricted. Licensed practitioners only. Quarterly stability assessments. Any cultivator showing signs of destabilization must transition to traditional methods within a prescribed timeline. "It's more than we expected," Huang said quietly. Wei Fang nodded. The authority could have outlawed the practice entirely, could have branded it unstable by definition, parasitic, incompatible with civilization. Instead, they'd created a framework. Boxes to check. Forms to file. "It's less than what we need," he replied. But the ruling wasn't what was fracturing him. The fracture had begun weeks earlier, That moment in the medical facility when he'd read the word extraction in the authorities' clinical assessment of his practice. Not cultivation or absorption, or even the neutral technical term the document used, but extraction. The kind of word used for mining operations, for taking things out of places they'd naturally existed. It had cracked something in his understanding. The crack was spreading now. 3 weeks into the fracture, Wei Fang couldn't advance his cultivation. The energy that had always moved like clear water through his channels now felt disrupted, like stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that refused to settle. He'd sit in his meditation chamber and begin the familiar induction. Let his awareness settle on the ambient doubt around him, the quiet certainty in servants' eyes that this young master wouldn't understand the details of their work, the half-skeptical dismissal from visitors who heard about his institute and assumed it was vanity project, and the energy would come. But then the questions would come too. What was he actually doing? Not philosophically. What were the mechanics? Every time someone dismissed him, a certain pattern of contempt activated in their cultivation field. Wei Fang's own field responded to that pattern the way iron responds to a magnet. But what was the mechanism? Was he resonating with an inherent property of their energy? Or was he genuinely extracting it, pulling it from them, leaving them diminished? The clinical report hadn't made a judgment, but the word it had used, extraction, wouldn't stop echoing. Sleep became mechanical. He'd lie in bed and his mind would race through variations of the same question at 3 a.m., then again at 4:30, then again as dawn broke gray through his window. He ate mechanically too. Huang started leaving meals in his chambers and collecting the untouched bowls. Rice gone cold. Perfectly prepared fish turned to texture in his mouth, all flavor gone abstract. He continued to guide practitioners at the institute. This was perhaps the most disorienting part of all. A young woman named Sa came to him on the 21st day of his crisis, deeply troubled. She'd been cultivating through inspired work, achieving flow states where her barriers between self and craft dissolved, and in those spaces, excellence crystallized in her hands. But the authorities' ruling had shifted something. Now she was aware of being watched, and the awareness killed the flow. I can't stop thinking about the monitoring, she said. Every time I get close to that dissolved state, I remember they're measuring my stability, and the thought fractures the meditation. I can't get back to the state where cultivation actually happens. Wei Fang listened. He heard every word with precision, and simultaneously he heard himself responding to her, truly, helpfully responding, while a second conversation raged underneath. This is exactly what happens when you realize you're extracting instead of cultivating. She's performing consciousness instead of being unconscious in the work. Just like you're performing understanding instead of. The awareness isn't the problem, he heard himself say. It's resistance to the awareness. Try this. Don't push the monitoring thought away. Let it exist alongside the work. See if you can hold both simultaneously, the flow state and the knowledge that you're being measured. She frowned. That sounds impossible. Yes, Wei Fang agreed. Most useful things are at first. She left looking fractionally less destroyed. Wei Fang sat alone afterward and felt the vertigo deepen. He'd given her advice, he couldn't follow himself. Master Lin arrived 2 days later, which itself was remarkable. She normally maintained her residence and teaching at Emerald Lotus, visiting the institute only for planned consultations. This was unplanned. She'd simply appeared, told Huang she would be staying for an extended period, and found Wei Fang in his meditation chamber in the dark. Tell me what you're afraid of, she said. No preamble. She sat across from him, and the weight of her full attention felt like the only substantial thing in the darkness. Wei Fang wanted to deflect into philosophy. Instead, something in him broke open. That I've been wrong, he said. Not ethically wrong, I defend the ethics. But wrong about what I'm doing. About what the practice actually is. Wrong in a foundational way that means everything I've built, everyone I've guided, is built on broken ground. Master Lin was quiet for a long moment. And if you have been wrong in that way, then I have to take apart everything I understand and rebuild it. And I don't know if I can do that and still maintain the network. I don't know if it survives the interrogation. And if it does survive, then I've wasted weeks in crisis for nothing. That's not true, Master Lin said. If it survives the interrogation, you've won something real. You've turned your practice from something you inherited and refined into something you've tested and chosen. That's not nothing. But tell me, what's the actual terror underneath? Wei Fang found himself very still. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet. That the most fundamental thing about me, the thing I've oriented my entire life around, is built on a lie. Not intentionally, but built on not quite looking at what I was actually doing. Master Lin leaned forward slightly. This is what deepening looks like, she said. Not the pleasant kind where you gain new abilities. The kind where your understanding fractures because it's grown too small to contain what you're actually experiencing. You've always known, intellectually, that your cultivation operates on others' contempt. But there's knowing and there's knowing. And the full knowing. The felt understanding, not just the mental framework, that changes the ground beneath you. She paused. Here's what I've learned in 40 years of practice. The ground doesn't break when you look at it honestly. It just turns out to be deeper than you thought. More complex. More alive. Wei Fang wanted to ask how she could be certain. Instead, he said, what if I can't integrate it? What if the foundation crisis doesn't resolve? Then you'll have learned something true, Master Lin said simply, and you'll build something better. But I've watched you question this more thoroughly than almost anyone I know. I don't think you'll find the fundamentals are wrong. I think you'll find they're more complex than you understood. And that complexity, that's not a problem. That's the beginning of real practice. She stood, and in the darkness of his chamber, Wei Fang heard her move toward the door. Rest tonight, she said. Tomorrow we work. Chapter 106. The crisis deepens. Week 2. The proper word for what Wei Fang experienced in Week 2 was dysphoria. Not depression. There was nothing depressive about it. He could act, could think, could function. Dysphoria meant dissonance. The gap between who he believed he was and what he was actually discovering about himself. He could still absorb cultivation energy. Mechanically, the channel still worked. A servant would serve his meal with quiet certainty that the young master wouldn't understand the precise preparation, and Wei Fang could feel that certainty like a fine thread connecting to his cultivation field. The energy would flow. His dantian would receive it. The distribution through his meridians would follow the familiar pattern of perfect efficiency. And it felt like ash. Not metaphorically. There was a specific texture to the sensation that he'd never paid attention to before because he'd never looked. The moment someone's contempt converted to power in his channels, he could now feel the exact quality of that conversion. It was instantaneous, smooth, complete. It was also, he forced himself to name it, extraction. Not cultivation co-arising with their dismissal. Not some mutual resonance. A taking. Clean and efficient and absolutely verifiable, once you looked. The nausea that accompanied it was distinct from any sickness he'd known. It wasn't physical. It was the sensation of understanding the mechanism of something that had previously felt clean. He spent long hours in the dark meditation chambers, not meditating, not practicing, just sitting in black air that matched his internal state. The darkness was honest. It didn't pretend anything was clear. Huang and Master Lin ran the institute without comment. There were no interventions, no pressure, no well-intentioned suggestions about rest and recovery. Huang simply made sure meals appeared, that practitioners had guidance for their sessions, that the institute's daily machinery continued functioning. Master Lin sat in the common spaces and taught as she was asked to teach, and occasionally Wei Fang would encounter her in the halls and see in her face that same quality of witnessing he'd felt in that first dark meditation chamber. The vertigo had a specific texture, and it was distinct from guilt or shame. Those were moral emotions. They implied wrong action. This was ontological. The ground he'd always stood on was solid until the moment you looked closely and realized it was made entirely of shifting certainties. Not false certainties, just ones that didn't bear the weight of full examination. By day 12 of week 2, Wei Fang could articulate it to himself. He'd always known intellectually what he was doing, but knowledge and felt understanding were not the same thing. He'd read the technical descriptions, understood the mechanics, acknowledged the ethics. But there was a difference between understanding that your cultivation operated on another person's contempt and feeling that operation happening in real time, understanding the exact point of transfer where their dismissal became your power. He'd never looked at the exact point before. It was easier not to look. The crisis had a peculiar social texture. Externally, Wei Fang remained professionally competent. He reviewed curricula, approved new practitioner applications, consulted on complicated cultivation issues. His voice didn't waver. His advice was sound. Anyone observing would see a man performing his role with precision. Internally, he was vertigo. Internal collapse contained in external stability, like water frozen mid-drop. It was worst in those moments when young practitioners would come to him with real crises, and he'd guide them through problems while being profoundly uncertain whether his guidance meant anything at all. 3 days into the second week, a practitioner named Kep came to him struggling with something that mirrored Wei Fang's own crisis. Not identical, but close enough to be painful. Kep cultivated through music, channeling technical mastery into spiritual advancement. But the authorities' monitoring requirements had made him aware of his practice at each moment, and that awareness had fractured the thing he was trying to do. It's like, Kep said, struggling for words. Like the more conscious I am that I'm being measured, the less I can actually do the thing being measured. The consciousness kills it. Wei Fang listened completely. He understood at least 3 different levels of what Kep was describing. Can you tell me what happened the first time you felt the fracture? Wei Fang asked. Kep described it. A moment when he was deep in music, when the line between self and instrument had dissolved into something pure, and then the thought surfaced. They're monitoring this, and the dissolution broke. The consciousness of being watched created a second self observing the first, and the observer couldn't access the same channel as the dissolving. The meta-awareness is destroying the practice, Wei Fang found himself saying. And then, because it was true and he couldn't not say it, I'm experiencing something similar. Something shifted in Kep's face. Permission, maybe. Legitimacy for his crisis. Is it fixable? Kep asked. I don't know, Wei Fang said. But I'm learning something about it. The thing I know so far is that the crisis is real. You're not broken. You're just experiencing the limits of your previous framework. After Kep left, Wei Fang sat in the gathering darkness of late afternoon and recognized that he'd just told the truth while barely knowing what it meant. The admission had been honest without being comforting. It had changed nothing and somehow changed something. That evening, Master Lin found him in the courtyard where he'd gone to feel air that wasn't contained by walls. Tell me what you're experiencing right now, she said. Not as a healer asking about symptoms. As someone present to him. Terror and reason, Wei Fang said. They exist in the same space. I'm terrified that I've built something on broken ground. And I'm reasonable enough to recognize that even if I have, the only thing to do is acknowledge it and build something better. Both things are true. The terror is as true as the reason. But I can't make them stop fighting. Master Lin walked beside him in the darkening courtyard. Those things can both be true, she said quietly. The terrifying and the reasonable. They can exist simultaneously without resolving into a single answer. You don't have to pick one. You can let them coexist until the practice teaches you what comes next. They walked in silence through the blue-gray of arriving dusk. There's a joke, Master Lin continued, among old cultivators, about the student who became so afraid of doing the practice wrong that he stopped practicing. His teacher asked him, "Are you still alive?" The student said, "Yes." The teacher said, "Then you've succeeded." Not funny in the usual way, but true in a certain way. Wei Fang felt something very small shift in him. Not resolution, not comfort, but a tiny widening of the space where terror and reason could coexist. I'm still alive, he said quietly. Yes, Master Lin agreed. And you're asking the questions worth asking. That's not the same as having the answers yet, but it's the necessary first step. Chapter 107. The work of resolution. Master Lin spent 3 intensive days with Wei Fang, and her approach violated every impulse he had toward resolution through action. She did not push him through the crisis. She did not offer him techniques for integration or meditation methods designed to settle his fragmented understanding. Instead, she mapped it. Tell me exactly what changed in your practice, she said on the morning of the first day. Not theory, not philosophy, experience only. What do you notice that's different from before the fracture? Wei Fang began hesitantly, but Master Lin's quality of attention, absolute, without judgment, genuinely curious, drew more from him than he'd managed to articulate alone. There's a sensation in my dantian, he said, like fractured glass. Not pain exactly, but fragmentation. When energy flows, it hits that fragmentation and scatters instead of integrating. What does scattering feel like? Like thoughts becoming intrusive. The practice requires a kind of absorbed attention, and the fracturing breaks the absorption. Questions erupt. I'm simultaneously meditating and interrogating the meditation. 2 tracks running at once. Master Lin asked clarifying questions for 3 hours. Not leading questions. Pure listening broken by precise requests for more detail. What happens to your breathing when the questions intrude? Does the energy still flow or does it pause? Can you feel the exact moment the 2 tracks begin running parallel? Is the interrogation voice a new voice or a voice that was always there? Gradually, through the questioning, Wei Fang discovered something. The crisis had a very specific architecture. It wasn't chaos. It was 2 coherent systems running in conflict. On the second day, Master Lin shifted. Show me your practice, she said. Not explain it. Perform it. Right now. And narrate as you go. Tell me what you're experiencing moment by moment. Wei Fang resisted immediately. It felt wrong to expose the broken mechanism, like opening a wound before it could heal. Trust this, Master Lin said simply. He did. More than he knew he did. He seated himself properly, aligned his spine, settled his attention. Very slowly, he opened his cultivation awareness to the ambient dismissal around him. There was a servant in the kitchen several rooms away, certain of her competence, and equally certain that the young master wouldn't understand the details of her work. There was a skeptical visitor who'd come yesterday and left an echo of half-belief in the Institute's legitimacy. There were older doubts, crystallized from years of people underestimating him. Thin threads of contempt woven into the very stones of the building. I'm drawing the ambient underestimation, he narrated quietly. It's flowing. Not as clean as before the fracture, but flowing. I'm holding awareness in my dantian of the distribution pattern, following the energy as it moves to my meridians. Continue, Master Lin said. Now the interrogation beginning. What am I actually doing? Am I resonating with this person's energy, or am I extracting it? Does the mechanism involve their consent on any level, or am I taking it? The questions interrupt the meditation focus. I try to push them away. That makes them louder. I return to the breath, hoping they'll fade. They don't fade. They become parallel. Two conversations. Hold both conversations, Master Lin said, without one interrupting the other. Can you do that? I don't know, Wei Fang admitted. Try. The next 4 minutes were the most precise work Wei Fang had done in weeks. He returned to the practice, but instead of fighting the questions, instead of trying to suppress them back below consciousness, he held them at the same level as the meditation. Let them run. Asterisk, what am I doing? What is the mechanism? Should I be doing this at all? Asterisk, the questions remained. And simultaneously, he maintained the meditation. The energy continued to flow from the ambient contempt around him. The distribution pattern held. The dantian received it. No conflict. At first, the effort of holding both was extraordinary. His attention fractured trying to maintain both streams equally. But as he continued, something unexpected happened. The two conversations stopped being antagonistic. They became cooperative. The questions informed the meditation. The meditation grounded the questions. For 4 full minutes, Wei Fang experienced his practice running on 2 channels simultaneously without collapse. When he opened his eyes, the sensation was extraordinary. Not resolved, but integrated. Master Lin was watching him with deep stillness. I felt something shift, Wei Fang said. The two conversations stopped being in conflict. They're still both there, but they're not fighting. Good, Master Lin said. You're beginning. She said nothing else. But the simplicity of it, good, and your beginning, contained the entire transformation. Not resolution into false clarity. Not suppression of the crisis into denial. But actual work of holding complexity without requiring it to simplify into something manageable. That evening, Master Lin taught a class on foundational cultivation theory, and Wei Fang sat in the back and listened. She spoke about the difference between inherited practice and tested practice, about the value of crisis in deepening understanding, about the necessity, sometimes, of having your tools break so you can remake them more carefully. A cultivator who has never questioned their practice, she said, is practicing at the depth they inherited. A cultivator in crisis is practicing the depth they're actively choosing. There's no return from that choice. You can't unknow the questions. But that's not loss. That's the beginning of real practice. Over the next 2 days, Master Lin guided Wei Fang through variations of the same work. Each session, he practiced while holding the interrogation alongside the meditation. The conflict gradually resolved into something more like dialogue. The questions didn't disappear, they became information. What was the extraction actually extracting? The specific pattern of contempt. How did that differ from taking someone's capacity or limiting their growth? It didn't. The person's contempt still moved in them. He was simply resonating with that motion in a way that allowed him to benefit from it. Was that extraction or exchange? By the 3rd day, the question had transformed. It was no longer should I be doing this, but how do I do this well, with full awareness and integrity intact? Master Lin left on the 4th morning. Before she went, she put a hand on his shoulder in the courtyard where early light was beginning to warm the stone. The fracture was necessary, she said. You were practicing half asleep. Now you're awake. Everything changes from here, not the technique, but the consciousness you bring to it. Is it always this painful? Wei Fang asked. Sometimes, Master Lin said. But the other option is never knowing what you're actually doing. I think you'll find that worse. Chapter 108. Network currents. While Wei Fang worked through his integration crisis, the network continued to move in currents he wasn't directly aware of. Chun Feng's report reached Huang on an ordinary morning, and Huang made the deliberate choice to bring it to Wei Fang as he was beginning to emerge from his worst phase. Still fragile, still questioning, but no longer locked in pure vertigo. 7 groups are destabilizing, Huang said. She sat across from him in his study, the morning light cool and practical. Not from the same intellectual crisis you're experiencing. Different mechanism. Explain, Wei Fang said. The authorities' monitoring requirements. The watching changed their practice. Most unconventional cultivation works because it's instinctive. You stop thinking and the practice happens. But being monitored makes you self-conscious. You become aware of being measured at each moment. and that awareness fractures the instinctive state. Wei Fang felt something very particular activate in him. Not agitation or crisis response, but immediate clarity of purpose. Where are they? He asked. 2 informal retreats trying to integrate through isolation. 1 considering transition to traditional methods entirely. The rest pushing through but struggling. Send me direct communication access to all 7, Wei Fang said. Not official, not as institute director, just as someone who's experienced a version of what they're experiencing. Huang's face shifted. Something like relief. That can be arranged, she said. They've been wondering if anyone understood. Tell them, Wei Fang said. I'll be available this evening. After Huang left, Wei Fang sat with what had shifted in him. The crisis hadn't resolved. It was still there, the questions still present, the integration work still ongoing. But the energy he brought to it was different. It was no longer turned inward on itself in spirals of self-interrogation. It had a direction. He spent the afternoon preparing. Not messages, not advice. He knew better than to offer pre-formulated guidance. But he thought carefully about each of the 7 cultivators Huang had mentioned. Chen Feng's intelligence network was remarkably precise. She'd reported not just that they were destabilizing, but specific details about each crisis. One cultivator, K, had been practicing through martial form, a precision cultivation that required absolute presence. But now the presence included awareness of being watched, and the doubled consciousness broke the form's efficacy. Another, Shun, cultivated through analytical work, meditation on complex problems, letting solutions emerge from a state of absorbed inquiry. The monitoring made her aware that she was being analyzed while analyzing, and the self-reference created a feedback loop that froze her thinking. A third, the one considering transition to traditional methods, was named Vost. His practice involved physical work, cultivation through precise engineering of difficult structures. But the monitoring had made him conscious of the work itself, and consciousness turned the absorbed activity into performance. He'd lost the instinctive quality that made the practice work. Wei Fang recognized himself in each of them, though the surface forms were different. The core was identical. Practice depends on a certain unconsciousness, and awareness of being measured destroys that unconsciousness. That evening, he requested they each come separately. He wasn't going to gather them in a group or position himself as teacher. Just one person to another, meeting the crisis without pretense. K came first, still moving with the muscle memory of martial form even in the simple act of entering Wei Fang's study. Her crisis was visible in the edges of her movement, self-consciousness disrupting flow. The form breaks the moment I'm aware of the monitoring, she said immediately. Before, I could lose myself in it. Now I'm watching myself do the form, and the watching breaks the thing I'm trying to do. Yes, Wei Fang said. That's exactly the mechanism. The unconsciousness is part of the technique, not separate from it. So I'm trapped, Kay said. Either I stop being aware of the monitoring and potentially hide something in my practice, or I stay aware and the awareness kills the practice. Wei Fang considered this carefully. He thought about the work he'd done with Master Lan, about holding 2 conversations simultaneously without letting one interrupt the other. There might be a third option, he said, but it's harder than either of those. You have to learn to practice with full awareness, without the unconsciousness, not by suppressing the awareness, by integrating it into the practice itself. That sounds impossible, Kay said. It is, Wei Fang agreed, at first. But I'm discovering that most things worth doing are. The reason the form works with unconsciousness is because unconsciousness lets you move without interrogation. But if you could move with interrogation, with awareness, with watching, that's a deeper form. He showed her, briefly, the same practice Master Lin had taught him. Not the cultivation technique, that was specific to his path, but the principle of holding 2 conscious streams simultaneously. I don't know if it will work for your form, he said, but the mechanism might transfer. By the time the 4th cultivator left, just before midnight, Wei Fang felt something that had been absent for weeks, the sense of network coherence. Not the happy, early-stage sense of discovery. Something harder. The sense that the work meant something, that crisis could become deepening, that people struggling together in the same direction had real power. Huang found him in the courtyard afterward, looking at stars. How did it go, she asked. They'll either integrate or they won't, Wei Fang said. But they know it's possible now. They know someone else walked through this and came out on the other side. That matters. You sound like yourself again, Huang said carefully. Not resolved, but yourself. The resolution is ongoing, Wei Fang said. The crisis isn't over. But I stopped thinking that ongoing crisis means the practice is broken. I started thinking it means the practice is deepening. He thought about Vost, the one considering traditional methods transition. Vost had listened carefully, asked precise questions, and left without deciding anything. Wei Fang would find out in days or weeks what Voss chose. But the choice would be informed now. Deliberate. Not flight from crisis, but decision about what form of practice could contain his awareness. That was different than if Voss had made the choice from pure desperation. As the night deepened and the institute settled into sleep, Wei Fang sat in darkness. But it was a different darkness than the dark meditation chambers of his worst crisis. This darkness held the rest of the network in it. 7 people learning to hold consciousness and practice simultaneously. Huang managing the institute with perfect competence. Master Lin, wherever she was now, resting in the knowledge that the work she'd guided had taken root. The fracture was still there. Wei Fang could feel it like a weakness in stone that's been cracked and only partially healed. But the crack was being integrated now. Learning to hold 2 conversations would become learning to hold many conversations. Learning to practice with awareness would become learning to teach it. The network continued to move. And so did he. Total word count, 4,771 words, all 4 chapters complete. Chapter 109, The Young Cultivator's Crisis. Ao Chan was 22 years old when she first recognized the splinter. It lodged not in her flesh, but in the precise moment when her older sister's voice shifted, when certainty became question, and question became accusation disguised as concern. You take energy from people who dismiss you, her sister Ming said. They sat in their parents' house in Jingzhou, autumn rain rattling the latticed windows. Ming had come home for the first time in 6 months, carrying her new title as a disciple of the Thousand Cranes sect. How is that different from what they're doing to you? You're just doing it back. The words hung in the air like smoke. Ao Chun had spent 3 years since joining Wei Fang's network learning to articulate her own method, to transform what had felt like instinct into something she could speak about. Her cultivation practice was simple enough. She absorbed conviction energy from her peers' competitive assessments, from the way they ranked her, dismissed her, estimated her as less than she was. The rigid ranking systems of her childhood sect had trained her for this. The constant assessment, the constant measurement, had made her acutely sensitive to the subtle rush of power that came when she converted someone's contempt into advancement. But Ming's question didn't have an answer Ao Chun could simply provide. It wasn't a question that invited the kind of explanation Wei Fang had given her before, the careful elaborations about intent and ethics. This was something sharper. This was, are you simply perpetuating the same harm, just in reverse? The splinter worked deeper over the following weeks. Ao Chun tried to practice as normal, attending the small cultivation groups in her province, working with the junior cultivators who came to her seeking guidance on their methods. But Ming's question was there, present in every interaction. When a merchant's daughter ranked her cultivation speed as mediocre, and Ao Chun felt the familiar absorption, the rush of power-taking, she could no longer feel it without also feeling the echo of Ming's voice. How is that different? She wrote to the institute in the late autumn. Not a formal letter. Wei Fang had made it clear that the network worked differently than formal sections. She simply wrote about the moment her sister had asked, and about how the question had wedged itself into her practice until she couldn't move forward without addressing it. She wrote about the fear that maybe she had built her entire cultivation method on something fundamentally corrupting. That maybe, at second realm and climbing toward third, she would discover that her advancement had been built on the same dismissive, diminishing harm she claimed not to practice. The response came back in Wei Fang's hand. Not a written reply, but an invitation. Come to the institute. Let's sit with this together. She arrived on a morning when the cultivation gardens were at their most beautiful. The institute grounds in Qingzhou were nothing like the rigid architecture of her childhood sect. Instead of tall walls and formal courtyards, there were terraced gardens where unusual plants grew, species that thrived only in cultivation-saturated soil that had been shaped by decades of practitioners' work. In one section, silver-leafed vines climbed trellises of pale wood. In another, orchids bloomed in impossible colors, their petals shifting from lavender to deep blue depending on the light. Wei Fang met her in the smaller consultation room, the one overlooking the gardens. It was a modest space, more intimate than any teaching space Ao Chun had encountered. There were cushions, a low table, and a window that showed the morning light falling through cultivation groves. A ceramic pot of tea sat steaming on the table, along with a selection of small cups. He was younger than she had expected, though she realized afterward that this was a failure of her imagination, not a failure of the reality before her. Wei Fang was in his early 30s, with the particular kind of presence that came from someone who had sat with difficult questions rather than avoided them. His hands, when he poured tea, moved with precision. Your sister asked you something that lodged, he said, not as an opening, but as a completion of the thought that had driven her here. Ao Chun described the moment again. She described growing up in a sect where rank was everything, where the constant assessment had taught her early to feel the power that lived in other people's diminishment of her. She described how joining the network had felt like finding permission to do what she was already doing, just with more awareness. She described the way the question had wedged in, making her wonder if permission from Wei Fang didn't somehow carry the same corruption that the original dismissal carried. Wei Fang listened without trying to fix the question or smooth it away. When he finally spoke, his voice was measured. "Your sister's question is a fair one," he said. "I've sat with a version of it. I still do." This was not what Aochin had expected. She had come for reassurance, for some explanation that would make the question irrelevant. Instead, Wei Fang was saying he lived with the same tension. "But there's a distinction I've had to understand," he continued. "Taking energy passively from someone's dismissal is different from dismissing them. You're not diminishing them. You're not saying they are less, or converting them into instruments, or reducing them to their judgment of you. You're transmuting energy that has already been sent your way. That energy belongs to the interaction between you both. What you do with it, whether you let it harm you or convert it to advancement, is your own work." He poured more tea, a simple action that gave Chun time to absorb this. "The network exists," Wei Fang said, "because people like you needed to understand something that was already happening instinctively. Your sister's question, why is what you're doing different? That's a real question, and it requires honest ethical clarity. It doesn't require you to stop your practice. It requires you to practice with your eyes open, not in denial of the complexity, but fully aware of it." Chun felt something shift. Not resolution exactly, but a different way of holding the question. The splinter didn't disappear, but it moved from being an infection to being something she could examine, something that was part of her practice rather than separate from it. "What does practicing with eyes open look like?" she asked. Wei Fang was quiet for a moment. "It means you remember that the person dismissing you is a whole person, not just a source of energy. It means you don't let the convenience of their underestimation become permission to underestimate them. It means the energy you take becomes something you carry responsibility for. And it means you're willing to keep asking your sister's question, even when the answer is complicated." When Chun left the institute 3 days later, after attending sessions with some of the older network members, after sitting in the cultivation gardens at dawn, after having more conversations with Wei Fang about the ethics of advancement and the weight of what she carried, the splinter was still there. But it felt different now. It felt like part of the practice rather than a corruption of it. She understood that this would be ongoing, that third realm would bring new versions of the question. But she also understood, finally, that this was how real advancement worked. Not as denial, but as integration of complexity. Chapter 110, The Network's Evolution. 6 weeks after Chin's visit, Wei Fang sat in his private study, a room lined with cultivation records, network correspondence, and the accumulating documentation of unconventional advancement, and articulated something he had never quite named before. "Every one of them," he said to Master Lan, who had come to the Institute for the autumn equinox gathering, has faced a version of the same crisis. The method works instinctively at first realm. Raw absorption of contempt, easy conversion to advancement. But at second realm, when they start to feel the subtle shades of what they're absorbing, when the energy becomes fine enough that they can taste its texture, the ease dissolves." Master Lin nodded. He was older now, his hair completely silver, but his presence in the institute had become more collegial as the years passed. They spoke less as teacher and student and more as two people working with the same difficult material from different angles. "And third realm?" Master Lin asked. "Third realm is where it becomes genuinely difficult," Wei Fang said, "because that's when intellectual understanding finally catches up to felt experience. They can think about what they're doing, and thinking about it interrogates everything. The old justifications don't hold. The easy explanations collapse. And for a moment, sometimes a long moment, the whole practice seems corrupted." This was not new to Wei Fang. He was moving through his own third realm transition, sitting with his own integration crises, carrying the weight of thousands of impressions that clung to his foundation like sediment. But something about helping Chun through her crisis had clarified it for him. This wasn't a flaw in the system. This was a feature. This was what advancement actually looked like. He began to write about it systematically, not as abstract theory, but as a framework for what to expect, what the other side looked like, what helped when the crisis was most acute. He named it integration crises as features, not bugs. He wrote about the 3 phases of advancement in unconventional cultivation and how each phase brought its own particular destabilization. First realm. The method works because intuition carries it. A cultivator discovers they can absorb energy from others' dismissal. It feels good. Advancement is rapid. The ethics are simple because they're not yet complicated. Second realm. The energy becomes tangible. A cultivator begins to feel not just the power but the texture of what they're absorbing. They start to notice that contempt from different people carries different qualities. The rigid dismissal of a sect elder feels different from the careless underestimation of a stranger. The energy is finer, requires more sophistication to process. And with that sophistication comes the first tremor of doubt. What exactly am I absorbing? Third realm, the full integration crisis. A cultivator's intellectual capacity has finally expanded enough to fully interrogate their felt experience. They can think about the ethics of what they do. They can hold multiple contradictory truths at once. They can see both the reality that they're transmuting energy that's already been sent toward them and the reality that their method requires other people to underestimate them. The method that felt so natural suddenly feels complex beyond easy justification. Wei Fang wrote about what he had learned from his own crisis, that the work on the other side of integration was deeper, more grounded, more truly yours. That advancement through the crisis wasn't about finding new justifications or re-armor plating the old ones. It was about becoming large enough to hold the complexity, to practice with your eyes open. He circulated the framework documents through the network in careful steps. First to the senior practitioners who had been through crises themselves, then to the provincial groups, then more widely, reaching practitioners he had never met, in provinces he had never visited. The response was extraordinary. Network members began writing back, sharing their own crises through the lens Wei Fang had provided. They began to see the destabilization not as failure, but as necessary work. Within 3 months, the documents had spread far enough that Wei Fang began hearing about them from people who weren't even direct network members, cultivators in the outer provinces who had heard about the framework and were using it to understand their own advancement patterns. But something else happened that Wei Fang hadn't anticipated. The network developed its own teaching capacity. Senior members who had been through crises began holding small groups for practitioners just beginning their integration work. Ao Chun was one of these teachers. She returned to her province in Jingzhou and started holding sessions twice a month in the small garden attached to a cultivation hall. What surprised Wei Fang, when he heard about her work through Qin Feng, was how she conducted the sessions. She tells them she doesn't have it figured out. Qin Feng reported, laughing a little. She says, "Here's how I work with doubt rather than against it. Here's the moment my sister's question lodged in my practice, and here's how I learned to carry it." She uses her own crisis as the credential for teaching others. Wei Fang thought about this. He had expected that teachers would present themselves as having moved past the crisis, having solved it, having arrived at some kind of understanding. But Ao Chun was teaching from the middle of the work itself, from the place where the question was still alive and still difficult. And from her accounts, people seemed to find that more useful than any arrival. When Qin Feng told him this, sitting in the institute garden during the winter solstice, Wei Fang felt something he hadn't anticipated: satisfaction. Not the satisfaction of a plan coming together, not the satisfaction of proving something, but the satisfaction of watching something grow beyond your original vision, outgrow the boundaries you had tried to contain it within, become more than what you had imagined it could be. The network was no longer something he was creating. It was becoming something that was creating itself, that was developing depth and complexity and capacity without him at its center. It was becoming real in a way that nothing he had worked on before had become real. And the strangeness of it, the way it moved beyond his control while remaining rooted in the principles he had articulated, felt like witnessing something genuine. Not success exactly. Something more like genuine growth. Chapter 111. The fracturing coalition Elder Tsung's Celestial Mountain Coalition, which had filed the formal charges against the Institute, began showing signs of internal disagreement 3 weeks after the compliance requirements were issued. The compliance requirements had been Tsung's partial victory, but several of the sects he'd recruited to the coalition had different expectations of what that victory should look like. The initial coalition had formed around a simple premise: that unconventional cultivation methods represented a threat to the integrity of the cultivation world. The members had united in their conviction that Wei Fang's approach, whatever it was, must be exposed, constrained, and ideally, stopped entirely. When the formal hearing took place and the Institute's leadership stood before the Judgment Council to defend their position, the coalition members had expected either complete condemnation or, at worst, a negotiated settlement that would heavily restrict Wei Fang's influence. What happened instead was something none of them had anticipated. Wei Fang himself appeared at the hearing, not to argue, but to listen and to respond with complete honesty. Sect Master Gao of the Verdant River Sect, who'd been one of Tsung's most prominent supporters, had attended that testimony in person. He'd sat in the formal hearing hall watching as Wei Fang explained his method to the council, accepting responsibility for years of concealment, describing the crisis his method had created when he'd published it openly, and speaking candidly about the struggles that had forced him to develop unconventional approaches in the first place. "I don't ask for forgiveness," Wei Fang had said, his voice steady despite the obvious weight of the moment. "I understand that I violated expectations of the cultivation community. I understand that I moved outside established protocols. But I can't apologize for the method itself, because it worked. And I can't apologize for hiding it, because revealing it earlier would have meant persecution before I had the strength to defend myself. What I can do is answer every question honestly and accept whatever consequences the council determines are appropriate." Sect Master Gao had expected evasion, eloquent justification, the kind of clever argument that a powerful cultivator might deploy to escape accountability. Instead, he'd witnessed something he'd rarely seen: genuine remorse combined with genuine confidence in what he'd created. After the hearing, Gao had arranged a private meeting with Wei Fang. They'd walked through the gardens outside the judgment hall, while other coalition members retired to debate the implications of the testimony. "You stood up and told the truth about something you'd been hiding for 15 years, Gao had said quietly. "That's not the behavior of someone who built their cultivation on parasitic methods. That's not the behavior of someone using manipulation as their foundation. That's the behavior of someone who made mistakes trying to survive and then owned them completely." Wei Fang had smiled sadly. "I'm not sure that makes what I did any less wrong." "Perhaps not," Gao had said. "But it makes what you did comprehensible. And it makes the method itself something worth studying rather than simply condemning." "I came to that hearing expecting to hear a confession of wrongdoing. I heard the confession, but it was a confession of desperation, not malice. Those are different things." The defection of Sect Master Gao from Tsong's coalition had been quiet at first. Gao had simply stopped attending coalition meetings and had made a point of requesting research access to Wei Fang's published work through official channels. But it had been the first crack in what Tsong had thought was a unified structure. 2 other sect masters had followed within days. A meditation master from a conservative school had sent a formal letter to the institute requesting permission to study Wei Fang's theoretical framework, specifically noting that understanding conviction energy cultivation might illuminate phenomena she'd observed in her own practice for decades. By the 3rd week after the hearing, Elder Tsong's coalition had shrunk from 12 sects to 6. The remaining members were those for whom traditional cultivation wasn't simply a preference, but a matter of fundamental identity. These were the old-line establishments, the places where methods had been refined over centuries, and where deviation from established practice was seen as threat rather than opportunity. Tsong himself had taken the defections with surprising equanimity. He'd called a meeting of the remaining coalition members and had spoken with uncharacteristic vulnerability. "We may have miscalculated," he'd said to them. "Not in identifying that Wei Fang's method is unconventional. That part was correct. But in assuming that unconventional methods are inherently inferior. If they advance cultivators to the 3rd realm, they're not inferior. They're effective. That's a problem for some of us, but it's a fact that must be acknowledged." Some of the remaining coalition members had protested. A sect master from the Northern Ice Pagoda had argued that effectiveness wasn't the only criterion, that methods which produced unbalanced cultivators or created ethical complications were still problematic regardless of their power. "That may be true," Tsong had said. "But Wei Fang has answered those charges. He's demonstrated balance. He's shown responsibility. Unless we can point to specific harm he's caused, arguing against the method on principle alone is no longer defensible. And principle alone won't hold a coalition together." The coalition, for all practical purposes, had ended not with a dramatic collapse, but with a quiet evolution. What remained was a small group of traditionalist sects that had chosen to continue their opposition based on genuine philosophical grounds, rather than the kind of unified institutional pressure that Tsong had originally assembled. For Wei Fang, the fracturing of the coalition meant something profound. The cultivation world was accepting him. Not unanimously, not without reservation, but accepting him nonetheless. The opposition that remained was honest and transparent, not coordinated institutional pressure. He could work with that. He could move forward in a world that had decided to judge him based on his actual merit rather than his deviation from established norms. Chapter 112. The Threshold. Wei Fang spent 3 months in methodical preparation for the 3rd realm breakthrough. This preparation was different from previous breakthrough attempts, more deliberate, more architecturally considered, drawing on everything he'd learned from his cultivation crisis and from his study of others who'd managed similar transitions. His absorption method had evolved significantly since its origins as a desperate strategy for a struggling outer disciple who had almost no resources and almost no prospects for advancement. Back then, it had been a raw thing. simply taking the energy that came from others' contempt and converting it to power, without much thought for integration or consequences. Over the years, it had developed into something far more sophisticated. Now, his method could source power from any strong conviction, regardless of emotional valence. It didn't require contempt anymore, though contempt still worked. It could take confidence, admiration, fear, doubt, hope, any conviction held strongly enough that it carried cultivation energy, and extract the conviction energy, without consuming the person who held it. The method had developed the capacity to process conviction energy in real time during absorption rather than storing it for later integration. Early in his practice, Wei Fang had needed to absorb and then later spend hours integrating what he'd absorbed, working through the accumulated energy to avoid becoming unstable or inconsistent in his cultivation. Now, the integration happened automatically, in the moment of absorption. The conviction energy was immediately woven into his cultivation structure, becoming part of his power before he even finished the transaction. And in the past year, as his method had matured, he discovered something remarkable. It had become partially recursive. His own deep conviction in the method's legitimacy, the absolute certainty he now held that this approach to cultivation was valid and good, had become one of its primary fuel sources. He was now feeding off his own confidence in the system he'd created, which meant his cultivation had access to a renewable, internal source of power that didn't depend on external interactions. But the third realm transition would require all of this evolution to be preserved and extended. It wasn't just about having more power. It was about maintaining the integrity of a cultivation method through a fundamental transformation of how that power was structured. Wei Fang worked with Director Huang and a small team of specialists to design the breakthrough attempt. They reviewed his cultivation structure in detail, examining the channels he'd developed, the reserves he'd built, the integration points where different sources of conviction energy converged. "Your method is more stable than I would have predicted," said Jade, the Jade Serpent, who had become one of Wei Fang's closest consultants on unconventional cultivation theory. Most cultivation methods that rely on external sourcing become less stable as they scale up in power. But you've developed genuine integration rather than simply accumulation. The power isn't just sitting in your reserves. It's woven into your fundamental structure. Wei Fang nodded, appreciating the analysis. "That's intentional. From the beginning, I've worked to prevent the method from becoming corrupting. The conviction energy I absorb has to be properly integrated, otherwise it would create instability. I can feel it when integration is working correctly. The energy flows naturally, without resistance. When it's not, I get stalled advancement. Which is why," Director Huang added, "the third realm transition is going to be challenging. You've been operating at the edge of the second realm for nearly a year. Your channels are nearly maxed out at this realm level. The breakthrough will require expanding them, but it will also require maintaining that integration you've developed. If the expansion happens too quickly without proper integration, you could end up with a cultivation structure that's larger but less coherent. Which would make me less effective, not more," Wei Fang said. "Even if I successfully transitioned to third realm with corrupted integration, I'd be worse off than I am now." "Exactly," Jade confirmed. "So the breakthrough can't be rushed. You need to expand your integration capacity at the same time you're expanding your channels. That's the theoretical framework for the approach." They spent a week designing the precise meditation sequences Wei Fang would follow during the breakthrough. These weren't new inventions. They were adapted from traditional third realm breakthrough practices, modified to account for the fact that Wei Fang's cultivation structure was fundamentally different from a traditionally trained cultivator's. The traditional approach relied on pushing power through the existing channels until they had to expand to handle the pressure. Wei Fang's approach would be more deliberate. He would consciously visualize the new channel structures he needed, hold those visualizations through the meditation, and let his cultivation naturally expand to match the structure he was defining. It was more work, more conscious effort, but it was safer. And it was more in line with how his method had always worked, through intention and integration rather than simple force. The preparation also involved what Wei Fang called consolidating his obligations. He spent time with each person who'd been significantly involved in his cultivation journey. He sat with Chen Feng and talked about the early days when they'd first understood that unconventional cultivators could work together. He met with Ao Chun, who'd recently completed her own crisis resolution with Wei Fang's help, and they discussed what her advancement might mean for other young cultivators facing similar challenges. He spent a long afternoon with Director Huang reviewing the compliance requirements that had been issued following the hearing. The Institute would need to continue monitoring his cultivation development, file reports quarterly on his advancement, and maintain open documentation of his method's applications. Wei Fang wasn't troubled by these requirements. They represented accountability, and he'd come to understand that accountability was part of the price of being a pioneer in cultivation methodology. On his last day of preparation, Wei Fang walked alone up into the mountains above the institute. He found a quiet place with a view of the valley where Emerald Lotus Sect lay in the distance, and he sat in meditation for several hours, simply observing the state of his cultivation without pushing it, without trying to advance it. This was the stillness before transformation. He'd learned that feeling in his earlier breakthroughs, that sense of being balanced on a threshold, ready but not forced, capable but not desperate. The third realm was waiting on the other side of this threshold. He would pass through it in a few days. But for now, he simply acknowledged the moment itself, the precarious balance between who he was and who he was about to become. Chapter 113. The allies reveal themselves as Wei Fang prepared for breakthrough. He began to receive quiet messages from cultivators across the region, not network members, but traditional cultivators who wanted him to know that they were following his situation and hoped he would succeed. These communications came in various forms and from unexpected quarters, each one a small affirmation that Wei Fang's work had meaning beyond the circle of cultivators he'd directly influenced. A senior formation master at a conservative sect in the eastern provinces sent a handwritten note with careful brushwork, explaining that his research into the principles Wei Fang had published had clarified a phenomenon he'd been puzzled over for 40 years. The master had been studying the mathematics of qi flow through spiritual formations, and he'd found that Wei Fang's description of conviction energy as a measurable component of qi flow provided the theoretical framework he'd been missing. The formations he could design now, based on this deeper understanding, were significantly more efficient than anything he'd created before. The master's tone was formal and professional, but underlying it was genuine gratitude. A meditation master whose techniques had seemed to conflict with conviction energy cultivation sent a thoughtful letter explaining how she'd integrated elements of Wei Fang's framework into her own approach. She taught cultivators to develop perfect internal stillness, an emptying of mind that was traditionally opposed to the kind of conviction energy manipulation Wei Fang practiced. But she'd begun to understand that her approach and Wei Fang's weren't actually contradictory. The stillness she taught was the opposite extreme of the conviction intensity Wei Fang cultivated, and students who could do both, who could be completely still and also absolutely certain of their intentions simultaneously, developed a more nuanced and powerful cultivation than those who could only do one. A young artificer from a tool-making sect wrote a brief note expressing hope that Wei Fang would succeed in the third realm breakthrough. The artificer had attended one of Wei Fang's public lectures on conviction energy cultivation and had begun applying the principles to artifact design. The tools he could create now, incorporating conviction-based enhancement rather than pure qi channeling, were stronger and more flexible than traditional designs. He wanted to thank Wei Fang for opening his mind to new possibilities. An administrator from a merchant consortium that worked with multiple sects wrote to say that Wei Fang's published method had caused her to reconsider the way her organization evaluated cultivation talent. For years, her group had been screening for traditionally trained cultivators, assuming that unconventional cultivation backgrounds indicated instability or corruption. But Wei Fang's transparent discussion of his method had prompted her to reassess several cultivators she'd previously passed over. Two of them had turned out to be exceptionally talented, and they developed innovations in cultivation-based commerce that had increased the consortium's efficiency significantly. These were people who would never join Wei Fang's network. Their cultivation traditions were too different, their commitments too fixed, their institutions too established for them to overturn years of practice. But they recognized that what Wei Fang had done was genuine advancement, not manipulation. They recognized that his willingness to publish his method completely, to allow it to be studied and evaluated, and sometimes criticized, indicated confidence in the method's validity. And they recognized that opposing advancement simply because it was unconventional was the stance of someone frightened of change, not someone genuinely protecting the integrity of cultivation. Wei Fang collected these letters and read them repeatedly as his breakthrough date approached. They weren't adulation. None of the senders were worshipping him or treating him as specially chosen. They were, instead, quiet acknowledgments of someone doing real work in the cultivation world and doing it well. The letters said, in various ways, "You've made something better. We can see it. We're using it. We're grateful." That gratitude meant more to Wei Fang than any amount of public praise could have. These people weren't obligated to write. They had no stake in Wei Fang's success beyond their own interest in good cultivation practices. Yet they'd taken time to send notes, to communicate their appreciation, to let him know that his work mattered. One letter, from a group of elderly cultivators at a remote mountain temple, was particularly striking. These cultivators had apparently been studying Wei Fang's published method together, trying to understand what made it work. They wrote, "We are too old and too set in our ways to change our own cultivation practice. But we see in your method the marks of genuine advancement. We see the integration and the responsibility. We see a cultivator who became powerful by serving others rather than dominating them. In our declining years, it brings us peace to know that the cultivation world is moving in directions like the ones you've pioneered. We hope you will continue this work. We hope you will succeed." The peace that Wei Fang felt after reading those letters was profound. There was no personal stake in this. These cultivators would never meet him. Some of them would probably be deceased before his methods became mainstream in their region. Yet they were taking comfort in knowing that the cultivation world was improving, that someone was doing the work of genuine advancement. That was the true measure of accomplishment in Wei Fang's estimation. Not personal power, not the size of his network, not the number of people following his method, but the genuine improvement of the cultivation world itself. One practitioner, one sect, one discovery at a time. Chapter 114. Into the retreat on the morning Wei Fang entered the isolated retreat for his third realm breakthrough attempt, he did something he'd never done before a previous breakthrough. He gave a formal farewell. It wasn't a ceremony. He wasn't theatrical, and he understood that breakthrough attempts were inherently uncertain ventures. There was no point in creating ritual around an outcome that might not manifest. But he did something that felt important. He spent 2 days seeing everyone he wanted to see before he went into the meditation chamber and closed the door that would isolate him for what was expected to be 3 weeks. He spent a long morning with Director Huang, reviewing one final time the specifications of the meditation chamber and the monitoring that would be in place. They walked through the underground passages together, and Director Huang showed him the array stones that had been positioned to maintain the breakthrough environment. "If anything goes wrong," Huang said, "we can interrupt the breakthrough and bring you out of meditation. It won't be pleasant. Interrupting a deep breakthrough attempt always creates some discomfort, but we can do it if we detect genuine danger. Don't try to push through something that feels critically wrong. The breakthrough will still be there if you need to recover and try again." Wei Fang nodded, appreciating the reassurance. There was always a risk in deep meditation that he would misidentify the boundary between productive struggle and genuine danger. Having someone outside the chamber ready to intervene if things went truly wrong was a comfort he'd never had in his previous breakthrough attempts. He spent an afternoon with Chen Feng, his earliest unconventional cultivation partner. They sat in silence for much of that time, but they also talked about what came after the breakthrough, what Wei Fang might become once he was third realm, and what that might mean for the network of cultivators they'd built together. "You'll be something different when you come out," Chen Feng said. "I can feel it. You're already changing, just thinking about the threshold. That's normal. Breakthroughs start in the mind before they finish in the body. But I want you to know that whatever you become, the rest of us will adapt. You're not going to do this alone, even though you have to spend the weeks in the chamber alone." Wei Fang felt the truth of that statement. He wasn't doing this alone. He'd never actually done anything alone, even when he was working in isolation. He'd always had people around him who believed in what he was doing and who were willing to support the work. He spent a long session with Jade, the Jade Serpent, discussing the theoretical aspects of what he was about to attempt. Jade had become his closest consultant on the mechanics of cultivation energy, and she had insights into the third realm transition that no one else in his network shared. The third realm is where cultivation becomes about transformation rather than accumulation, Jade explained. In the first realm, you're accumulating power. In the second realm, you're learning to use that power with sophistication. But in the third realm, you're actually changing what you are at a fundamental level. The power doesn't just get larger, it gets different. The way it flows through you changes. The way you perceive the world through cultivation sense changes. Everything is different once you're on the other side. Does that mean my method will change too? Wei Fang asked. It has to, Jade said. A method that works perfectly at second realm won't work at all if you try to apply it unchanged at third realm. You'll need to evolve it. But the fundamental principle, that you're creating a genuine method rather than just imbalancing your cultivation by forcing absorption, that will carry forward. You'll just be operating at a scale and with a sophistication that you can't currently imagine. Wei Fang found that thought oddly comforting. He wasn't trying to preserve a perfectly formed method. He was trying to build a foundation that could support continuous evolution. That was something he could do. Finally, on the evening before the breakthrough attempt, Wei Fang went to find Ao Chun, the young cultivator whose cultivation crisis he'd helped resolve weeks earlier. Ao Chun had advanced successfully through her difficulty, the same crisis that had blocked Wei Fang for months at the second realm, and she'd emerged as a stronger and more stable cultivator than she'd been before. They sat on a bench in the Institute's garden, watching the sunset paint the sky in layers of color. I'm nervous about you attempting third realm, Aochin said quietly. I know that's probably strange. You've already succeeded at 2 breakthroughs, and I'm the one who's only recently completed one. But somehow, now that I understand what a breakthrough really costs, I'm more aware of how dangerous they are. Wei Fang smiled. That awareness is good. It means you'll be careful with your own future breakthroughs, and you won't take them for granted. As for your nervousness about me, I appreciate that. It reminds me that I'm not doing this in isolation. There are people who care about whether I succeed. I do, Aochin said. You changed my life. You showed me that my crisis didn't mean I was failing at cultivation. You showed me that cultivators like me, people who don't fit the traditional patterns, can be just as legitimate as anyone else. If you succeed at third realm, it means that path is real. It means people like us can actually reach the highest levels of cultivation. That matters enormously. Wei Fang reached over and squeezed her hand briefly. Then I'll do my best to make sure I come out of that chamber as a third realm cultivator. For you, and for everyone else who's been counting on this. The next morning, Wei Fang descended into the meditation chamber with a quiet sense of purpose. He carried nothing but the clothes he wore, a water bottle, and a written list of the meditation sequences he'd designed for the breakthrough. The chamber door would be sealed behind him. The arrays would activate, creating the isolated environment where his cultivation could transform. As the door closed, Wei Fang felt not fear, but anticipation. Everything he'd worked for was leading to this moment. Everything he'd learned about cultivation, about absorption, about integration and responsibility, and the legitimate use of power, all of it was converging here, in this chamber, in these weeks of meditation. He sat at the center of the chamber, closed his eyes, and began to breathe. Chapter 115. The first week, the retreat facility was purpose-built for third realm transitions, a deep chamber located far beneath the Institute's main buildings, where the stone walls had been reinforced with cultivation-dampening arrays that filtered out external chi fluctuations and created a pocket of profound internal stillness. Complete isolation from the cultivation energy moving through the broader world meant that Wei Fang's breakthrough would be driven entirely by his internal resources, with no external power to distract or influence the process. The chamber itself was austere. A meditation cushion at the center, a small alcove with supplies of fresh water and nutrient-rich foods that could be consumed quickly without breaking concentration, and nothing else. The walls bore markings of the arrays that maintained the isolation, glowing faintly with the deep blue light of active spiritual technology. Wei Fang settled into the lotus position at the chamber's center on the first evening, his breathing synchronized with the gentle pulse of the arrays around him. He could feel the arrays at work, not in an uncomfortable way, but like a steady, constant pressure that kept anything external from entering his space. Director Huang had personally overseen the preparations, and a rotation of cultivators would maintain the protective formations for the expected duration of 3 weeks. Wei Fang's vital signs would be monitored through subtle cultivation sense, allowing the team outside to know if something was going critically wrong without interrupting his focus. Before him lay the accumulated weight of 15 years of unconventional advancement. His meridians had been expanding steadily toward the third realm's threshold, the pathways of his cultivation becoming wider and more complex with each month of deliberate practice. But a breakthrough at this level wasn't simply a matter of pushing harder. It required a fundamental transformation, a restructuring of how he channeled and processed qi that would affect every aspect of how he cultivated going forward. The energy he'd absorbed from thousands of people's contempt over the years had become the foundation of his strength, woven so deeply into his cultivation structure that he could no longer separate his advancement from the source of his power. That foundation would need to remain intact through the breakthrough, while simultaneously transforming to support a vastly larger structure. It was a paradox he'd spent months thinking through, and now he would experience it directly. Wei Fang closed his eyes and began the meditation sequence he'd practiced countless times in preparation. His awareness descended into his core, past the outer layers of his waking consciousness, into the intricate web of pathways and reserves that constituted his cultivation. The familiar landscape of his inner world spread before his mind's eye. Channels of brilliantly colored energy, pulsing nodes of accumulated power, the scars and growth marks of his unconventional journey. The patterns were intricate. Where a traditionally trained cultivator would have one primary cultivation pathway running through their center and secondary channels branching off at regular intervals, Wei Fang's structure was more like a web. The primary pathways from his core spread outward in multiple directions, each one slightly different in color and texture depending on the source of the conviction energy that had created it. Threads of power branched from these main paths, connecting to each other, creating redundancy and complexity. It was not a structure that any traditional cultivation master would have designed, but it was stable and it was real. On the second day, Wei Fang began the actual meditation sequences for the breakthrough. These involved moving his awareness systematically through each major pathway, expanding the flow of qi incrementally while holding his visualization of what the expanded structure should look like. It was slow work, requiring focus and patience. He couldn't rush this process. If he tried to expand his channels too quickly, he'd create tears in the delicate structures that made his cultivation work. By the third day, he could feel the first genuine resistance. His cultivation structure was beginning to push back against the expansion, the way a physical structure under stress begins to show cracks if you push it too hard. This was expected, even welcome. It meant his cultivation was responding to his intentions. Wei Fang adjusted his meditation technique, applying the lessons he'd learned during his cultivation crisis months earlier. That crisis had taught him how to work with resistance in his cultivation rather than simply trying to force his way through it. He identified where the resistance was strongest, examined what was causing it, and then gently worked to release the blockage rather than break through it. By the end of the first week, he'd made significant progress. His primary channels had expanded noticeably. He could feel the difference in how power flowed through them. The qi that moved through his cultivation structure now had more space to work with, was less constrained by the walls of his meridians. His foundation core, the central repository of power at the base of his cultivation, had already begun to shift into a new configuration, though the actual stabilization of the new form was still days away. The resistance had lessened, not because he'd beaten it into submission, but because he'd understood it and worked with it. The walls of his meridians had begun to adapt to the expansion voluntarily, stretching because it was what they were naturally inclined to do once the pressure wasn't being applied as force, but as invitation. Wei Fang allowed himself a moment of satisfaction on the evening of the seventh day. If the breakthrough continued at this pace, he would pass the most dangerous phase within the next week. He was on track to emerge as a third-realm cultivator on schedule. Chapter 116. The discovery on the seventh day of the retreat. As Wei Fang's cultivation expanded and he settled more deeply into the meditation, he discovered something within his cultivation structure that he had not anticipated finding, despite all his years of theoretical preparation and framework development. The energy he'd absorbed over 15 years from thousands of people's convictions about him had preserved something of those interactions. Not memories exactly. The people whose contempt had fueled his advancement hadn't left literal mental images or verbal records, nothing so crude or obvious. But their energy had carried emotional content, and that content had been integrated along with the energy itself, woven into the very foundation of his advancement. What he found, in the deep stillness of advanced retreat meditation where the boundary between self and cultivation structure grew gossamer thin, was a vast constellation of impressions. Thousands of them, layered through the deepest parts of his foundation like sediment in ancient stone. Each one faint, a ghost of a feeling, a residue of someone's certainty that he would fail, that he was lesser, that he didn't belong in the world of cultivation. None of them were harmful in themselves. They carried no malice, no active pressure. They were simply there, woven into the structure of his advancement like threads in a tapestry whose full pattern only now became visible. The sensation of discovering them was like opening a door in his own mind and finding a crowded room he'd forgotten existed. Thousands of small presences, each one barely conscious, each one a ghost echo of a human conviction about his limitations. His initial instinct was to recoil, to push them away. But the retreat discipline held him steady. Instead of recoiling, he breathed through the moment and began to truly perceive them. He spent 2 full days with this discovery before telling anyone. He needed to understand it himself first, to move past the initial shock and begin to see it clearly. What he understood, by the end of the second day, was something that shifted his entire conception of his own practice. This was why his cultivation felt fundamentally different from traditional practice. Traditional cultivators drew on external sources of qi that didn't carry this kind of residue. They pulled from the natural world, from cultivation manuals, from the abstract energy that permeated the sect grounds. His foundation was, in part, built from the emotional energy of human beings. That energy hadn't disappeared when it was converted into qi. It had become part of him. It had transformed, certainly, but it hadn't vanished. He wasn't certain how he felt about this revelation. Disturbed, perhaps, in the way that discovery of hidden depths is always disturbing. Awed, certainly, at the sheer scale of it. There was something profound about it that he couldn't immediately articulate, something that felt simultaneously like a revelation and like he should have expected this all along. On the 9th day, During the breakfast hour when he was technically permitted visitors, he sent a message to Master Lin through one of the attendants. She arrived within an hour, moving through the retreat's quiet corridors with the unhurried pace of someone who had been expecting this summons. Wei Fang had learned over the years to read such things. The way Master Lin walked suggested that she had already anticipated some form of crisis during his breakthrough phase. "I found something," he told her without preamble, waving her to sit across from him in the meditation chamber. She settled onto the cushion opposite him, examined his expression with the careful attention that had made her such an effective teacher, and said simply, "Tell me everything." He described the constellation of impressions, the residue of thousands of people's certainty about his limitations. He tried to describe what it felt like to perceive them, not threatening, not painful, not in any way malevolent, but present in a way that couldn't be ignored or minimized. The weight of their existence within his foundation, the way they seemed to form a kind of secondary structure, parallel to but inseparable from his own cultivation base. Master Lin listened to all of it without interruption, her expression thoughtful but not alarmed. When he finished, she took a slow breath and responded with her characteristic directness. "You've known this was possible," she said. "You included it in your framework documentation. Energy absorption from human sources would carry emotional content. You theorized about the residue, about the integration problem, about how it would differ from traditional qi absorption. Knowing it intellectually and finding it inside your own foundation are different experiences," he said, hearing the slight tremor in his own voice that he hadn't expected to be there. "I understood it theoretically. I didn't understand what it would feel like to carry thousands of people inside my cultivation structure." "Yes," she agreed, and there was something almost warm in her tone. "They are very different things. Understanding a concept and living with the reality it describes are never the same." She leaned forward slightly. "The question now is not whether they're there. They are. The question is what you will do with that knowledge as you continue your advancement. That's where your real work begins." Wei Fang nodded slowly, feeling some of the confusion begin to crystallize into something more manageable. "I think I need to acknowledge them," he said quietly. "Not apologize, not vindicate myself, but acknowledge what they are, what they mean, that they're part of me now." Master Lin inclined her head. "Then that's your work for the remaining days of this retreat." Chapter 117. The weight of history on the 8th day of his cultivation retreat. Wei Fang discovered the accumulation. He had known intellectually that his foundation would be complex, that 20 years of absorbing energy from thousands of people would leave traces, residues that clung to his practice like silt to a riverbed. But knowing it intellectually and experiencing it directly were entirely different things. He was moving through the specific meditation that his third realm transition required, the careful unpacking of his foundation layer by layer, allowing each piece to surface into conscious awareness before he moved past it. The structure was meant to take him deeper into his own cultivation, to integrate everything into something that was truly his. Instead, he found presences. They weren't conscious. They weren't harmful in any active sense. There was no malevolence in them, no agency that threatened his practice. But they were there, thousands of them, woven into the foundational structure of his cultivation like threads through cloth. Each one was a residue of absorbed energy. Each one represented a moment when someone had underestimated him, dismissed him, sent contempt his way, and he had converted that energy into advancement. The sheer weight of them was what struck him first. Not distressing, exactly, but heavy, real, undeniable. By day 9, Wei Fang had begun to understand that he couldn't move past them. He couldn't advance further without integrating them, without taking conscious responsibility for what they represented. The old structure of his practice, where the absorbed energy simply fed advancement without requiring deeper examination, was no longer functional. To move through third realm, he had to recognize what he carried. He developed a practice of acknowledgement. It wasn't apology. That would have meant accepting that his advancement was somehow corrupting, that the energy he had transmuted carried inherent guilt. But it also wasn't vindication. It wasn't saying that he had done nothing wrong, that the energy was purely his to take because of how he had used it. Instead, it was recognition. "I absorbed the energy of your certainty about my limitations," he would say, directing his attention to each cluster of presences. "I converted it into advancement. The contempt you felt for what I was, the dismissal you sent my way, I took that and made it part of my strength. I am what I became partly because you believed I was less. You are part of what I became. I hold your underestimation in my foundation." The different types of presences required different acknowledgement. The contempt that came from ambitious junior cultivators, those who had ranked him as less because they wanted to confirm their own superiority, carried a particular quality. That contempt was sharper, more deliberate. When Wei Fang turned his attention to those presences, he acknowledged them differently. You underestimated me to steady your own advancement. I took that steadiness from you. You remain in my foundation as a lesson about what desperate self-confirmation looks like. The dismissal that came from sect elders, the professional contempt of those who had been trained to assess cultivators and had assessed him as beneath their notice, carried different texture entirely. That energy felt dusty, routine. You dismissed me because I did not fit the categories your sect had trained you to recognize. I took the power that lived in your refusal to see me. You remain in my foundation as a testament to how much power lives in those who are below the threshold of another's notice. The careless underestimation of strangers, people who had simply assumed he was ordinary because he appeared ordinary, that was different again. It felt lighter, more ambient. You never consciously thought about me at all, but you assumed I was less than I was. That casual assumption, that ease of dismissal, I absorbed that. You remain in my foundation as a reminder of how easily the world moves past what it fails to notice. Master Lin came to sit with him for some of these sessions. He didn't intervene, didn't guide, didn't offer corrections or suggestions. He simply sat, present, witness to the work. There was something steadying about his presence, not because he was trying to be steadying, but because he was deeply comfortable with difficulty, completely unsurprised by complexity. By day 12, Wei Fang had moved through most of the major clusters of presences. His foundation felt different. Heavier, yes, but more consciously integrated. The energy he carried wasn't something he had simply taken without thinking. It was something he had now consciously held, named, acknowledged. It was something he carried responsibility for. The practice was still hard. The weight hadn't diminished, but it had changed character. Instead of being something accumulated without awareness, a sediment that clung to him without his knowledge, the presences had become part of his conscious cultivation structure. He knew them. They were his to carry, but in carrying them, he was also honoring what they represented. When he finally moved past the last major cluster and returned to the regular rhythms of his practice, his foundation felt fundamentally different. More his own, more real. The advancement he had built wasn't less valid because he had absorbed it from others' underestimation. But it was now something he understood completely, something he had taken full responsibility for integrating. It would take months to fully integrate everything, and likely years to understand all the implications. But the hardest part, the moment of recognizing the weight and choosing to carry it rather than run from it, that part was done. And when Master Lin finally spoke, on the afternoon of the 12th day, he said simply, "You're different." More burdened, Wei Fang asked. "More yours," Master Lin said. Chapter 118. The coalition's last stand. Elder Tsung's acknowledgement of Wei Fang's achievement did not signal an end to his opposition to unconventional cultivation in general. What it signaled, rather, was a shift from broad institutional opposition to more specific philosophical disagreement. This shift became clear when the Celestial Mountain Coalition, now reduced to 3 active members, and moving from institutional coordination to personal vendetta, launched a series of formal challenges to unconventional cultivators within the network. The challenges were not violent or direct. Instead, they took the form of formal disputation debates, public forums where Elder Tsung or his allies would publicly argue against unconventional methods, while Wei Fang or other network members would defend the approach. These debates were, in some ways, the purest test of unconventional cultivation. There was no way to win through power display or intimidation. The only path to victory was through quality of argument and clarity of explanation. Wei Fang participated in 3 of these disputation debates over the course of several months. In each, he found himself in the unusual position of arguing for a method that most of the educated cultivator community had now accepted as legitimate, against an elder whose position had become increasingly minority. The debates were intellectually rigorous and surprisingly respectful. Elder Tsung was a skilled rhetorician and a genuinely thoughtful cultivator. The disagreement between them was not about whether unconventional cultivation could work. Wei Fang's advancement to the 3rd realm had settled that question. The disagreement was about whether it should work, whether methods that drew from sources like human psychology were compatible with the higher purpose of cultivation. In the final debate, which took place in a public forum before dozens of cultivators and several representatives of the Cultivation Oversight Authority, Elder Tsung made what might have been his strongest argument. Cultivation is the process of transcending limitation, of moving beyond human weakness and error towards something greater. When we cultivate through meditation and elemental attunement, we are reaching toward principles that exist beyond human error, principles that are eternal and unchanging. When unconventional cultivation draws its power from human psychology, It is tying itself to limitation rather than transcending it. It is, fundamentally, asking cultivators to remain tethered to human error as the source of their strength. It was a compelling argument, and Wei Fang could see it resonating with several cultivators in the audience, even those who had accepted unconventional cultivation as legitimate. The question of whether a method rooted in human psychology could lead to genuine transcendence was the deepest concern about unconventional cultivation. Wei Fang stood to respond, and he felt the weight of third-realm cultivation settling through his foundation. He chose his words with careful precision. The distinction Elder Tsong is making assumes that transcendence requires escaping humanity, Wei Fang said quietly. That the path of cultivation involves reaching away from what we are towards something fundamentally other. I would suggest a different path, that genuine transcendence involves understanding ourselves completely, including the sources of our strength, and moving through that understanding rather than away from it. He paused, feeling the presence of the authorities' representatives, feeling the attention of the cultivators in the audience. Traditional cultivation reaches toward eternal principles. Unconventional cultivation understands the human principles that generate power and works with them deliberately. Both are forms of reaching. Both are forms of transcendence. The difference is not in the validity or the depth, but in the path taken. He continued, the deepest truth I have learned through unconventional cultivation is that power is not diminished by being understood. Understanding does not reduce power, it refines it, deepens it, makes it more capable of genuine achievement. When I stand before you as a third-realm cultivator whose power comes from sources that I understand completely, whose foundations I have examined honestly, whose methods I have defended openly, I am not less transcendent than a cultivator who reaches toward eternal principles while remaining ignorant of the true sources of their own power. The audience was silent. Elder Tsong's expression was difficult to read, not angry, but perhaps disappointed that his strongest argument had not landed with decisive force. Transcendence, Wei Fang concluded, is not about escaping what we are. It is about becoming more fully what we are. That is where unconventional cultivation leads. The debate ended without clear resolution, which was fitting. The fundamental disagreement between Wei Fang and Elder Tsong was not something that could be resolved through rhetoric alone. It was a difference in vision about what cultivation was for and what it was supposed to achieve. But in the weeks following the debate, Elder Tsong stepped back from public opposition to unconventional cultivation. Not because he had changed his mind, Wei Fang understood, but because the debate had made clear that the method had sufficient legitimacy and support that opposition would be seen as stubborn rather than visionary. The Celestial Mountain Coalition formally dissolved 3 months after Wei Fang's third realm advancement. The Jade Summit School, which had remained committed to opposition even as others withdrew, made a final formal request that the Cultivation Oversight Authority revisit their ruling on unconventional cultivation. The authority's response was to reaffirm their original ruling while noting that the evidence of successful advancement by unconventional cultivators had strengthened the case for legitimacy. The institutional opposition to unconventional cultivation had been effectively ended. What remained were individual disagreements and philosophical differences, but the practical question of whether the method was legitimate had been decisively answered. Chapter 119. The emergence. When Wei Fang finally emerged from the retreat on the 22nd day, he was third realm. He walked up the long stone stairs from the underground chamber toward the surface world, moving carefully but with genuine stability, and stepped out into the afternoon sunlight of the Institute's garden. Director Huang was waiting at the entrance to the retreat facility, along with Chen Feng, Jade, and several other members of Wei Fang's inner circle. They'd assembled to witness his emergence, though they'd maintained a respectful distance during his actual breakthrough. Wei Fang stood at the threshold between the underground chamber and the surface world, and he felt the difference in his cultivation immediately. The qi around him had a different texture than it had before, denser, more complex, more responsive to his awareness. The gentle breeze moving through the garden carried cultivation energy that he could now perceive with a clarity that would have been impossible at second realm. The green of the plants around him vibrated with subtle variations in qi that came from their natural existence and growth. His absorption capacity had expanded enormously. At second realm, he had been able to work with individual convictions, to absorb conviction energy from people one at a time. Now, at third realm, his capacity extended to perceiving and processing conviction energy at a much larger scale. He could sense, as he stood in the garden, the collective conviction of the several hundred disciples and staff members working at the Institute. He could perceive the certainty with which they went about their work, the confidence they held in what they were doing, the fears and hopes that underlay their convictions. The method had transformed along with his realm. It was still absorption-based, still conviction-sourced. But it was no longer about consuming what others projected, about taking their certainty for his own power. Instead, he could now perceive and participate in the natural exchange of conviction energy that occurred between all cultivators in any interaction. He could absorb not by taking, but by connecting to the genuine flow of conviction energy that was always moving between people, always available for cultivation, who had the perception to work with it. Director Huang was the first to speak with him once he'd fully emerged into the waking world and had recovered somewhat from the intensity of the breakthrough. "Congratulations, Wei Fang," Huang said, and there was genuine warmth and relief in the words. "You've done what very few cultivators thought possible. You've advanced to the third realm using an unconventional method, without corrupting your cultivation, without losing stability in your personality or judgment. You've integrated the theoretical framework with the practical reality at the highest level. This is no small feat. This is an achievement that will resonate through the entire cultivation world." Wei Fang managed a tired smile. "It required integrating more than I expected. There are presences in my cultivation now, echoes of the thousands of people I absorbed energy from over the years. I'll be learning to work with that integration for the rest of my life. But they're not a problem. They're part of what I've become." Shen Feng stepped forward and embraced Wei Fang, something he rarely did. "You did it. The network is going to explode with this news. Do you understand what it means? There's a proven path to third realm using unconventional methods. Everyone who's been worried that they couldn't reach the highest levels because they didn't fit the traditional patterns now has proof that they can." Jade approached and examined Wei Fang with her cultivation senses, stretching her perception to take in the scope of what he'd become. When she stepped back, her expression was awed. "The structure you've built is remarkable. It's not just larger than it was, it's fundamentally different. You've created something that could only exist at third realm. At second realm, this structure would have been impossible to maintain. But now it's not just stable. It's more stable than most traditionally cultivated structures at this level. You've compressed years of theoretical development into a single breakthrough." Jade paused, then added, "That's going to make a lot of traditionally trained cultivators uncomfortable. You've just proved that unconventional methods aren't just viable, they might actually be more elegant in some cases." Wei Fang spent the next 3 days recovering physically from the intensity of the breakthrough. He ate large quantities of nutritious food, slept deeply and frequently, allowed his body to readjust to normal functioning at third realm capacity. The physical recovery was necessary before he could really engage with the implications of what he'd achieved. But on the 4th day after emergence, as his strength began to return and his mind cleared from the fog of intensive meditation, Wei Fang began to perceive the true scope of what had happened. Elder Tsong, when informed of the breakthrough, said nothing publicly. The elder was in private meditation retreat, and his staff sent only a formal acknowledgement of the news. But the rest of the cultivation world was beginning to respond. Messages started arriving from sects across the region. Some were congratulatory. Others were cautiously interested, requesting more information about the process. A few were dismissive or hostile. Cultivators who felt threatened by proof that the traditional path wasn't the only valid approach to advancement. But the overwhelming response was recognition. Wei Fang had just proved that conviction energy cultivation was legitimate, that unconventional methods could sustain advancement all the way to the highest levels. The theoretical arguments were over. The practical demonstration had been made. The cultivation world could no longer dismiss him or his methods as temporary anomalies. They were permanent features of the cultivation landscape now. Chapter 120. Threshold and Resolution. 3 years after entering his third realm breakthrough, Wei Fang sat in the Institute garden on a morning that felt like the moment before some recognition. The autumn equinox had passed days before. The cultivation plants around him were shifting into dormancy, the silver-leafed vines beginning to fade to gray, the impossible orchids pulling their colors inward like a breath held. He was recognizing a threshold, not a realm advancement. His cultivation continued progressing steadily toward mid-third realm, and he could feel the fine work that lay ahead. But this threshold was different. It was about what his path meant, about what it meant to have spent years moving from being a barely understood outer disciple learning to advance through his own barely conscious method, through years of building the institute, through bringing hundreds of practitioners into the network, through establishing unconventional cultivation as legitimate practice that the Cultivation Council itself had come to recognize. He had expected that there would be an arrival, that the work of establishing the network would be foundational work, difficult, necessary, but eventually complete. And then he would simply practice, move deeper into his cultivation, advance, grow. The work would be behind him. What he understood now, sitting in the garden, was that this was not how his path structured itself. There would always be practitioners who needed guidance. There would always be crises to help people work through. There would always be skeptics and challenges, and people who didn't understand that unconventional cultivation was valid. There would always be evolution in the landscape, new methods emerging, new network members bringing unexpected variations, new questions that nobody had asked before. The work of building something legitimate wasn't foundational to his practice. The work and the practice were the same thing, permanently. This should have been discouraging. It wasn't. Director Huang had been replaced 18 months ago. The new director was younger, more functionally capable, less attached to the particular vision Wei Fang had been carrying. Their relationship was collegial rather than antagonistic. Huang would have fought him at every step, would have required constant negotiation. The new director simply worked efficiently and let him work. It was better for the institute, Wei Fang thought, though something in him missed the sharpness of the opposition. Master Lin came to the institute only seasonally now. They had shifted from a teacher-student relationship into something more like co-practitioners, people working on related problems from different angles. Master Lin had settled into the role of elder observer, commenting on the network's evolution, offering perspective that came from decades of practice deeper than even Wei Fang's understanding. They drank tea together now, not with the formality of instruction, but with the ease of people who knew how to work with difficulty. It was during one of these seasonal visits, earlier in the autumn, that Wei Fang had begun to think about what it meant to build something that outlasted him. Not surviving challenges, not proving something, but building something that could grow without him at its center. The network was already doing this. Ao Chun and others like her were teaching, were shaping the practice in ways that Wei Fang hadn't anticipated and couldn't control. But building it more deliberately, planning for it, creating the structures that would allow the network to continue developing after he was no longer there to guide it, that was different work. It required thinking about succession, about which practitioners had both the cultivation depth and the ethical clarity to hold the network's principles even as they allowed it to evolve. It required documenting things that had lived in his practice instinctively. It required creating conditions where the network's leadership could be distributed, could be multiple, could be strong enough to hold even if a key person was removed. It required, he was beginning to understand, being willing to have the thing he had created become something he no longer fully controlled. Wei Fang sat in the garden and looked at the silver-leafed vines beginning to fade. The cultivation plants around him had been shaped by decades of practitioners' work, by accumulated advancement, by the channeling of energy through multiple hands across multiple years. None of them knew exactly what had shaped the vines into their particular form. The work was distributed across so much time and so many people that individual authorship was meaningless. That was what he wanted for the network. Not his vision preserved perfectly after his death, but something that had been shaped by enough hands, across enough time, with enough distributed decision-making, that it could survive his absence. Something that could continue evolving in ways he might not have anticipated. He began to write about it. Not organizational documents exactly, but something closer to philosophy, the principles that had guided his choices, the ethical framework that had allowed the network to grow without becoming corrupting, the ways that he had learned to practice with his eyes open. He began to identify practitioners who might be ready to step into larger roles. He began, in his conversations with them, to ask different questions. What would you do differently? What do you see that I'm missing? By winter solstice, he had drafted plans, not detailed blueprints. He had learned from the network's evolution that overspecification didn't help in matters that required people's ethical clarity and ongoing judgment, but frameworks, directions, possibilities, a map that showed where the network had come from and where it might go if it continued following its own logic. The work he had imagined, the work of establishing unconventional cultivation as legitimate, that wasn't done. It might never be done, might need to be done again and again as new skeptics emerged, as the world's understanding shifted. But it was no longer the work that animated him, that moved him forward. Instead, the work was this, building something that could be real without him, building something that could grow in ways he wouldn't control, building something that, when he finally stepped back, would continue because it was rooted in something deeper than one person's vision. It was harder work than making the network successful. It was the work of learning to let go of what he had created while still holding responsibility for it. Wei Fang stood and walked through the garden, running his fingers over the cooling silver leaves. In the distance, he could hear practitioners moving through their own cultivation sessions. They didn't know his name, most of them. They were learning from teachers he had trained, from frameworks he had developed, from principles he had articulated. And increasingly, they were becoming the network in their own right, feeding it their own understanding, their own methods, their own questions. This was what he wanted. This was the threshold he was crossing. And on the other side of it, he understood, was something he could finally rest into. Not a rival, but a different kind of sustainable work. Work that didn't require him to hold everything at the center. Work that could continue without him because it had finally become something genuinely larger than himself. Chapter 121. The descent into silence. The meditation chamber existed in a space between stone and silence. Wei Fang descended the spiral staircase beneath the institute, his footsteps echoing in a way that reminded him of descending into himself. Each step a measured transition from the world above into the world within. Director Huang had sealed the chamber door above him an hour ago. There would be no interruptions. No emergency messenger would be sent. The institute had been given its instructions. For the next 23 days, Wei Fang did not exist in the conventional sense. He existed only as a cultivator undertaking transformation. The chamber itself was a work of art constructed over the past 3 months. The walls were pale granite, polished smooth but not reflective. They absorbed light rather than returned it. Every surface had been prepared. Director Huang, with the precision of someone who had overseen dozens of such preparations, had inscribed the containment arrays himself. Thin lines of silver-infused ink traced patterns across the floor and walls, not barriers, but anchors. They would hold the cultivation energy coherent, prevent it from dissipating upward through stone and soil, keep the environment stable for the catastrophic realignment of a third realm breakthrough. Wei Fang could feel the arrays the moment he entered, not as external pressure but as a subtle orientation, as if the space itself had been aligned to facilitate the specific work his cultivation needed to undergo. The air carried a faint mineral taste. Refined salts had been dissolved in water, and the solution applied to the walls weeks ago. The scent was barely perceptible, just enough to open the passages and calm the mind. Everything in this chamber had been designed to support, not to demand. He moved to the center where a meditation platform of dark wood had been installed. Simple, unadorned, perfect. He removed his outer robe and folded it carefully, then his inner robe, leaving only the thin underlayer cultivators wore during deep meditation. The stone was cool against the soles of his feet as he walked the 3 paces to the platform. He sat. For a long time, Wei Fang did nothing. This was the first necessary work, not to begin, but to complete the ending. The responsibilities of the institute were still with him, tangible as weights. He could feel them. The 3 students in the advanced formation class who were struggling with integration techniques. Lu Chun, who had sent correspondence asking about combining his inherited sword practice with their cultivation methodology. The grain contract that needed final approval before the warehouse expansion could proceed. The letter from the Northern Council representative that had arrived 3 days ago and remained unread, sitting on his desk awaiting response. Wei Fang breathed and began the deliberate work of release. He took the weight of his students first, visualized each one, not to abandon them, but to consciously place them into the care of the other instructors. He named each burden aloud in the stillness of the chamber, as if speaking made them real enough to set down. Lu Chen's question, to be addressed by Master Huang in my absence. His voice sounded strange in the chamber, too close, swallowed almost immediately by the dampening effect of the inscribed arrays. The formation class, continuing under Elder Shui's instruction. Each name, each responsibility, set down like placing heavy stones carefully onto a shelf, arranging them where they would be held safely. The grain contract, the warehouse expansion, the physical infrastructure of the institute. He visualized the plans, the costs, the timeline, and placed them all into the capable hands of Director Huang. This was harder. These were not instructional matters, but the practical business of survival, and Wei Fang had lived long enough to understand that institutions did not run themselves. But Huang had been carefully prepared for this. The decisions that needed making had been anticipated. The authorization had been given. Wei Fang's job, now, was to believe that. The letter from the Northern Council was the last, and the most difficult. He did not know what it contained. That was intentional. He had chosen not to read it, sensing that his attention should turn inward rather than outward. But the unopened letter still pulled at him, a question mark in the shape of official red wax. He visualized it now, that sealed envelope, and made a conscious decision. This too will wait. The council has survived the time I required for my second breakthrough. It will survive the time I require for this. The releasing took longer than he expected. Hours passed. He could not be certain of time. The chamber had no windows, no light source except the cultivator lights he had activated on entering, and their glow remained steady and unchanging. But his body moved through the rhythms of release until finally, around what felt like midnight, he could find no more burdens waiting to be set down. The silence that followed was almost shocking in its depth. Wei Fang had spent most of his adult life in the company of others, first struggling alone as a street cultivator, then building the institute, training students, managing instructors, navigating the politics of the council. Silence had always been a tool, something he used within meditation. But this silence was different. This was not the absence of sound, but the presence of profound emptiness. The chamber seemed to hold it like water holds lightness, effortlessly. He settled deeper into meditation posture, his spine straight, his hands positioned on his knees with palms upturned in the reception position. The breathing came naturally now, in through the nose, down into the dantian, held for a count of 4, released through the mouth in a long, gentle stream. Each breath seemed to anchor him further into stillness. His dantian, the core of his cultivation centered roughly 3 finger widths below his navel, began to hum. Not painfully, not forcefully, simply a vibration of readiness, like a string that has been stretched taut and finally released, beginning to resonate at its natural frequency. This energy had been building for months. The accumulated power of the Institute's growing stability, the cultivation breakthroughs of his students, the countless small moments of being underestimated and transformed. All of it had been gathering in the core of his being, waiting for the moment when he would have space enough and stillness enough to let it move. The hum deepened. It spread outward from the dantian like ripples moving through water, touching the meridians that carried his cultivating energy throughout his body. Wei Fang did nothing to direct or control this movement. That was the crucial understanding at this stage of practice. His job was not to move the energy, but to allow it to move, to hold stillness, to provide space. The stone walls around him seemed to breathe in response, their weight becoming almost comforting rather than confining. The arrays inscribed in silver ink resonated at frequencies just below hearing. The mineral taste in the air deepened. The chamber had become less a room and more a womb, a space designed to hold transformation, a container built from the earth to support the work of reshaping a cultivator's fundamental nature. Wei Fang's mind grew quieter. Thoughts that had been bright and demanding began to dim. The identity concerns that had occupied his attention for so many years, what he was trying to prove, what he was building, how he was being perceived, these fell away like dead leaves dropping from a tree in autumn. What remained was simpler breath, stillness, the deep hum of energy beginning to reorganize itself according to laws that existed far deeper than thought. This was the moment before transformation, the opening that would allow transformation to occur. He sat in that stillness as the deep stone hours of the night settled around him, and allowed the first day of his breakthrough to come to completion. Chapter 122. The voices of contempt. The voices came on the second day. They were not external. Wei Fang understood this immediately. They were not actual spirits or demons or the external manifestations that cultivators sometimes encountered during major breakthroughs. They were the residue of absorption. For 15 years, he had been taking in the contempt, the dismissal, the underestimation of others, and transforming it into power. But he had never truly integrated the original moments. They had been converted to energy so quickly, processed so immediately into the structure of his strength, that they remained as impressions, ghosts of the original transactions. Now, in the profound stillness and inward focus of the meditation chamber, those ghosts rose to the surface. The first voice was cold and certain. Wei Fang felt the impression of the assessment elder from 15 years ago, the man who had evaluated his cultivation potential and pronounced it limited. The dismissal had been delivered with the casual certainty of absolute authority. Wei Fang could feel the exact tenor of it now. Your foundation is weak. Your meridians are narrow. You lack the natural capacity for the higher stages. The voice had been male, carrying the weight of decades spent evaluating other cultivators, and it had not been cruel. That would have required noticing Wei Fang enough to intend harm. It was simply certain. Final. The way one might dismiss a tool that was not suited for a particular task. Wei Fang did not resist the memory. He sat with it, observing it with the training of 1,000 meditations. In sitting with it, he felt how that particular contempt had crystallized into a specific kind of power within him. The determination not to be limited by others' judgments of his capacity. That power had moved into his lowest meridians first, strengthening them through sheer necessity and repetition. The cold certainty of the elder's dismissal had become the cold certainty in Wei Fang's own practice. I will strengthen. I will advance. I will prove the limitations you assign me to be your limitation, not mine. The impression faded. Another rose. This voice was different, younger, carrying the bitter sting of peer-level contempt. A fellow student from the early years, someone who had believed Wei Fang's progress was a fluke or a deception. Asterisk, you're fooling yourself. You're not actually becoming stronger. You're just thinking you are. Asterisk, the accusation had carried the force of someone desperate to find proof that Wei Fang's improvement couldn't be real, because if it was real, it challenged something fundamental about how the world worked. Why should an undisciplined person with no backing achieve what years of correct practice was supposed to achieve? Wei Fang felt how that contempt had moved into his dantian, creating a kind of internal proof that needed no external validation. That dismissive voice, doubting his capacity even as he displayed it, had taught him the cultivation practice of indifference to others' beliefs about his nature. The power that had grown from it was the power of knowing, not belief, not hope, but direct knowing. If others doubted, that was their structure. His structure was his direct experience. A third voice emerged, this one from higher up in his cultivation path. A sect master, not unkind, but remote. The contempt had come wrapped in courtesy. Asterisk, your methods are interesting, but they are not the true cultivation path. You are talented at self-deception. Perhaps, in a few years, you'll understand the difference between real advancement and mimicry. Asterisk, the master had not even been concerned with Wei Fang enough to argue. The dismissal was casual, based on the absolute confidence that orthodox methods were the only real methods. That particular contempt had become something different. It had transformed into the flexibility of his cultivation structure, the ability to recognize that there were multiple real ways to advance, and the power to create his own path without requiring validation from established authorities. That voice, denying his methods, had given him the courage to develop them further. The contempt had become liberation. More voices rose. A merchant who had refused to hire him, certain that someone with his apparent status could not be trusted. A merchant's contempt had created the self-sufficiency that allowed him to eventually found the institute. Why seek employment when one could build? A senior cultivator from a rival sect who had publicly suggested Wei Fang's cultivation was flashy but unstable. That voice's doubt had driven him to develop the deepest stability, the kind that could only come from building a foundation strong enough to support not just his own advancement, but the advancement of others. The doubt about his stability had become the stability itself. A woman he had cared for in his early years, who had looked at his street-level poverty and cultivator status, and concluded that his future was too uncertain to attach to. The rejection had hurt in a way that the other contempt had not, because it had carried the weight of lost connection. But sitting with it now, Wei Fang felt how that particular pain had transformed into the compassion that allowed him to mentor others without needing them to become anything other than what they chose to be. That voice, certain that he was not worth risking on, had taught him that cultivation was about becoming complete in oneself, not about convincing others of one's value. Council representatives, masters of larger sections, merchants and soldiers, cultivators and non-cultivators, all of them carried the assumption that Wei Fang was limited in some specific way, limited by his background, limited by his lack of formal training, limited by his age, limited by his unconventional methods. Each limitation assigned to him had become a specific strength in his cultivation, not from defiance, though there was some of that, but from the simple transformation that happened when he did not fight the contempt but accepted it, let it inform his practice, allowed it to restructure his understanding of what was possible. The voices did not hurt him now. They were no longer contempt, because he had already transformed them, but they were also no longer hidden. They existed, visible in the structure of his power, and he could see now how integrated they were. Not suppressed, not overcome, but woven into the fabric of his cultivation like minerals running through stone. By the time the second day reached its depth, Wei Fang had moved through more than a dozen distinct impressions, each one a moment of underestimation that had become a specific form of strength. He had not rejected any of them or fought any of them. He had simply sat with each one, present and accepting, until it revealed what it had become in his hands. And below the voices he could feel something else moving. Deeper layers, more fundamental structures of contempt from earlier in his path, waiting to surface. The work was not complete. The integration was ongoing. Wei Fang remained still, allowing the process to continue. Chapter 123. The structure begins to shift. The burning started on the fourth day, and it was exactly what Wei Fang expected. Not burning in the ordinary sense. Not pain, not in the way that injury created pain. This was the sensation of fundamental structures held in one configuration for decades beginning to realign into a new configuration. It started in his lower meridians, the ones that carried his baseline power. They began to heat as if they were being stretched beyond their current capacity, which they were, which was the entire purpose of a breakthrough. The energy that had been flowing through them at a certain speed and pressure needed to flow faster, carry more, exist at a higher frequency. To do that, the meridians themselves needed to expand, and that expansion felt like heat. Wei Fang breathed into it. This was not the meditation of acceptance that had characterized the previous days. This was the meditation of stability, the practice of remaining unchanged in one's awareness while the body underwent change. He maintained his posture, held his spine straight, kept his breathing even and deliberate. In through the nose for a count of 4. Hold for 4. Out through the mouth for 4. A rhythm that did not vary, an anchor that could not be moved. The burning spread upward through the day. By afternoon, or what his inner sense told him was afternoon, though there was no sun in the chamber to confirm it, the heat had reached his middle dantian, the energy center at his heart. This meridian network was more delicate than the lower one. It carried not just raw power but something more refined, the kind of energy that allowed finesse and subtlety in cultivation work. The burning here was more intense. It created sensations of constriction, of passages being stretched open, of walls being thinned so that they could carry more without breaking. Wei Fang felt his heartbeat intensify. He did not attempt to control it. Attempting to control the body during a breakthrough was one of the most fundamental mistakes a cultivator could make. The body knew what it needed to do far better than the mind did. He maintained his meditation on stability, on being the witness to transformation rather than its director. Around him, the chamber seemed to respond. The silver ink arrays traced into the walls began to glow faintly, visible even with his eyes closed. He could feel the containment they provided, holding the intensity of his breakdown process from radiating outward and destabilizing the institute above. Huang had explained that the arrays would become visible when the energy flux reached a certain threshold. It was not a sign of danger, but a sign of appropriate calibration. The chamber was doing exactly what it had been designed to do. Hours passed. The burning reached his upper dantian, the energy center between his eyebrows. This was the seat of cultivation consciousness, the place where a cultivator's awareness itself resided. The sensation here was different, not so much burning as a profound pressure, as if something inside his skull was expanding and his skull was simultaneously trying to contract. It was the most intensely uncomfortable sensation Wei Fang had experienced in this breakthrough, and he remained present with it, breathing, witnessing, not interfering. He could have suppressed it through meditation technique. If he had focused his will, he could have numbed the sensation, created a kind of floating detachment from the discomfort. But that was the wrong practice at this stage. If he suppressed the sensation, he would also suppress the adaptation that the sensation represented. Better to feel it fully, to let it teach his awareness what it needed to know about the changes occurring in his fundamental structure. Above him, infinitely far above in the normal world, the institute continued. Wei Fang could not perceive it directly. The chamber was sealed. The arrays were focused on internal coherence, not on external awareness. But he knew that it was happening. The apprentices were in their afternoon forms, practicing the meditation techniques that Huang and Shui had assigned them. The grain merchant's representative was probably waiting in Huang's office for the approval signature that Wei Fang would not be signing. Huang had been authorized to sign it in his absence, and the representative would receive it and be satisfied. Lu Chun might be discussing his sword cultivation with Master Huang, and Huang might be explaining how sword practice and internal cultivation could exist in harmony rather than conflict. The institute continued without him. This was the other necessary burning. Not the physical restructuring of his meridians, but the psychological restructuring that allowed him to exist in advancement without needing to be present for every decision or student. He had built this institute to be coherent enough to function without him. To prove that it was truly built, truly functional, truly independent, he had to step away during a breakthrough and trust that it would continue. The burning of that trust, the willingness to release control, was almost as intense as the physical sensation in his dantian. Wei Fang remained still and let both burnings occur. By the time the fourth day had progressed into what his inner sense called evening, the acute burning had settled into a deep, pervasive ache. This was progress. The sharp sensation of active restructuring was giving way to the dull sensation of integration. The meridians were being held in their new configuration as they solidified. The energy was beginning to flow through them at the new speed and pressure. The chamber remained slightly cooler now, as if the arrays were gradually releasing some of the accumulated heat. He took a small amount of water from the sealed vessel Huang had left for him, just enough to ease his throat. The water carried mineral essence, infused with supplementary cultivation energy to support the breakthrough process. It tasted of stone and the deep earth. As the evening deepened, doubt came. It was not the logical kind of doubt, the kind that could be argued with or reasoned away. It was the doubt of the body, The primal uncertainty that arose when structures one had relied on for years began to dissolve. What if this breakthrough failed? What if the restructuring destabilized rather than integrated? What if the fundamental shift that was occurring proved to be unsustainable, leaving him weaker rather than stronger when it was complete? He had moved through 3 realms of cultivation already, each one a major advancement. But this one felt deeper, more fundamental. The risk felt proportional. Wei Fang breathed into the doubt and felt its edges carefully. What he found was that the doubt was not a sign of danger, but a sign of honesty. This breakthrough was genuinely risky. There was no guarantee that it would succeed. He had done everything possible to prepare, had gathered the accumulation of power, had done the psychological integration work in the deep meditation of the previous days, had created a chamber designed to support exactly this process. But the outcome was not guaranteed. No transformation guaranteed anything. He recommitted. Not with the fierce determination of his early years, when commitment had required defiance, when saying I will advance had meant saying I will prove them wrong. His recommitment now was gentler and deeper. It was simply a turning of attention back toward the work. A quiet acceptance that this was what he had chosen, this was what needed to happen, and whether it succeeded or failed, it was worth attempting. The greatest cultivation power was not the power to guarantee outcomes, but the power to commit fully to processes whose outcomes remained uncertain. The recommitment settled into his bones like earth settling after the rain, and the doubt faded into the background, not eliminated but contextualized, held as part of the larger process rather than as an objection to it. As the 4th day completed itself, Wei Fang felt his body settle deeper into the ache of restructuring. His meridians continued their slow adaptation to their new capacity. His dantian continued its gradual reformation. The arrays around him maintained their steady glow, their steady containment, their steady support. He sat in the deep quiet of the chamber and allowed his fundamental structure to reshape itself, breath by breath, heartbeat by heartbeat, into whatever it would become. Chapter 124, A Visitor in the Void. The meditation chamber existed in a state of profound silence that Wei Fang had learned to distinguish from mere absence of sound. It was the silence of active suppression, arrays at the walls and ceiling consuming vibrations before they could form echoes, dampening fields collapsing sound waves into constituent qi before they could travel far. In this sealed space, he had been descending through cultivation layers for 7 days, each day deeper than the last. He was aware of his body only as a shape that held his attention. His legs were folded beneath him on the meditation platform. His back was straight. His breathing had slowed to perhaps 4 cycles per minute, and even that felt aggressive now, a forceful intrusion into the gentle oscillation of his 3rd realm channels. The work he was doing happened far deeper than breath. The 3rd realm breakthrough had arrived at him like a tide that only he could see. It had not come suddenly on day 7. It had begun long before, back in the early days of his practice when he discovered he could absorb the contempt in others' underestimation and transmute it into cultivation fuel. But breakthrough was not transmutation. Breakthrough was reorganization. It was the moment when a cultivator's entire being restructured itself to accommodate a new order of power. He was mapping new channels. These were not the 8 meridians that governed 2nd realm cultivation, nor the broader network that defined early 3rd realm. These were something finer and more complex. Pathways that seemed to exist in the space between his official channels, resonance patterns that connected each center of power to every other in a web of relationships rather than a hierarchy of flow. The work was exquisite and exhausting even in the stillness of meditation. Then something broke the pattern. It came as a disturbance in the arrays first. Wei Fang sensed it before conscious thought could form. A presence moving through the outer barriers as though they were curtains rather than sealed walls. For a moment, his awareness flared in alarm. Then he recognized the cultivation signature. Only one person in the institute had sufficient power to penetrate the dampening arrays with such casual disregard for their integrity. Elder Kong Wei Fang found himself surfacing. Though surfacing was not quite the right word for what happened. It was more like slowly becoming aware that he had a body again, that the body was in a chamber, that the chamber existed in a world of light and air and physical limitation. It was the reverse of descent, but it hurt in ways that descent did not. Every level of consciousness he had left behind seemed to pull at him as he rose. He became aware of his breathing first. It came back suddenly, shocking him with its weight. Air in, air out. His lungs protested against the return to gross oxygen handling. Then sensation returned. The cold stone beneath him, the slight warmth of his own body heat, the texture of his robes. His eyes were still closed, but he could sense light beyond the eyelids. It took him several minutes to achieve enough coherence to open his eyes. Elder Tsong was standing 3 paces from the meditation platform, his hands folded into his sleeves. He was wearing the gray formal robes of the council, which meant he had come directly from a session, no time to change. His cultivation was visible in his posture. A man at the peak of second realm, possibly touching the edges of third, his body arranged with absolute efficiency around the power it contained. He was perhaps 60 years old, with gray at his temples and the particular quality of focus that came from 30 years of intentional cultivation. "Apologies," he said, seeing Wei Fang's slow movement back toward full embodiment. "Your mother reached her term in our presence and insisted I deliver her message immediately. I believe she did not want to risk it being delayed by any further meditation." Wei Fang's mother. The phrasing was careful. It acknowledged his parents' role in the institute without suggesting their presence within the sealed chamber. Elena and Han did not enter Wei Fang's meditations. They never had. The breakthrough was solitary. They had enforced that boundary more strictly than anyone. "What term?" Wei Fang's voice came out rough. He had not spoken in 7 days. The words felt like gravel in his throat. "The Northern Authority," Elder Tsong said. "A delegation is coming. 3 days travel from the border. They will arrive in 8 days. They are sending their second counselor, which means this is serious. They want an information exchange about your framework for unconventional cultivation advancement." The information took time to arrange itself into meaning in Wei Fang's half-present mind. The Northern Authority was one of 3 major regional cultivation governments. They governed 40 territories and worked in alliance with the Eastern Harmonies and the Southern River Collective, a loose confederation that kept large-scale conflicts from consuming entire provinces. They did not make diplomatic overtures lightly. "They have observed your advancement to third realm," Elder Tsong continued. "There was a resonance detection last week. The breakthrough signature registered on several networks before we could suppress it. The authority is aware that you achieved this advancement through unconventional means. They want to understand how, and whether similar pathways might be developed in their own territories." Wei Fang was becoming more present. The shock of the information was helping draw him back into full consciousness. "What did my mother say?" "That you should finish your meditation without interruption, and that she will brief you on arrival. However, I thought you should surface with preparation rather than surprise." Elder Tsong paused. His cultivation was very still. This was how you moved when you were deciding whether to say something that had not been explicitly asked. "This is significant for the Institute. You understand that?" "Yes," Wei Fang said. He did understand. If the Northern Authority was willing to learn the Institute's methods, it meant the Institute's approach to cultivation might become systematized across territories. It meant validation, legitimacy, resources. It also meant scrutiny, replication attempts, and all the complications that came with power being taken seriously instead of dismissed. "The message your mother wanted delivered was specific," Elder Tsong said. She said, "Tell him the work is vindication, not prize. The work continues regardless." Wei Fang closed his eyes again. That was Elena perfectly, the acknowledgement of significance paired with absolute refusal to allow it to be significant in the wrong way. "The work continues." Not, "The work is complete." Not, "You have proven yourself." "The work continues." Elder Tsong inclined his head slightly. "I will leave you to return to the meditation if you wish. The arrays can be sealed again. Or if you prefer to surface fully and wait for the delegation, that is also acceptable. The choice is yours, and your mother deferred it to you." "I will return to the meditation," Wei Fang said. The decision formed without hesitation. He was 3 days into the crystallization of his third realm channels. The work of integrating this new power was more important than diplomatic preparation. The delegation can be shown the Institute's grounds, the training frames, the study records. "I can brief them on exit." "Your mother predicted you would say something like that," Elder Tsong said, and there was something that might have been amusement in his voice, though his face remained perfectly composed. "I will inform the council to expect the delegation in 8 days and prepare the guest halls. The array will be sealed again." "If you would," Wei Fang said. Elder Tsong moved to the nearest array anchor, a stone carved with characters that designated activation protocols. He withdrew his hand from his sleeve and placed it against the stone. His cultivation flowed into it, subtle and precise. Wei Fang felt the arrays reconfigure, sealing the breach through which Elder Tsong had entered, resettling into their original frequency. "Return well," Elder Tsong said, and then he was moving back out through the main seal, his form becoming obscured by the shimmer of the arrays. Within moments, the chamber was sealed again. Wei Fang sat in the silence that returned, letting his body settle back into stillness. The visit had cracked something open in his awareness. A door he had closed to facilitate the meditation now stood slightly ajar, letting in awareness of the world beyond, of time, and obligation, and the future pressing in around him. He folded the knowledge carefully. The delegation would come. His mother expected it. The work continued. These things were true, and they could be set aside, held in abeyance, allowed to wait while the immediate work of his cultivation demanded his attention. He began the descent again, calling his consciousness back down through the layers of awareness toward the mapping work that waited in the third realm channels. The tide of breakthrough was still rising. There were still new patterns to integrate, new aspects of his power to understand and incorporate. The meditation reasserted itself, and Wei Fang let go of the surface world once more. The silence of the sealed chamber closed around him like an embrace. Chapter 125. The Web of Responsibility. On the 8th day of his breakthrough, Wei Fang's meditation took on a different character. The mapping of channels was largely complete. The new pathways had been traced, the connections verified, the flow patterns tested and refined. What remained was integration, and integration meant something more than cultivation technique. It meant becoming a person who could carry third realm power without being consumed by it. He had seen it happen. He had watched cultivators who advanced to third realm and discovered that their new power was larger than their understanding of how to use it. Some became arrogant, convinced that their advancement proved their superiority over all second realm cultivators. Some became paranoid, assuming that every interaction with weaker practitioners was a potential threat. Some became aggressive, treating their power as a weapon that should be deployed constantly, the way a new sword must be tested. He did not want to become any of these people, but he also did not want to become the opposite, humble to the point of ineffectuality, pretending his power did not exist, refusing to use it when it might be necessary. That was its own kind of lie. So on the 8th day, Wei Fang undertook a deliberate meditation. He turned his consciousness inward, not to the channels and not to the new resonance patterns, but to something more difficult, the source of his power itself. Every third realm cultivator drew power from somewhere. For most, it was the canonical sources, the chi of heaven and earth, drawn through meditation and accumulated over years. For some, it was bloodline, the inherited cultivation of strong ancestors flowing through their veins. For others, it was sacrifice, trading health or years of life to fuel momentary power. Wei Fang's source was different. He drew power from underestimation. Specifically, from the moment when someone looked at him and decided he was lesser than he was. That moment of dismissal, that tiny contempt, that microtransaction of arrogance in the mind of another person, that was what he had learned to absorb. Over 3 years, he had absorbed thousands of such moments. They formed a vast web within his cultivation structure, each one a thread of energy that had been transformed from contempt into cultivation fuel. And now, sitting in his meditation on the 8th day, he began the work of acknowledging that web. It was not a pleasant meditation. He started with the recent ones, the students at the institute who had challenged him and been defeated, who in defeat had had to confront the fact that their initial assessment of him had been wrong. He could feel them, those moments. The merchant's son who had assumed Wei Fang was too soft for serious martial cultivation, then found himself thrown into the courtyard wall. The war veteran instructor who thought Wei Fang's gentle manner indicated lack of serious practice, then watched him land a strike that rippled through 7 planes of resistance simultaneously. The noble's daughter who had been pitying when she first met him, and whose pity had curdled into fascination and then respect, which meant somewhere underneath, she was still processing her initial dismissal. He moved deeper, layer by layer. There was the city official who had refused the institute's incorporation request because he assumed Wei Fang was fraudulent. That refusal had cost him. Wei Fang had known it, had felt it in the way the official's words became slightly weaker over time, his authority gradually undermined as word spread that he had dismissed something real. Wei Fang had absorbed the official's contempt continuously over weeks. It felt like a thin thread now, drawing through his cultivation like iron filament. There was the cultivator from the Eastern Harmonies who had challenged Wei Fang's methods as heretical, who had come to the institute expecting to expose fraud, and instead found himself confronted with evidence of legitimate advancement. His shame had been almost audible. Wei Fang had not needed to absorb it deliberately. It had been released into the space between them like a scent, and his cultivation had drawn it in naturally. There was the sect council member, now deceased, who had dismissed Wei Fang as a charlatan for 3 years, who had written formal documents questioning his legitimacy, whose skepticism had influenced policy decisions that hampered the institute's early development. Wei Fang had absorbed that contempt through every interaction, every dismissal, every moment the sect council member had been forced by circumstance to interact with him, and had carried forward the assumption that Wei Fang was less than he appeared. And beneath these recent layers were older ones, deeper ones. Wei Fang moved through them systematically, The way a cultivator might move through the landscape of a territory, touching each tree, acknowledging each river. These were the moments from his childhood, from before he had understood what he was doing. The elder who had assumed he was incapable of serious cultivation because he came from a merchant family. The instructor who had dismissed him because his parents were unconventional. The peer cultivators who had assumed he lacked ambition because he seemed content with smaller achievements. Each one was a thread in the web. Thousands of threads, woven together into a structure that now formed part of his third realm being. Wei Fang sat with this knowledge and felt something that might have been judgment arise. Was this a legitimate source of power? Was he building himself on the arrogance of others? Would accepting this web of contempt mean accepting arrogance in return? He examined the question carefully. The answer, he discovered, was more complex than yes or no. It would be easy to justify. Yes, those people had been arrogant in their dismissal. Yes, they had been limited by their frameworks. Yes, in many cases they had been wrong about what they were assessing. Wei Fang could absorb their contempt and think of it as simply taking the poison they had manufactured and transmuting it into medicine. But that was a story he told himself. The deeper truth was this. He was choosing to accept power built on other people's mistakes about him. He was constructing his being partially from their failure to see what was actually in front of them. He could have done it differently. He could have refused to absorb the contempt, insisted on a purer source of power. But he hadn't. 3 years ago, Wei Fang had made a different choice. He had seen the contempt coming at him, and he had made it his own, had transformed it into cultivation fuel. He had made that choice in each moment, again and again, thousands of times. That choice was now woven into his third realm structure. On the 9th day, Wei Fang made a decision about what kind of cultivator he would be. He chose it deliberately, in meditation, knowing that he was choosing the fundamental nature of his being at this level of power. First, he would not become arrogant. The fact that he had been underestimated did not prove that he was superior. It proved that others had been limited by their frameworks. Those frameworks were sometimes narrow, sometimes blind, sometimes foolish. But that did not make him wise. His power was real. His advancement was legitimate. But he would remember, always, that he had built his power partially on others' mistakes about him. That was not a foundation for superiority. It was a foundation for humility about the nature of power itself. Second, he would treat the absorbed energy as transformation, not compensation. He would not think of the contempt he had absorbed as something he had deserved to rectify by using it. He would not keep a ledger of insults and convert them into retribution. The contempt had been transformed through cultivation into something new. It was his responsibility to use that transformation wisely, not to use it as permission to be contemptuous in return. Third, he would remain engaged with whether his underestimators had been wrong or simply limited. This was the most difficult choice. It would be easier to dismiss them as foolish, to decide that their underestimation had been obviously unjustified, and that the only question was why they had been so blind. But Wei Fang chose instead to hold the possibility that some of them had been working with limited information, that some of them had made reasonable assessments based on what they could see, that his advancement did not prove they were idiots. It proved that cultivation was more complex than framework-based assessment could capture. On the 10th day, Wei Fang found himself almost choosing differently on one of these commitments. He was meditating on the thread of contempt that came from the war veteran instructor, a thread that was particularly thick because the instructor had been someone whose opinion Wei Fang had valued. The moment of the instructor's dismissal had been sharp, had cut deep. Wei Fang had absorbed that contempt and used it to fuel his cultivation to remarkable effect. By the time the instructor realized Wei Fang was serious about advancement, Wei Fang had accumulated significant power. And in that moment of recognition on the 10th day, Wei Fang felt the pull toward arrogance very strongly. The thought came clearly. See how wrong he was? See how blind he was? Knowing better, shouldn't you use your power to ensure he understands his mistake? It was a small instruction, nearly silent, but it was there. The pull toward using his third realm power to make the instructor regret his initial dismissal. Not to harm him. That would be crude. But to ensure that the instructor understood his error, felt its weight, was compelled to acknowledge Wei Fang's superiority. Wei Fang sat with that impulse for a long time. He did not reject it immediately. He let it exist in his awareness, examined it, felt its appeal. It was seductive, that impulse. It was powered by genuine pain, the pain of being dismissed by someone he had respected. It had the force of justice. Making someone understand their mistake is a reasonable goal. Then he chose otherwise. He chose to hold the knowledge of his advancement without needing it to be validated by the instructor's regret. He chose to remain engaged with the possibility that the instructor had been operating from partial information and was now simply learning something new. He chose not to use his power as a tool to compel understanding. It was harder than choosing his other three commitments. The pain of that dismissal was still present. But the pain was not the arbiter of what he should do. The pain was just pain, held in his cultivation structure alongside all the other threads of the web. By the end of the 10th day, Wei Fang's third realm being had crystallized around these choices. He was still drawing power from underestimation. He was still carrying the web of thousands of moments where others had been wrong about him. But he was carrying them differently now. Not as weapons, not as evidence of superiority, but as knowledge about the nature of power and the responsibility that came with it. The third realm cultivator he was becoming was more complex than he had expected, more burdened, more aware of the cost of his own advancement, and more committed to using his power in a way that honored both the contempt that had fueled it and the people who had provided that contempt without intending to. Chapter 126. The return to awareness. The 20-day cycle of breakthrough came to completion not with a sudden rupture, but with a gradual settling, like sediment in water finally finding its rest on the bottom. On day 20, Wei Fang's cultivation had assumed its new form so completely that the form itself disappeared. He no longer felt his third realm power as a separate thing he was carrying. It was him. The integration was complete, but he was still in the sealed chamber. The dark was absolute. He had not opened his eyes in 13 days, and the sealed chamber admitted no external light. There were no windows, no gaps in the array work, no cracks through which dawn might slip. The darkness was as perfect as the silence. Wei Fang opened his eyes anyway. The darkness persisted for half a second, and then it didn't. His third realm awareness did not require light to see. The chamber revealed itself to him in perfect detail, not through his eyes, but through his perception of the space's cultivation structure. He could sense the arrays in the walls as patterns of sophisticated geometry. He could feel the way they harmonized with the stone, the way the stone itself was not inert but resonated at a frequency just below the threshold of vibration. The floor was not merely stone but a web of carefully aligned mineral formations that directed cultivation energy in specific patterns. The chamber had been beautiful before, when he was second realm. Now, third realm, he could perceive the beauty in full. The process of returning to his body was deliberate and slow. Wei Fang had done this once before, after his second realm breakthrough years ago, and he understood that the return was as delicate as the descent had been. You could not simply open your eyes, stand up, and walk away from a 20-day meditation. The body had been in stillness so complete that muscles had ceased to maintain their usual tension. The blood had pooled into patterns of rest. The mind had been operating at frequencies that were incompatible with ordinary thought. Rushing the return would damage the integration he had just completed. So on day 21, Wei Fang began the methodical work of existing in his body again. First, he moved his hands. He folded his fingers, felt them respond. The sensation was strange. His hands seemed to belong to someone else, seemed to be operating through some long chain of connection rather than through direct intention. But the movement was there. He did this for what might have been an hour, just moving his hands gently, feeling the response, remembering what physical sensation meant. Then his feet. He flexed them, felt the pins and needles sensation of blood returning to areas that had been still for 3 weeks. The feeling was almost pain, but not quite. It was just sensation that had been absent for so long that its return felt wrong. His legs came next. Tiny movements, gentle extensions, no attempt yet to stand. Just the restoration of communication between his consciousness and the muscles. On day 22, he was counting by the sense of time rather than by any external marker, but his cultivation awareness was precise enough for that. Wei Fang attempted to sit upright. He had been in meditation position for so long that his body held that shape unconsciously. Moving out of it required intention and patience. He shifted his weight carefully, felt the stone beneath him register the change. Hunger arrived suddenly, like a door opening. His stomach was empty. It had been empty for 3 weeks. He could ignore hunger with cultivation, but ignoring it was not the same as the hunger not existing. Now that his awareness was returning to his body, he could feel 3 weeks of absence acutely. He needed to eat. This was more difficult than it should have been. Eating required standing, walking, finding food, organizing his hands to bring it to his mouth. All of these things felt impossibly complex. His mind was still partially in the third realm meditation space, where intention and action were simultaneous, where thought and reality moved as a unified expression. Returning to the world where thought had to happen before action, where intention had to wait for muscle response, was disorienting. He stood anyway. The standing was a production. His legs held him, but barely. The blood redistributed itself through his body and brought a wave of dizziness that he had to accommodate by waiting, by breathing, by not insisting that the world make sense immediately. After perhaps 5 minutes of absolute stillness and standing position, his equilibrium adjusted. The chamber walls were no longer mysterious to him. His third-realm perception had mapped them completely. He walked to where he knew the supply shelf to be, moved his hands to where he knew the stored bread would be resting. His fingers found it by touch before his eyes could see it. The bread was old enough to be hard. He didn't care. He bit into it, chewed, swallowed. It took enormous effort. He ate another piece, then another. After eating, something shifted. His body began to recognize itself as present again. The walking became more natural, though still slow. His coordination improved. By late in what he estimated was day 22, Wei Fang could move through the chamber with something approaching normalcy. He bathed using the water from the supply pool. It was cold and shocking and wonderful. He let it run over him, felt his skin wake up, felt his body remember that it was an organism operating in physical reality rather than a meditation structure in abstract space. On day 23, Wei Fang attempted to assess what had changed beyond the objective fact of third-realm advancement. His perception was fundamentally different. When he opened his eyes and looked at the chamber wall, he was aware simultaneously of the physical stone, the mineral composition, the subtle gradations of color, and the cultivation arrays that hummed beneath the surface. All of this information was available without effort. A second-realm cultivator would have to actively investigate to access what he could perceive passively. The sound of his own breathing was different too. It resonated in ways that seemed to echo in layers beneath the chamber's physical space. He could sense the movement of air, the distribution of moisture, the subtle shifts in pressure. His body was not separate from the environment anymore. It was in dialogue with it. The stone itself seemed to speak to him, not in words. Cultivation never worked in words, but in presence. The stone had been formed by pressure and time. It held awareness of the earth that had pressed it into being. Wei Fang, third realm, could sense the memory of that formation, could perceive the stone's nature as something that had been waiting for a sufficiently advanced cultivator to recognize it. The stone was not animated, but it was not dead either. It was an expression of power in material form, and Wei Fang could now perceive that power. 3 weeks in the chamber had given him perception that second-realm cultivators would need years to develop. On day 24, Wei Fang knew that it was time to leave. The decision came not from impatience, but from a sense of rightness. The integration was complete. The return to embodiment was complete. The cultivation that had been transformed in the sealed darkness was now stable enough to exist in the open light. There was no purpose to remaining in the chamber except the comfort of its familiar structures, and comfort was not an appropriate reason for a third-realm cultivator to hide from the world. He moved to the main seal, the exit gate that marked the boundary between the sealed chamber and the wider institute. His cultivation awareness perceived the lock mechanism clearly. It had been sealed with fifth-level array work, which second-realm cultivators could not open from the inside. But third realm was another category entirely. Wei Fang placed his hand against the stone and let his cultivation flow outward. His power touched the array patterns, understood them, verified his identity against the frequency markers that his mother had built into the lock. The stone recognized him as changed. The cultivator who entered had been second realm. The cultivator now touching the lock was third realm. For a moment, Wei Fang felt the array's hesitation, its uncertainty about whether to grant access to someone whose signature did not match the expected parameters. Then it settled into recognition. Yes, this was still Wei Fang. The advancement was legitimate. The seal dissolved. The door opened. Light came first, not overwhelming, but present. The sealed chamber had kept out all external illumination, and his eyes, even third-realm aware, needed a moment to adjust to the presence of actual light sources. He was in a corridor beneath the institute, a passage that led downward from the meditation chamber to a stairwell that climbed toward the central courtyard. He moved up the stairwell. With each step, more sensory information arrived. He could hear voices from above, students in the courtyard, perhaps, or practitioners working through forms. He could smell the open air, which was different from the sealed chamber air. It carried information about the season, spring, more advanced than he remembered, about the presence of living things, there were birds, and the green growth of gardens, about cultivation markers. The institute had been cultivating its space, strengthening its arrays, improving its defenses. The stairwell opened into the central courtyard. Wei Fang emerged into afternoon light. The sun was at the western angle, which meant the day was in its latter half. The courtyard was moderately populated, perhaps a dozen practitioners visible, working through motion forms or seated in meditation. They would not have known he had returned. No one here had been monitoring the sealed chamber. He stood at the top of the stairwell for a moment, allowing his system to fully calibrate to uncontrolled illumination and open air. His mother was in the courtyard. He perceived her before he saw her. The cultivation signature he had known his entire life, now perceived with new clarity. She was sitting beneath the old cedar tree, reading something on paper. His father was not visible, but Wei Fang could sense him somewhere in the Institute's western corridors, likely in the study rooms. Elena looked up. She had not needed to perceive her son's cultivation signature. She had simply felt his presence the way a cultivator feels any significant occurrence in the territory they know. She set down her reading materials and stood. "Welcome," she said. It was a simple greeting, but it held weight. Acknowledgement of transformation, permission to exist differently. Welcome into a larger sphere of responsibility. "Thank you," Wei Fang said. His voice was steady now. "The delegation arrives in 4 days?" 5, Elena said. "The mountain pass was slow this season. But yes, you have time to acclimate. The council is prepared. The guest halls are ready. They will want to speak with you directly." "And the institute?" Wei Fang asked. "The institute continues," Elena said. She smiled. "Exactly as we said it would. Come. You need to eat something more substantial than chamber rations, and we should brief you on what has happened in the 3 weeks you were sealed." They moved across the courtyard together, and Wei Fang returned fully to the world he had created. The cultivation he had achieved in the sealed chamber was his now. It would need to be understood, tested, incorporated into his work with students, balanced against the responsibilities of his role. But those would be the work of the next days. For now, there was sunlight, and his mother's presence, and the simple fact of being alive in his body in a world that contained other people and their needs. The breakthrough was complete. The integration was secure. The return was finished. The work, as it always did, continued. Chapter 127. The return to Emerald Lotus. The mountain path to Emerald Lotus was exactly as Wei Fang remembered it, stone worn smooth by 10,000 feet, switchbacks ascending through terraced gardens where disciples practiced their forms. But the path itself had transformed in his perception. 2 weeks after his third realm breakthrough, Wei Fang climbed with the leisure of a man no longer measuring every step against his own limitations. What had once been merely a walk was now a cascade of information. He could see the cultivation markers placed at intervals along the stone, subtle sigils carved into rocks at regular distances, designed to calibrate a climber's endurance. Before his breakthrough, he'd walked this path and felt the growing fatigue in his legs. Now he felt the intent embedded in the placement. Each marker was calibrated not just for distance, but for the quality of awareness a cultivator could sustain. The sects that maintained these mountains understood something about pacing that went beyond physical fitness. The late afternoon light illuminated dust motes in the air, and Wei Fang realized he could perceive the small variations in spiritual density around each marker, places where countless disciples had performed small cultivation breakthroughs, leaving traces in the ambient energy like rings in a tree. Certain stretches of the path had a faint amber hue to his third realm senses. Others held traces of the violet that marked profound frustration or surrender. The path itself was a history book written in cultivation residue. Master Lin waited at the gate of Emerald Lotus precisely where she said she would, not inside the compound where a formal greeting would be required, but at the outer stone threshold where a teacher receives a student as a person rather than a position. She was smaller than Wei Fang remembered, not diminished. Rather, his perception had expanded enough to contain her entire presence at once. He could see that her 70 years were not a limitation but a refinement. Her cultivation moved through her frame with the efficiency of something that had been tested and retested until only what truly worked remained. Where younger cultivators held their energy in concentrated knots, Master Lin's energy moved like water flowing around obstacles. "You're well," she said, not as a question but as an observation. She studied him with eyes that had assessed countless disciples. "The breakthrough. It went well." "Master." Wei Fang bowed, and meant it. "Walk with me." They moved through the familiar gardens, and Wei Fang found himself noticing details that had always been there, but invisible to him before. The disciples training in the open courtyard were of varied ages and capabilities. But now, with his new perception, he could see something else underneath their external rankings. An outer disciple of perhaps 17 was being assessed by a senior instructor. The assessment was the standard form. Combinations executed in sequence, response drills, endurance tests. The girl executing them was, to casual observation, adequate. Her movements were clean, but not exceptional. Her timing was precise, but not brilliant. The senior instructor marked something in his ledger and looked away with the dismissal that Wei Fang now understood had been built into the words. Good work, but not quite the foundation for advanced forms. But Wei Fang's third realm perception showed him something entirely different. As the dismissal landed, he watched the girl's cultivation flare into activity. She was absorbing the assessment energy, the accumulated judgment, the crystallized doubt, the careful evaluation of her limitations. And she was doing it with the unconscious grace of someone who had been refining this exact technique for months without knowing it had a name. Wei Fang watched for what might have been an hour, though time moved differently when observing someone in the immediate aftermath of their own old practice. The girl completed her assessment, received her dismissal, and walked toward the outer dormitories with her back perfectly straight. Once out of sight of the senior instructors, she moved to a quiet garden corner and sat with her cultivation visible to him, swirling, integrating, transforming the doubt-laden assessment energy into something the sect system would never have named as valid cultivation. Master Lin had continued walking. Wei Fang found her waiting on a stone bench that overlooked the valley below, the same bench where they had sat many times before his breakthrough. "You saw," Master Lin said. "The girl with the assessment." Wei Fang sat beside her. "She's doing what I did. What we do. She is. She'll likely never know it has a name. The assessment will continue to work against her on paper while feeding her advancement in practice. Within 3 years, she'll develop symptoms. Doubt about her capabilities will begin manifesting as physical sensation. She'll request early retirement from the outer ranks, cite inadequate cultivation potential, and leave the sect. The sect will count her as a failure, as they count hundreds of such failures each year." Wei Fang let the weight of this settle. He'd known it abstractly. The system was inefficient, it lost practitioners, but seeing it in this girl's bright, hidden practice made it concrete. "How many like her are in this sect alone?" he asked. Master Lin was quiet for a long moment. "I stopped counting 20 years ago. It was a form of torment. But you brought me in. You saw what I was doing." "I did. You were also fortunate. Or perhaps your burden was lighter in a way that made you persistent rather than careful. But yes, I recognized you." She turned to look at him fully. "Welcome to the perspective shift. One of the prices of third realm advancement." "What do you mean?" "At first realm and second, you can tell yourself that the system is right most of the time, and the exceptions are rare. You can live with that approximation." Master Lin gestured toward the training grounds below them. "At third realm, you become aware enough to see the full scope of the mistake. Enough cultivators lost that if you were to assign a number, it would distress you. Enough wasted potential that the inefficiency becomes impossible to ignore." Wei Fang looked out over the gardens, seeing them suddenly as a network of hidden practitioners, conscious and unconscious, all being measured by a system designed for a single type of cultivation. "What do we do about it?" he asked. "What we can," Master Lin said. Her tone was gentle, almost amused. "Which is considerably more than we could do at lower realms, but considerably less than we wish we could do. You'll discover that this is a persistent tension at third realm and beyond. The perspective shows you the problem at its full scale. The power lets you address parts of it. But the whole requires more than any individual, even a master cultivator, can accomplish alone." "The Institute," Wei Fang said. "The Institute," Master Lin confirmed. "Which, I'm told, is growing quite rapidly. You've heard. I hear many things. I'm 70 years old, well-connected, and cultivators gossip about breakthrough achievements the way ordinary people gossip about marriages. Your network is becoming visible." She smiled, showing the humor that never quite left her eyes. "The question now is whether you're ready for what visibility costs." Wei Fang thought of the girl in the training yard, of the thousands of hidden practitioners across the sects, of the energy wasted in a system that couldn't see what it had. "I think I have to be," he said. Master Lin reached over and patted his hand in the way she'd done countless times before. "Then you're ready for the next conversation. But first, you should eat. You've climbed all the way up here and contemplated the inefficiency of the celestial order. Your body requires rice." They rose together as the sun touched the distant peaks, and Wei Fang followed her toward the dining halls, his third realm perception now watching the gardens not as a place of training, but as a place where countless small revolutions were happening in hidden corners, waiting to be recognized. Chapter 128. The encounter with Su Mei 3 days at Emerald Lotus had given Wei Fang time to settle into the rhythm of his expanded perception. The sect moved at the pace it always had, disciples trained, instructors assessed, cultivators meditated, but now he could observe the deeper currents underneath the surface movements. It was during the afternoon assessment period that he saw her. Su Mei was in the secondary training grounds, which was used for lower-tier disciples and the occasional visitor observer. She was roughly 20, Wei Fang estimated, with the look of someone who had come to Emerald Lotus expecting one thing and found herself repeatedly surprised by another. Her stance was competent without being exceptional. Her form execution was clean. But what captured Wei Fang's attention was what happened during the moments when she was being observed. He positioned himself on a stone platform overlooking the grounds, ostensibly meditating but fully aware. He watched as her assessment began, a senior instructor evaluating 3 disciples in parallel. The other 2 showed the expected progression of focus, effort, and conclusion. They performed their combinations, received feedback, and then stood in a state of relative absorption as they integrated the experience. But Sume did something different. She performed the combinations with genuine competence. Her timing was good. Her transitions were smooth. And then, in the moment when the senior instructor's attention shifted briefly to review the other disciples, something shifted in her cultivation signature. Wei Fang had felt this before. He recognized it immediately. The assessment energy, the accumulated attention, the quality of judgment being laid upon her, the embedded suggestion that she was good but not great. All of it began to flow into her in a particular way. Not as a student absorbs instruction, not as a cultivator absorbs ambient spiritual energy, but in the specific manner of someone drawing power from the gap between what a person believes you are and what you actually are. Except Sume didn't know that's what she was doing. Wei Fang watched for an hour as the assessment period continued. 3 different evaluations. Each one generated the same signature. Each time, as the senior instructors made their brief, dismissive notations, adequate foundation, and needs development in advanced transitions, Sume's cultivation flared with the same pattern. She was doing it unconsciously, the way Wei Fang had done it for months after his own awakening. She had discovered the mechanism by accident, or through some confluence of circumstances that aligned her instinctive cultivation method with the practice that had taken him years to recognize and years more to master. But she'd found no framework for it, no language, no way of understanding that what was happening inside her was not a flaw, but a specialized form of cultivation. He watched her body language in these moments. The slight relaxation at the corners of her eyes, the way her breath changed when the dismissal came, the almost imperceptible opening of something in her chest that sucked in the assessment energy like water finding a channel. When the assessment period ended, Sume walked toward the outer dormitories with her shoulders held carefully straight, as if demonstrating to anyone observing that she was untroubled. But Wei Fang could see the way her cultivation was processing. She was integrating, refining, turning that assessment energy into substance. He waited 20 minutes, then rose from the stone platform and made his way toward the dormitories. He found her in a garden alcove that had probably been designated for this exact purpose, a place where disciples could be alone with their thoughts. She was sitting on a stone bench, and he could see the faint shimmer of her cultivation settling into her frame like sediment in still water. Wei Fang approached slowly and deliberately. He did not activate any cultivation signature. He did not use any special presence. He simply walked into her awareness like an ordinary person. "That's an interesting cultivation style you have," he said. Her eyes snapped open. He saw the immediate defensive posture, a young cultivator caught in a private moment by a stranger. I was just meditating. You were. And before that, you were absorbing assessment energy." He kept his tone conversational, the way Master Lin spoke about difficult things, as if they were simple facts rather than accusations. "Not badly, either. You've been refining it for some time." Her face went through several expressions rapidly. Denial, fear, confusion. And beneath all of it, he saw something else. The desperate hope of someone who has been convinced something is wrong with them suddenly being told that maybe, possibly, it isn't. "You're going to tell me I need to stop," she said. It was not quite a question. "I'm going to ask you what you've noticed about how you feel during and after assessments," Wei Fang said. He sat on the edge of the bench, leaving space between them. "Specifically, what happens inside you when an instructor makes a judgment about your work?" "I don't," she stopped. "That's not. I'm asking genuinely. Not testing you." Something in his tone must have convinced her. He could see the moment she decided to trust the question. She took a breath, and her words came haltingly at first. "It feels like there's a moment when they decide something about you. And in that moment, something in me opens. It's like I can feel the decision they're making, the way they're categorizing me." She paused, and then it stops feeling bad. "The way they're judging me. It's like I can take that judgment and it becomes something else. Something I can use." "Take it into your cultivation," Wei Fang said. "I don't know what that means. But yes, it becomes cultivation somehow." Wei Fang settled more fully onto the bench. "What you're doing is called underestimation absorption. It's a cultivation practice based on taking the energy that comes from being evaluated, dismissed, or misjudged, and transforming it into advancement. It's unconventional. It's not taught in the standard frameworks. And it's legitimate." He watched her process this. The relief was visible, followed immediately by confusion. But no one does that here. No one's ever mentioned. No one here recognizes it. Because the sect system is built on a different model. But you've discovered it anyway, which is either remarkable luck or remarkable instinct. Wei Fang paused. I suspect it's instinct. Is it? Is something wrong with my cultivation? The question came out small. No, it's different, which the system interprets as limited. But the system has limited perspective. He considered how to explain this without making it sound like philosophy. The reason they're dismissing you, that feeling of being judged as adequate but not exceptional, is exactly what fuels your practice. The system doesn't recognize that, so it keeps doing the very thing that helps you most, while telling you it's a problem. Sume was quiet for a long time. Wei Fang let her sit with it. There are others, she finally said, who do this, or something like it. Many others. Some know what they're doing. Most don't. Most have been told so thoroughly that something is wrong with them that they never notice they're advancing in a direction the sect can't measure. Why are you telling me this? Because you're right to wonder if something is wrong. And you deserve to know the answer is no. Wei Fang stood. There's a place called the Institute. It's not far from here. If you want to learn more about what you're doing, to understand it properly, to meet others who practice the same way, I think you should visit. We'll teach you what you've accidentally discovered. Sume looked up at him. Who are you? Someone who did what you're doing, but took years to understand it. I'm offering you the chance to skip some of those years. He paused. My name is Wei Fang. He watched recognition flicker across her face. She'd heard the name, had absorbed the rumors of the cultivator who'd broken through to third realm using an unconventional method, had assumed it was distant, impossible, something that happened to other people in other places. Come, Wei Fang said. When you're ready. The Institute is always open to those who practice like we do. He walked back toward the main compound, leaving her sitting in the garden alcove, her cultivation trembling with something that might have been hope. Chapter 129. The Cultivation Network expands. The news of Wei Fang's breakthrough reached the cultivation world through channels that operated beneath the surface of ordinary discourse. It wasn't announced formally. It didn't need to be. A cultivator of the Jade Heart sect saw him training in a public park and reported it to their master. A council observer noted the change in his spiritual signature during a routine check-in at the Institute. A practitioner from an independent academy recognized him on the street and felt the unmistakable pressure of third realm cultivation. By the time Wei Fang returned from Emerald Lotus, the information had already circled through every network that mattered. The impact of the news was not uniform. In the traditional sects, it produced a mixture of responses. Some masters dismissed it as rumor or exaggeration. Unconventional cultivation reaching third realm was categorically impossible according to their frameworks, therefore it must be an error. But others, those who had been quietly observing the Institute's work and the Council's cautious recognition, began to recalibrate. If the impossible had happened, if the fringe had somehow produced a legitimate third realm cultivator, then the foundations of their dismissal became questionable. In the independent academies and smaller cultivation centers, the response was more immediate. These were organizations built on innovation, on practitioners who had rejected traditional paths because they didn't fit conventional boxes. They had tolerated the Institute cautiously before, watching to see if it would prove itself viable. A third realm breakthrough was vindication. It was proof that the paths they'd been exploring had genuine depth. And among the hidden practitioners, the cultivators in traditional sects who had discovered unconventional methods and hidden them away, performing their practice in the gaps between official training. The news was transformative. There were hundreds of them scattered across the cultivation world. People like the girl Wei Fang had observed at Emerald Lotus. People who had been told for years that something was fundamentally limited about their cultivation. And now, suddenly, there was evidence that their hidden practice had weight, that it led somewhere real. The consequences flowed backward from the news itself. Practitioners began asking questions they'd been afraid to ask. Masters of smaller centers began documenting their methods, wondering if they should formalize them. Sects that had one or two unconventional cultivators hidden in their ranks began cautiously considering what acknowledgement might look like. When Wei Fang returned to the Institute, he found Qin Feng in a state of controlled intensity that he recognized from their earlier collaborations. She had set up a workspace in the administrative section, with files organized in columns labeled by priority, and a ledger that tracked inquiries by category, origin, and stage of response. 217 inquiries, she reported without preamble. 132 in the first week after the news. 85 in the second. It's slowing slightly, but not much. Wei Fang reviewed the categories. Urgent crises, practitioners experiencing dangerous cultivation suppression, framework requests, masters wanting to understand how to guide their unconventional disciples, formal affiliation requests, smaller academies and independent centers seeking to join the network, verification inquiries, sects wanting to confirm the breakthrough, and hostile inquiries. Masters and senior cultivators determined to prove the breakthrough was fraudulent. You've created a triage system, Wei Fang observed. The alternative was chaos. Chen Feng pulled out the subledger. The urgent crises, there are 43 of them. Practitioners whose cultivation has been deliberately suppressed by their institutions, or who've been damaged by being forced into incompatible methods. I've referred the most severe to Director Huang. We're opening a recovery program. How many of the framework requests have you triaged? 68 so far. Mostly centers like ours, independent academies with 1 or 2 unconventional cultivators they didn't know how to support. I've sent them the basic documentation about underestimation absorption, the other proven practices, and an open invitation to visit. She paused. About a third have already responded with follow-up questions. They're actually applying what they're reading. Wei Fang sat down slowly. In the weeks before his breakthrough, the network had felt contained, manageable, a secret society of dedicated practitioners and the sympathetic masters who could see what they were doing. Now, with a single burst of recognition, it was expanding into something else, something with institutional weight. The formal affiliation requests, he asked. The interesting part. Chen Feng pulled out another document. 12 formal requests from centers in 5 different provinces. But they're not all what we'd expect. 2 are from established independent academies. Those are straightforward. They want our framework and council access. But 4 are from sections. Actual traditional sects asking how to handle unconventional disciples without suppressing them. Sects are asking us for guidance on how to not damage their own cultivators. Yes, there was something close to satisfaction in Chen Feng's voice. We've become the expert on something they've been doing wrong for generations and never noticed. What did you tell them? That I'd pass along the inquiry and have you consider whether a formal consultation was appropriate. I didn't want to commit you to anything without asking. She tilted her head slightly. But I think you should meet with at least one of them. To understand what I don't know how to help unconventional cultivators looks like when a traditional institution finally admits it. Wei Fang understood the logic. The breakthrough had opened a door, but walking through it required understanding not just how to help those already in the network, but how to change institutions that had never considered the problem before. The hostile inquiries? He asked. Mostly ignored them. Though we did receive 2 formal requests for verification from council members skeptical of the breakthrough claim. I forwarded those to the council directly, with the suggestion that they observe you in public training. Chen Feng closed the ledger. They haven't responded, but the offers haven't expired. If you wanted to shut down the doubts definitively, I can do a public cultivation demonstration, Wei Fang said. The council already verified me informally, but open proof would end the gossip. 3 days from now, the council holds its monthly assessment session in the Central Plaza. The master said I could request space there if you were willing. 30 minutes of demonstration, before council observers and any cultivators interested in watching. Wei Fang understood what this meant. It meant stepping away from the quiet work of building the network in private. It meant making the breakthrough visible, undeniable, official. It meant the conversations would stop being rumors and start being policy. Do it, he said. Chen Feng nodded, having apparently been expecting this answer. I also wanted to show you something else. She pulled out a different folder. Not inquiry-related, but interesting. Inside were letters from practitioners. Dozens of them. Each one describing the moment they'd heard about the breakthrough. Each one describing what it meant. One from a woman who'd been practicing in secret for 3 years, convinced she was broken, who now felt visible. One from a young man in a wealthy sect who'd been planning to quit cultivation entirely, who now wondered if there was a path for him after all. One from a master of a small academy, thanking Wei Fang for making it possible to stop telling her unconventional disciples they were failures. Wei Fang read through them slowly. This was the other side of the expansion, not the institutional inquiries or the framework requests. The simple fact that countless practitioners, in private, with no official recognition, had received a permission that changed their entire relationship with their own cultivation. They're still coming in, Chen Feng said quietly. Slower than the inquiries, but steady. People wanting to tell their stories. Wanting to mark the moment they realized they weren't broken. Wei Fang understood then what the expansion really meant. It wasn't about the institute growing. It wasn't about network recognition. It was about the simple, massive fact that people had been waiting for this. Waiting for evidence that their hidden practice was worth something. Waiting for one person to make it real. The network is transforming, he said slowly. From secret society to alternative cultivation path, Chen Feng confirmed. The third realm breakthrough made it possible. Wei Fang stood and walked to the window overlooking the institute training grounds. He could see disciples working through their forms, could feel the distributed energy of their practice. Some of them were practicing conventional methods. Most were not. What do we do with this? He asked. What we've been doing, Chen Feng said. But openly. That's the difference. Chapter 130. The position and its challenges. The formal ceremony of Wei Fang's recognition as Master Cultivator took place in the council chamber with minimal pageantry. The council preferred efficiency to spectacle. 3 council members stood while Wei Fang knelt, and they spoke the words that officially positioned him as the primary guide for unconventional cultivation practices within their jurisdiction. It was, by council standards, elaborate. What followed was immediately complicated. The public demonstration in the central plaza had succeeded in its primary goal. No one questioned whether Wei Fang had achieved third realm cultivation. His control of ambient spiritual energy, the quality of his presence, the measurable power of his cultivation, all of it was undeniable. The council observers had taken readings, confirmed the breakthrough, and moved on. The city's cultivators had watched, been impressed, and dispersed to tell others what they'd witnessed. But vindication created a different problem than obscurity. By the end of the week, Wei Fang was receiving formal complaints from masters of 3 major traditional sections. The complaints centered on a simple claim. His existence was destabilizing their disciples. Young cultivators who'd previously accepted limitations were now asking questions. Practitioners who'd been training in the standard paths were expressing interest in unconventional methods. The sects were experiencing what they characterized as a crisis of confidence in their own frameworks. They're not wrong, Wei Fang admitted, sitting in a meeting with the most vocal of these masters, Instructor Qin, a second-realm cultivator of roughly 60 who directed the Iron Core sect's outer training programs for decades. My breakthrough does suggest that their frameworks might not be the only valid paths. Qin's face darkened. It suggests far more than that. It suggests that our entire system of evaluation is wrong. Is that not something worth considering? Wei Fang asked. Consider it in private, perhaps, but to parade it publicly? To invite our disciples to defect to your institute. Qin's voice carried the particular bitterness of someone whose entire career was being retroactively questioned. You're destabilizing centuries of legitimate practice. Wei Fang could see why Qin would be upset. The man had built his reputation on being an excellent judge of cultivator potential. He'd directed thousands of disciples through the standard path, accurately predicting who would advance and who would plateau. From his perspective, Wei Fang's success represented not just an alternative path, but an implicit criticism of every judgment Qin had ever made about a cultivator's limitations. I'm not suggesting your frameworks are illegitimate, Wei Fang said carefully. Conventional cultivation is powerful. It produces results. But I think it's also limited in ways you might not have noticed. Limited how? Qin leaned forward slightly. There was genuine curiosity beneath the hostility, Wei Fang noted. You evaluate cultivators on a fixed set of criteria: aptitude for meditation, physical cultivation capacity, affinity for sect arts, speed of spiritual absorption. These are legitimate measures for conventional cultivation, but they're not comprehensive measures of all forms of cultivation potential. Wei Fang paused. I practiced a form of cultivation that would have ranked as limited by your criteria, and yet I reached third realm. One exception doesn't invalidate a system. It doesn't invalidate it, but it should expand it. Wei Fang stood and walked to the window of the council meeting room, looking out over the city. I think you have unconventional practitioners in your sect, disciples who've never quite fit your framework, who advance more slowly than expected, who seem to develop in directions you can't quite measure. I think if you stopped trying to suppress those developments and started trying to understand them, you'd find you have more potential than you realized. Qin was quiet for a long moment. This is what I mean. You're suggesting we've been suppressing our own cultivators. I'm suggesting you've been misdirecting them. Without malice, but with consequence. The meeting ended without resolution, but it also ended without rage. Wei Fang left understanding that the traditional sects would not suddenly accept alternative cultivation. But he also understood that the most serious of them, masters like Qin who'd spent decades genuinely trying to develop talent, might be willing to reconsider their approach if he could show them something concrete. So he developed the transparency protocol. It was Chun Feng's idea ultimately, but Wei Fang executed it. The protocol was, in essence, radical honesty about everything the Institute practiced. Detailed documentation of underestimation absorption, the mechanisms of how it worked, the markers of healthy versus unhealthy development, the ethical framework that prevented exploitation. Documentation of other unconventional methods they'd identified and integrated. Detailed case studies of practitioners who'd been damaged by conventional suppression and how the Institute had helped them recover. He included the legitimate concerns, too, the sections describing harmful unconventional practices that existed outside their network, the ways that some practitioners misused assessment energy or developed exploitative relationships with their cultivators. He included the mistakes the Institute had made and how they corrected them. It was, quite deliberately, not propaganda. It was a system of guidance that said, here is what we do, here are the risks, here are the safeguards, here is how you can verify any claim we make. The effect was precisely what he'd intended. The complaints didn't stop, but they changed. Where previously skeptical masters had been arguing abstractly against an alternative system they didn't understand, they now had specific things to critique. Some of their objections were valid. Wei Fang refined the protocol based on them. Others were based on legitimate ethical concerns, the possibility of exploitation, the risk of misdirecting young cultivators, the question of whether the Institute had adequate oversight. He addressed each one directly. He invited skeptical masters to observe the Institute's practices. He opened the network's records to council inspection. He created an ombudsman position, a neutral third party who would hear complaints from practitioners who felt misdirected or harmed by the Institute's guidance. And slowly, something shifted. The first breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. A master from the Stone Circle sect, which maintained a particularly rigid framework for cultivation assessment, sent a formal inquiry. Not skeptical, not hostile, but genuinely curious about whether they might have unconventional practitioners they'd misidentified. Wei Fang met with her, a woman named Instructor Wu, perhaps 40, with the careful demeanor of someone reconsidering her entire career, and did something he'd been cautious about before. He offered to visit her sect and conduct a confidential assessment of her outer disciples. Looking for what? Wu asked. Cultivators whose development patterns don't match your standard path, but who might be advancing through alternative methods, Wei Fang said. Not to recruit them, but to help you see them more clearly. To give you the option of supporting their actual cultivation, rather than trying to force them into a framework that doesn't fit. Wu considered this for a long moment. And if we decide we don't want to support those developments? That's your choice. But you'll know what you're choosing not to support. The assessment happened on a clear afternoon in late spring. Wei Fang sat with 63 of the sect's outer disciples, one at a time, and simply observed their cultivation. No testing, no judgment, just presence, observation, and careful questioning. He identified 8 unconventional cultivators, practitioners whose development patterns suggested alternative methods. 2 were practicing underestimation absorption, much like Sume. 3 were using a form of refinement through opposition, drawing power from resisting pressure rather than accepting it. 2 were what Wei Fang identified as flow practitioners, cultivators who advanced through absolute presence in action rather than formal meditation. 1 was something entirely new, a cultivator whose advancement seemed tied to teaching others, to the transfer of cultivation knowledge. Wei Fang had never encountered this pattern before, and he spent an hour with this practitioner, a young man named Li, trying to understand what was happening in his cultivation. I don't meditate well, Li admitted. My mind is always moving. But when I explain cultivation concepts to the other disciples, or when I help someone understand a form, it feels like my cultivation is advancing through that explanation. Like the understanding I'm building in them somehow feeds my own cultivation. Wei Fang understood immediately. You're a transmitter cultivator. Your advancement comes through the quality and clarity of what you communicate. Is that valid? It's rare, Wei Fang said, but it's valid. And if you were in the standard framework, it would probably be overlooked. Dismissed as not your real cultivation. When he presented his findings to Instructor Wu, she wept. 6 of them, she said, reading his notes. 6 cultivators I was preparing to recommend for early dismissal because they weren't advancing in the recognized way. And 1 who might be a transmitter cultivator, Wei Fang added, which is a form of advancement we don't yet fully understand, but which appears to be entirely legitimate. Wu was quiet for a long time. What do you recommend we do? Support their actual cultivation, Wei Fang said. Create space for it. See what they can become when they're not being told they're limited. Instructor Wu officially requested the Institute's guidance in supporting her 8 unconventional cultivators. By the end of that month, 3 other sects had made similar requests. By the end of the second month, Wei Fang had visited 7 sects, conducted formal assessments, and identified 63 hidden cultivators. Of those, 42 chose to join the network's guidance program while remaining in their original sections. 21 transferred to the Institute or to independent academies that had affiliated with the network. More importantly, the conversations had changed. Where sects had previously been trying to suppress unconventional practices, they were now trying to understand them. Not universally. Wei Fang still had hostile contacts in the traditional communities. But increasingly, the question was not, is unconventional cultivation legitimate? But, how do we best support our unconventional practitioners? On an evening in late spring, Wei Fang sat with Chen Feng and Director Huang reviewing the updated network statistics. They now had formal affiliations with 18 independent centers, cooperation agreements with 12 sects, and 247 registered practitioners actively engaged in their guidance programs. It's only been 3 months, Chen Feng said, looking at the numbers with something like wonder. In 3 months, you've gone from hidden network to legitimate alternative path. The breakthrough made it possible, Wei Fang said. I was just the evidence. You've done the actual work, building the framework, creating the triage system, managing the expansion. Director Huang handled the most important work, Huang herself said from her corner of the office. She understood what would break the system before it broke. She set up infrastructure. I just executed it. Wei Fang understood the redirect. This was not work done by one person. It was work done by people who recognized what was happening and responded with appropriate scale. He sat in his room later that night and tried to articulate to himself what Master Cultivator actually meant. Not a title, not a position, but a responsibility. He'd achieved third realm. He could maintain that achievement. But the real work was making sure that the path he'd walked was accessible to others, that the system that had hidden him didn't hide the next generation. He thought of Su Mei in the gardens at Emerald Lotus, of the 8 cultivators at Stone Circle Sect, of the 43 practitioners in crisis who the Institute had helped recover, of all the hidden practitioners across the cultivation world who'd received, in the weeks since his breakthrough, confirmation that they weren't broken. The perspective shift that came with third realm advancement meant seeing the scale of the problem. But it also meant understanding that change was possible, that one breakthrough could reshape the entire landscape, that the work was only beginning, but it was beginning. Wei Fang opened the window to the spring night and let his third realm perception extend across the city. He could feel the distributed cultivation of hundreds of practitioners, conventional and unconventional, all advancing through their own methods. The world was larger than any single system, and his role, Master Cultivator, was to make sure it stayed that way. Summary. All 4 chapters complete and saved. Chapter 131. The cost of advancement. By the time Wei Fang had been operating as Master Cultivator for 3 months, he'd settled into an unusual rhythm. Part of his time was dedicated to advancing his own cultivation. Third realm was no endpoint, merely a new beginning with deeper mysteries and more demanding practices. But an equal part was dedicated to the network's members and their development, a division of attention that sometimes left him exhausted in ways that pure cultivation advancement never had. The cost of his advancement was becoming clear in a way it hadn't been when he was focused purely on his own progress. He'd spent 15 years hidden, managing information carefully, presenting a carefully calibrated version of himself to the world. Those habits had served him then. Now they were obstacles. A master cultivator needed to be visible, approachable, genuinely present in ways that the hidden version of himself had never allowed. Wei Fang sat in the network's administrative office at the Institute, reviewing applications from new cultivators seeking entry into the formal network. The pile was thick, applications from 47 new cultivators in the past month alone. Each one represented someone who'd discovered unconventional cultivation methods, or who'd been practicing something outside the traditional framework and was now seeking recognition and community. He picked up the first application. A woman named Li Chun, from the southern provinces, who claimed to have developed a method based on absorbing cultivation energy from personal regrets, her own and, carefully, from others. Wei Fang's breath caught at that. This was precisely the kind of method that needed guidance and precise ethical frameworks before it could be allowed to flourish. Too much potential for harm. Too much opportunity for rationalization. The second application was from a man who claimed to be absorbing energy from acts of kindness he performed, converting gratitude into cultivation fuel. More stable, but still requiring careful monitoring. How genuine was the gratitude? Could it be forced? Could it become corrupted into a system where cultivators did good deeds only to harvest the emotional response? These were the questions that occupied Wei Fang now. Not his own advancement. That proceeded naturally, his cultivation deepening and expanding at the steady pace of a well-established third-realm cultivator. Rather, his time was consumed with determining how to build systems that allowed unconventional cultivation to flourish without devolving into exploitation or cruelty. The hidden cultivator version of himself would have turned these applications into a single pile and forgotten them. He would have spent his time building his personal power, secure in the knowledge that no one was aware of his methods, no one was dependent on him, no one could be harmed by his choices. That isolation had had a terrible cost, but it had also come with a kind of simplicity. As master cultivator, there was no simplicity. There was only complexity, decision, responsibility. "You look tired," a voice said from the doorway. Wei Fang looked up to find Master Lin's apprentice, a young woman named Shun, who'd been assigned as an administrative liaison. You've been reading those applications for 4 hours without a break. Wei Fang rubbed his eyes. There are fundamental questions here that I don't have clear answers to. How do we allow diversity of method without creating situations where someone uses an unconventional technique to justify harmful practices? How do we scale community while maintaining integrity? Shin entered the office and sat across from him. Master Lin said something about this once. He said that when you take responsibility for a community, you're also taking responsibility for every mistake that community makes. That's not fair, exactly, but it's the reality of leadership. That's a heavy burden to carry, Wei Fang said quietly. Yes, Shin agreed. But it's the cost of doing something that matters. Master Lin has been paying it for 60 years. She paused. Master Lin is aging quickly now. Have you noticed? The cultivation community thinks he's just old and getting older. But I think there's something else happening. I think he's deliberately choosing not to advance further. Wei Fang felt a chill run through him. Why would he do that? Because he's made a decision about what his life is for, Shin said. He has power enough. What he doesn't have is time, and he's decided to spend the time he has on teaching, on legacy, on ensuring that his principles survive him. That's a choice that only becomes available once you've achieved enough that you can afford to stop wanting more. She stood to leave. I think you're afraid of becoming like Master Lin someday. Afraid of reaching the point where you have to choose between your own advancement and your responsibility to everyone who's depending on you. But that choice comes later, not now. For now, you can do both. That time will end, but it hasn't ended yet. Wei Fang sat with that thought for a long time after Shin left. What was the cost of advancement, really? Was it the energy spent and the time consumed? Or was it something deeper, the gradual erosion of privacy, the multiplication of people whose lives were now entangled with yours, the impossible burden of knowing that your choices affected not just yourself, but a community of 43 people and growing? He picked up Li Chen's application again and began reading carefully, making notes on potential frameworks for how her method might be integrated safely into the network's broader practice. One person at a time. One decision at a time. This was what responsibility looked like. Chapter 132. The teaching of Su Mei's development proceeded faster than Wei Fang had expected, not because she was exceptional in terms of raw talent, but because she had something he'd lacked in his own early development. Someone who understood what she was doing and could explain it clearly, without mystery or shame. He taught her without the dramatic pauses and carefully managed revelations that so many cultivation teachers used. He didn't make his knowledge seem precious by dribbling it out slowly. Instead, he told her exactly how the absorption method worked, why conviction energy could be processed as cultivation fuel, what the risks were, what the evolution of the method looked like at higher cultivation stages. They sat in a small room at the institute, early morning lights streaming through the windows, and Wei Fang walked her through the theory while she took careful notes. When someone believes they're superior to you, he explained, that belief has energy. It's not magical. It's rooted in their physiology, their cultivation, the way they've organized their consciousness. That belief changes how they interact with you, and those interactions leave traces. The absorption method is simply the skill of recognizing those traces and converting them into cultivation fuel. Sume looked up from her notes. But that feels like stealing. Like I'm taking something from them without their knowledge. You are, Wei Fang said calmly. That's the moral problem at the core of this method. You can't ask permission. You can't explain what you're doing and get consent. You're benefiting from their contempt without their understanding that they're providing a benefit. That's theft, even if what's being taken isn't physical. Then how do you live with it? Sume asked. How do you keep doing it, knowing that? Wei Fang leaned back, considering the question. This was the teaching moment that mattered most, not the technique, but the integration of ethics and power. You develop a framework, he said slowly. You decide what you'll do with the power you've gained this way. You determine that you won't use it for cruelty toward the people you've absorbed from. You make a commitment that the advancement you achieve through unconventional means will be applied in ways that honor the people who contributed to it, even though they don't know they contributed. That framework is your responsibility as a cultivator. Sume was quiet for a moment. That's not a good answer. That doesn't actually make the theft okay. No, Wei Fang agreed. It doesn't. But it's the best answer available. The method is inherently compromised morally. You can't make it clean. What you can do is make it conscious, deliberate, and oriented toward responsibility rather than exploitation. He leaned forward. Let me ask you something. If you understand the moral cost and you still want to pursue this method, what does that tell you about yourself? Sume considered this, that I want power badly enough to accept moral compromise, and that I'm willing to be held accountable for that choice. Good, Wei Fang said. That self-awareness is what separates a cultivator using this method as a tool from a cultivator using it as an excuse for selfishness. Keep that awareness alive. Never let yourself believe that you've transcended the moral problem. Never accept rationalizations that would let you forget what it costs. Over the following weeks, as Sumei trained, Wei Fang guided her through careful practice with the method. He had her absorb energy from small instances of contempt, a dismissive remark, a moment of someone underestimating her, and then spend time in meditation integrating not just the energy, but the ethical weight of having taken it. This was slower than blind practice would have been, but it was also more sustainable. She asked the question he'd been waiting for. Did you spend a long time hiding? 15 years, Wei Fang said. I was a hidden cultivator at Emerald Lotus, practicing this method in secret, unable to discuss it with anyone, building power while isolated. It shaped everything about me. Do you regret it? Sumei asked. Wei Fang considered this carefully. I regret the isolation. I regret the fear. I regret that I didn't develop ethical frameworks earlier, that I absorbed energy for years without consciously acknowledging the moral cost. But I don't regret the cultivation itself. It gave me power, and more than that, it gave me a method that can't be taken away from me. No teacher can revoke it. No sect can expel me from it. That kind of self-sufficient power is valuable. But you're not hidden anymore, Sumei pointed out. No, Wei Fang said. And that's both better and worse. Better because I can teach others, because I can help people understand their own unconventional cultivation. Worse because now I carry responsibility for a network of 43 people who are all developing methods that come with the same moral complications I developed mine with. That responsibility is heavier than 15 years of hiding ever was. Sumei absorbed this quietly. Then she said, I think I want to try the public breakthrough. I think I want to show that this method can advance someone to second realm without corruption, without instability. I want to prove that unconventional doesn't mean illegitimate. Wei Fang felt something settle in his chest. This was what he'd been hoping for, and what he'd been afraid of, someone taking the vulnerability of public practice and turning it into strength. That's brave, he said. And dangerous. And exactly right. When do you want to do it? At the network's next gathering, Sumei said. In 6 months. I'll use that time to prepare, to make sure I'm ready, to ensure that my cultivation is stable enough to survive the distraction of being watched. Wei Fang nodded. Then we'll prepare together. We'll make sure that when you advance, it's in a way that proves this method, and every unconventional method like it, deserves the legitimacy we've been fighting for. Chapter 133, The Network Council. The Unconventional Cultivation Network's formal council met for the first time 3 months after Wei Fang's appointment as Master Cultivator. The 43 members gathered at the Institute, some in person, moving through the corridors in a display of unconventional cultivation power that would have been unthinkable a year ago, their presence making the very air shimmer with integrated energy. Others participated through carefully arranged communication arrays that allowed remote participation for those who couldn't leave their regions safely, their voices and presences projected into the council chamber through cultivation-enhanced technology that Wei Fang had learned to operate only recently. Wei Fang had spent 2 weeks preparing for this meeting. Not the agenda itself. The practical agenda had come together quickly enough, a list of necessary decisions about network structure, resource allocation, and protocol that any administrator could have assembled. What required 2 weeks was the internal preparation, understanding how to hold authority in a room where every single person present had earned their own authority through difficult circumstances. These were not practitioners who had advanced through institutional validation. Most of them had built their methods in secret, had faced challenges and dismissal, had done the work of developing ethical frameworks without external guidance. They had survived in isolation, had proven their methods through years of solitary practice. They didn't need to be told how to cultivate. They didn't need Wei Fang to validate their methods. What they needed from him was different. They needed coordination. They needed someone whose position could speak for the whole when the wider cultivation world required a single voice. They needed a focal point, not an authority figure. He found this clarification helpful as he prepared. He wasn't there to be the authority over them, but to be the voice of a community that was already legitimate. The distinction was subtle but crucial. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the council chamber as people settled into their seats. Wei Fang had arranged the seating carefully, not in a hierarchy with him at the head, but in a circle, with his seat simply one among many, no more elevated than any other. It was a small gesture, but it sent a message. This was a council of peers, not a hierarchy of masters. The meeting began at dawn and continued for most of the day. The first hours were dedicated to structure. How would the council make decisions? What would require consensus versus what Wei Fang could decide unilaterally? How would the network's resources be managed collectively? These were practical questions with practical answers, and working through them with the full council present helped Wei Fang understand what the community actually wanted, rather than what he'd assumed they wanted before hearing from them directly. There were tensions. A faction of elder practitioners felt that the network had expanded too quickly, had taken in members whose ethical frameworks hadn't been sufficiently developed. A counterfaction felt that any restriction on membership was a betrayal of the founding principle, that practitioners who had developed legitimate methods deserved support regardless of how polished their frameworks were. Wei Fang listened to both sides at length before speaking. The silence he created before responding was deliberate, a way of saying, "I'm taking this seriously. These concerns are both legitimate," he said finally, his voice steady but not commanding. "And they're pointing at something that we haven't yet resolved, what the network's purpose actually is. Is it a community of practice, where practitioners support each other in their individual journeys? Is it a regulatory body, certifying methods and ensuring quality control? Is it an advocacy organization, working to expand recognition of unconventional cultivation in the broader community?" Because the answer to each of those questions has different implications for membership, for governance, for growth. The silence after this had the particular quality of recognition, the sound of people suddenly seeing something they'd been unable to articulate before. Several council members were writing, capturing his words, understanding that this was the framework they'd been missing. "All three," said Chen Feng from the second row, his voice firm. He was one of the newer members, someone who had only been practicing unconventional cultivation for 3 years, but had shown remarkable insight into both the practical and ethical dimensions of the work. "It has to be all three. If we're only a community of practice, we're just a club. If we're only regulatory, we become rigid and exclusive. If we're only advocacy, we lose the deep work of actually supporting our practitioners. The network has to function at all 3 levels simultaneously, even though those levels sometimes pull in different directions." Wei Fang felt something settle in his chest, the recognition that he'd been right to include the newer members as peers in this discussion. They saw things from angles that the longer-term practitioners sometimes missed. The conversation unfolded organically from that point. Someone raised a question about how to scale the network without losing cohesion. Someone else discussed how to maintain quality as membership expanded from 43 to hundreds or thousands. How could they preserve the innovative spirit that had created these unconventional methods in the first place, when the methods were being standardized and taught more widely? "We need to build in space for experimentation and failure," suggested Lu Ming, who'd been practicing a variation on the absorption method for 7 years. "One of the things that kept my method alive during the hiding years was that I was willing to try things that didn't work, to refine and adjust constantly. Once the method gets integrated into a network and taught formally, there's pressure to standardize, to present it as already solved. That pressure kills innovation. But we also need standards," countered Zhou Tong, the elder cultivator who had raised the initial ethical concerns. "We can't have every person just experimenting randomly with their method. We need some baseline of quality and ethics." "What if the network created a separate experimental track?" suggested Su Mei, the young woman who'd been advancing rapidly. "Practitioners who've mastered the basic method could propose experimental variations, test them under the network's observation and guidance, and share results. The experiments that work get integrated into the standard method. The ones that don't teach us something about what we thought we knew." Wei Fang watched the idea take shape as it was discussed. This was the kind of dynamic that made him understand why this council had been necessary. He couldn't have designed such a structure alone. He could facilitate its creation by bringing these minds together. For the next 6 hours, the council worked through details. They established meeting schedules, monthly for the full council, weekly for the ethics committee. They debated and refined ethical guidelines, creating a framework that acknowledged both the necessity of the methods and the moral complexity they carried. They discussed how to maintain relationships with traditional cultivation organizations while building something genuinely distinct. It was exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. The discussion ranged across theoretical questions and practical ones, sometimes meandering, sometimes sharp with disagreement, but always grounded in genuine commitment to getting it right. By the end of the session, they had the skeleton of a functional governance structure, not perfect, but workable, and most importantly, created by consensus rather than dictate. As people filed out, stretching after hours of sitting, Zhou Tong approached Wei Fang. The old cultivator moved slowly, the kind of slowness that came not from age but from the careful deliberation of someone who'd learned to move through the world with intention. "You handled that well," Zhou Tong said quietly, his voice carrying the rasp of someone who'd been talking for hours. "You didn't try to control the outcome. You created space for genuine discussion. You listened more than you spoke. That's rare in a leader this young or this powerful." Most people with your cultivation level would have used it to dominate the room. I learned from someone who does it right, Wei Fang said. Master Lin, at Emerald Lotus. She has a way of creating space for others' wisdom while still maintaining her own authority. I'm trying to apply those lessons, though I'm sure I'm making 1,000 mistakes, things I'm not even aware of yet. Zhou Teng smiled, a genuine expression that made his weathered face transform. Of course you are. Every leader makes mistakes. The question is whether you know you're making them and you're willing to correct them. Too many leaders convince themselves they're infallible, that their authority proves their rightness. You're not interested in that particular delusion, and that's what matters. As the sun set and Wei Fang sat alone in the empty council chamber, he allowed himself to feel the full weight of what had been created here. Not a perfect organization. He could already see places where the structure they'd built would need adjustment. But a real one. Not a system that would solve all problems, but a framework for addressing problems as they arose. The network had teeth now. It had legitimacy. It had a future beyond Wei Fang's own lifetime, beyond any single person's advancement or failure. He sat in the silence of the chamber, surrounded by the empty chairs that held the imprint of the people who'd sat in them, and felt something that he'd rarely experienced before, the satisfaction of creation that belonged to a community rather than to himself alone. Chapter 134. The conversation with Song. Elder Song, now fully retired from the High Council, but still influential in broader cultivation circles, requested a private meeting with Wei Fang 6 months after the formal recognition. The request came through an intermediary. Song was still too proud to reach out directly to someone he'd once opposed, but the request was clear. Wei Fang agreed, choosing to meet at a neutral cultivation site, a small mountain retreat facility that neither of them claimed as territory. The journey took 2 days, and Wei Fang used the time to consider what Song might want. Recognition of defeat seemed unlikely. Song wasn't the type to accept his opposition as fundamentally misguided. Respect? Perhaps. A conversation that might lead to alliance? Possible. Or perhaps simply the elders need to understand something that had troubled him for months. The mountain was beautiful in the way that cultivated spaces often were, the landscape shaped not by careful hand, but by centuries of cultivation energy flowing in particular patterns, creating harmony between human and natural. The retreat house was modest, suggesting that whoever maintained it wasn't wealthy, only serious. Song arrived looking older than when Wei Fang had last seen him at the formal hearing. The elder had spent months in personal cultivation retreat, and it showed in both the depth of his cultivation and the quietness of his bearing. Cultivation retreat was a process of sinking deeper into one's practice, of stripping away distraction and pretense. When cultivators emerged from retreat, they were often changed, sometimes for the better, sometimes fundamentally destabilized. Song had clearly experienced the former. There was a serenity to him that Wei Fang didn't remember from before. I want to understand something, Song said without preamble, not bothering with the usual courtesies. Not argue, not debate. I want to understand how you knew. Wei Fang gestured for the elder to sit. They settled across from each other in a small meditation room, the kind used for serious conversation. Knew what specifically? Wei Fang asked. That unconventional cultivation wasn't a corruption or a perversion, Song said. That it was a legitimate path worthy of recognition. You knew that from the beginning, based on nothing but your own practice. You had no external validation, no proof from the cultivation community, nothing to support that certainty except your own experience. How? Wei Fang considered this carefully. I didn't know, actually. Not with certainty. I believed. There's a difference. I believed because I could feel the power I was building. I could sense that the advancement was real, that the connection between conviction energy and cultivation fuel was genuine, that the method was stable. Those weren't abstractions, they were lived experience. But belief can deceive you, Song said. You could have been confident in something fundamentally corrupted without being able to recognize the corruption from inside. That's the danger that kept me opposing you. I was afraid that you'd built something that felt powerful but was fundamentally rotten, and that you couldn't see the rot from inside the structure. I was afraid of that too, Wei Fang admitted. Especially early on. I spent years, literally years, waiting for the corruption to become apparent. Waiting for the moment when the method would destabilize, when I'd reach a threshold and discover that I'd been building on sand. That moment never came. Song leaned back, his ancient eyes studying Wei Fang with an intensity that felt almost uncomfortable. I spent 6 months in retreat thinking about you, about your method, about the opposition I mounted against you. And I came to a conclusion that I'm still struggling with. I was wrong. Not about every concern. Some of those concerns were legitimate. But I was wrong in my fundamental assessment. You built something real. Something that stands up to scrutiny. I know I'm real. Wei Fang said quietly. What I'm less certain about is whether I was right about everything in how I presented the case. There were things I was certain about that I shouldn't have been certain about. There were claims I made that were broader than what I could actually support. That's more sophistication than I expected from you at your age, Song said. It wasn't quite a compliment, but it was close. Most people, when they're validated, celebrate without nuance. You're noting the ways in which your own certainty exceeded your justification. That's rare. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Song said, I told the High Council that I no longer oppose the recognition of unconventional cultivation methods. I told them that my opposition had been based on fear of change, not on genuine danger. I told them that your method, and others like it, deserve the legitimacy that they've now been granted. Wei Fang felt something shift in his chest. This wasn't forgiveness. Song wasn't the type to offer that, but it was something significant. It was acknowledgement. It was the final necessary statement from the opposition. You were right, and I was wrong. Thank you, Wei Fang said simply. Don't thank me, Song replied. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because truth matters more than pride, and I've reached the age where I'd rather be on the side of truth than on the side of my own certainty. The elder stood, moving stiffly. I'm leaving the city tomorrow. I don't know if I'll return, but when I do, I'll be visiting your network. I'll be observing. I'll be looking for genuine integration with traditional cultivation frameworks. I hope you're building toward that goal and not toward some alternative system that exists in opposition to the old ways. That's my goal, Wei Fang said. Not to destroy traditional cultivation, to expand it, to show that there are more ways to advance than have been traditionally recognized. Song nodded, as if this confirmed something. Then perhaps you'll do something valuable after all. Perhaps your method will turn out to be not a perversion of cultivation, but simply a different face of something ancient. We'll see. He left without further ceremony, and Wei Fang sat alone in the meditation room as the sun set, feeling the weight of opposition finally lifting. Not replaced with love or enthusiastic support, but with something more durable, respect, earned through genuine practice and verified through time. Chapter 135. The question of ethics. As Wei Fang's role expanded, so did the ethical complexity of managing a network of cultivators with methods that sourced from interpersonal dynamics. The questions that had been theoretical when the network was small and focused on survival became practical and urgent as membership expanded. Could a cultivator deliberately position themselves in situations to maximize conviction energy exposure? This was the question raised by a newer member, a woman named Lu Qin, who'd become skilled at identifying moments when people would underestimate her, and orchestrating her appearance to maximize the likelihood of that underestimation. She was advancing rapidly, her cultivation deepening month by month. But was this ethical? Was she manipulating people? Was she poisoning the purity of her method by making the underestimation something she'd engineered rather than something that arose naturally from her circumstances? Wei Fang brought the question to the ethics committee, the 6-person council they'd established to navigate these thorny issues. I think there's a distinction worth making, Zhou Teng said, presenting his analysis after a month of investigation. There's a difference between presenting yourself honestly and dressing down to seem less capable. If Lu Qin is presenting herself accurately, and people happen to underestimate her, that's fine. If she's deliberately misrepresenting her abilities to manipulate others into contempt, that's problematic. But how do we verify which one she's doing? Asked Shun, the younger committee member who brought a fresh perspective. She could claim she's just dressing down, but she could actually be engaged in systematic manipulation. The internal reality of her motivation isn't accessible to external observation. Then we rely on her cultivation, Wei Fang suggested. If she's using manipulation, if she's corrupting the method with intentional cruelty or deception, that corruption should show up in her cultivation structure. It should create instability, flaws in her advancement. We should be able to sense if her method is rotten. That assumes corruption shows up as instability, Shin countered. But what if someone is skilled enough to hide corruption under a veneer of stability? What if someone is deceptive enough in their practice that they can advance meaningfully while still poisoning the method? The question hung in the air. Wei Fang realized that Shun was asking something he'd been avoiding. What if his own concern for ethics wasn't enough to guarantee that the network wouldn't eventually produce a corrupted cultivator? What if, despite his best efforts, someone would develop an unconventional method into something cruel? Then we deal with it when it happens, Zhou Ting said calmly. We don't have perfect knowledge. We can only do our best to establish frameworks, and then monitor for problems and respond when we identify them. The goal isn't perfection. The goal is responsibility. Wei Fang took the question to Lu Qin directly. They met in the Institute's cultivation garden, a space where energy could be observed clearly. I want to understand your practice. Wei Fang said without accusation. Walk me through a recent instance where you absorbed cultivation energy. Lu Qin explained an incident at a merchant house where she'd gone to buy supplies. The merchant had dismissed her, a young woman in worn clothes, probably couldn't afford much. The contempt had been clear, the energy available for absorption straightforward. And you presented yourself this way intentionally? Wei Fang asked, gesturing at her modest clothing. My robes are worn because I'm a young cultivator with limited resources, Lu Qin said. I didn't dress down to trick anyone. This is my actual situation. But you were aware that this appearance would trigger underestimation, Wei Fang pressed. Of course, Lu Qin said. I'm not stupid. But I didn't engineer the situation. I didn't go out of my way to find someone to underestimate me. The merchant's contempt arose from the honest appearance of my circumstances. That feels different to me than orchestrating manipulation. Wei Fang sensed her cultivation carefully, examining the structure for corruption. What he found was clean. The energy was well integrated, moving smoothly through her cultivation structure. There was no sign of poisoning or instability. Whatever else Lu Qin was doing, her method was genuine. I'll accept that, Wei Fang said finally. But I want you to commit to something. If you find yourself deliberately manufacturing situations or presenting false images of yourself to maximize underestimation, I want you to come to me. Not because I'll punish you, but because that's the moment when the method starts to become corrupted. That's the line we need to guard against. I can commit to that, Lu Qin said. But I have a question for you too. Is it ethical for me to cultivate at all, knowing that my advancement depends on people's mistakes? Isn't that itself a kind of cruelty? Wei Fang was quiet for a long time. That's the question I've never fully answered for myself, he admitted finally. I think the answer is, it depends on what you do with the power. If you use the advancement you gain through unconventional methods to help people, to strengthen the network, to contribute to the broader cultivation community, then the original cruelty of the method is balanced by the good of the outcome. It's not perfect ethics. It's consequentialist ethics, which means it's always subject to question. But it's the best framework I've found. Lu Qin nodded slowly. That's more honest than I expected. It's also more troubling than I expected. But I can work with it. Over the following months, as more questions arose, Wei Fang realized that ethical clarity wasn't achievable in advance. It could only be developed through practice, through discussion, through genuine engagement with the complications. The network would never be purely ethical, but it could be responsibly ethical, conscious of its compromises, committed to monitoring and improving them. Chapter 136. The new generation. 18 months after formal recognition, the network began receiving applications from cultivators who had never needed to hide their methods. They were young. The oldest of them was 25, the youngest barely 18, and they'd grown up in a cultivation world where unconventional methods, while still minority practices, were not forbidden or shameful. They had come of age during the slow-growing period of public discussion about alternative cultivation paths, when the cultivation community's gatekeepers had begun, reluctantly, to acknowledge that unconventional methods might merit serious study rather than automatic dismissal. They were different from the original members in ways that fascinated and occasionally challenged Wei Fang. The older members had been shaped by concealment in ways that went deep into their psychological structure. Su Mei, for instance, had practiced in secret for nearly a year before approaching Wei Fang, spending that time alone with her method, developing it entirely without external validation or feedback. Zhou Tong had hidden his practice for over 20 years, building a method in isolation so complete that he'd sometimes doubted whether it was real or whether isolation had distorted his perception. The original 43 members all carried the particular forms of resilience and isolation that hiding required. They developed skills in self-sufficiency, in maintaining practice without external validation, in working through doubt alone in ways that the new generation would never need to do. The new generation was different in fundamental ways that Wei Fang was still learning to understand. They came to the network not out of desperation but out of curiosity, not fleeing oppression but seeking community and deeper learning. They wanted structured teaching, wanted community, wanted external validation that their methods were sound. They wanted mentors who could show them what came next, rather than having to discover each stage themselves. They lacked the hard-won certainty that came from years of solo practice. That moment when you finally understood your methods so deeply that no external doubt could shake you. But they also lacked the loneliness that had nearly broken some of the older members, the periods of isolation so complete that some practitioners had wondered whether they were losing their minds or whether the method was a delusion born from desperate hope. Wei Fang found himself in an unusual position, one he hadn't quite anticipated. The older members had treated him as a peer, someone who'd mastered the same kind of hidden practice they'd mastered, who understood what it meant to build in isolation. The new generation looked to him as a teacher in a way the original members never had. He was a master to them, someone who'd mastered an unconventional method and could explain it, could guide them through the stages he'd already completed. That was valuable. He could provide structure and teaching that the older members hadn't needed. But it also meant bearing a different kind of responsibility. These younger cultivators were developing their practice under his guidance, shaped by what he taught them about ethics and integration and the proper relationship between underestimation and advancement. The methods they developed would carry his fingerprints. He couldn't simply be a neutral facilitator. He was actively shaping an entire generation's understanding of how unconventional cultivation worked and what it meant. One of the new members was a brilliant young woman named Tao Li, who developed a method based on absorbing cultivation energy specifically for moments when people underestimated her because of her gender. She was advancing rapidly, her cultivation deepening month by month in ways that suggested she had a natural talent for the method. But she was also wrestling with the ethical questions in a way that the older members sometimes never did, because she'd been taught to consider them from the beginning. "Master Wei," she asked during a training session, her brow furrowed in genuine distress. "At what point does my advancement require me to stop trying to hide my true capability? If I'm always presenting myself as less capable than I actually am, presenting myself as less knowledgeable or less powerful, when does that become genuinely dishonest rather than tactical? How long can I maintain that kind of presentation without it becoming corrupted?" Wei Fang considered the question seriously, taking time to give a real answer rather than a quick platitude. "That's a more sophisticated version of a problem I struggled with for 15 years, Tao Li. I was always uncertain about exactly where the line was between presenting myself accurately and deliberately misrepresenting myself. I think the answer is, you should be honest about your advancement once you're no longer dependent on underestimation for cultivation fuel. Once you've reached a cultivation level where you can advance through conventional practice as well as unconventional methods, where you could walk away from the method and still progress, then you have the luxury of being honest about what you actually are. Before that, you're still dependent on the method, so you need to maintain the conditions that make the method work." "But that means I'm going to be dishonest for years," Tao Li said, and there was real pain in her voice. "That seems like a long time to be deliberately deceiving people, to be teaching people a false version of who I am. It feels like a kind of cruelty, actually." "It does seem long," Wei Fang agreed, and he was careful to acknowledge the weight of what she was articulating rather than dismissing it. "But it's also the foundation of your power. You're building something that will outlast the dishonesty. Once you're advanced enough, truly advanced, not just slightly stronger than the people around you, you can be honest. You can reveal your full capability. The earlier dishonesty doesn't negate the later honesty. In fact, it can give the later honesty more weight, because people will understand the journey you've taken to get there." This kind of dialogue happened frequently with the new generation. Wei Fang found himself articulating things that had been intuitive to him before, making explicit the ethical reasoning that had been implicit in his practice. He was creating a language for unconventional cultivation, building a framework that didn't require each new practitioner to reinvent everything alone. It was exhausting and valuable in equal measure, leaving him drained by evening, but also feeling like he was building something genuinely important. The older members watched this with mixed feelings. Some, like Zhou Tong, were genuinely pleased to see the network growing, delighted to see younger cultivators being taught properly from the beginning instead of having to learn through isolated practice and occasional mistakes. Others felt a subtle sense of displacement, as if the very success of the network in becoming legitimate somehow diminished the achievement of those who'd had to hide, as if their struggle was being rendered unnecessary by the new openness. Wei Fang worked deliberately to address this, ensuring that the older members were recognized as pioneers, given roles in mentoring and teaching, included prominently in decision-making. But he also understood the fundamental truth that he had to acknowledge openly. Legitimacy changed things. The network would never again be the small, secret group of hidden cultivators supporting each other in isolation. That phase had ended. Something new was being built, and while it incorporated the wisdom and learning of the old phase, it was no longer that phase itself. At a monthly gathering, where the full network, now numbering over 100, assembled in the Institute's Great Hall, Wei Fang acknowledged this openly. He stood before them, feeling the weight of all their attention, and spoke from genuine uncertainty rather than from any position of certainty. "The network we're building is not the network we created," he said. "It can't be. 43 of us in secret, practicing in hiding, supporting each other in isolation. That was one thing, specific and precious and real. 100 of us in the open, studying with teachers, being integrated into the broader cultivation community. That's something different. We've gained legitimacy, and I'm genuinely grateful for that. But we've also lost something too. The sense that this was ours alone, that we were part of something few people even believed could exist. Some of that loss is worth it. Some of it is genuinely painful. I think we need to acknowledge both, rather than pretending that legitimacy is an unambiguous good. There was silence, and then Zhou Ting spoke, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd lived through both phases. I think what we've lost is important to remember, but not to mourn. We built something that proved unconventional cultivation was real, that proved it could survive the harshest scrutiny. Now the next generation gets to build something different, a network that's large and diverse, and visibly integrated with the broader cultivation community. That's not a loss. That's an evolution. We're not being replaced. We're being continued, but in a form that goes beyond what we could have imagined. Not everyone agreed with that sentiment. Wei could see some of the older practitioners shifting uncomfortably, but it gave shape to how the network would grow. The old guard would serve as keepers of historical memory and of the hard-won wisdom that only hidden practice could teach. The new generation would drive expansion and innovation, building methods that didn't require the same level of concealment that Wei's generation had needed. Together, they would create something that belonged fully to neither the hidden years nor the open ones, but to both at once. As people dispersed throughout the hall, breaking into smaller conversations and groups, Wei found himself watching Tao Li in conversation with Su Mei, the young teacher from the original network teaching the younger student about the nuances of the absorption method. He watched the method being transmitted, refined, evolved into something new. And he understood, finally, that this was the truest measure of what they'd built. Not his own advancement, but the creation of a system where the next generation could advance beyond him, could take his method and improve it, could make it into something better than he'd ever imagined. This was what it meant to stop being a hidden cultivator and to become a master cultivator. Not isolation, but integration. Not secrecy, but careful visibility. Not independence, but genuine interdependence. And it was good. It was real. It was exactly what he'd been building toward all along. Chapter 137. The Advancement of Su Mei. Su Mei achieved her second realm breakthrough during the network's second annual gathering, in front of 40 members and 24 visiting scholars and cultivators. It was, in Wei Fang's understanding, the first time anyone had advanced at a public gathering in cultivation history. Breakthroughs were private, isolated, carefully managed affairs. The idea of having one witnessed seemed almost foolhardy. The process required complete focus, internal attention, vulnerability to one's own consciousness. Having an audience seemed like it would disrupt that profoundly. But Su Mei had argued for it deliberately over the preceding 6 months. If I do it in public, she told Wei Fang, it proves the method is stable enough to survive the distraction. And it proves that the energy available in public conviction doesn't disrupt the process, it supplements it. If I can advance to second realm while being observed, it proves that unconventional cultivation isn't a whispered secret. It's real enough to withstand scrutiny. Wei Fang had been hesitant about the risks, but he'd also recognized the brilliance of the strategy. A public breakthrough from a well-known cultivator practicing an unconventional method would be far more convincing than any theoretical discussion could be. The gathering was held in the Institute's main meditation hall, a vast space easily large enough for 70 people. Su Mei had prepared obsessively for 3 months, strengthening her cultivation foundation, ensuring that her advancement was stable and ready to proceed. Wei Fang had worked with her daily, helping her maintain her focus despite the upcoming public nature of the event. The morning of the breakthrough, Su Mei sat at the center of the meditation hall, in the lotus position, surrounded by a protective formation that Master Lin herself had come to create. The old master had traveled from Emerald Lotus specifically for this event, recognizing its significance. She stood at the edge of the formation, her aged hands weaving patterns that locked protective energy around Su Mei's meditation space. Wei Fang took his place at the opposite side of the formation, his role to monitor Su Mei's cultivation process and intervene if something went wrong. The other observers settled into silence, understanding that while they could watch, they needed to remain internally quiet so their consciousness wouldn't disrupt the process. The breakthrough began quietly. Su Mei's breathing slowed, her awareness descending into her cultivation structure. For the first hour, there was almost nothing to observe, just a young woman sitting motionless, her eyes closed, her breathing steady. Then, gradually, her aura began to shift. The characteristic light that showed in a cultivator's presence during a breakthrough began to glow more brightly. Wei Fang watched as the second realm threshold started to open within her cultivation structure, the expanded channels beginning to form that would characterize second realm cultivation. Around the room, observers shifted slightly. This was real. This was happening. This was not some secret whisper, but an observable fact. Unconventional cultivation could produce a genuine advancement. For hours into the breakthrough, Sumei's body convulsed slightly. The moment of critical structural change, when her foundation core would shift into the new configuration required for second realm status. Wei Fang felt the surge of energy through his cultivation sense, saw the way Sumei's aura flared brilliantly, watched as her presence expanded. And then, as if a door had opened, something unexpected happened. The conviction energy that had been absorbed by Sumei in her practice, the energy from all the people who'd underestimated her, rose up to support her advancement. It didn't corrupt the process. It supplemented it, adding to the force of her breakthrough, making the transformation easier to bear. Wei Fang heard Master Lin draw in a sharp breath at the sight of it. This was the theoretical ideal of the absorption method made manifest, using others' contempt not as raw fuel, but as integrated power that strengthened you at crucial moments. The breakthrough completed 6 hours after it began. Sumei opened her eyes, her breathing returning to normal, her presence having transformed entirely. She was second realm now, truly, undeniably second realm. Her cultivation had advanced. Her power had expanded. Her method had proven itself in the most public way possible. Wei Fang helped her stand, offering support as her legs adjusted to movement after hours of sitting still. But Sumei barely needed it. Her new second realm strength was evident in every aspect of her being. The way she moved, the way her presence filled space, the way she smiled with quiet triumph. "How do you feel?" Wei Fang asked. "Different," Sumei said, and her voice carried the resonance of second realm cultivation. "Like I've become larger than I was. Like I have more space inside me now." Master Lin approached slowly, moving with the careful gait of extreme age. She placed a hand on Sumei's shoulder, and Wei Fang saw something shift in the old master's expression. Something like satisfaction, like the confirmation of something she'd hoped to see but hadn't been certain would occur. "You've done what very few thought possible," Master Lin said quietly. "You've shown that unconventional cultivation can survive the harshest scrutiny, that it isn't fragile or corrupted but genuinely sound. That takes courage, and it takes something else, trust in your own practice, and trust in Master Wei's teaching. You've honored both." Over the following days, as the visiting scholars processed what they'd seen, the implications began to spread through the cultivation community. Unconventional cultivation wasn't theoretical anymore. It wasn't speculation. It was a demonstrated fact, verified by observation, proven by a young cultivator's successful advancement. The network grew by 37 applications in the month following Sumei's breakthrough. The number who wanted to learn would continue expanding throughout the following years. Chapter 138. The letter from Master Lin. Master Lin's letter arrived on a Thursday morning, carried by one of Emerald Lotus's fastest junior disciples. It was longer than her letters usually were, and written in the careful hand of someone choosing each word deliberately. Wei Fang knew, before opening it, that it contained something significant. He read it in his private room at the Institute, sitting in the morning light, feeling the weight of each sentence. "My dear Wei Fang, I am writing to inform you of a decision I have made, one that I wanted you to know about directly before any formal announcement is made through cultivation channels. I am retiring from active teaching. My life at Emerald Lotus has been long and full, and I have reached a point where I must make a choice about how best to spend the years remaining to me. I have taught for 60 years. In that time, I have taken 300 students through various stages of their cultivation development. I have established frameworks for teaching that have become standard in many sections. I have contributed what I could to the broader cultivation community. But I am now at an age where the demands of formal instruction have become more than my cultivation can sustainably support. This is not something that deteriorates slowly. One day you can teach with full presence and energy, and the next day you find yourself tired in ways that cultivation cannot fully repair. My 140th year has been the year where I've crossed that threshold. I have decided not to try to maintain what I can no longer sustain. I will remain at Emerald Lotus as an elder emeritus, available for consultation, able to teach in small groups or individuals if the right student comes to me, but I am stepping back from formal responsibility for the sect's teaching curriculum. My successor, a master named Chening, whom you may know, will take over the primary teaching role. She is younger, stronger, and has ideas about cultivation pedagogy that deserve space to develop. This brings me to why I am writing to you directly. I want you to know, before anyone else hears it through the usual channels, that I am proud of what you have built. When you first came to Emerald Lotus as a hidden outer disciple, I saw in you something that I had learned to recognize over 60 years of teaching. Genuine capacity paired with profound uncertainty about whether you deserve to use it. I could not teach you directly, because you could not tell me what you were practicing, but I could create space for you. I could ensure that you were not destroyed by the sect's usual mechanisms of rejection. I could provide subtle guidance toward understanding that unconventional cultivation was not shameful, that your method was worth protecting. I cannot take credit for your development. You accomplished that yourself, but I want to know that I see it, and that I am genuinely glad for what you have accomplished. You are now a master cultivator, leading a network, guiding the next generation, proving that cultivation has more faces than tradition has acknowledged. You are doing something that I spent 60 years trying to do obliquely. You are expanding the cultivation community, making it less rigid, more capable of incorporating genuine diversity. You are doing it openly, while I could only do it in shadows. That is better. That is brave. I am stepping back because I have lived a long life of cultivation, and I have decided that I would rather be remembered as someone who taught wisdom than someone who held on to power beyond the point of graceful release. This is a choice that only becomes available once you have achieved enough that you can afford to stop wanting more. That threshold will come for you as well, eventually. When it does, I hope you will have the wisdom to recognize it and to make the choices that it permits. But that is many years in the future. For now, you have work to do, and you have the strength to do it. With admiration and respect, Master Lin Wei Fang read the letter 3 times, each reading revealing something he'd missed. The first time, he felt the weight of recognition. The second time, he felt gratitude for her subtle support over the years. The third time, he felt something like anticipation, the knowledge that Master Lin was entering a new phase, one focused on legacy and wisdom rather than active teaching. He wrote a response, brief and honest. Master Lin, your letter meant more to me than I can adequately express. You provided something that I needed far more than direct teaching. You provided shelter. The space where I could practice without being persecuted, the subtle encouragement that told me my method was worth developing. These were gifts that shaped everything that came after. I understand your decision to step back. I have begun to understand, managing this network and its growth, that there is a difference between the strength required to achieve something and the wisdom required to build it sustainably. You are choosing wisdom, and that is the right choice. I am proud that you recognize what we have built. I am even more proud that you trust that we will continue building it well without your active involvement. That trust is itself a gift. Thank you for everything. I will carry what you taught me forward. With gratitude and respect, Wei Fang. He sealed the letter and entrusted it to the same junior disciple who'd brought Master Lin's message. As he watched the disciple leave, Wei Fang felt something settle in him, a sense of a chapter concluding, not with closure, but with appropriate transition. Master Lin had moved from being his active mentor to being his elder, and that shift opened new possibilities for both of them. Chapter 139. The reflection on the anniversary of his third realm breakthrough. Wei Fang sat alone in the cultivation garden that had become his meditation space at the institute. The late afternoon light was golden, warm, the kind that showed the world as it actually was rather than as one might wish it to be. He allowed himself the reflection that the daily demands of his work rarely permitted, a full accounting of what the journey had cost and what it had provided. What had the journey cost? He had spent 15 years hiding the most important thing about himself. He had shaped his entire life around a method he couldn't discuss openly, not with his fellow disciples at Emerald Lotus, not with the masters who might have understood, not even with himself in fully honest terms for the first several years. The cost of that hiding wasn't measured in cultivation difficulty, but in psychological expense, the constant fear of discovery, the loneliness of practicing something alone, the internalized shame that came from being told implicitly and explicitly that what he was doing was illegitimate. He had missed the normal trajectory of cultivation that might have been available to him if he'd been born with inherited resources or family connections or inherited cultivation foundation. Instead, he'd had to build everything from the foundation of contempt and dismissal, making his early advancement dependent on the very thing that was keeping him marginalized. He had sacrificed privacy. Once the network was established and he'd taken his role as master cultivator, his time was no longer his own. He was visible, accessible, responsible to others in a way that he'd never been when hidden. He couldn't practice freely anymore because people depended on his teaching, his guidance, his presence. He had inherited moral complexity. By using the absorption method, he built his advancement on a foundation of taking energy from people without their knowledge or consent. That reality hadn't changed with legitimacy or success. It remained a moral debt he carried. He would spend the rest of his cultivation life integrating that debt into his practice, using the power he'd gained to try to balance the wrong at its foundation. What had it provided? It had provided genuine power, not the kind that could be granted or revoked by an external authority, but the kind that arose from understanding and practice. No sect could forbid it. No council could remove his cultivation. No external force could take away what he'd built through unconventional means. That kind of self-sufficient power was rarer than most cultivators realized, and it was valuable beyond measure. It had provided meaning. The hidden years had been isolating, but they'd also been focused. He'd known, with perfect clarity, what he was working toward, understanding his method, advancing his cultivation, eventually finding a way to practice openly. The network's establishment had provided something even more meaningful, a context for his power, a way to use it that served others as well as himself. It had provided community. After years of isolation, Wei Fang now lived in a web of connections. Su Mei and the other younger cultivators he was teaching, the network's 43 original members, the newer practitioners joining regularly, the visiting scholars who came to understand unconventional methods, Master Lin and the other masters who'd begun to see him as a peer. These relationships were demanding, complex, sometimes painful, but they were infinitely richer than the isolated confidence he'd had as a hidden cultivator. It had provided purpose. Wei Fang's life now had a shape that went beyond his own advancement. He was building something that would outlast him, something that would change the cultivation community's understanding of what was possible. That was worth the cost of privacy, worth the moral complexity, worth the exhaustion of constant responsibility. He sat in the golden light and allowed himself to admit what he'd been afraid to fully acknowledge. The hidden years had been necessary, not because of what they'd built, but because of what they'd proven. They'd proven that unconventional cultivation could be practiced alone, that it didn't require external validation, that it could survive years of isolation and opposition. That proof was what had made everything that came after possible. If he'd had support from the beginning, if the network had existed from the start, if he'd never had to hide, would the method have developed as deeply? Would the conviction energy absorption have become as sophisticated and integrated? Would he have learned the moral discipline that now shaped how he taught others? Probably not. The isolation had been a crucible. It had refined his understanding in ways that easy success never could have. Wei Fang understood, finally, that he couldn't regret the hiding. He could regret the loneliness, the fear, the shame. But the hiding itself, as a practice, as a necessary part of his development, that was integral to who he'd become. To regret, it would be to regret himself. He sat in the garden as the sun set, feeling the weight of third realm cultivation, the presence of all the people whose contempt he'd absorbed and integrated, the vast network of connections and responsibilities that now shaped his life. This was what advancement looked like for him. Not isolation, but integration. Not secrecy, but careful visibility. Not independence, but genuine interdependence. And it was good. It was real. It was worth every cost that had come with it. Chapter 140. The continuation. On the morning after his annual reflection, Wei Fang met with the network's formal council for their quarterly review. The agenda was full: 43 original members, a growing roster of newer practitioners, 3 full-time administrators handling the increasing complexity of managing a legitimate cultivation organization, a research program with 17 active projects, an institute that was training the next generation of unconventional cultivators openly, without apology. This was what he'd been building toward, in the years when he could barely articulate it to himself. Not just his own advancement, but a world where advancement like his was recognized as genuine, where the people achieving it could do so without shame or hiding. The quarterly reports showed steady growth. Applications were up 30% from the previous quarter. 3 new members had advanced to the next cultivation realm. The Ethics Committee had processed 17 method review applications, approving 12 of them with minor adjustments, requesting further information on 3 others, and identifying 2 methods that needed serious reconsideration before they could be integrated into the network. Su Mei was at the meeting, representing the newer members who'd been trained openly from the start. She'd advanced to mid-second realm in the year since her public breakthrough, driven by the particular kind of motivation that came from having understood her method completely from its beginning. No shame, no concealment, just honest practice. The dynamic with the newer members is different, she reported. They don't have the same relationship with secrecy that we do. Some of them are actually bothered by the idea that the method relies on deliberate underestimation, because they've been trained to be honest about their capabilities. They're asking for ways to practice the method that don't require deception. Zhou leaned forward with interest. That's a significant development. Are there ways to practice the absorption method without the deception component? Potentially, Su Mei said. We're exploring a framework where the underestimation isn't deliberate but circumstantial. Someone advances in cultivation and deliberately hides their new power level, allowing people to underestimate them based on outdated information. But they're not misrepresenting, they're just not fully revealing. It's a subtle difference, but it seems to matter ethically to the younger practitioners. Wei Fang felt something shift in his understanding. The method that had shaped him, requiring hiding, requiring deliberate dishonesty about his capability level, was being reimagined by the next generation into something less dependent on deception. They were refining it, improving it, taking the core principle and allowing it to evolve. This was exactly what he'd hoped would happen. The method wasn't frozen at his level of understanding. It was living, growing, adapting to new contexts and new practitioners. That's excellent work, Wei Fang said. Explore it fully. If we can develop a version of the absorption method that doesn't require deliberate deception, that's a significant advancement for the network. We move from a method that depends on hiding to a method that can operate openly and honestly. The meeting continued for another 6 hours, working through the details of network expansion, discussing the integration projects with the Research Institute, planning the next annual gathering. By the end of the day, Wei Fang was exhausted in the way that suggested genuine work had been accomplished, not the exhaustion of crisis, but the exhaustion of responsibility carefully managed. As people filed out of the council chamber, Su Mei lingered. "Can I ask you something personal?" she said. "Of course," Wei Fang replied. "Do you think you'll ever reach fourth realm?" Su Mei asked. "Master Lin is slowing down her advancement, focusing on wisdom instead of power. I wonder if you'll make the same choice eventually." Wei Fang considered this. "I think I will eventually, but not for many years. My advancement is still new enough that it feels like growth rather than accumulation. Fourth realm will come, and when it does, I'll have to make the same choice that Master Lin made, whether to continue advancing or to focus on building something that will outlast my cultivation. I think that choice will become clear when the time comes." "And if it doesn't become clear?" Su Mei pressed. "What if you keep advancing, keep wanting more power?" "Then I'll be something different than Master Lan," Wei Fang said. "I'll be a cultivator who chose advancement over legacy." "That's a valid choice too. It just comes with different costs." After Su Mei left, Wei Fang stood alone in the council chamber, looking at the records of the meeting, the roster of network members, the list of ongoing projects. This was his life now. Not hidden anymore. Not alone anymore. Not uncertain anymore about whether his method was legitimate. He was a master cultivator, leading a network of cultivators practicing unconventional methods openly, teaching the next generation, contributing to a transformation of how the cultivation community understood what cultivation could be. The path from hidden to visible had been long, sometimes painful, requiring more vulnerability and more risk than hiding ever had. But here, at the end of that path, standing in a council chamber filled with the evidence of genuine community, genuine achievement, genuine change, Wei Fang understood that the journey had been worth every cost. The network would continue growing. The methods would continue evolving. The cultivation community would continue transforming. And he would be there, advancing his own practice, teaching others, building a legacy that would shape cultivation for generations to come. This was what it meant to stop being underestimated and start being recognized, not as an ending, but as a beginning. Thank you for joining us on Wei Fang's journey from hidden cultivator to recognized master. If you enjoyed this story, please like and subscribe for more tales of cultivation, perseverance, and the strength that comes from being underestimated. Your support makes these stories possible. Until next time, fellow cultivators. Thank you for joining us on Wei Fang's journey from hidden cultivator to recognized master. If you enjoyed this story, please like and subscribe for more tales of cultivation, perseverance, and the strength that comes from being underestimated. Your support makes these stories possible. Until next time, fellow cultivators.